300 senior high school students stood neatly on the field, awaiting the most important moment of their lives, their career drawing ceremony. Principal Ning Chin stood on the stage, holding a microphone, his voice brimming with excitement. Students, after 10 years of diligent study, the day has finally arrived. Your hard work will surely pay off. Today is the day you draw your career card, a moment that will determine your future destiny. Remember, no career is superior or inferior. Whether you draw a mage or a chef, all of you represent the future of humanity and the pride of Westlake First High School. I believe each of you has a bright future ahead. I know everyone is nervous, so I won't say more. I wish all of you the best in drawing the career you desire. On the field, Lu Yuan toyed with the colorful stone in his hand, anticipation flickering faintly in his heart. He had been in this world for several years and had a general understanding of its workings. The colorful stone in his hand was called the Divine Stone, a treasure unique to this world. It was used in the Destiny Star array set up by Formation Masters to draw careers or treasures. Everyone at the age of 18 would receive a Divine Stone, and schools would organize the drawing ceremony collectively. For the first draw, the result was guaranteed to be a career card. This was known as the first career change. Through the draw, people would obtain a career and, based on the type of career, could level up and enhance their abilities. Careers were categorized into two broad types, combat and life, with a ratio of approximately 1 to 9. Combat careers were further divided into offensive and support roles, with a ratio of around 2 to 1. As a result, support roles were the rarest, followed by offensive roles, and finally life careers. Although everyone was aware that life careers could also ascend to divine levels, the value of combat careers was evidently much higher. Otherwise, people wouldn't refer to drawing a combat career as hitting gold. Those lucky enough to draw a combat career would also receive a second Divine Stone to draw an exclusive weapon, a privilege not granted to life career holders. Even though Lu Yuan believed that the strength of a career was more dependent on personal ability, divine-level life career holders could also shake the world and were sometimes even rarer than divine-level combat career holders. He still secretly hoped to draw a combat career. At that moment, a pillar of light shot into the sky. Ning Chin waved his hand and announced, "Students, line up according to your draw numbers and proceed to draw your career in an orderly manner." Teachers began organizing the students into lines. Lu Yuan found himself at the end of the queue, feeling a bit nervous. Though he had studied hard after his transmigration and consistently ranked in the top 10 of his grade, this draw was purely a matter of luck. There had been cases where the last-ranked student drew a mage career and soared to great heights, while the top-ranked student drew a mechanic career and fell into despair. Before his transmigration, Lu Yuan had always been unlucky. Every draw he participated in ended disastrously, and even drinking water could result in choking. He was deeply afraid of drawing a trash career and being forever excluded from the exciting world. "Hey, dummy, what kind of career are you hoping to draw?" The petite, delicate-looking girl in front of Lu Yuan turned to glance at him with a smile. Her name was Li Shuer, the only friend Lu Yuan had in this school. She came from a wealthy family with significant influence in Westlake City. Although Li Shuer never brought it up herself, Lu Yuan never pried into her background either. Lu Yuan shook his head with a smile. "I don't know. I just hope I don't get a life career. I don't want a life career either. If I could draw a healer role, though, I'd be happy to heal you, dummy." Lu Yuan chuckled, "And if I draw a chef, can I be your personal cook?" Li Shuer responded earnestly, "Of course. I'll pay you the highest salary." "Ha! Lu Yuan, a loser like you will definitely draw a trash career." Trying to cozy up to Shuer. The voice belonged to Wang Hu, and sure enough, when Lu Yuan turned, it was him. Wang Hu was the youngest son of the Wang family in Westlake and one of Li Shuer's suitors. Because of Lu Yuan's close relationship with Li Shuer, Wang Hu frequently sought to trouble him. Li Shuer frowned. "Wang Hu, what business is it of yours if I talk to Lu Yuan?" Wang Hu was momentarily stunned by her retort but quickly recovered, smiling at Li Shuer. "Shuer, Lu Yuan is just good at academics, but that doesn't matter in real life. He's most likely going to draw a life career. You shouldn't be too close to him, it diminishes your status as a young lady." Li Shuer was about to lose her temper, but Lu Yuan intervened in time, shaking his head. "Shuer, the draw is about to begin." Li Shuer snorted coldly and shot Wang Hu an angry glare. "I'll deal with you after graduation." Wang Hu gave her an awkward smile, then glared at Lu Yuan with a menacing look, as if silently saying, "I'll deal with you after graduation too." At this moment, Ning Chin called out, "First up, Zhao Li." Zhao Li stepped forward and placed his divine stone into the array. The stone dissolved into particles of light, and numerous cards emerged from the array. Finally, a blue card flew out, "Life Career, Barber." Zhao Li slumped back into the queue, his head hanging low. He couldn't help but think, I actually became a Tony teacher. Zhao Li drew barber. Doesn't he have no artistic sense? Who would let him cut their hair? Well, luck is luck. Nothing can be done. Whispers filled the crowd as Zhao Li's face turned crestfallen. Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng approached quickly, muttering something about destiny, and ended up drawing the chef career. Lu Dazhuang. Li Guden. Wang Hu. One by one, students took their turns. Most drew life careers, but Wang Hu's luck was extraordinary. He drew a combat career, a fire mage. However, his luck didn't hold for his second draw, and he only obtained a common white staff. Ning Qin's face grew increasingly grim as he observed this year's results. His hopes for rare careers were dashed, and combat careers were exceedingly scarce. The only highlight was Wang Hu's fire mage draw. At this rate, the school's ranking will drop. Ning Qin sighed heavily, looking visibly older. Wang Hu walked away from the array, smugly passing by Lu Yuan and making a throat-slitting gesture of provocation. Li Shuer glared at him angrily and turned to Lu Yuan, don't worry, dummy. He just got lucky. Lu Yuan smiled wryly, I'm not lucky. Li Shuer patted her chest confidently, no fear. If he dares to mess with you, I'll protect you. Li Shuer. At that moment, Ning Qin called her name. I'm going. Wish me luck. Li Shuer winked at Lu Yuan and dashed toward the array. A golden light flashed, and golden willow branches appeared around the array. A golden card depicting an elven goddess emerged from the array. Rare support career, Elf Saintess. The entire school erupted in astonishment. A rare career. Ning Qin was so excited he nearly threw his glasses off. It's been 10 years since we've had a rare career, and Li Shuer's Elf Saintess is a rare support role. You won't find another like it in all of Westlake City. This draw not only stabilized the school's ranking but could even push it up several places. She actually drew a rare support. Li Shuer is incredible. I'm so jealous. I heard that when the Elf Saintess advances to divine level, she can revive people on a large scale. That's national level talent. She'll definitely make the news tomorrow. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Suddenly, the array flashed with a rainbow glow, and a new divine stone materialized before Li Shuer. Overjoyed, Li Shuer immediately used the bonus draw granted for combat careers. Another golden light. Another gold. Ning Qin's eyes widened, double gold. It's double gold. This breaks the school's historical record. A golden, radiant staff flew out from the magic array and slowly landed in front of Li Shuer. The brilliance of the staff shone so brightly that everyone around felt refreshed and invigorated. What a beautiful staff! Li Shuer exclaimed with delight, unable to part with it. The array master chuckled and said, congratulations, student. Although you didn't draw a unique weapon, getting a golden tier weapon is already a remarkable achievement. Your future is limitless. Thank you, teacher. Li Shuer bowed excitedly to the array master before quickly returning to the crowd. Wang Hu walked up to Lu Yuan and sneered, Lu Yuan, Shuer drew a rare support weapon. From now on, she'll be someone all the major guilds will fight over. And you? A mere lifestyle class profession. You two are from completely different worlds now. Lu Yuan responded calmly, I haven't drawn yet. Wang Hu scoffed, ha. The probability of getting a lifestyle class profession is over 90%. Now that Shuer's luck has been maxed out, she's drained all the good fortune. Your next draw. It's bound to be a lifestyle class profession. Don't tell me you think you'll get a combat class profession. Lu Yuan. At this moment, Ning Qin called Lu Yuan's name. Ignoring Wang Hu, Lu Yuan strolled forward unhurriedly. As Li Shuer returned, she suddenly patted Lu Yuan on the head and said with a grin, dummy, I'll lend you my good luck. Thanks. Lu Yuan smiled in return and walked up to the magic array. The array master, clearly in a good mood, smiled warmly at Lu Yuan. Good luck, student. Thank you, Lu Yuan replied politely as he placed the divine stone into the array. Boom! The cards began to shuffle rapidly. Finally, a flash of red light streaked through the air, accompanied by the resonant sound of a sword's hum. Sword energy surged in all directions. It's red. A red light. Ning Qin's heart skipped a beat, and he nearly forgot to breathe as he saw the card emitting the brilliant red glow. Red light. It signified a hidden profession. The probability of drawing a hidden profession was less than 1 in 10,000. As the red light dissipated, a card revealed the image of a swordsman soaring through the skies, commanding swords with ease. Hidden profession, Sword Array Master, unique. Not only was it a hidden profession, but it was also a unique hidden profession. The crowd erupted into chaos, with even first and second-year students rushing over to witness the spectacle. What did a unique hidden profession mean? It meant that this profession belonged to Lu Yuan alone. Unless Lu Yuan died, there would never be a second sword array master in the world. A new divine stone appeared before Lu Yuan. The array master was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could barely contain himself. I can't believe it. I've witnessed a unique hidden profession being drawn from my array with my own eyes. Hurry, student. While your luck is still hot, draw again. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan placed the newly gifted divine stone into the array. Another flash of red light streaked through the air. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as sword light crisscrossed the heavens. The card revealed once again depicted a swordsman soaring through the skies. Constellation. It's a constellation. At this moment, the array master couldn't hold back his excitement, shouting at the top of his lungs. Even Ning Qin was so overwhelmed that he fainted on the spot. The principal fainted. Someone, call the school nurse. The teachers scrambled in panic. In the process of drawing professions, there was an exceedingly small chance of drawing a duplicate profession. When this happened, the duplicate wouldn't go to waste. Instead, it would transform into additional attributes or special skills called constellations. Everyone had multiple chances to draw professions, and there were many ways to obtain divine stones in the world. After the first job transition, drawing duplicates was common, and these duplicates would be converted into constellations. Most people would go their entire lives without reaching 6 constellations. Someone like Lu Yuan, who had already drawn a full constellation set, was practically a monster. The array master's eyes were bloodshot with excitement. Quick, quick. Keep drawing. If you can draw a unique weapon, you'll become a national treasure. Alright. Even Lu Yuan was a little dazed, but he followed the instructions and immediately used the new draw chance. Boom. Another flash of red light streaked through the air, and this time, a sword array appeared in the sky. Once again, a card depicting the same soaring swordsman flew out. Another constellation. Everyone was stunned. Without waiting for the array master's urging, Lu Yuan swiftly placed another divine stone into the array. Another red light flashed. Another constellation. This bastard Lu Yuan. Is he aiming for theoretical full constellations? Other people rely on luck to draw cards, but Lu Yuan is using his lifespan to do it. Bug. The array must be bugged. He's not just lucky, he's a walking luck-devouring dragon tornado. As Lu Yuan drew his third constellation, the crowd erupted into a mix of curses and disbelief. Jealousy twisted their expressions, but Lu Yuan had entered a state of pure focus, continuing to draw cards. Boom. 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 3 more flashes of red light followed, and the entire school fell into a deathly silence. One draw had yielded a unique hidden profession, and a full set of constellations at that. There was no historical precedent for such absurdity. Lu Yuan glanced at the array master, who had fainted and was now foaming at the mouth. He felt a bit helpless. This entire drawing session felt like he was gambling with his lifespan. Still, he held the final gifted divine stone in his hand. Since his constellations were already maxed out, it was time to draw for a weapon. This time, however, there was no red light, no golden light, and not even a blue light. Only a faint white light glimmered as a sword case flew out from the array, landing gently in Lu Yuan's hands. Holding the sword case, Lu Yuan sighed. A white grade item. What bad luck. Lu Yuan. You son of a. At that moment, the entire campus erupted in chaos. Countless students began rioting in frustration. However, the teachers quickly intervened to restore order. A music teacher used a calming skill, soothing everyone's emotions with a gentle melody. As Lu Yuan carried the sword case back to the crowd, Li Shuer immediately rushed over, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Dummy. You got a hidden profession. Can you show us your skills? Sure, just a moment. Let me check my stats first. Lu Yuan nodded and opened his status panel. Though years of studying had given him some knowledge of various professions, this was a hidden profession, and a unique one at that. He needed to familiarize himself with his skills. Name, Lu Yuan, profession, sword array master, unique, level, 1, 0%, strength, 10, agility, 5, spirit, 30, constitution, 5, special profession attributes, critical rate, 10%, critical damage, 100%, equipment, iron sword case, 1/10, skills sword array, level 1 deploy a sword array, continuously consuming spirit. Within a 10-meter radius, critical damage increases by 100%. Sword control, level 1 command flying swords for aerial attacks. Power depends on sword quality, spirit, and skill level. Constellation 1, sword monarch, sword array effect radius increases tenfold. Constellation 2, sword intent, sword array and sword control no longer consume spirit. Constellation 3, sword core, within the sword array, continuously restore stamina. Constellation 4, sword embryo, within the sword array, Attacking an enemy causes 10% splash damage to others inside the array. Constellation 5, Sword Heart, within the sword array, all attacks are guaranteed critical hits. Critical rate converts to critical damage, and critical damage increases by an additional 100%. Constellation 6, Sword Immortal, within the sword array, all attacks ignore enemy defenses. Lu Yuan couldn't help but take a sharp breath as he reviewed his stats. These constellation bonuses were absolutely broken. How could anyone else compete? Then again, considering most people would never draw a full constellation profession in their lifetime, the bonuses seemed somewhat acceptable. From the attributes, it was clear that Spirit far surpassed other stats, suggesting that the Sword Array Master leaned more toward a magic-based class, though it retained some melee elements due to its strength. As for the special profession attributes, having innate critical rate and critical damage was something Lu Yuan had never seen before. The core skill of the Sword Array Master was undoubtedly the Sword Array, and his combat strategies would revolve around it. After a moment of thought, Lu Yuan decided not to deploy the Sword Array just yet. Instead, he activated the Sword Control skill. The iron sword case opened, and a single iron longsword flew out, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Holy crap, a sword immortal. This is unfair. That profession is way too cool. Mom, I want to be a Sword Array Master too. The field erupted into chaos once more. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan inspected the iron longsword stats. Ordinary iron longsword, attack power 10. Just a mundane iron longsword, something you could find anywhere. After the sword flew out, the sword case's stats updated, changing from iron sword case, 1 out of 10, to iron sword case, 0 out of 10. This indicated that the iron sword case could hold up to 10 flying swords, meaning Lu Yuan could eventually control 10 swords simultaneously. Although he could currently only control one sword, Constellation 2 allowed him to use the sword array and sword control without consuming spirit, making his combat power exponentially higher even in the early stages. Lu Yuan also couldn't help but secretly think, this occupation is simply perverted. Dumb head. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and tell me, can you control the flying sword or not? Li Shuer's voice interrupted Lu Yuan's thoughts. With a single mental command, the flying sword spun rapidly in the air, its speed so fast that an ordinary person wouldn't even have the chance to dodge. The sword moved through the air as if it were an extension of his own hands, controlled with zero delay, smooth and natural. Lu Yuan tested the maximum range of his sword control and discovered that the radius of the sword formation was about 100 meters. Beyond that range, he almost completely lost connection with the iron sword. After finishing his tests, Lu Yuan ignored the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes around him, nodded, and said to Li Shuer, yes, I can control it. Li Shuer rolled her eyes and said in a huff, I already saw your sword controlling performance. Do you really think I need you to confirm it? Sorry, I got too focused just now. Alright, dumb head. Hurry up and put it away, don't expose too much. Got it. Lu Yuan responded, sheathing the iron sword back into the sword case and slinging it across his back. Thanks to his 10-point strength attribute, Lu Yuan hardly felt any weight from the sword case. Carrying it was effortless. After securing the sword case, Lu Yuan's thoughts drifted back to the moment he drew the Sword Array Masterclass card. In his mind, he could still see that unforgettable scene, a massive army of 1,000,000 marching across the wilderness. Countless swords rained down from the heavens, annihilating the army in an instant. That moment made Lu Yuan realize he might one day possess the power to take on an entire nation by himself. As Lu Yuan's card draw concluded, other students began drawing their own cards. Many obtained combat-related classes. But with Lu Yuan and Li Shuer present, the excitement over combat classes was noticeably subdued. The card-drawing ceremony ended quickly. Out of the 300 students, 35 drew combat-related classes, while 265 were assigned life-related classes, a ratio that aligned with expectations. After the ceremony, Ning Qin, the principal, walked up to the podium with a spirited expression. He gave an inspiring speech before officially beginning the day's lessons. Students, the card-drawing ceremony marks your official graduation from Westlake No. 1 High School. But this doesn't mean you can slack off. In 1 month, the Great Xia Empire's annual National College entrance exams will take place. Regardless of whether you have life-oriented or combat-oriented classes, you can gain admission to top universities through the exams. Our school will provide as much support as possible. Give it your all over the next month, improve your skill proficiency in levels, and strive to get into your dream universities. Dismissed. Inspired by Ning Qin's words, the teachers led the students back to their classrooms. However, Ning Qin specifically instructed Lu Yuan and Li Shuer to visit the principal's office. Inside the office, Ning Qin looked at Lu Yuan and Li Shuer with a smile, his eyes gleaming as though he were admiring priceless treasures. Li Shuer felt uncomfortable under his gaze and couldn't help but say, "Principal, could you just get to the point? Don't stare at me like that, it's creepy." Snapping out of his reverie, Ning Qin quickly said, "My apologies, I lost my composure. The reason I called you here is to ask which universities you plan to apply to." Without hesitation, Li Shuer answered, "Kyoto University." "Excellent, ambitious choice," Ning Qin nodded approvingly, then turned to Lu Yuan. "What about you, Lu Yuan?" Lu Yuan began, but when he caught sight of the threatening glare Li Shuer shot him, he quickly changed his answer. "I'll also apply to Kyoto University." Ning Qin nodded in satisfaction. Kyoto University was the top institution in the Great Xia Empire. Last year, only 3 students from Westlake City were admitted, and none were from Westlake No. 1 High School. If 2 students made it in this year, it would be a tremendous honor for him. Ning Qin continued, "This year, you 2 are the only ones with a real chance of getting into Kyoto University. I plan to give you some special assistance. Although Kyoto University doesn't officially state this, they have a hidden requirement. You must reach level 19 within 1 month to meet the basic admission criteria." Li Shuer doesn't need to worry. Her Spirit Saintess class is a rare one, and with her family's support, she has a good chance of reaching level 19. "But I'm more concerned about you, Lu Yuan." "Me?" Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. Ning Qin nodded. "Yes. Even though you drew a hidden classes aren't necessarily powerful. Historically, there have been hidden classes that are weaker than ordinary ones." Li Shuer interjected, "Principal, but Dumbhead's class is already fully awakened." Ning Qin shook his head with a wry smile. "Awakened classes do get stronger, but the boost is limited. 6 awakenings increase class strength by a maximum of 50%, and for stronger classes, maybe up to 70%. Lu Yuan responded, sheathing the iron sword back into the sword case and slinging it across his back. Thanks to his 10-point strength attribute, Lu Yuan hardly felt any weight from the sword case. Carrying it was effortless. After securing the sword case, Lu Yuan's thoughts drifted back to the moment he drew the Sword Array Masterclass card. In his mind, he could still see that unforgettable scene, a massive army of 1,000,000 marching across the wilderness. Countless swords rained down from the heavens, annihilating the army in an instant. That moment made Lu Yuan realize he might one day possess the power to take on an entire nation by himself. As Lu Yuan's card draw concluded, other students began drawing their own cards. Many obtained combat-related classes. But with Lu Yuan and Li Shuer present, the excitement over combat classes was noticeably subdued. The card-drawing ceremony ended quickly. Out of the 300 students, 35 drew combat-related classes, while 265 were assigned life-related classes, a ratio that aligned with expectations. After the ceremony, Ning Qin, the principal, walked up to the podium with a spirited expression. He gave an inspiring speech before officially beginning the day's lessons. "Students, the card-drawing ceremony marks your official graduation from Westlake No. 1 High School. But this doesn't mean you can slack off. In 1 month, the Great Xia Empire's annual National College entrance exams will take place. Regardless of whether you have life-oriented or combat-oriented classes, you can gain admission to top universities through the exams. Our school will provide as much support as possible. Give it your all over the next month, improve your skill proficiency in levels, and strive to get into your dream universities." Dismissed. Inspired by Ning Qin's words, the teachers led the students back to their classrooms. However, Ning Qin specifically instructed Lu Yuan and Li Shuer to visit the principal's office. Inside the office, Ning Qin looked at Lu Yuan and Li Shuer with a smile, his eyes gleaming as though he were admiring priceless treasures. Li Shuer felt uncomfortable under his gaze and couldn't help but say, "Principal, could you just get to the point? Don't stare at me like that, it's creepy." Snapping out of his reverie, Ning Qin quickly said, "My apologies, I lost my composure. The reason I called you here is to ask which universities you plan to apply to." Without hesitation, Li Shuer answered, "Kyoto University." "Excellent, ambitious choice," Ning Qin nodded approvingly, then turned to Lu Yuan. "What about you, Lu Yuan?" Lu Yuan began, but when he caught sight of the threatening glare Li Shuer shot him, he quickly changed his answer. "I'll also apply to Kyoto University." Ning Qin nodded in satisfaction. Kyoto University was the top institution in the Great Xia Empire. Last year, only 3 students from Westlake City were admitted, and none were from Westlake No. 1 High School. If 2 students made it in this year, it would be a tremendous honor for him. Ning Qin continued, "This year, you 2 are the only ones with a real chance of getting into Kyoto University. I plan to give you some special assistance. Although Kyoto University doesn't officially state this, they have a hidden requirement. You must reach level 19 within 1 month to meet the basic admission criteria. Li Shuer doesn't need to worry. Her Spirit Saintess class is a rare one, and with her family's support, she has a good chance of reaching level 19. But I'm more concerned about you, Lu Yuan. Me? Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. Ning Qin nodded. Yes. Even though you drew a hidden classes aren't necessarily powerful. Historically, there have been hidden classes that are weaker than ordinary ones. Li Shuer interjected, Principal, but Dumbhead's class is already fully awakened. Ning Qin shook his head with a wry smile. Awakened classes do get stronger, but the boost is limited. 6 awakenings increase class strength by a maximum of 50%, and for stronger classes, maybe up to 70%. If Lu Yuan's class is inherently weak, even a full awakening would only make it comparable to other strong classes. Lu Yuan glanced at his awakening panel and realized he might be an exception to the rule. Ning Qin continued, based on your class, Lu Yuan, you seem to be a sword array master, which leans toward support. Leveling up early on might be a bit slow, so I'm worried you won't reach level 19 within a month. Li Shuer asked anxiously, Principal, isn't there anything we can do? Ning Qin smiled. Of course there is. Otherwise, why would I call you here? With a mysterious grin, he explained, the Westlake City government recently discovered a hidden dungeon in the western suburbs. The highest level monsters inside are level 12, and the dungeon offers high experience points, 50% more than regular dungeons. It's perfect for beginners. Most importantly, clearing the dungeon rewards a divine stone. The city government decided not to open the dungeon to the public but gave our school 2 slots. I plan to assign those slots to you too. You can train to level 12 in the dungeon, then grind in the wild afterward. That should get you to level 19 within a month. Li Shuer beamed. Thank you, Principal. Lu Yuan also expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Ning Qin laughed heartily. You two are the pride of our school. Don't waste this opportunity, give it your all. After emphasizing a few key points, Ning Qin dismissed them from his office. At the school gate, Li Shuer stopped Lu Yuan. Dumbhead, if you're worried about leveling up too slowly, I can hire a few high-level players to power level you. I guarantee you'll reach level 19 in a month. Lu Yuan smiled and declined. Rich girl, don't waste your money. I'll handle leveling up myself. Li Shuer huffed in frustration, spun on her heel, and stormed toward a luxury car parked by the roadside. Her butler opened the car door, and Li Shuer climbed in with an annoyed expression. Butler Sue, take me home. Yes, miss. Watching her leave, Lu Yuan felt no concern. Li Shuer often acted like a spoiled princess, but she'd calmed down by the next day. He had declined her offer not because he doubted his leveling speed but because he wanted to gain more combat experience. Kyoto University was the Great Xia Empire's most elite institution, accepting fewer than 300 students out of millions of applicants each year. Competition was brutal. Having a high level without the corresponding skills wouldn't cut it for admission. After parting ways with Li Shuer, Lu Yuan didn't go home. Instead, he headed to a weapons shop in Westlake City. He spent all his savings from 3 years of Lunar New Year money on 9 ordinary iron swords, filling his sword case to capacity. He also bought a wooden damage testing dummy and found an open space to test his skills. Just as he raised his hand to summon his flying swords, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected, host has transitioned to Sword Array Master. Achievement system activated. Ding! Host has achieved the God Tier achievement, Full Awakening in 1 draw. Reward, Unique God Tier talent unlocked. Congratulations! Host has unlocked the unique God Tier talent, Absolute Luck, level 1. Ding! Host has achieved the God Tier achievement, Sword Immortal. Reward, Unique God Tier talent unlocked. Congratulations! Host has unlocked the unique God Tier talent, I am the Sword Immortal, level 1. Lu Yuan checked his talent attributes in shock. Absolute Luck, level 1 max luck during card draws. Limited to 10 uses per month. I am the Sword Immortal, level 1 all damage increased by 10x. What the hell? Lu Yuan could hardly believe his eyes. I am the Sword Immortal would skyrocket his damage, likely making him stronger than someone 10 levels higher. Meanwhile, Absolute Luck meant he could pull God Tier equipment and divine stones with ease, 10 times a month. 5 draws for fully refined legendary gear. This was insane. Shaking with excitement, Lu Yuan hurried to test his damage output. He placed the testing dummy in the center of the clearing, initiated his sword array, and commanded the flying swords to strike. A single flying sword hit the dummy with precision. -546. The virtual number displayed on the dummy's LCD screen made Lu Yuan gasp. Even the strongest fire element mages couldn't deal this much damage at level 1. Lu Yuan's flying sword attack was simply terrifying. Go! This time, he controlled 10 flying swords simultaneously, all of them shooting toward the test wooden dummy. Minus 5,460. More than 5,500. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he was shocked in his heart. The textbook said that a level 10 boss only had around 10 to 20,000 HP. With this damage, he could easily take down a level 10 boss in just a few attacks. And yet, he was only level 1, using the most basic iron swords. This is absolutely insane. Lu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. This 5,000 damage output was something that even most level 30 fire mages likely couldn't achieve. And this was just the beginning of his power. Lu Yuan was overjoyed in his heart. Satisfied, he put away the test wooden dummy, slung the sword case onto his back, and headed home. Yo, Yuanzi, you're back. His aunt, who was doing yoga in the living room, greeted him with a smile. His aunt, Jiang Yuya, was 4 years older than Lu Yuan, having just graduated from university and currently unemployed at home. She was beautiful, with delicate features and a curvaceous figure, once the dream girl of many boys. Previously, when Lu Yuan's parents had gone missing in a dungeon, he moved to his grandmother's house and now lived with his grandmother and aunt. Hey, you two, dinner's ready. At that moment, his grandmother came out carrying a pot of chicken soup, placing it on the dining table with a smile. His aunt reached for a chicken leg, but his grandmother slapped her hand away with chopsticks. Go wash your hands. His aunt left grudgingly, and Lu Yuan also received a glare from his grandmother. You too. Lu Yuan smiled sheepishly and went to wash his hands alongside his aunt before sitting down at the table. Yuanzi, today's the day for your job card draw, isn't it? What class did you get? His grandmother suddenly asked. Grandma, I drew a combat-type class, Lu Yuan replied. His grandmother's expression darkened immediately. Lu Yuan had already expected this reaction. Ever since his parents' disappearance, his grandmother had been very wary of combat-related classes. Sensing the tense atmosphere, his aunt quickly consoled, Mom, it's actually a good thing that Yuanzi got a combat class. In the future, he can get into a good university and make lots of money. Lu Yuan hurriedly added, Yeah, Grandma. I'll do more dungeons and earn enough money to make life much better for our family. Bang! His grandmother slammed her chopsticks onto the table. What's the point of eating? All of you care more about money than your own lives. I'm going back to my room. With that, she stood up and left, slamming the door behind her. The atmosphere in the living room grew even heavier. Lu Yuan stared blankly at his aunt. Auntie, is it possible for combat classes to do non-combat jobs? His aunt quickly whispered, Absolutely not. My mom used to be an elite in the military. When my sister drew a combat class, she threw a 3-day-long banquet. When I drew the singer class, she gave me 3 days of cold treatment. Seriously? Lu Yuan was surprised. His aunt continued in a hushed tone, She may have acted cold just now, but deep down she's ecstatic. Tell me, what class did you draw? Warrior or mage? That iron case you're carrying looks like something for a support class. I'm a hidden class, Sword Array Master, Lu Yuan replied. Hidden class. That's amazing. His aunt's eyes filled with envy. Does this class have any impressive abilities? Lu Yuan gradually relaxed and started chatting with his aunt about his class. And just like that, the entire evening passed with his aunt repeatedly exclaiming, That's so awesome. The next morning, when Lu Yuan woke up, he found a luxurious badge on his bedside table. Though it looked somewhat old, it was in excellent condition. What is this? When he picked up the badge, its attributes immediately displayed. Imperial Special Service Badge, Accessory Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Damage Reduction 10%. Usable at Level 1. Note, awarded to heroes who have made extraordinary contributions to the Empire and its people. Just reading the badge's description and name left Lu Yuan stunned. In the Grand Xia Empire, there was a saying, First-class merit costs lives, second-class merit leaves injuries, and third-class merit requires sweat. As for special service merit, only godlike warriors could earn it. Each special service badge represented a legendary tale. Grandma, is a war hero? Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that his seemingly kind and gentle grandmother was actually a war hero with special service merit. Holding the badge, he walked into the living room, where his aunt was eating pancakes with porridge. Seeing him, his aunt teased, Oh, the lucky dog is up early today. Ever since learning that Lu Yuan had drawn a hidden class with maxed-out fate constellations, her nickname for him had changed. From the kitchen, his grandmother called out, The pancakes and porridge are fresh. Hurry up and eat. Lu Yuan accepted the food from his grandmother and asked, Grandma, about this badge. It's nothing worth mentioning. Hurry up and eat breakfast, focus on leveling up, and don't embarrass our family. Grandma, does this mean you approve of me becoming an adventurer? His grandmother replied sternly, with your class and talent, if I were to stop you, it would be a betrayal of the nation and its people. His aunt grinned and said, I knew it. Mom's hard on the outside but soft on the inside. Go ahead and adventure, UNZ. I'll take care of things here. His grandmother shot a sharp glare at his aunt, then turned to Lu Yuan. The school bus is waiting outside. Finish your breakfast and get ready. If you're so talented but still fail to get into Kyoto University, I'll break your legs. Lu Yuan immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yes, ma'am. After slinging his sword case onto his back and stepping outside, Lu Yuan checked his attributes. Name, Lu Yuan. Class, Sword Array Master, Unique. Level, 1, 0%. Strength, 110. Agility, 105. Spirit, 130. Constitution, 105. Class Special Attributes, Critical Rate, 10%, Critical Damage, 100%. Talents, Absolute Luck, Level 1, I am the Sword Immortal, Level 1. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10/10, Imperial Special Service Badge. Skills, Sword Array, Level 1, Sword Control, Level 1. Fate Constellations, 6 constellations, Max. Wearing the badge added 100 to all 4 primary attributes, roughly equivalent to the stats of a level 16 ordinary class in the early game. This badge was an overpowered piece of equipment at this stage. Grandma really dotes on her grandson. Excitedly, Lu Yuan stored the badge carefully, boarded the school bus, and headed toward the hidden dungeon in the western suburbs. In West Lake City, there were 8 high schools. Each school received 2 to 3 slots for students to access the hidden dungeon for leveling up. When he arrived at the dungeon entrance, there were over 40 people, including teachers and students. Among them was Li Shuer. Perhaps still upset, Li Shuer turned her head away upon seeing Lu Yuan, unwilling to interact with him. Lu Yuan didn't mind and greeted her, Shuer, good morning. Humph. Li Shuer snorted coldly. I don't want to talk to you. Lu Yuan pulled out some pancakes made by his grandmother and offered them to her. These pancakes are from my grandma. You didn't have breakfast, right? Here you go. Li Shuer didn't respond. Fine, then. I didn't eat enough myself. You idiot. Who said I wouldn't take it? Li Shuer snatched the pancake and said, the dungeon's open. The teacher said it's best to form 5-person teams for safety and efficiency. I've already formed a team for you, 2 fire mages, 1 warrior, and me as a healer. Just join us, and we can enter the dungeon. Based on the dungeon's experience yield, we can reach level 12 in a week. Lu Yuan responded, silly girl, why gather so many people? The experience gets split. Li Shuer rolled her eyes. You want to solo the dungeon? Lu Yuan said, I can take you along. Li Shuer was shocked. You really want to solo? Are you crazy? At this moment, Ning Qin walked over. Lu Yuan, now's not the time to show off. This is a beginner dungeon. Going in alone is dangerous. Li Shuer also said, the principal's right. While teaming up splits the experience, it increases efficiency and, more importantly, ensures safety. Without a healer, you're taking a big risk by going alone. Lu Yuan smiled. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. If things get dangerous, I'll just run. Besides, Kyoto University's entrance exam isn't easy. If I can't even solo this dungeon, I have no hope of getting in. Ning Qin nodded. You're right. Kyoto University only accepts the best. If you believe soloing is more efficient, I'll permit it. Li Shuer was displeased. Principal, why are you siding with this idiot? Ning Qin replied, Lu Yuan has a hidden class with maxed out fate constellations. A beginner dungeon should be relatively safe for him. If he can solo it, his chances of getting into Kyoto University will increase. If soloing doesn't work, he can always join a team later. There's no rush. Hearing Ning Qin's reasoning, Li Shuer stopped objecting. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Shuer, if you want, I can make an exception and take you along. Li Shuer's class, Holy Elf Maiden, had no viable soloing capabilities early on. I'm not interested. If you don't want to team up with me, I'll go join my team. With a snort, Li Shuer hugged the pancake Lu Yuan gave her and walked toward her preformed team to enter the dungeon with them. Ah, youth. Ning Qin sighed as he watched Li Shuer walk away. Then he turned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I can tell that girl has feelings for you. But her background might be more complicated than you think. If you want to be with her, you'll need to work hard. Thank you, Principal. Lu Yuan calmly thanked him and entered the dungeon alone. Old Ning, that kid is Lu Yuan, right? Is he seriously going in solo? Other school principals gathered around, surprised to see Lu Yuan enter the dungeon alone. Your school, First High, really hit the jackpot this year. A rare support class and a full constellation hidden class. There's a good chance you'll send 2 students to Kyoto University. Why doesn't our school ever have such luck? Faced with the praise, Ning Qin couldn't help grinning ear to ear. It's just luck. Actually, the strength of Lu Yuan's class is still uncertain. Whether he can get into Kyoto University isn't set in stone yet. Even if he doesn't make it, he'll still get into one of the top 3 universities. Besides, your school has an elven saintess, that's a guaranteed Kyoto University spot. Isn't that elven saintess the eldest daughter of the Li family? The Li family's luck is off the charts. A few years ago, they had someone with a legendary class, and now they've produced a rare class. And recently, the Abyss even spawned a level 70 boss. The Vanguard squad lost several members dealing with it. Yeah, the Abyss has been getting more restless lately. The world's becoming less and less peaceful. Several principals were deep in conversation, their chat drifting further and further from the original topic. This particular hidden dungeon was set in a dense jungle, surrounded by towering trees with countless creatures lurking in the underbrush. So this is what a dungeon in this world looks like. Doesn't seem all that different from the outside. It was Lu Yuan's first time entering a dungeon in this world, and everything around him felt new and exciting. Suddenly, a rabbit leapt out from the bushes. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan activated his sword formation. An iron sword shot forward, instantly impaling the frenzied rabbit. -996. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit. EXP +2. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit. EXP +2. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit. EXP +2. The continuous notifications left Lu Yuan momentarily stunned before he realized it was the splash damage effect from his 4th constellation. Sword Embryo, Constellation 4. Whenever one enemy within the sword formation is attacked, 10% of the damage is splashed to all other enemies within the formation. His current damage output was already far beyond the norm. As long as one rabbit in the sword formation went down, the rest would quickly follow. Lu Yuan glanced at his EXP bar and noticed it had already increased by 1%. Not bad. Just entered the dungeon, and I'm already up by 1%. At this rate, I should be able to reach level 12 by the end of today. Summoning all his flying swords, Lu Yuan began a massacre in the forest. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit. EXP +2. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit. EXP +2. The notifications flooded his vision, and his EXP bar climbed at a rapid pace. His leveling speed was simply off the charts. Half an hour later, he reached his first level up. Name, Lu Yuan. Class, Sword Formation Master, Unique. Level, 2, 1%. Strength, 120. Agility, 110. Spirit, 160. Constitution, 110. Class-specific attributes, critical rate, 11%, critical damage, 110%. Talents, absolute luck, level 1, I am the sword immortal, level 1. Equipment, iron sword case, 10/10, imperial special merit badge. Skills, sword formation, level 1, sword control, level 1. Constellations, 6 constellations. After leveling up, all his attributes had increased. Lu Yuan was astonished at the growth potential of his class. Leveling up adds 10 strength, 5 agility, 30 spirit, and 5 constitution, a total of 50 points per level. The textbooks say most classes only gain 25 points per level. Mine is literally double that. This hidden class is insane. As the outer areas of the forest were cleared of frenzied rabbits, Lu Yuan moved deeper, where the monsters gradually rose in level. Successfully killed black-furred boar. EXP +4. Successfully killed red-eyed hyena. EXP +6. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit king. EXP +10. Lu Yuan advanced steadily, every monster falling instantly under his attacks. The monsters in the dungeon couldn't respawn fast enough to keep up with him. In less than an hour, he leveled up again. Strength increased by 10, agility and constitution by 5, spirit by 30, critical rate by 1%, and critical damage by 10%. Skill proficiency increased. Sword formation, level 2. Deploy a sword formation. Continuously consume spirit. Within a 20-meter radius, critical damage is increased by 110%. Sword control, level 2. Command flying swords to attack from a distance. Power depends on sword quality, spirit, and skill level. Skills can level up too. Noticing that both sword formation and sword control had leveled up, Lu Yuan immediately locked onto a level 5 frenzied rabbit king nearby and launched an attack. A single flying sword pierced the frenzied rabbit king. -1579. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit king. EXP +10. Successfully killed frenzied rabbit. EXP +1. Successfully killed black-furred boar. EXP plus 4. The notifications came in rapid succession, and Lu Yuan wasn't even sure where some of the monsters had died. One flying sword can deal 1579 damage. If I use 10 flying swords, that's 15,790 damage. Doesn't that mean I can one-shot a level 10 boss? His eyes gleamed with excitement. At only level 3, using basic equipment and low-level skills, his damage output was already approaching that of a level 40 fire mage. Even without the tenfold boost from his sword immortal talent, the sheer power of his class was absurd. This class is completely broken. Good thing it's unique. No one else can compete with me. Chuckling to himself, Lu Yuan continued targeting nearby frenzied rabbit kings. His EXP bar climbed steadily upward. At this pace, he was confident he'd hit level 12 by the end of the day and clear the entire dungeon with ease. More importantly, the bonuses from his second and third constellations allowed him to control swords without consuming spirit and to regenerate stamina within the sword formation. This meant he didn't need to return for supplies, saving him an enormous amount of time. While most people would take a week to reach level 12, Lu Yuan could achieve it in a single day, an astronomical difference. To gain admission to Kyoto University, the minimum requirement was level 19. However, even a level 12 combatant could easily get into a first-tier university. Reaching level 13 or 14 would guarantee a spot in a top 211 university, while level 15 could secure entry into a 985 institution. Lu Yuan's one day of progress was something most students couldn't achieve in a month. Meanwhile, many students had already exited the hidden dungeon, seeking treatment and resupply. While the dungeon offered generous EXP, the monsters' attacks and defenses were no joke. Most of the students, entering at level 1, were proud to have taken down even a few dozen frenzied rabbits. Outside the dungeon, several principals sat around a table, sipping tea and discussing the performance of their students. Not bad. In 2 hours, Sunli from my school has already reached level 2. He might hit level 4 today, which gives him a shot at a 985 university. Same here. Won Bin is just 10% short of level 2. A good 211 university should be within reach. But Principal Qin, it's been nearly 2 hours. That solo student of yours should be coming out soon, right? Yes, he should be. Ning Qin nodded, his gaze shifting anxiously to the dungeon entrance. His biggest concern was Lu Yuan. Every year, there were students who got into trouble in dungeons, and he was genuinely worried that Lu Yuan might meet an unfortunate end in there. Normally, students would return for resupply after about 2 hours, and their levels upon exiting would indicate their progress. Given the dungeon's EXP yield, if Lu Yuan could reach level 3 by his first resupply, he'd be a strong contender for Kyoto University. But as the other students completed their resupply, Lu Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Having also reached level 2, Li Shuer wiped sweat from her brow and approached Ning Qin. Principal, has that idiot not come out yet? Not yet, Ning Qin replied, shaking his head. Still not out. Li Shuer's expression shifted, disbelief flashing across her face. How is that possible? It's been over 2 hours. Hasn't he run out of spirit? Although students could bring spirit-restoring potions into the dungeon, their usage was limited. Once spirit was depleted, they couldn't use skills and would have to exit for resupply. Ning Qin reassured her, maybe Lu Yuan's skills have low spirit consumption. Let's wait a little longer. The government hasn't reported any student fatalities. Li Shuer let out a small sigh of relief and was about to say something when a squad of soldiers suddenly arrived, sealing off the dungeon entrance. The students outside began murmuring among themselves, confused by the unexpected development. The principals exchanged uneasy glances and stood up at once. This is bad. The leader of the military squad, Xia Chaoyang, walked over and saluted the principals. Apologies. The military has detected abnormal energy fluctuations within the dungeon. We need to shut it down temporarily to investigate potential threats. For today, please take your students and leave. Ning Qin quickly stepped forward. Captain Xia, I still have one student inside. Can we wait for him to come out? One student still inside. Xia Chaoyang frowned, glancing at his watch. These fluctuations may be caused by abyssal corruption. If not addressed promptly, the dungeon could undergo abyssal transformation, resulting in catastrophic consequences. I can give you 30 minutes. Ning Qin nodded. That'll be enough. My student has been inside for over 2 hours, he should be coming out soon. Li Shuer clenched her fists in anxiety upon realizing the situation was worsening. She cast a desperate glance toward the sealed dungeon. Dummy, hurry up and get out of there. At that moment, deep inside the dungeon, Lu Yuan had already reached level 4. He opened his attribute panel to take a look. Name, Lu Yuan. Class, Sword Array Master, Unique. Level, 4, 3%. Strength, 140. Agility, 120. Spirit, 220. Constitution, 120. Class Special Attributes, Critical Rate, 13%, Critical Damage, 130%. Talents, Absolute Luck, Level 1, I am the Sword Immortal, Level 1. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10/10, Imperial First Class Merit Badge. Skills, Sword Array, Level 2, Sword Control, Level 2. Fate Constellation, 6 Fate. Level 4 in just over 2 hours. This pace isn't bad at all, Lu Yuan thought to himself with satisfaction, genuinely impressed by how quickly he was leveling up. Thanks to the splash damage inherent to his Fate Constellation and the defense-piercing effect of its 6th level, his sword array had turned the dungeon into a slaughterhouse for monsters. Any creature within a 200-meter radius was doomed the moment they respawned. The only thing that annoyed him was that the flying swords couldn't automatically seek out enemies, meaning he couldn't just sit back and relax. The monster respawn rate here is too slow. Looks like I'll need to go deeper, he muttered. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan slung the sword case over his back and ventured further into the depths. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Xia Chaoyang glanced at the time and addressed Ning Qin. Principal Ning, I'm sorry, but it's been over half an hour. We have no choice but to close the dungeon now. Ning Qin pleaded, Captain Xia, can't you extend the time just a bit longer? That child is a prodigy from Kyoto University, we can't let anything happen to him. Xia Chaoyang nodded in understanding. We understand your concerns, but once we've finished investigating the potential hazards, the dungeon will be reopened, and the student will be able to leave then. Ning Qin hesitated. But, Xia Chaoyang's brow furrowed. Principal, if we close the dungeon now, the worst that will happen is the student being temporarily trapped. But if the dungeon falls into an abyssal state and the monsters escape, it will endanger the lives of Westlake City's residents. Can you shoulder that responsibility? Ning Qin's face darkened, and after a long sigh, he relented. I understand. Close the dungeon. Li Shuer panicked. Principal, are you really just going to abandon Dummy? Ning Qin explained patiently, that child hasn't come out yet, which means his class likely has a way to sustain itself. He might not need to exit anytime soon. Closing the dungeon now to investigate the risks and prevent an abyssal transformation is the best course of action. Captain. At that moment, a soldier rushed over, panic evident on his face. Something's happened. Xia Chaoyang frowned. What is it? We detected abyssal energy within the dungeon. The dungeon boss has been corrupted by the abyss. Then hurry up and close the dungeon. Reporting, sir, we can't close it. What do you mean you can't close it? Xia Chaoyang's expression turned grim. It's just a corrupted boss. Why can't it be shut down? Someone entered the corrupted boss's territory, and the dungeon has now activated abyssal raid mode. Impossible. Xia Chaoyang shouted angrily. There's only one student in the dungeon, and at most, he's level 3. How could he possibly enter the boss's territory? The soldier wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. But the instruments don't lie. Abyssal raid mode has definitely been triggered. Xia Chaoyang's face darkened further, his expression like a thundercloud ready to burst. He turned sharply toward Ning Qin. Principal Ning, just what is going on with your student? Ning Qin was equally stunned. I have no idea. You don't know. Xia Chaoyang's tone was sharp. But there wasn't time to argue. He immediately ordered the soldier, evacuate all nearby students and faculty, and deploy the city defense troops. We absolutely cannot allow the abyss-corrupted boss to escape into the city. The soldier saluted crisply. Yes, sir. Li Shuer watched as Xia Chaoyang and the soldiers rushed off, her heart heavy with worry. She turned to Ning Qin, her voice trembling. Principal, what is abyssal raid mode? Ning Qin's face was clouded with concern as he explained, when abyssal energy invades a dungeon, the boss becomes corrupted and transforms into the dungeon's sole boss. Its attributes increase by at least tenfold. If the corrupted boss isn't defeated within a certain time frame, it will lead the dungeon's monsters to invade the real world. To prevent this, we must send elite professionals into the dungeon to complete the raid before the boss breaches the barrier. That's abyssal raid mode. Li Shuer's face turned pale. Does that mean Dummy has to fight the corrupted boss? Ning Qin sighed deeply and patted her on the shoulder. As much as I hate to say it, this is your first lesson from the abyss. In this line of work, we always risk losing our comrades. Prepare yourself mentally. Unwilling to accept this grim reality, Li Shuer ran to the side and began frantically dialing her phone, trying to contact Dummy. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Lu Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the danger he was in, completely absorbed in his rapid progression. Successfully killed corrupted goblin. EXP plus 200. Successfully killed corrupted elite goblin. EXP plus 300. Successfully killed corrupted giant vanguard. EXP plus 500. This boss territory is amazing. The experience gains are incredible. Lu Yuan couldn't contain his excitement. Upon entering the cave, he had been shocked by the sheer amount of experience the monsters offered. Although they had higher health pools, it was nothing a few additional flying swords couldn't handle. His leveling speed remained unaffected. In just a few minutes, golden light surged within him as he leveled up to level 6. If I'd known the experience here was this good, I wouldn't have wasted time farming those frenzied rabbits outside. Those cute little rabbits should have been stewed, not used for leveling. He gazed at the writhing mass of corrupted goblins ahead, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To him, they were shining piles of free experience. Just in his line of sight, there were over 100 of them. In this narrow cave, the monster density and numbers were extraordinary. He didn't even have to waste time searching for targets. It was as if this place had been tailor-made for his grinding needs. As Lu Yuan watched his experience bar climb steadily, he found himself thinking the goblins' bulbous heads were almost endearing. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the situation was starkly different. The city defense troops had established a defensive perimeter around the dungeon entrance. Fully armed soldiers stood ready, prepared to intercept any abyssal monsters that might emerge. Students and faculty from nearby schools had been evacuated, leaving only Ning Qin, who had used his authority as an elder principal to secure permission for Li Shuer to remain at the scene until the situation was resolved. Tears brimming in her eyes, Li Shuer asked Ning Qin, "Principal, is there really no chance Dummy will survive?" "None whatsoever," Ning Qin declared firmly, shaking his head. "The monsters in the boss territory are all at least level 10. With the abyssal corruption, their attributes have increased tenfold. Lu Yuan doesn't even have the power to break their defenses. Furthermore, the dungeon's abyssal transformation is irreversible. Once the process is complete, the corrupted boss will take the initiative to attack. At that point, Lu Yuan will have nowhere to run." Ning Qin turned to gaze at the red-tinged abyssal dungeon in the distance, his voice heavy with regret. That child must be terrified right now. He had such a bright future ahead of him, only to fall in a beginner dungeon. Fate is truly cruel. However, back inside the cave. Now sitting comfortably at level 9, Lu Yuan perched on a flattened rock, munching on dried meat his grandmother had prepared for him while controlling his flying swords to massacre the dungeon's monsters. Having been in the dungeon for 5 hours, Lu Yuan had discovered that while leveling up restored his status, hunger was another matter entirely. He needed food to keep going. "Grandma's dried meat is tasty, but it's so dry. I should have brought some water," he muttered, sending 10 flying swords to skewer a distant giant shaman in mid-cast. Minus 23,985. Successfully killed corrupted giant shaman. EXP plus 1,200. Successfully killed corrupted goblin. EXP plus 200. Successfully killed corrupted elite goblin. EXP plus 300. Golden light burst forth again as Lu Yuan finally reached level 10. "Finally, level 10, he exclaimed. Standing atop a corrupted giant vanguard's corpse, Lu Yuan wiped his hands and opened his attribute panel to check the changes. Name, Lu Yuan. Class, Sword Array Master, Unique. Level, 10, 2%. Strength, 200. Agility, 150. Spirit, 400. Constitution, 150. Class Special Attributes, Critical Rate, 19%, Critical Damage, 190%. Talents, Absolute Luck, Level 1, I am the Sword Immortal, Level 1. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10/10, Imperial First Class Merit Badge. Skills, Sword Array, Level 3 Deploy a Sword Array. Continually consume Spirit. Within a 30-meter radius, increases critical damage by 120%. Sword Control, Level 3 Control flying swords to attack from a distance. Damage is determined by sword quality, spirit attribute, and skill level. Fate Constellation, 6 Fate. Both Sword Array and Sword Control are level 3 now. My damage must have skyrocketed again, Lu Yuan mused. To test this, he immediately sent a flying sword to attack a nearby corrupted goblin. Minus 3,836. Successfully killed corrupted goblin. EXP plus 200. Yep, damage increased by about 30%, he calculated. The result didn't surprise him. Based on his estimates, each level of sword control provided a 20% damage boost. Combined with the spirit stat and critical damage increases from leveling up, a 30% overall increase was entirely reasonable. Now that I'm level 10, it's time to meet that boss, Lu Yuan murmured, his gaze turning toward the depths of the cave. There, ominous roars echoed intermittently, accompanied by tremors that shook the ground and a suffocating aura of oppression. Lu Yuan understood well that death in this world was real and final. For that reason, he had avoided challenging the boss prematurely when he was only level 6 or 7. Now that he had reached level 10, his damage per second was close to 40,000. He had nothing to fear from ordinary level 12 bosses. Even if he encountered a level 40 boss, as long as his operations were skillful, he could still turn the tables. The reason was simple: he possessed the overpowered 6th constellation, and his sword formation could ignore the enemy's defenses. The defense of a boss was essentially meaningless to him. As Lu Yuan ventured deeper into the cave, he finally encountered a massive figure. It turned out to be a cyclops, standing an imposing 10 meters tall. Its violet skin was packed with muscles, and its body was covered in wart-like, rock-hard protrusions that resembled a demonic carapace. The cyclops exuded an unsettling aura. Just by looking into the single eye of the cyclops, Lu Yuan felt an indescribable sense of terror. Corrupted Cyclops King. Is this really what a level 12 boss looks like? Lu Yuan's heart sank. For a moment, he felt like he might have stumbled into the wrong scene. But before he could process this thought, the Cyclops King spotted him, its eye blazing with malicious fury. The deafening roar nearly made Lu Yuan lose his footing. Something's not right. This has to be wrong. Unfortunately, he hadn't learned any detection skills, so he couldn't gauge the exact stats of this boss. All he could do was attempt an attack with his 10 flying swords. The 10 flying swords pierced through the Cyclops King's chest carapace. Minus 38,360. It's still alive. Something's wrong with this boss's health pool. This was the first time Lu Yuan had encountered a monster that could withstand an attack from all 10 flying swords and still survive, leaving him shocked. However, the Cyclops King seemed to be heavily injured as well. Its chest carapace shattered, and blood gushed out like a torrent. Roar! The Cyclops bellowed in rage. It grabbed a nearby spiked club and charged at Lu Yuan with terrifying momentum, shaking the ground with every step. Lu Yuan didn't dare let his guard down. He quickly controlled his 10 flying swords to attack again. Minus 38,360. It's still alive. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed. While retreating, he recalled the flying swords embedded in the Cyclops King. The Cyclops King was drenched in blood, yet its speed remained astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance between them, swinging its spiked club down with immense force. Bang! Lu Yuan dodged with a sidestep. Although he avoided the spiked club, the resulting shockwave blasted him away, instantly reducing more than half of his health. That attack power. If I had come here at level 6 or 7, even the splash damage alone would have killed me. As expected, sword formation masters are such a glass cannon class. But I refuse to believe you can take another 10 swords. Knowing that another shockwave could spell his end, Lu Yuan didn't hesitate and controlled his flying swords to launch another attack. This was a battle of raw intensity, a clash where both sides sought to outlast the other. Minus 38,360. The 10 flying swords pierced through the Cyclops King's heart once more. The monster let out a final, agonized roar before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Successfully defeated the corrupted Cyclops King. EXP plus 10,000. A burst of golden light erupted from Lu Yuan's body as he leveled up to 11. Ding! Achievement detected, first encounter with the Abyss. Rewarding advanced talent awakening. Congratulations! You have awakened the advanced talent, Abyssal Eye. Abyssal Eye can detect entities up to 50 levels higher than your own. Before Lu Yuan could check his updated stats, a treasure chest materialized on the stone bed where the Cyclops King had been lying. A treasure chest. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. He rushed forward with excitement and opened the chest. Obtained, Beginner Skill Scroll X1. Obtained, Divine Stone X1. Obtained, Class-Specific Skill Scroll X1. Skill Scrolls. And there are 2 of them. In this world, skill scrolls were incredibly valuable treasures. Even a beginner skill scroll could fetch a price of 100,000 credits at the marketplace. As for the class-specific skill scroll, Lu Yuan had never heard of it, but he could tell it must be extremely rare and valuable. Without hesitation, he immediately used the beginner skill scroll. A ball of light enveloped him. Gain skill, Toxin Resistance, Level 1. Toxin Resistance, Level 1 grants 10% toxin resistance. Toxin Resistance, huh. Not bad. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The skill granted by a scroll was random and could even fail. Getting a passive skill like this was already an excellent outcome. Next, he eagerly used the class-specific skill scroll. Gain skill, Sword Formation Space, Passive. Sword Formation Space, Passive allows storage of the sword case and flying swords within the sword formation space, enabling retrieval at any time. Sword Formation Space. What's that? Lu Yuan was puzzled but curious. He immediately tested the passive skill and discovered that his sword case and flying swords had disappeared, now stored within the sword formation space. That's it. Lu Yuan felt a bit let down. While being able to store the heavy sword case was convenient, he didn't find carrying it particularly burdensome with his current strength. If this skill is only for convenience, the value seems pretty low. Wait, hold on. Lu Yuan suddenly realized that the skill description included the phrase, retrieval at any time. He quickly activated the sword formation and found that the flying swords could now appear and disappear within the formation at will. Holy crap. It's a spatial ability. Lu Yuan was overjoyed. This meant he could release or retrieve flying swords anywhere within the sword formation during combat. He could even launch surprise attacks from behind an enemy. This is incredible. This is my trump card. Lu Yuan's disappointment vanished, replaced by sheer excitement. Fully satisfied, he pocketed the divine stone and began clearing out the remaining monsters in the cave. He knew that the divine stone had to be used within a fate star array. However, since he didn't have enough money to buy a portable array crafted by a master array mage, he'd have to go to the Adventurers Guild and pay a fee to use a public fate star array for a draw. After clearing out the cave and defeating all the remaining monsters, Lu Yuan reached level 12. With no more monsters spawning in the dungeon, he spent half an hour sweeping it clean. Before leaving the instance, Lu Yuan checked his updated stats. Name, Lu Yuan. Class, Sword Formation Master, Unique. Level, 12, 8%. Strength, 220. Agility, 160. Spirit, 460. Constitution, 160. Class-specific attributes, critical rate, 21%, critical damage, 210%. Talents, Absolute Luck, Level 1, I am the Sword Immortal, Level 1, Abyssal Eye. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10/10, Imperial Distinguished Service Medal. Skills, Sword Formation, Level 3, Sword Control, Level 3, Sword Formation Space, Passive, Toxin Resistance, Level 1. Constellation, 6 constellations. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Looking at his stats, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He knew that once he visited the Adventurers Guild to draw for his exclusive weapon, his strength would soar. With a spring in his step, he walked into the teleportation portal that appeared behind the treasure chest. Deep within the cave, the now empty treasure chest suddenly emitted a wisp of purple smoke. The smoke gradually coalesced into a shadowy figure, which stared coldly at the slowly closing portal. A level 10 human soloing a level 12 corrupted boss. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to grow unchecked, the shadow muttered before dissolving into mist and vanishing. Unaware that he had caught the attention of the abyss, Lu Yuan left the dungeon entirely oblivious. Outside the dungeon, Xia Chaoyang led the city defense squad, maintaining a tight formation. Yet, no abyssal monsters emerged from the dungeon. It's been 3 hours since the dungeon began abyssalization, and that kid is still alive, Xia Chaoyang murmured with a tinge of regret. For a novice to survive 3 hours in an abyssal dungeon shows incredible skill. With proper training, he could have become a pillar of the empire. But now that the dungeon has fully abyssalized, there's no way he'll survive. Captain, someone's coming out, a soldier called out. Prepare for battle. Xia Chaoyang shouted. The soldiers quickly raised their weapons, ready to unleash a barrage of attacks the moment he gave the order. Lu Yuan stepped out from the glowing portal, freezing for a moment as he saw the rows of guns pointed at him. Wait. Don't shoot. Ning Qin hurriedly stepped forward. He's my student. Your student? Xia Chaoyang blinked in surprise, then strode up to Lu Yuan. How did you get out? Lu Yuan answered matter-of-factly, I killed the boss and left. Isn't that how it works? Killed the boss and left. Xia Chaoyang and Ning Qin both froze in disbelief. Ning Qin quickly cast a detection spell on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, Sword Formation Master, Level 12. Ning Qin's eyes widened. You're level 12. Thinking he must have made a mistake, he cast the spell again. Lu Yuan, Sword Formation Master, Level 12. This time, Ning Qin was completely stunned. Typically, reaching level 12 within a week was enough to guarantee admission to Kyoto University. But reaching level 12 in a single day? Ning Qin had never seen anything like it. It's a pity the monsters stopped respawning after I killed the boss. Otherwise, I could have gained a few more levels, Lu Yuan said with a sigh, as if he had done nothing remarkable. Meanwhile, both Ning Qin and Xia Chaoyang were utterly speechless. Xia Chaoyang grabbed Lu Yuan's shoulders excitedly and asked, Classmate, did you defeat the abyss boss all by yourself? Lu Yuan looked puzzled. Isn't the boss in this instance meant to be defeated? Why are you so worked up? Xia Chaoyang and Ning Qin exchanged silent glances, their hearts filled with shock. It was only now that they realized Lu Yuan didn't even know the dungeon had undergone abyssal corruption. He thought he was just clearing a normal hidden instance. Xia Chaoyang turned his head and questioned Ning Qin angrily, "Principal Ning, didn't you teach the students about abyssal dungeons?" Ning Qin scratched his head awkwardly. "Isn't that part of the university curriculum? Who would have thought a high schooler would even attempt to clear an abyssal corrupted instance? After all, high school students only start drawing career cards and transitioning near graduation. Their levels are low, their skills are limited, and their combat power is weak. It takes them a week just to defeat a normal stat-enhanced boss. Let alone a level 12 abyssal corrupted boss that even a level 20 elite team would struggle to take down. A high schooler solo clearing an abyssal corrupted boss? Unheard of." Both Xia Chaoyang and Ning Qin were utterly dumbfounded, their minds teetering on the edge of collapse. "Principal Ning." Seeing Ning Qin's expression of utter shock, Lu Yuan thought he might have understated the difficulty of the process. So, he earnestly explained, "Actually, the boss wasn't that easy to beat. Its health was more than 10 times that of a normal boss. I just had to put in a bit more effort." Ning Qin's mouth twitched. A bit more effort." At this moment, Xia Chaoyang snapped out of his stupor. He quickly pulled Ning Qin aside and whispered, "Old Ning, we've known each other for years. Can I ask you for a favor?" "What favor?" "Why don't we just skip letting this kid take the college entrance exam? I'll write him a recommendation letter and send it directly to the military. With specialized training from the military, he'd come out with a division-level rank. Isn't that better than going to Kyoto University?" Ning Qin glared at him angrily, almost furious enough to laugh. "Xia Chaoyang, I've spent so much effort nurturing a talent like him, and you're trying to poach him?" If Lu Yuan's talent were sent to the military for specialized training, his identity would become classified. All his future honors and achievements would no longer bring any glory to Westlake First High School. Losing a genius like Lu Yuan within a year would have a massive negative impact on the school's reputation and its ability to attract top-tier students. Xia Chaoyang quickly tried to explain, "Old Ning, don't take it that way. Joining the military is serving the country. You've got to think big." Ning Qin retorted, "Don't give me that. Whether he becomes an adventurer clearing abyssal dungeons or joins the military to defend the nation, he's contributing to the country either way. Besides, it's up to him to decide his future, not us." Seeing how resolute Ning Qin was, Xia Chaoyang could only smile awkwardly and back off. "All right, Old Ning, you're right. It's his decision to make. We can't force him." Ning Qin pointed at his own eyes and then at Xia Chaoyang. "Xia Chaoyang, these eyes are going to be watching you. Don't try anything funny in the coming days." Xia Chaoyang chuckled. "Relax, Old Ning. I promise not to pressure the kid." With that, he turned back to Lu Yuan, flashed him a peculiar smile, then signaled his team to stand down and left with his troops. As soon as they were gone, Ning Qin hurriedly asked Lu Yuan, "Lu Yuan, you're definitely planning to take the college entrance exam and go to Kyoto University, right? Idiot. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Before Lu Yuan could reply, Li Shuer rushed over and shoved a bottle of red potion into his hand. "This is my healing potion. Drink it first." High-grade healing potion. Lu Yuan looked at the expensive potion in his hand, his lips twitching slightly. "Rich girl, even level 60 adventurers wouldn't casually use something like this. I'm not even injured. Take it back." This high-grade healing potion was worth at least 100,000 yuan on the market. It could instantly restore a level 60 adventurer's health to full, making it extremely precious. "Take it. Just take it." Li Shuer forcefully pushed the potion into Lu Yuan's hand, her voice dropping to a soft murmur. "I'm sorry." Lu Yuan froze. "Why are you apologizing all of a sudden?" Li Shuer looked a little guilty. "I shouldn't have left you to team up with others. If I had stayed behind you today, you wouldn't have had to fight alone." But Lu Yuan just laughed. "Good thing you didn't come. If we had to split the experience points, I probably wouldn't have leveled up to 12 today." "You." Li Shuer, both amused and exasperated, raised her fist as if to hit him. But then she remembered he might be injured and held back. She just gave him a hard glare. "I'm done talking to you." With that, she turned and walked away toward Butler Su in the distance. Butler Su's face carried a faint smile as he gave Li Shuer a slight bow. "Miss, it's a relief that Lu Yuan managed to come out on his own. If we had used that treasure on an outsider, the master would have skinned me alive." "Humph. That idiot doesn't deserve such a good thing. Butler Su, let's go." "As you wish, Mississippi." Butler Su opened the car door for Li Shuer, glancing toward Lu Yuan with an apologetic smile. Lu Yuan watched as Li Shuer got into the car and left. Then he turned to Ning Qin and asked, "Principal, didn't you say before that Xuer's family background is pretty impressive? Ning Qin nodded. That's right. To be honest, I was quite surprised when Li Xuer enrolled at our school. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. That explains it. Ning Qin was puzzled. Explains what? But Lu Yuan just smiled. Principal, I'm not just going to get into Kyoto University. I'm going to do it as the national top scorer. Ning Qin was instantly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Li Xuer was sitting in the car, sulking silently. Butler Su noticed her expression and chuckled. Miss, I think you should be happy. Li Xuer pouted. Happy about what? That idiot doesn't even know how to say something nice. I worried about him for nothing. Butler Su smiled. Miss, you should be happy about how outstanding he is. Reaching level 12 on his own in just one day, he's truly a genius. Li Xuer retorted irritably, what does his talent have to do with me? Butler Su continued, the master values talent greatly, especially someone as gifted as Lu Yuan. With the talent he's shown today, I believe the master wouldn't object to your association with him. Li Xuer's face turned red instantly, and she stammered, Butler Su. What are you talking about? Who wants to associate with that idiot? Ha! Just pretend I didn't say anything. Butler Su couldn't help but laugh. He had watched Li Xuer grow up and treated her like his own daughter. After observing Lu Yuan for 3 years, he was quite satisfied with this potential son-in-law. At this moment, Lu Yuan had already said his goodbyes to Ning Qin and arrived at the Westlake City Adventurers Guild. After registering as an adventurer, professionals could take on tasks and earn bounties at guilds across the country. This was their primary source of income. In addition to the task hall, the Adventurers Guild had another important facility, the Great Xia Empire Trading Exchange. Any citizen of the empire could buy and sell equipment and materials here. Items put up for consignment would be visible to buyers nationwide. It was Lu Yuan's first time entering the trading exchange, and he noticed many private booths had been set up. In the past, transactions were conducted openly in the hall, leading to frequent robberies. The addition of private booths greatly reduced such incidents by about 80%. Lu Yuan entered an unoccupied booth and placed his palm on the door's handprint scanner. After authentication, the door opened automatically. Inside, there was a chair and a magical crystal orb. Following the instructions, Lu Yuan placed his hand on the crystal orb. A virtual screen appeared, displaying various items for sale, including weapons, armor, and potions. He pulled out the high-grade healing potion Li Xuer had given him and muttered to himself, rich girl, this potion would be wasted on me. Might as well sell it for cash. You won't mind, right? He chose to consign the item and placed the potion on the pedestal in front of the crystal orb. After identification, the system displayed an option, high-grade healing potion. Appraised value, 100,000 yuan. Would you like to consign or sell directly to the exchange? Consignment allowed him to set his own price but required time. Selling directly to the exchange would yield 80% of the market value but provide instant payment. Since Lu Yuan was short on cash, he chose the direct sale option. The potion vanished, and his account balance increased by 80,000 yuan. Such a rip-off. They just made an easy 20,000. Lu Yuan grumbled, looking at his balance. Healing potions were always in demand and would sell quickly, but he had opted for the faster payout due to his urgent need for funds. With the money in hand, Lu Yuan spent 1,000 yuan to purchase a single-use access to the Destiny Star Array. The magical crystal orb lit up, and a small Destiny Star Array materialized. This smaller version functioned the same as the larger one but offered greater privacy and convenience. Looking at the array, Lu Yuan was filled with anticipation. These array masters must be making a fortune, he thought. He placed a divine stone into the Destiny Star Array, which dissolved into light particles. Cards began to spin within the array as it glowed red. As expected. My talent works. He drew a card, Absolute Luck, level 1 max luck when drawing cards. Limited to 10 draws per month. Lu Yuan was overjoyed and eagerly awaited the results of his draw. A card depicting a crimson sword emerged, radiating red light. Moments later, a scarlet longsword adorned with dragon patterns slowly materialized. Divine Sword Qi Xiao, exclusive Tier 1, attack plus 1000, critical rate plus 50%, critical damage plus 200%, Auto Guardian, immune to mind control attacks, no level requirement. Lu Yuan's face lit up with pure excitement. This equipment was sheer brutality in sword form. His previous iron sword, with an attack power of 10, could already deal over 4,000 damage. Now, with Qi Xiao's 1000 attack power and 50% critical rate, the possibilities were simply mind-blowing. Level 12, damage of 700,000. The concept alone made him want to laugh. He quickly stored the Scarlet Sky Sword into the sword array space, keeping it safely hidden for emergencies. After all, he was only at level 12, if anyone discovered his divine weapon, it would undoubtedly bring about danger. Lu Yuan calmed himself down slightly, then purchased a map of the area outside the city and some provisions. He sent a message to his aunt, informing her that he wouldn't be coming home tonight, and swiftly left the city. The storage space was a unique feature granted to everyone after their job transition. It allowed them to store various items, but its capacity was limited and could only be expanded by leveling up. After acquiring his new divine weapon, Lu Yuan was in high spirits and decided to train outside the city for a while. He passed through the western outskirts and arrived at the West City Gate, where guards, all above level 20, were stationed as usual. The guards registered his information before allowing him to leave the city. The outside isn't safe, monsters everywhere, bandits running rampant. Especially at night, monsters grow even more ferocious. Be careful out there. Thank you, Lu Yuan replied courteously to the guard before stepping out of the gate, officially entering the wilderness. A cold wind blew against his face, causing him to shiver. He looked around. The desolate surroundings, overgrown with wild grass, made him feel as though he had stepped into another world. The stark contrast between the peaceful life within the city and the bleakness outside brought a realization to Lu Yuan: these were two extremes. The country had truly shielded its people well from the dangers beyond. After walking a short distance, Lu Yuan glanced back. Behind him, the city walls of West Lake City were now shrouded in mist, completely out of sight. He took out his map, pinpointed a suitable leveling spot, and headed in that direction. Lu Yuan chose a goblin settlement as his destination. The monsters there ranged from level 15 to 20, provided abundant experience points, and were densely distributed, perfect for utilizing the splash damage effect from his constellation for setup to farm efficiently. He used his newly acquired talent, Abyssal Eye, on a goblin scout a dozen meters away to identify its details before deploying his sword array and activating his sword control skill. Normal detection skills can only scan targets at or below your level, but Abyssal Eye can detect targets up to 50 levels higher than you. What an advanced talent! Lu Yuan marveled before commanding an iron sword to pierce through the goblin scout's head. Successfully killed goblin scout, EXP plus 300. Lu Yuan noticed other goblins within range but only received one kill notification, indicating that the rest still had substantial health remaining. In the wilderness, killing monsters also yielded materials that could be sold for money. Selling these materials was one of the main income sources for combat professions. It seems the days of one-shotting large groups with iron swords are over, Lu Yuan muttered. He then began using 10 iron swords to clear the goblins. Successfully killed Goblin Scout, EXP plus 300, successfully killed Goblin Sentry, EXP plus 500, successfully killed Goblin Warrior, EXP plus 200, obtained Goblin Bones times 36, Goblin Crystal times 1. A flood of kill notifications filled his interface. A crystal dropped. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up as he spotted the gray crystal. These crystals were essential materials for crafting skill scrolls and advanced potions, making them highly valuable. A single goblin crystal could fetch 1,000 currency units. No wonder so many people aspired to become combat professionals, just hunting goblins could easily earn them tens of thousands a month. Feeling slightly better, Lu Yuan ventured deeper into the goblin settlement, leveling up quickly. At this pace, he could reach level 13 in just one night. Suddenly, an arrow shot toward him from behind. Lu Yuan's Scarlet Sky Sword appeared at his back, effortlessly deflecting the arrow. Under attack. Lu Yuan immediately sensed danger. He turned to see two men emerging from the woods, one wielding a bow and the other clearly an assassin. "Why are you attacking me?" Lu Yuan asked coldly. If not for the passive protective ability of the Scarlet Sky Sword, he might have been seriously injured by now. "A dead man doesn't need to know the reason," sneered the assassin, Himingda, before vanishing into the shadows and lunging at Lu Yuan. A trace of killing intent arose in Lu Yuan's heart. Though he had never killed anyone, it didn't mean he would let these attackers go. Several iron swords materialized out of thin air and flew toward Himingda's shadow. However, Himingda agilely dodged and quickly launched a fatal strike from behind, aiming his dagger straight at Lu Yuan's heart. Swoosh! Just as the dagger was about to land, the iron swords that had previously pierced the ground suddenly appeared behind Lu Yuan, turning Himingda into a human pincushion. Successfully killed Himingda. Obtained poison dagger. The kill notification flashed as Himingda collapsed on the spot. What the? The archer, Sunya, turned pale. He immediately knocked an arrow and fired. Mid-flight, the single arrow split into 3, sealing off Lu Yuan's escape route. Skill, triple shot. Lu Yuan remained motionless. The iron swords embedded in Himingda's body disappeared once again, only to reappear moments later, effortlessly slicing through Sunya's arrows. What? What kind of skill is that? Sunya was stunned by Lu Yuan's display, unable to believe that a mere level 12 rookie could not only kill a level 20 opponent but also neutralize his attacks so easily. Why are you trying to kill me? Lu Yuan's voice was icy, his eyes filled with an increasingly palpable killing intent. He had deliberately disabled his constellation splash damage output to prevent Sunya from dying too quickly. Sunya didn't respond. Instead, he threw a smoke bomb, attempting to flee. But just as he leapt onto a tree branch, an iron sword whistled through the air, slicing the branch cleanly in half. Thud! Sunya fell heavily to the ground. 10 iron swords descended from above, pinning him in place. Terrified, he broke down, sobbing, "Please, don't kill me. One last chance." "Why are you trying to kill me?" Lu Yuan demanded coldly. Trembling and crying, Sunya confessed, "Wang Hu. It was Wang Hu who paid us to kill you. We're just hired hands." Wang Hu. Lu Yuan's expression darkened instantly. Although he had a grudge against Wang Hu, it was nothing more than minor school disputes. He hadn't expected Wang Hu to stoop so low as to hire assassins to kill him. Sunya begged for his life, tears streaming down his face. "Big brother, I've told you everything I know. Please spare me, I'm just a nobody." Lu Yuan took a deep breath, glancing at the goblins nearby. After a moment of thought, he said indifferently, "Get lost." Thank you, big brother." Sunya scrambled to his feet and fled, while Lu Yuan casually used 10 iron swords to slay a nearby goblin, earning a bit of experience and loot. Successfully killed Goblin Warrior, EXP plus 200. Successfully killed Sunya. Obtained Goblin Bones and Verdant Bow. Walking over to Sunya's lifeless body, Lu Yuan noticed there wasn't a single wound. It was as if Sunya had died of natural causes. The splash damage from my constellation not only lets me choose targets, but it also leaves no visible injuries. This is practically a perfect tool for killing and looting, Lu Yuan mused. He then dragged Sunya's body over to Himingda's and lured nearby wild wolves to devour their remains. If he was going to do something, he would do it cleanly, leaving no traces. Once the wolves had finished their meal, Lu Yuan killed them as well, converting them into experience points. He then began examining the equipment he had obtained. Poison Dagger, Silver Grade Attack plus 100, Assassin Skill Damage plus 10%, Poison Attribute Damage, usable at level 20. Verdant Bow, Silver Grade Attack plus 80, Bow Skill Damage plus 10%, comes with Triple Shot Skill, usable at level 20. Both items had excellent attributes and could sell for 100,000 units. In this world, precious weapons were ranked by grade, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and divine. There were also profession-exclusive weapons, such as Lu Yuan's Divine Sword, Scarlet Sky. Exclusive weapons typically fell between the epic and legendary grades. With refinement, their attributes could continually improve, eventually reaching the divine grade. Moreover, since exclusive weapons were tailored to their wielder's profession, their value surpassed even standard divine weapons once fully refined. These two items are useless to me, but selling them will help ease my financial situation, Lu Yuan thought, stowing the equipment before venturing deeper into the forest, heading toward the heart of the goblin settlement. Night fell, and a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Beastly roars echoed intermittently, and the air was thick with danger. The wilderness at night was far more perilous than during the day. Most professionals would either set up camp in safe zones or return to the city, making Lu Yuan an exception. Before long, he spotted a goblin with glowing red eyes. Activating Abyssal Eye, he quickly confirmed its details. Goblin Axeman. Level, 20. Strength, 600. Agility, 50. Spirit, 20. Constitution, 220. Skills, Axe Swing, Berserk Mode. Sure enough, nighttime monsters have significantly higher stats than their daytime counterparts. No wonder the textbooks recommend leveling during the day, Lu Yuan remarked, efficiently dispatching the elite Goblin Axeman using 10 iron swords. Successfully killed Goblin Axeman, EXP plus 1000. Successfully killed Goblin Archer, EXP plus 1200. Successfully killed Wild Wolf, EXP plus 50. Obtained Goblin Bones times 10, Goblin Eyes times 3, Wolf Pelts times 20. A series of kill notifications popped up, significantly boosting Lu Yuan's experience. Not bad. The experience here is much better than in the beginner dungeons. If this keeps up, I might level up 2 or 3 times tonight, Lu Yuan thought excitedly as he ventured deeper into the forest, continuing his monster hunt. Within less than an hour, he had already reached level 13, his spirit stat increasing to 490. Initially feeling fatigued, Lu Yuan was now refreshed after leveling up. I didn't expect leveling up to not only restore my state but also completely eliminate fatigue, Lu Yuan noted, reinvigorated. He pressed on into the forest, eventually arriving at a massive blue vortex. A dungeon? Lu Yuan muttered, momentarily stunned as he pulled out his map for verification. Not marked on the map. This seems to be a newly discovered hidden dungeon. What luck, he observed. According to Government and Adventurers Guild policies, professionals who discovered new dungeons could report them for monetary rewards and contribution points. Higher contribution points unlocked greater privileges, allowing access to exclusive purchases. Typically, professionals would refrain from entering newly discovered dungeons and wait for experts to assess their difficulty and safety. However, Lu Yuan had a different idea. This was a new dungeon, and the first clear rewards would undoubtedly be generous. If he waited for the Adventurers Guild to evaluate it, the rewards would likely go to them instead. I wonder if Abyssal Eye can analyze dungeon information, Lu Yuan thought, considering his next move. Lu Yuan rolled up the map and attempted to use Abyssal Eye on the vortex ahead. Shadowy Forest Dungeon Level, 15 Difficulty, Normal, Hard, Nightmare / A question mark. Lu Yuan was stunned. Faced with a level 15 dungeon, he decided to go for the Nightmare difficulty first. Though this wasn't a game, dying in the dungeon would mean actual death, so recklessly challenging the hidden difficulty was far from wise. Confirm selection of Nightmare difficulty. Confirm. Lu Yuan was transported into the dungeon and found himself in a dim forest cloaked in thick fog. Visibility was less than 20 meters, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. The oppressive atmosphere of the dungeon was suffocating. Following the only visible path forward, Lu Yuan cautiously advanced. The dense fog made it hard to see what lay ahead. This atmosphere is absolutely insane. I bet many faint-hearted professionals would turn back here. Lu Yuan shivered slightly. He sent his iron swords ahead to scout for traps, and only after confirming it was safe did he proceed. He hadn't gone far when the ground suddenly shook, and a shadowy figure over 4 meters tall emerged. Lu Yuan immediately used Abyssal Eye to assess it. Shadowy Forest Giant, Enhanced Elite, Level, 15 Strength, 1000 Agility, 100 Spirit, 30 Constitution, 1000 Skills, Tremor Strike, Rock Throw. As expected of a Nightmare Dungeon elite monster. Its stats are far beyond those of level 20 monsters outside, Lu Yuan muttered to himself. The giant's strength and constitution were both over 1,000, giving it immense defense and health. However, Lu Yuan was confident that the attacks from his 10 iron swords would be enough to tear it apart. He controlled his sword formation and prepared to strike. The shadowy forest giant's chest was pierced by 10 iron swords, and it collapsed instantly, dissolving into black smoke. You have successfully killed the shadowy forest giant. Experience plus 2000. You have obtained Giant's Heart *1, Giant's Nail *1. A level 15 monster gives this much experience. That's several times more than monsters outside. Lu Yuan was secretly delighted. Killing one monster here was as efficient as killing several outside, and he was finishing them in seconds, making leveling up incredibly fast. As he ventured deeper into the dungeon, Lu Yuan encountered several more shadowy forest giants. He dispatched them effortlessly, and his experience bar climbed rapidly. Along the way, he encountered other types of monsters, but their stats were similar to the giants and were just as easily dealt with. Plowing through the dungeon with ease, Lu Yuan soon reached its depths. By then, his experience bar had already reached 70%, and his leveling speed was astonishing. At the center of the dungeon lay an altar, surrounded by numerous hanging corpses. The scene was gruesome and blood-soaked. Tied to a crucifix in the middle of the altar was a straw figure, clearly the dungeon's boss. Shadowy Scarecrow, Boss. Level, 16 Spirit, 10,000. That spirit stat, absurd. Lu Yuan stared at the boss's stats with a strange smile. An uninformed team would likely face a complete wipeout here. But with his exclusive weapon, Crimson Dawn, which granted immunity to spirit-based attacks, he could handle it with ease. The shadowy scarecrow sat motionless on the altar. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan launched an attack with his iron swords. Yet, despite piercing the scarecrow, no kill notification appeared. Instead, the wounds regenerated almost instantly. Is this some kind of resurrection skill? Lu Yuan attacked several more times but found that the scarecrow always revived. He realized he needed a different method to take it down. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed several thick candles at the 4 corners of the altar. Could these candles be related? He decided to extinguish one to test his theory. The moment he did, the scarecrow let out a piercing scream, unleashing a spirit storm. Powerful wind blades swept across the area, but Crimson Dawn's protective barrier shielded Lu Yuan from harm. Looks like I was right, spirit-based attacks don't work on me. Confident he was on the right track, Lu Yuan quickly extinguished the other candles. Each time he snuffed out a candle, the scarecrow cast another spirit storm. Finally, after extinguishing the last one, the scarecrow let out a blood-curdling shriek, twisted violently, then self-destructed. A devastating death ray shot straight at Lu Yuan. Skill, Death Curse. A countdown began, but Crimson Dawn's passive ability activated again, nullifying the lethal attack. You have successfully killed the shadowy scarecrow. Experience plus 20,000. You have obtained Cursed Necklace. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of fear. If not for the protection of his exclusive weapon, clearing this dungeon would have required a paladin or priest. Otherwise, there would have been no way to survive the death curse. If I write up a guide for the Adventurers Guild, it could save a lot of lives. Lu Yuan made a mental note of the critical information before checking his newly acquired equipment. Cursed Necklace, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500. The wearer is afflicted with a spirit curse, Strength minus 250, Constitution minus 250. No level requirement. The stat bonuses and penalties on this necklace are insane. And no level requirement, just like Crimson Dawn. It's another special piece of equipment. Lu Yuan hesitated. His sword attacks scaled with his spirit stat, and the 500-point boost would be equivalent to gaining 17 levels of spirit attributes. Additionally, Spirit Storm filled the gap in his arsenal for AoE attacks. While his splash damage had a 10% effect, it might not suffice against high-health monsters later on. AoE skills, however, could stack damage for greater impact. Spirit Storm was perfect for clearing mobs. The downside was the curse, which would reduce his strength and constitution into the negatives, potentially bringing disastrous consequences. After some thought, Lu Yuan decided to test the necklace's effects. If it didn't work out, he could always take it off. The moment he donned the necklace, a chill ran down his neck, and his vision became exceptionally clear. He immediately checked his status. Name, Lu Yuan. Class, Sword Formation Master, Unique, Level, 13, 82%. Strength, 230 Agility, 165 Spirit, 990 Constitution, 165. Equipment, Iron Sword Box, 10/10, Divine Sword Crimson Dawn, Cursed Necklace. His spirit stat had indeed increased by 500, but his strength and constitution remained unaffected. His theory was correct. I didn't expect my exclusive weapon to negate the curse's effects, allowing me to use these cursed items freely. Lu Yuan was thrilled. At that moment, a brand new treasure chest appeared in the center of the altar. Lu Yuan stepped forward and opened it to find a dazzling divine stone. You have obtained Divine Stone *1 first time clear of nightmare level shadowy forest dungeon. Bonus reward, Cursed Ring. A first clear reward? Lu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected to obtain another cursed item this time. He examined the new equipment. Cursed Ring, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500. The wearer is afflicted with a spirit curse, Agility minus 250, Constitution minus 250. No level requirement. As I thought, it's a set. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan equipped the ring. Crimson Dawn's passive ability once again nullified the curse, and his spirit stat soared to 1490, already reaching mage-like levels. Once I complete the hidden difficulty, I'll have the full set of 3 cursed items. With 2 pieces already in hand, he wouldn't miss the chance to obtain the final piece. After organizing his spoils, Lu Yuan resolutely challenged the dungeon again. Confirm difficulty selection. Confirm. Lu Yuan was once again transported into the dungeon. This time, he heard a sharp, piercing scream the moment he arrived. Crimson Dawn's passive ability was triggered immediately. Looks like it's the hidden difficulty. Getting attacked by the boss right off the bat, what a mess. He murmured, deploying his sword formation and advancing cautiously. Soon, Lu Yuan encountered the first giant. This time, its stats had doubled, clearly indicating a new level of challenge in the hidden difficulty. This hidden difficulty is seriously dangerous. If I get hit even once, I might die instantly. Lu Yuan decided to test his new skill. Spirit Storm. A sharp screech echoed as a horrifying storm swept across the area, dealing massive damage. The results were immediate. You have successfully killed Shadowy Forest Giant Warrior. Experience plus 4,000. You have successfully killed Shadowy Giant Vanguard. Experience plus 5,000. You have successfully killed Shadowy Mage. Experience plus 8,000. The experience notifications flooded his screen, and Lu Yuan leveled up to 14 on the spot. This skill is absolutely insane, he exclaimed. Spirit Storm's range matched that of his sword formation, and with critical hits and other bonuses, it unleashed devastating damage instantly. This meant that as long as there were enemies within his sword formation, Spirit Storm could deliver overwhelming AoE damage, leaving no survivors. Amazing! Lu Yuan realized that his spirit stat and sword skills were creating a unique new fighting style. Resolute in his decision, he refrained from further experimenting with Spirit Storm in the dungeon and instead used flying swords to clear the path ahead, just to be safe. Though the monsters in the hidden difficulty had significantly stronger stats, Lu Yuan's ability to bypass their defenses allowed him to dispatch them with ease, preventing them from even getting close. He pressed forward, eventually reaching the altar in the shadowy forest's depths, where he smoothly leveled up to 15. I never thought the hidden difficulty would turn into my personal leveling paradise. Lu Yuan smirked as he spotted the scarecrow in the center of the altar. Just as he was about to make his move, the altar erupted with numerous violet bubbles. The scarecrow began to writhe and opened its mouth, unleashing a spirit storm far more intense than before. Eh! The ear-piercing scream sent shockwaves rippling through the area, shaking the ground violently. Even with Crimson Dawn's protection, Lu Yuan was pushed back a few steps. Without delay, he used Abyssal Eye on the scarecrow. Corrupted Abyssal Scarecrow, Lord. Level, 16. Spirit, 200,000. 200,000 Spirit. Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. This hidden difficulty had amplified the boss's stats by 20 times. This dungeon was practically a nightmare for a level 30 elite team. Without proper preparation, the team could be wiped out at any moment. Could this be Abyss mode again? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. It was only the second day since his job change, and both dungeons he had challenged so far had been abyssalized. Lucky or unlucky? Lu Yuan comforted himself with the thought that this boss only had spirit-based attacks. No matter how much it increased, it wouldn't affect him. Calming his mind, he immediately began extinguishing the candles around the altar. There were 8 of them. Every time he extinguished one, the corrupted abyssal scarecrow let out an ear-piercing screech that made Lu Yuan's head buzz. When the final candle was snuffed out, the scarecrow writhed and screamed before exploding with a deafening bang. Boom! A pitch-black death ray shot toward Lu Yuan, but the passive ability of the Scarlet Dawn sword activated once again, shielding him from the attack. Successfully killed corrupted abyssal scarecrow. EXP plus 40,000. Acquired equipment, cursed bracelet. The screeching finally ceased, and Lu Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Before he could even inspect his loot, a purple mist began to rise from the altar, permeating the air with an ominous chill. There's more. Lu Yuan's heart sank as he quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and the altar. A mere level 15 human dares to defeat my masterpiece. You can't be allowed to live. A shadow rose from the altar, taking the form of a demon mage clad in purple robes, gripping a staff, with sharp horns and jagged fangs. The hidden boss of this dungeon. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed as he quickly activated Abyssal Eye to analyze the foe. Target cannot be detected. Undetectable. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank, his mind reeling in shock. His Abyssal Eye could scan targets up to 50 levels higher than himself. The fact that it couldn't reveal this demon mage's stats meant the enemy was at least level 65. This was a hidden abyssal boss. Lu Yuan suddenly recalled a piece of news. A level 70 Vanguard team had failed to clear an abyssal dungeon, allowing a level 70 abyssal boss to escape into the wild. Could he really be this unlucky? Tension gripped Lu Yuan as he cautiously probed, "Are you the abyssal boss?" The demon mage sneered. "I am the Grand Spirit Mage, Audis, hailing from the abyss. By the decree of the Abyssal King, I infiltrated the Great Xia Empire to abyssalize all beginner dungeons and eliminate unripe talents. Pitiful human boy, blame your brilliance for your demise." The appearance of the abyssal mage Audis only heightened Lu Yuan's excitement. A spirit mage? No wonder you're so arrogant. Audis smirked smugly. "I specialize in spirit magic, delighting in tormenting the souls of your kind. I once annihilated a Great Xia Empire level 70 team with my spirit attacks. Watching them fall was pure ecstasy." A thought flashed in Lu Yuan's mind as he silently commanded the Scarlet Dawn sword to appear behind Audis, stabbing fiercely. Minus 2,097,480. Audis instantly dissolved into smoke, rapidly reforming, but the fear etched on his face made Lu Yuan brim with confidence. "How could you possibly break through my defenses? How much HP do you have left?" Lu Yuan felt uneasy as his seemingly powerful attack had little effect. He continued commanding the Scarlet Dawn sword to launch attacks. The Scarlet Dawn sword reappeared behind Audis, successfully landing another sneak attack. "Impossible. This is impossible." Audis roared at Lu Yuan in a frenzy. "You're only level 15. How can you harm me? I'll make you my slave." Audis waved his staff, sending a wave of spirit energy toward Lu Yuan. The Scarlet Dawn Sword's passive ability activated again, a crimson barrier deflecting the attack. This time, the smug grin on Otis's face twisted into terror. Invalid? My attack, invalid? This cannot be. Otis spiraled into madness, casting spell after spell. Spirit Storm, Soulfire Blaze, Death Curse, he threw everything he had at Lu Yuan. Yet, in the onslaught of spirit-based attacks, Lu Yuan stood firm, unshaken. All the while, the Scarlet Dawn Sword continued its relentless assault. Why? Why are my spells ineffective? Otis was on the verge of collapse, his composure shattered. Lu Yuan smirked inwardly. Good thing I encountered a spirit mage. If it were any other type of demon, I wouldn't even know how to handle it. Gradually, Otis realized Lu Yuan was completely immune to spirit attacks. His expression darkened. Lu Yuan, you're incredibly lucky. It's unfortunate for me to face someone like you. If any other abyssal demon found you, you'd be dead by now. Running away? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow mockingly. A level 70 demon being cornered by a level 15 human, how do you plan to live this down? You. Otis lost control again, his rage boiling over. Yet he forcibly calmed himself, glaring deeply at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, remember this. I'll be waiting. The Scarlet Dawn Sword pierced through Otis's chest, and the demon ultimately dissipated into black smoke. Successfully repelled Abyssal Demon Otis. EXP plus 200 000. Ding. Achievement detected, Facing the Abyss unlocked. Awarding Advanced Talent Awakening. Congratulations. You have awakened the advanced talent, Fearless Body. At this moment, a treasure chest appeared at the center of the altar, glowing with golden radiance as it automatically opened. Acquired Divine Stone *1. Acquired Beginner Skill Scroll *10. Acquired Job-Specific Skill Scroll *1. First Clearance of Hidden Difficulty Shadow Forest Dungeon. Bonus Reward, Cursed Heart Equipment. A flood of notifications left Lu Yuan momentarily dazed. He quickly opened his status screen to check his attributes. Name, Lu Yuan. Job, Sword Array Master, Unique. Level, 16, 23%. Strength, 270. Agility, 190. Spirit, 1, 590. Constitution, 190. Special Attributes, Critical Rate, 25%, Critical Damage, 250%. Talents, Absolute Luck, LV, 1, I am Sword Immortal, LV, 1, Abyssal Eye, Fearless Body. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10/10, Scarlet Dawn Sword, Empire's Special Merit Emblem, Cursed Necklace, Cursed Ring. Skills, Sword Array, LV, 3, Sword Control, LV, 3, Sword Array Space, Poison Resistance, LV, 1, Spirit Storm. Fate Constellation, 6 stars. My spirit attribute is absurdly high now. Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel. At this moment, he was even more formidable than most mages. His attention turned to the newly awakened talent, Fearless Body. Fearless Body, reduces incoming damage by 80%. This is insane. Lu Yuan exclaimed. With 80% damage reduction, combined with the 10% bonus from his grandmother's merit emblem, he would only take 10% of incoming damage, essentially making him invincible. What was once his weakness as a fragile fighter had now been transformed into an impenetrable strength thanks to this new talent. Incredible. Next, Lu Yuan inspected the new equipment in his storage space. Cursed Ring, Special Accessory Spirit plus 500. Bearer suffers a curse reducing strength by 250 and agility by 250. No level requirement. As expected, the bonus of 500 spirit directly pushes my spirit attribute past 2000. This is ridiculous. He equipped the Cursed Ring and turned his attention to another new item in his storage, the Cursed Heart, a reward for first clearing the Hidden Difficulty dungeon. Cursed Heart, converts curse effects on the bearer into positive effects. Hiss. Lu Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Turning curses into blessings? Did that mean all his negative effects would now be beneficial? To test it, Lu Yuan activated the Cursed Heart. A radiant glow enveloped him as it fused into his chest. He immediately felt a surge of strength and discovered his strength, agility, and constitution each increased by 500 points. Now I'm tougher than a knight, faster than an assassin, and stronger than a mage, with 90% damage reduction to boot. Looking at his level 16 attributes, Lu Yuan thought to himself, this is what it means to be invincible at your tier. He then organized the rest of his loot. The 2 divine stones were incredibly valuable. As for the 10 beginner skill scrolls, he didn't hesitate to use them. However, using scrolls came with risks, they might fail, grant no skill, or yield duplicates. If duplicates occurred and the corresponding skill's proficiency wasn't maxed, the duplicates would convert into proficiency points. Lu Yuan used all 10 beginner skill scrolls. Though some failed, his poison resistance skill leveled up to 5. Poison resistance, LV, 5 grants 50% poison resistance. Though I didn't gain new skills, a 50% passive resistance to poison isn't bad. Not a total loss, Lu Yuan mused, feeling content despite the outcome. Beginner skill scrolls could only unlock skills below level 20, most of which were common. Unlocking resistance skills was highly probable. Of course, there was a slim chance a beginner skill scroll could unlock job-specific skills, but that required sheer luck. Evidently, Lu Yuan's absolute luck talent didn't seem to influence skill scrolls. Having used up the beginner skill scrolls, Lu Yuan turned his focus to the job-specific skill scroll. The last time he used one, he had awakened the sword array space skill, which had significantly transformed his combat style and greatly boosted his power. Let's hope for another game-changing skill. Lu Yuan prayed silently. He activated the job-specific skill scroll. Acquired skill, attribute conversion. Attribute conversion, LV, 1 within the sword array, spirit can be converted into strength, agility, or constitution at a 1x ratio. Attribute conversion. Lu Yuan was momentarily puzzled by the skill description. He decided to test it out by converting his spirit attribute into strength. Instantly, his strength skyrocketed from 760 to 2840, making him feel like he could punch a bull to death. Next, he converted spirit into agility. His agility soared from 680 to 2760, making him feel as fast as a speeding car. Finally, he converted spirit into constitution. His constitution rose from 680 to 2760, filling him with an overwhelming sense of resilience, as if he were an unbreakable wall. Impressive. Within the sword array, I can freely distribute my spirit attribute at will. This is absolutely a god-tier skill in combat. Lu Yuan was thrilled with his newly awakened ability. Most importantly, the conversion ratio began at 1x, meaning the ratio would increase as the skill leveled up. Imagine this. With his already impressive mental attributes, as his skills leveled up, the converted power would skyrocket exponentially. It was truly something to look forward to. Although this dungeon run was full of twists and turns, and I even ended up targeted by an abyssal demon, the rewards were more than worth it. Lu Yuan left the dungeon with satisfaction. The sky outside had already brightened, and he noticed that the hidden difficulty dungeon had vanished and could no longer be accessed. It seems this hidden difficulty was specifically tailored for me by that abyssal mage. They really went to great lengths, Lu Yuan sighed helplessly, shaking his head, before heading back to the city and making his way directly to the Adventurers Guild. After a whole night of battles, his storage space was crammed with all sorts of monster materials. He urgently needed to clear it out at the trading post and convert it into currency. At the same time, he needed to report the shadowy forest dungeon as soon as possible to earn contribution points from the Adventurers Guild, ensuring that no other professionals would claim the credit first. Most importantly, he still had 2 god stones in his possession, which meant he could draw from the fate array 2 more times. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild, Lu Yuan approached the front desk. A sweet-looking young woman greeted him with a professional smile and a pleasant voice. "Hello, how can I assist you today?" "I discovered a new dungeon out in the field," he stated directly. "Understood," she replied promptly, entering the information into her computer. "Please register the details here. The guild will verify the dungeon information within 1 business day and issue your reward. By the way, I heard that the first person to clear a new dungeon's nightmare difficulty and submit a strategy guide gets an extra reward. Is that true?" Lu Yuan asked further. "Yes, sir," the young woman confirmed. "Once the guild evaluates the dungeon's level, if it's suitable for your rank, you can attempt to clear it. I've already cleared the nightmare difficulty in that dungeon. Can I submit the strategy guide directly?" "You can." "Wait, what did you just say?" The receptionist instinctively replied, then froze, staring at Lu Yuan in disbelief. "You've already cleared the nightmare difficulty of the new dungeon?" These days, discovering new dungeons wasn't uncommon, but someone like Lu Yuan, who not only found a new dungeon but also cleared its nightmare difficulty without the guild's evaluation and returned alive, was practically unheard of. "That's correct," Lu Yuan affirmed confidently. The receptionist was dazed for a moment before quickly saying, "Please hold on. I need to inform the manager." Before long, a middle-aged man in a black suit emerged. This was Li Anping, the manager of the Adventurers Guild's West Lake branch. Li Anping paused briefly, using an appraisal skill to examine Lu Yuan, and noted that he was a level 16 sword array master. At this level, a professional should typically be able to clear nightmare dungeons ranging between levels 8 to 12. A level 15 dungeon in the field didn't seem particularly significant. However, a dungeon was still a dungeon, and the guild had to document it to prevent potential abyssal corruption. "Let's talk in my office," Li Anping said with a polite smile. "Alright," Lu Yuan agreed, following him into the manager's office. Li Anping opened a mini fridge. "Would you like something to drink?" "Coke," Lu Yuan replied. "Apologies, I don't have that here, but feel free to help yourself to anything else," Li Anping said, pouring himself a glass of wine. Sitting down, he appeared relaxed. "Now, tell me about the dungeon and its specific details." Lu Yuan, unfazed by Li Anping's demeanor, immediately began. "The new dungeon is located 10 kilometers outside the West City Gate, deep within the Goblin Forest. It's a level 15 hidden dungeon." "A level 15 hidden dungeon?" Li Anping's eyes flickered with surprise. "I heard from the front desk that you've already cleared its nightmare difficulty." Lu Yuan replied calmly, "Is there a problem?" Li Anping scrutinized him once more and asked, "And your team members?" "I soloed it," Lu Yuan answered flatly. "Soloed it?" Li Anping sat up straight, his attitude becoming far more serious. "Go on." Although he hadn't come across the sword array master profession before, a level 16 professional solo clearing a level 15 nightmare dungeon likely indicated a hidden class, or even a legendary one. This needed to be taken seriously. Lu Yuan further explained, "The dungeon is called Shadowy Forest. The regular monsters have strength and constitution stats of around 1000, so they were easy to deal with. The main challenge was the boss, which had a specialized mental attribute. Its mental attribute was 10,000, with all other stats at 0. Li Anping's expression grew increasingly grave as he listened. "You're saying the dungeon's normal monsters have strength and constitution of 1000, and the boss has a mental attribute of 10,000? Is there an issue?" Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. Li Anping rubbed his temples. "Kid, you do realize that falsifying dungeon information comes with penalties, right? A mental attribute of 10,000 is equivalent to a boss at level 30 or 40. He continued analyzing. "Even if the boss you mentioned somehow appeared in a level 15 dungeon, how exactly did you solo it?" Lu Yuan replied, "If you don't believe me, send a team to confirm it yourself. And by the way, make sure the team includes a priest or paladin. The boss can resurrect itself, and it's nearly impossible to kill with conventional methods unless you extinguish the 4 candles on the altar. Otherwise, there's a risk of casualties." Hearing this, Li Anping's expression turned serious. "I'll arrange for a team to confirm the dungeon's level immediately. If you're telling the truth, this could be a special dungeon created by an abyssal entity. The guild will reward you handsomely. In the meantime, please remain within the guild premises until the dungeon information is verified." "No problem," Lu Yuan agreed. "I was planning to head to the trading post anyway." "Suit yourself," Li Anping nodded before leaving the office in a hurry. If what Lu Yuan said was true, then the level 70 boss that had recently escaped was likely lurking near West Lake City. The previous abyssal corruption of the beginner-level dungeon was no coincidence. The newly discovered hidden dungeon might also be on the verge of abyssal corruption. Immediate action was necessary, or the consequences could be disastrous. This needed to be reported to higher-ups without delay. Unaware of the bombshell he had just dropped, Lu Yuan was busy thinking about his rewards as he made his way to the trading post to clear out the materials in his storage space, converting them into currency to purchase more uses for the Fate Array. With the 2 god stones he had, he planned to upgrade the Crimson Sky Sword to its 3rd tier, potentially elevating it to the level of a legendary weapon. It was said that legendary weapons could grant their wielders extraordinary benefits. The specifics of such weapons were closely guarded secrets among professionals, and Lu Yuan himself didn't know what they entailed. But he was about to find out. Returning to the trading post, Lu Yuan expertly entered a private booth and opened the trading interface. This time, he wasn't in a rush to spend money. Instead, he listed all the materials in his storage space for sale at market prices. Once sold, the trading post would deduct a handling fee and automatically deposit the funds into his account. That silver-grade equipment fetched 100,000, and the miscellaneous materials added up to another 20,000. Making 120,000 in a single day. Combat professions really are lucrative. He thought to himself, though he was also aware of the high costs involved. Despite earning over 100,000, Lu Yuan had spent 10,000 on each basic skill scroll the previous night, using 10 in total. In the end, he only gained 1 passive skill that granted 50% poison resistance. For combat professionals, while the earnings were impressive, the expenses were equally staggering. Generally speaking, professionals could learn 3 class-specific skills and 5 general skills before reaching level 30, relying solely on skill scrolls to acquire new abilities. After reaching level 30, basic skill scrolls would no longer work. Therefore, filling out one skill set before hitting level 30 required a significant investment in basic skill scrolls, a cost that was nothing short of astronomical. Compared to what he needed to spend, Lu Yuan's current savings were a mere drop in the ocean. But that was a concern for later. For now, he spent 2,000 to purchase 2 uses of the Fade Array, preparing for his draws. A third-tier Crimson Sky. I can't wait to see it. Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed as he watched the glowing light of the Fade Array. A small, intricate formation appeared before him. Excited, he placed the 2 God Stones into the array and began his dual draw. As the 2 God Stones disintegrated into points of light within the Fade Array, numerous cards began to shuffle within it. The formation glowed red, and 2 cards with crimson swords imprinted on them shot out, transforming into 2 Crimson Sky Swords. Before Lu Yuan could react, the Crimson Sky Sword within his sword array space flew out on its own and merged with the newly summoned swords. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Crimson Sky, and Lu Yuan could faintly hear the resonant cry of a dragon. The intricate patterns on the Crimson Sky's blade became even more refined, and its edge began to radiate a faint glow. Crimson Sky, exclusive, Tier 3 attack plus 3000, critical rate plus 70%, critical damage plus 400%. If the wielder's HP drops to 0, it will be forcibly set to 1, once per month. Auto-protect the wielder. Immune to mental attacks. No level requirement. Divine Weapon Quest, complete 10 Abyssal Dungeons, 0 out of 10. Note, one of the 10 great swords, it protects its master and purges evil, cleansing the world. A Divine Weapon Quest. Lu Yuan's attention was immediately drawn to the term. The insane attributes of the Crimson Sky had already left him stunned, but the quest itself posed a significant challenge. Ordinary professionals might not even encounter 10 abyssal dungeons in their lifetime, let alone successfully clear them. However, the greater the challenge, the greater the rewards. Judging by Crimson Sky's attributes, Lu Yuan could already tell that the quest's rewards would be extraordinary. He thought to himself, looks like I'll need to specifically seek out abyssal dungeons and complete the quest as soon as possible to unlock even more rewards. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lu Yuan stored Crimson Sky away and stepped out, only to see Li Anping smiling at him warmly. That was quick. You've already confirmed it? Lu Yuan asked, surprised. We found the dungeon you mentioned and have sealed off the surrounding area, Li Anping replied with a smile. In that case, can I claim my reward now? Lu Yuan asked expectantly. Of course. We've already credited the reward to your Adventurers Guild account. Please take a look, Li Anping said. Lu Yuan immediately opened his interface to check. Name, Lu Yuan. Contribution points, 10,000. Adventurers Guild rank, Silver Adventurer. Membership level, level 2. The reward is this generous? Lu Yuan was astonished. Not only had he received 10,000 contribution points, but he had also been promoted to Silver Adventurer, and his membership level had risen to level 2. He was thrilled. For professionals registered with the guild, their rank was determined by contribution points. The 7 ranks, from lowest to highest, were Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Epic, Legendary, and Divine. The higher the rank, the higher the level of missions one can accept. Moreover, upon reaching Platinum rank, one is entitled to a monthly stipend. Membership levels at the exchange are also critical. Starting from level 2, one gains access to purchase items like the Fate Compass. Most importantly, Lu Yuan had yet to officially register as an adventurer. Li Anping said, apologies, I took the liberty of registering an adventurer account on your behalf. This way, you can claim all the rewards. That's no issue. I was planning to register as an adventurer anyway. But I'm curious, why are the rewards so generous? Lu Yuan asked. From what I know, the contribution points for completing a level 15 dungeon are usually around 1,000, right? Even with strategy contributions, it shouldn't amount to 10,000, Lu Yuan remarked. Within the association, there were things money simply couldn't buy, contribution points, for instance. On the black market, one contribution point was being traded for as much as 100 cash. This meant that by reporting one dungeon, the association had effectively rewarded Lu Yuan with 1 million in value. Li Anping replied, let's discuss this in the office. In truth, your rewards go far beyond that. Even more. Lu Yuan asked curiously, following Li Anping back to the manager's office. Once inside the office, Li Anping grabbed a bottle of cold soda from the fridge and set it in front of Lu Yuan. Help yourself. There's plenty more. If it's not enough, I'll have someone fetch more. Seeing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask, just say what's on your mind. I'm not used to you acting like this. Alright, then I'll get straight to the point, Li Anping said with a smile. We've discovered that the Shadowed Forest dungeon has undergone abyssalization, and someone has successfully cleared it. I heard you previously cleared a newly abyssalized hidden beginner dungeon solo. This Shadowed Forest dungeon, Was it also you who cleared it solo? Lu Yuan looked genuinely baffled and countered, wasn't it cleared by someone else? Li Anping, noticing Lu Yuan's confident demeanor, twitched at the corners of his mouth and reminded him, dungeons have completion records. The only recorded clear of the Shadowed Forest dungeon is yours. Really? Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Oh, I must have forgotten to mention it. Yes, it was abyssalized. The corrupted scarecrow was tough, but I managed to clear it by sheer luck. Luck, huh? Li Anping's mouth twitched again, but he pressed on. In fact, we detected traces of the abyssal archmage Otis within the dungeon. That level 70 abyssal boss seems to have become the final boss after the dungeon's abyssalization. Ahem. Lu Yuan coughed lightly. Actually, I was just about to mention that. Otis was indeed quite strong. I also managed to defeat him by luck. Not this again. Li Anping finally lost his composure. He shot up from his seat, staring intently at Lu Yuan with urgency in his voice. A level 70 boss. That's a level 70 abyssal boss capable of wiping out entire teams. How exactly did you, luckily, defeat such a monster? Technically. I'm level 15, Lu Yuan answered. Li Anping seemed to want to say something but held back. After calming himself, he smiled once more and asked, can you describe how you defeated that abyssal boss? Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of prying into your professional secrets or causing you harm. We're simply in desperate need of information on that abyssal boss, he explained. Rest assured, if you can provide any useful intel on Otis, both the nation and the association will reward you handsomely. After a moment of thought, Lu Yuan decided to share some information about Otis. Although doing so would expose his immunity to mental attacks, it would also allow the nation and association to help shoulder the burden. Otis was clearly a highly intelligent being. If he were to learn other skills and come after Lu Yuan again, Lu Yuan doubted he could survive on his own. He hoped the nation could deal with Otis before the latter returned. Thus, Lu Yuan said, I have a skill that makes me immune to mental attacks. At the time, Otis could only use mental magic, so he couldn't do anything to me. Li Anping nodded. This information aligns with the higher-up speculations about abyssal bosses. Our vanguard team was wiped out back then because we lacked mental defense equipment. Your intel is incredibly valuable, Lu Yuan. Do you have any other information about Otis? Lu Yuan spoke slowly. Otis mentioned that he was acting under the orders of his king. He infiltrated the Great Xia Empire with the intent to abyssalize all beginner-level dungeons, thereby eliminating all human prodigies before they could grow. Li Anping's expression shifted, his face turning grave. Are you certain? Lu Yuan confirmed, Otis said it himself. He attacked me because I had cleared an abyssalized dungeon solo and wanted to kill me before I could grow stronger. Li Anping's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed, so that's it. No wonder the rate of abyssalization for beginner dungeons has skyrocketed. Those abyssal creatures intend to cut our Great Xia Empire at its roots. This must be reported immediately. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he bolted out of the office, leaving Lu Yuan behind. After a while, Li Anping returned in a rush, his face alight with excitement. Kid, you've truly done a great service this time. Elder Bai wants to meet you personally to reward you. Elder Bai? Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. You mean Bai Xinghua, the legendary archmage and president of the Adventurers Association? Bai Xinghua was one of the Great Xia Empire's top powerhouses. He had once single-handedly repelled an abyssal army and was a figure often mentioned in textbooks. Lu Yuan had heard much about him since his transmigration. Exactly, Elder Bai, the president himself, Li Anping said with enthusiasm, patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder. You're really lucky. Most people never get the chance to meet him. Is he in Westlake City? Lu Yuan asked. He can be anywhere. You'll see once you go, Li Anping replied, leading Lu Yuan to a concealed room. Elder Bai is inside. Go on in. You're not coming? Lu Yuan asked, glancing back. Li Anping chuckled, this is your reward. I won't intrude. Elder Bai is very generous, don't hold back on any requests. Now, go on. Encouraged by Li Anping's words, Lu Yuan pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was simple in design, brightly lit, with an elderly man dressed in white robes standing in the center. Outside the door, Lu Yuan hadn't felt anything unusual, but the moment he entered, an overwhelming pressure bore down on him, nearly suffocating him. This was the president of the Adventurers Association. The old man's aura was even more terrifying than that of the level 70 abyssal boss, Otis. Acting on instinct, Lu Yuan summoned his sword, Qi Shao, to guard himself, simultaneously activating his abyssal eye ability. Target cannot be analyzed. Lu Yuan failed to glean any information about the old man. Impressive reflexes, Bai Xinghua said with a faint smile, nodding in approval. Young people these days lack sufficient vigilance. Feeling the pressure dissipate, Lu Yuan retracted Qi Shao and respectfully bowed. Greetings, Elder Bai. That sword of yours, is it your exclusive weapon? Bai Xinghua asked. It is, Lu Yuan admitted openly, knowing there was no point in concealing the truth under these circumstances. I heard that during your class draw, you managed to pull a fully maxed out hidden class. And on the third day after your transfer, you drew your exclusive weapon. Kid, your luck is extraordinary. Elder Bai, it's just luck. Nothing worth boasting about, Lu Yuan replied. Luck is a part of strength. I only wish our nation had more individuals as lucky as you, Bai Xinghua remarked with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, a bottle of soda appeared out of thin air. I heard from Lianping that you enjoy soda. I prepared this especially for you. Try it. Thank you, Elder Bai, Lu Yuan said, accepting the soda without hesitation. He twisted off the cap and took a hearty drink. Consume divine soda. All 4 attributes permanently increased by +10. What is this? Lu Yuan asked, shocked, as he stared at Bai Xinghua. His attributes had permanently increased by 10 points each. Just a small token of appreciation. I hope you like it, Bai Xinghua said with a chuckle. He continued, I'm here for 2 reasons. First, to reward you. The information you provided is crucial and has saved countless young lives. Second, I want to invite you to join the Abyssal Strategy Group. The Abyssal Strategy Group? Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. Bai Xinghua explained, in recent years, dungeons undergoing abyssalization have become increasingly common. The number of elite professionals capable of tackling them is dwindling. To address this, we established the group. By joining, you won't be forced to take on missions. Instead, you'll be added to a special chat group. The group shares information about abyssalized dungeons across the region. Members can form temporary teams to tackle those dungeons, and successful clears come with generous rewards from the association. I see, Lu Yuan nodded. This seemed to align with his own goals, as he already had a divine mission to clear abyssal dungeons. Still, he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked, aren't the group members all high-level elites? Why pick me? Bai Xinghua smiled. Kid, you've hidden your strength well, but I can sense it. Many level 30 professionals wouldn't stand a chance against you. Even Lianping outside might lose to you. Am I wrong? Lu Yuan remained silent. Bai Xinghua pressed on, with your strength, you're more than qualified to join the group. If you agree, I'll even add an extra reward for you. Lu Yuan said, alright, I'll join. Good, good. Bai Xinghua said with satisfaction. Now, let me give you your rewards. First, for providing critical intel on Odyss, 10 beginner skill scrolls and 100,000 contribution points. A flash of light appeared in Bai Xinghua's hand, and 10 beginner skill scrolls materialized. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed, the reward was extraordinarily generous. 10 scrolls were worth 1 million, and 100,000 contribution points were valued at over 10 million. Elder Bai, isn't this reward a bit too much? Lu Yuan asked. Bai Xinghua waved dismissively. Not at all. Compared to the losses your intel has helped us avoid, this is but a drop in the ocean. Additionally, there's something else for you. With these words, he handed Lu Yuan a crystal orb the size of a ping-pong ball. This is your reward for agreeing to join the Abyss Strategy Team. If you ever find yourself in danger, simply crush this crystal orb, and I will come to your side immediately and help you unconditionally once. Lu Yuan was stunned. Crush this crystal orb, and you'll appear. Heh, of course, Bai Xinghua replied with a slight smile. Even if Odyss comes after you again, as long as you crush this orb, it will undoubtedly spell his doom. Thank you, Elder Bai. Lu Yuan accepted the crystal orb with excitement. With this life-saving charm in hand, he felt much more confident about facing an Abyss boss in the future. Bai Xinghua continued, as for joining the Abyss Strategy Team, Lianping will add you to the group. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Lu Yuan nodded. Goodbye, Elder Bai. Child, do your best. The future is yours. Bai Xinghua smiled warmly before vanishing into thin air, a white light shimmering beneath his feet. Spatial magic. Lu Yuan muttered to himself before heading out the door. Outside, Lianping was already waiting. Seeing Lu Yuan step out, he immediately approached. Elder Bai just messaged me and said we should add each other as friends. I'll add you to the Abyss Strategy Team chat group in a moment. Lu Yuan took out his communicator and added him as a friend. Thank you for the trouble. No trouble at all. Lianping replied with a grin. Thanks to you, I had the chance to interact with Elder Bai. If you ever need help in Shihu City, just let me know. I'll do my best to assist. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Actually, I do have a small favor to ask, Manager Li. Could I exchange some of my association contribution points for a destiny compass for card draws? Without the destiny compass, he had to go to the trading center every time he wanted to draw cards, which was a hassle. Plus, drawing cards at the trading center raised privacy concerns. If he kept pulling exclusive weapons, people might start targeting him. Of course, Li Anping replied with a smile. With your current contribution points, it's more than enough to purchase a top-tier destiny compass. Just say the word, and I can have one brought over immediately. Just get me the cheapest model, Lu Yuan replied calmly. Those so-called high-end compasses were nothing more than flashy designs. Lu Yuan had no need for them. Li Anping noticed Lu Yuan's preference for the most basic compass and didn't press further. He chuckled. That's a sensible choice. You're still in the early stages of your career, so it's best to spend your contribution points wisely. With that, Li Anping retrieved a simple compass from his storage space. At its center was a small, intricately inscribed magic array. Although it looked plain, it had all the necessary functionalities. This is the cheapest destiny compass on the market. Its value is 1 million in currency, or 10,000 contribution points. But for you, I'll give you a discount, 8,000 points. Thank you. Lu Yuan didn't mind if it was second-hand. He transferred 8,000 contribution points to Li Anping, bid him farewell, and left the Adventurers Association feeling satisfied. Just as he exited the association's gates, his communicator buzzed with an invite notification from Li Anping. After confirming, Lu Yuan joined the Abyss Strategy Team chat group and was immediately bombarded with messages. Western Mine Abyss Dungeon in Luocheng, need a level 45 healer. Interested? DM me. Xinqing East Forest Abyss Dungeon, looking for a level 50 mage. Merfolk Island in the East Sea has abyssalized. Need a level 60 paladin, full epic gear required, preferably with blessing and purification skills. Lu Yuan felt like he had walked into a marketplace. Wasn't this Abyss Strategy Team supposed to be solemn and elite? Why did it feel no different from regular dungeon groups? If it weren't for the group's up-to-date abyssal dungeon maps, Lu Yuan would have suspected he had joined the wrong chat. Suddenly, a user named Rabbit tagged him. At Yuan, a newcomer has joined. Say hi to everyone. Yuan was Lu Yuan's social nickname. In this group, everyone's identities were kept confidential. Unless meeting in person offline, no one knew each other's real names. Lu Yuan had no interest in socializing with strangers. He turned on his invisible status and began searching for abyssalized dungeons near Shihu City. Only 2 abyss dungeons near Shihu City, both already cleared by me. Looks like there won't be any fresh abyss dungeons nearby for a while. I'll just focus on leveling up for now. Unable to find a suitable abyss dungeon nearby, Lu Yuan exited the chat group. However, Rabbit sent him a private message shortly after. Hey there, little brother. I see you're in Shihu City too. I'm in the area. Want to meet up? I've got a surprise for you. Lu Yuan glanced at the private message and immediately blocked Rabbit. The Abyss Strategy Team was full of all kinds of people. He trusted no one. If he had to clear an abyss dungeon, he'd rather risk it solo than entrust his back to strangers. Pushing Rabbit's message out of his mind, Lu Yuan headed out of the city once more, this time toward the eastern gate. East of Shihu City lay the Rakshasa River, home to a level 20 outdoor dungeon. The dungeon was a haven for collecting gear and materials, making it the perfect grinding spot for Lu Yuan to reach level 19. If everything went smoothly. After leaving through the eastern gate, Lu Yuan walked several kilometers. Since the Rakshasa River dungeon was one of Shihu City's most popular spots, almost all wild monsters along the way had already been cleared out by other adventurers. At the dungeon's entrance by the riverbank, groups of adventurers were recruiting party members, waving banners like street vendors. Normal difficulty, need one more. Join now. Normal difficulty, missing a healer. Loot and materials split evenly. Hard difficulty, healer and mage ready, looking for a tank. Nightmare difficulty guaranteed clear, need support, preferably a formation master. The scene was as bustling as a marketplace. Lu Yuan approached the portal and checked the dungeon's details. This level 20 dungeon offered 3 difficulty levels, normal, hard, and nightmare. Generally, normal difficulty required just 3 players, a damage dealer, a tank, and a healer. Hard difficulty needed a 4-person team, with 2 slots taken by a tank and healer while the other 2 slots could be either dual damage dealers or 1 damage dealer and 1 support. Nightmare difficulty, on the other hand, typically required a 5-person team. A tank and healer were indispensable, along with at least 2 damage dealers. The final slot was best filled by a support role to buff allies and debuff enemies, as tanks alone couldn't hold the line otherwise. As Lu Yuan studied the dungeon's information, someone approached him. Hey, buddy. Want to team up for the dungeon? Judging by your class, you look like a support. We could use one. Our team's doing nightmare. Loot is rolled 4, materials are split evenly. Interested? Although Lu Yuan was only level 16, his class as a sword array master made him stand out. Everyone could tell he wasn't ordinary. After all, no one below level 20 would dare approach the Rakshasa River dungeon without some serious skills. No thanks. I prefer soloing. Lu Yuan declined without hesitation and selected Nightmare difficulty, teleporting into the dungeon. He went in. A level 16 soloing this dungeon? How arrogant. Even on normal difficulty, he'd be asking for death. Just wait. He'll be out within an hour, if he's still alive. As Lu Yuan entered the dungeon alone, many of the adventurers outside wore amused expressions. Most were seasoned level 20 players, well aware of the dungeon's difficulty. They had little faith in Lu Yuan's chances. Behind the crowd, a woman dressed as an assassin sat casually on a rock, tossing a dagger in her hand. Her sharp eyes followed the dungeon's entrance. Interesting guy. Maybe he's the one I've been looking for. Lu Yuan found himself teleported to the riverbed. His head was encased in an air bubble, providing him with oxygen. Ahead of him loomed a massive underwater palace, guarded by a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The air in this bubble is limited. It looks like I only have an hour. I'll need to either clear the dungeon within that time or leave enough air to make it back. Time is tight. Understanding the time constraint, Lu Yuan immediately headed toward the underwater palace, using his abyssal eye to inspect the guards at the entrance. Shrimp Soldier, Elite. Level, 20. Strength, 1500. Agility, 2000. Intelligence, 500. Stamina, 1000. Skills, Intimidation, Whiplash, Water Bomb. Crab General, Elite. Level, 20. Strength, 3000. Agility, 500. Intelligence, 500. Stamina, 1000. Skills, Intimidation, Pinch Attack, Charge. The stats of these two elite monsters surpassed those of many level 10 bosses. No wonder Nightmare difficulty requires a 5-person team. Even a level 20 knight wouldn't be able to tank just the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Knowing time was of the essence, Lu Yuan didn't hesitate. He activated his sword array and used Akash to swiftly eliminate the two elite monsters. Defeated Shrimp Soldier. EXP plus 3000. Defeated Crab General. EXP plus 3000. Obtained Shrimp Tail X1. Obtained Crab Claw X1. After easily dispatching the gate guards, Lu Yuan entered the palace, only to find more shrimp soldiers and crab generals inside. Mental Storm. Seeing the large congregation of monsters in the palace hall, Lu Yuan immediately unleashed Mental Storm. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals fell en masse. His experience bar shot up by 20%, and the system notifications flooded his interface. Nice. Watching the monsters drop like dominoes, Lu Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction as he delved deeper into the dungeon. The palace was a labyrinth, with 3 main paths splitting into countless branching corridors. After half an hour of exploring, Lu Yuan had slain many shrimp soldiers and crab generals, leveling up to 17. However, he still hadn't found the boss room. This won't do. If I run out of air before finding the boss, I'll suffocate to death. This dungeon has existed for years. There should be a complete map available on the market. I'll get my hands on one and come back later to challenge it. Lu Yuan, for the sake of safety, decided not to venture deeper into the dungeon. Instead, he chose to retrace his steps and return to the dungeon entrance. Do you wish to abandon the dungeon challenge? Yes. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan opted to abandon the dungeon strategy and teleported out. When he appeared at the teleportation point, he drew quite a bit of attention from the onlookers around. This kid actually came out alive. Did he really solo the dungeon? He's only been in there for about 40 minutes. How could he have cleared it? I bet he didn't even get past the shrimp soldiers and crab generals near the entrance and just waited there long enough to save face before coming out. What a show-off. No way. Take a look at his level, it's already 17. He must have killed quite a few monsters. He probably got lost in the palace and had no choice but to retreat. This guy might actually have the ability to solo a dungeon. The Rakshasa River dungeon is indeed complex. When I first entered it years ago, I got lost too. You just need to run it a few more times to get the hang of it. Ignoring the discussions around him, Lu Yuan started heading toward West Lake City. This kind of wilderness dungeon was different from beginner dungeons. Each difficulty level had a cooldown period. The Nightmare difficulty had a cooldown of 6 hours, giving him ample time to prepare the necessary items. Suddenly, a woman blocked his path and asked, "Were you the one who just soloed the Nightmare difficulty?" Lu Yuan glanced at the woman dressed as an assassin and then walked around her, continuing forward. The woman chuckled and said, "I have information on the hidden boss in the Rakshasa River dungeon. Interested?" Lu Yuan paused mid-step and turned back to her. Hidden boss? The woman glanced around and twirled a dagger in her hand. Too many eyes and ears here. Let's talk somewhere else. Lu Yuan activated his abyssal eye to examine her. Guan Xian, Shadow Assassin, level 22. After confirming her class and level, Lu Yuan nodded. Alright. With a faint smile on her lips, Guan Xian led Lu Yuan to a secluded spot. Once they stopped, she said, "Here will do." The moment her words fell, Guan Xian suddenly vanished. Assassin skill, stealth. In the next second, she reappeared behind Lu Yuan. However, before she could act, an iron sword materialized out of thin air, pressing against her neck. So fast. Seeing the sword at her throat, Guan Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Lu Yuan turned around, his gaze calm as he said in an icy tone, "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I guarantee your head will roll in the next second." Quickly regaining her composure, Guan Xian sheathed her dagger and smiled. "Don't overthink it. I just wanted to test whether you're qualified to team up with me. If I bring a deadweight to challenge the hidden boss, we might both end up losing our lives in there." Lu Yuan responded flatly, "From where I'm standing, you're the one who looks like a deadweight." The corner of Guan Xian's mouth twitched. This guy, so young, yet his tongue is so sharp. Lu Yuan withdrew the iron sword back into his sword array and said, "Get to the point. What's this hidden boss you're talking about? Is everyone in Westlake City as blunt as you?" Guan Xian muttered under her breath before pulling out a coral key. "This was dropped when I killed the Rakshasa River dungeon boss. It can unlock a hidden door, behind which lies a level 30 humanoid hidden boss. There's a restriction, though. Only 2 people can enter the hidden room, and their average level must be below 20. Lu Yuan sneered. "A room that limits entry to 2 people with an average level under 20, but the boss is level 30? What's the point of such a dungeon? Do they think players are stupid?" Guan Xian grinned. "You're clearly out of the loop. Challenges like this are actually quite common in legendary trials." Legendary trials? They're secret tasks found all over the place. Completing a trial grants incredibly generous rewards. At minimum, you'll get an epic piece of equipment. If you're lucky, you might even acquire a special skill or an awakening talent. How do you know about this? Judging by your looks, you must have just graduated from high school, right? Legendary trials are a mandatory course in every university. You'll understand once you get there. Lu Yuan asked further, "Then how can you be sure I can help you defeat this hidden boss?" Instinct. Guan Xian pointed at her head with a smile. "I have a sharp intuition. I just feel like if I team up with you, we'll definitely clear it." Lu Yuan shook his head. "I don't like taking risks." "That's not a convincing reason. Such a rigid guy." Guan Xian couldn't help but roll her eyes before handing him a scroll. "Fine, take this. Now you can't refuse to give it a try, can you?" Lu Yuan accepted the scroll and checked its details. Return scroll, can be used inside a dungeon to forcibly exit and return to the nearest main city. A return scroll. Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback as he looked at the item Guan Xian handed over. He'd seen such scrolls at the trading post before. Each one cost a steep 100,000 credits. He didn't expect Guan Xian to be so lavish. Guan Xian, however, didn't seem to care about the scroll. "Now that you have this, you can return to the city instantly if you encounter danger. With this level of safety, you should be willing to give it a shot, right?" After a moment of thought, Lu Yuan decided this was a good opportunity and nodded. "Alright, I'll team up with you to challenge the hidden boss. But I just came out of the nightmare difficulty dungeon, so I'll need to wait 6 hours for the cooldown." "That's not an issue. I have an item that can reset dungeon cooldowns." Guan Xian sent him a party invitation. "Don't worry. Even though you're only level 17, we'll split the loot evenly." Seeing her assurance, Lu Yuan didn't argue further. He accepted the invitation and followed her back to the Rakshasa River dungeon's teleportation point. Standing at the teleportation portal, Guan Xian pulled out a talisman-like object. When the talisman emitted a flash of light, Lu Yuan received a dungeon confirmation notification. The party leader has selected nightmare difficulty for the Rakshasa River dungeon. Confirm participation. Confirm. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan teleported into the dungeon alongside Guan Xian. Guan Xian turned to Lu Yuan and said, "The 2 of us fighting these elite monsters will take forever. I know a shortcut that avoids most of the elites and leads directly to the boss room. No need. Let's fight them head-on. I'll use the opportunity to level up." Lu Yuan replied indifferently and began walking toward the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the entrance. "Are you crazy? Charging straight in will get us killed." Guan Xian exclaimed urgently. Lu Yuan didn't respond. In an instant, he summoned 10 iron swords and effortlessly slew the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the entrance. Then, he stepped into the hall and activated Mental Storm. Boom! A terrifying storm swept through the area. Guan Xian saw a flood of kill notifications and froze in place. This. She walked into the palace in a daze, staring at the now empty hall. Her mind went blank. Where are the monsters? Pressing her lips together, Guan Xian asked, What did you just do? Grinding monsters, Lu Yuan answered matter-of-factly, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. This left Guan Xian utterly speechless. She wanted to retort but didn't know where to start. Lu Yuan urged, Why are you just standing there? Lead the way. I don't have a map. Oh. Snapping out of her daze, Guan Xian quickly moved to the front and chose the central door in the hall. On the way to the boss room, all the elite monsters they encountered were instantly killed by Lu Yuan. Not a single one survived. Is this really the level of attack power a level 17 player should have? Guan Xian couldn't wrap her head around it. With the amount of health these elite monsters had, even her most powerful single-target skills couldn't one-shot them. But Lu Yuan? He seemed to be using basic attacks, yet his basic attack somehow had splash damage. For the first time, Guan Xian felt that her rare Shadow Assassin class was like a beggar's class compared to Lu Yuan's Sword Array Master. With Guan Xian leading and Lu Yuan slaughtering everything in sight, the two of them reached the boss room in under 10 minutes. Stopping outside the boss room, Guan Xian cautioned Lu Yuan, I know your attack power is high, but this is still the final boss of a level 20 nightmare difficulty dungeon. I know its weak points. You distract it while There's no need to overcomplicate things. We're on a tight schedule, Lu Yuan interrupted her and pushed the door open. Inside, a serpent over 10 meters long lay coiled. He activated Abyssal Eye. Rakshasa King Serpent, Boss. Level, 20. Strength, 3200. Agility, 4200. Spirit, 2000. Constitution, 6000. Skills, Whiplash, Bite, Poison Bind, Venom Spray. Lu Yuan murmured to himself, 6000 Constitution, huh. Guan Xian hurried after him. I told you not to be impulsive. This boss has extremely high attack and insane health. Your frail body won't survive even one hit. Scarlet Dawn. With a flick of his hand, Lu Yuan summoned Scarlet Dawn. The sword gleamed with a crimson glow and pierced through the Rakshasa King Serpent's head. The serpent didn't even have time to react before letting out a harrowing cry and collapsing to the ground. Rakshasa King Serpent defeated. Experience plus 42,000. Guan Xian obtained Rakshasa King Serpent Leather Armor, Rakshasa King Serpent Fang Dagger, Rakshasa King Serpent Core. Seeing the kill notification, Guan Xian's lips twitched. Did you just one-shot it? She stood there, stunned, staring at the now empty boss room as if unable to process what had just happened. Lu Yuan turned back to her and said, the dungeon's loot and materials are stored in the party leader's inventory. We agreed to split it evenly, correct? Yes. Guan Xian nodded reflexively and retrieved the items that had dropped. Rakshasa King Serpent Leather Armor, Gold Grade Defense plus 200, Agility plus 200, Poison Damage plus 20%, Level 20 required. Rakshasa King Serpent Fang Dagger, Gold Grade Attack plus 200, Attack Inflicts Poison, Assassin Skill Damage plus 20%, Level 20 required. Rakshasa King Serpent Core, Poison Element Material. After reviewing the equipment details, Lu Yuan shook his head. None of this is useful to me. Guan Xian suggested, I didn't contribute anything in this dungeon, so technically all the loot should go to you. But I really want these items. How about I buy them from you at market price? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. How much? Guan Xian replied, gold grade equipment starts at 1 million each. These two pieces look like a set, so they'll be worth even more. The core is also valuable. How about I pay you 5 million for everything? 5 million? Lu Yuan was stunned on the spot. That much? Guan Xian, seeing his hesitation, thought he considered it too little and quickly added, I don't have much cash on me. If you think it's not enough, we can add each other as friends after we leave, and I'll transfer another 2 million to you. Lu Yuan snapped out of it, shaking his head. A split is a split. One piece of gear for me, one for you. As for the crystal cores, they'll be divided equally. Just give me 2.5 million in total. Pfft. Guan Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're such a weirdo. You're actually refusing more money. Lu Yuan replied indifferently, it's a matter of principle. When we agreed on how to divide the loot, I never expected you to contribute to the fight. You blockhead, can't you say something more pleasant for once? Guan Xian teased, exasperated. Then she added, fine. 2.5 million sounds awkward. I'll make it 3 million after we leave the dungeon. Alright, Lu Yuan agreed. The two reached an agreement. Guan Xian pulled out the coral key, walked up to the dungeon's teleportation gate, and brushed aside the overgrown water plants. A coral door appeared before them. Guan Xian inserted the key into the door, and with a soft click, the coral door slowly opened. What was odd, though, was that despite being underwater, there wasn't a single drop of water beyond the coral door. An invisible force kept all the water out. Beyond the door, it seemed like an entirely different world. The moment the door opened, Lu Yuan received a notification. Ahead lies the dojo of the Rakshasa King. Dungeon restrictions: individual level must not exceed 25, team average level must not exceed 20. Do you accept the challenge? Guan Xian turned her head and asked. Inside is the hidden boss. Are you ready? Let's go. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Guan Xian confirmed the challenge, and the two were immediately transported into a vast, empty dojo. In the center of the dojo sat a humanoid monster wearing a demonic mask and clad in crimson armor. Beside it lay a sheathed sword, quietly resting on the ground. Majestic, arrogant, and dignified. The monster exuded an aura befitting a king. Lu Yuan activated his abyssal eye to analyze. Rakshasa King, hidden boss. Level, 30. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skills: Flash of the Sword, King's Intimidation, Undying Will. Hiss. Lu Yuan took a sharp breath as he saw the Rakshasa King's stats. Not only were its attributes all in the 5-digit range, but even its skills seemed extraordinarily troublesome. Turning to Guan Xian, Lu Yuan asked, "You've fought this boss before, right? Do you have any information?" Guan Xian replied, "I've only tried once, and I only made it past the first phase. In the first phase, it doesn't use its weapon. In the second phase, it unsheathes its sword, and its attack intensity and speed increase dramatically. Each phase has a health lock, so it's clear we can't just brute force it with damage alone. A mechanics-based boss, huh?" Lu Yuan nodded slightly. He had encountered mechanics-based enemies before, like the Shadow Scarecrow, so he understood what to expect from the Rakshasa King. "I'll test it out first, you provide support from the side." Lu Yuan stepped into the dojo. The Rakshasa King slowly opened its eyes and stood up. Only then did Lu Yuan realize it was 3 meters tall, radiating immense pressure. Scarlet Dawn. Lu Yuan activated his sword formation, summoning the Scarlet Dawn sword to pierce the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King dropped to its knees immediately. Its body ignited with intense flames, its skin turning crimson. It stood back up and drew its sword from its sheath. Second phase. Already the second phase? Guan Xian's jaw nearly dropped. She had spent an entire hour grinding before she managed to push the Rakshasa King to the second phase. Yet Lu Yuan achieved it with a single strike. The massive disparity made her feel utterly inadequate. Seeing the Rakshasa King enter its second phase, Lu Yuan didn't give it the chance to attack. He controlled the Scarlet Dawn to strike again, but the Rakshasa King deflected the attack with a swing of its sword. "It blocked my attack." Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. "Watch out. It's about to use a skill," Guan Xian warned. The Rakshasa King transformed into a streak of red light and dashed toward Lu Yuan. Skill: Flash of the Sword. The Rakshasa King swung its blade down. Scarlet Dawn appeared in front of Lu Yuan, forming a crimson barrier that blocked the attack just in time. Clang! The sound of clashing swords echoed as the Rakshasa King retreated gracefully, effortlessly neutralizing the force. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, though shielded by Scarlet Dawn's protective passive, lost a significant amount of stamina. Though Scarlet Dawn's passive protected Lu Yuan from being staggered, it didn't reduce the attack's damage. Even with Lu Yuan's talent and equipment mitigating 90% of the damage, his constitution was only 705. Against the Rakshasa King's 10,000 strength, even 10% of the damage was overwhelming. He couldn't afford to take many hits. From outside the dojo, Guan Xian watched in astonishment as Lu Yuan endured the blow without taking a single step back. Her mind reeled in disbelief as she stared at him. What kind of monster is this guy? High damage is one thing, but how is his defense so strong? And he even has some sort of anti-stagger ability? She knew that even with her level 22 stats, if the Rakshasa King landed a single hit, she'd be on the verge of collapse, forced to use a teleportation scroll to escape. Yet Lu Yuan stood there as if nothing had happened. This guy, is he really just level 17? While Guan Xian was still in shock, Lu Yuan suddenly asked, "Guan Xian, do you know why the boss deflected my attack?" Guan Xian snapped back to her senses. "You don't know about perfect parries?" Perfect parries. It's an advanced technique for countering physical attacks. You have to find an opening in the enemy's attack at the precise moment to defend. If you succeed, you can negate the damage and even stagger the enemy. Like a parry mechanic in video games. Lu Yuan nodded in understanding. Guan Xian nodded in return. Exactly. But the prerequisite is split-second timing, so the risk and reward are both high. If you fail, you take full damage. I used perfect parries to deal with the first phase, but in the second phase, it's too fast. One mistake, and I'm dead. I didn't dare try again. As Guan Xian explained, the Rakshasa King once again activated Flash of the Sword, instantly appearing before Lu Yuan and slashing downward. Scarlet Dawn. Lu Yuan commanded Scarlet Dawn to block the strike, attempting a perfect parry. But the Rakshasa King was too fast, and Lu Yuan failed to react in time. Clang! The Rakshasa King's strike landed heavily on Lu Yuan, who grimaced in pain, forced to summon other swords to push the boss back. At the same time, he controlled 10 flying swords to attack, but every single one was perfectly parried by the Rakshasa King. Seeing Lu Yuan struggling, Guan Xian quickly suggested, maybe we should retreat and come up with a strategy before trying again. Do you have any healing potions? Lu Yuan suddenly asked. Healing potions? Guan Xian was momentarily stunned, then pulled out 3 mid-grade healing potions from her storage space and tossed them to him. This dungeon allows 3 potions, but since the boss can one-shot me, I never had a chance to use them. What do you need them for? Lu Yuan replied, it seems this Rakshasa King can only be defeated through perfect parries. I can take a few hits, so I want to give it a try. With his current constitution, Lu Yuan could endure 3 hits from the Rakshasa King. Combined with the passive healing from his 3rd constellation, he could survive a 4th. 1 mid-grade healing potion restored him to full health, meaning 3 potions gave him 12 more chances. Including his remaining endurance, that totaled 14 attempts. If Lu Yuan could master the perfect parry within those 14 attempts, the hidden boss might just be beatable. Guan Xian was stunned. Perfect parries rely on strength and agility. The Rakshasa King is so fast, can you even keep up? I have my ways, Lu Yuan replied briefly. He then activated attribute conversion, transferring all his spirit into strength and agility. In an instant, Lu Yuan's spirit dropped to 0, while his strength and agility rose to 1,845 and 1,770 respectively. All of his flying swords clattered to the ground as he lost the ability to control them. In exchange, he felt a surge in both power and speed. Gripping Scarlet Dawn tightly, he focused entirely on the Rakshasa King and muttered, guess I'm a warrior now. Let's do this. The Rakshasa King seemed to sense his fighting spirit. It twirled its sword gracefully, adopting an offensive stance. For a moment, Lu Yuan thought he saw the Rakshasa King's smirk beneath its demonic mask. Skill, Flash of the Sword. The Rakshasa King once again turned into a streak of red light, charging straight at Lu Yuan. I can see it now. With his enhanced strength and agility, Lu Yuan barely managed to catch the Rakshasa King's movements, attempting a perfect parry. But he failed again. The Rakshasa King's sword pierced through Lu Yuan, leaving him with only a 1/3 of his stamina. The boss retreated elegantly once more, widening the gap between them. So that's how it is. Lu Yuan observed the Rakshasa King's behavior and became even more certain of his theory. This hidden boss was a trial, and the trial's focus was mastering the perfect parry. Moments later, the Rakshasa King launched another attack, and Lu Yuan tried again. Once more, he failed, his stamina nearly depleted. Quickly, he downed a mid-grade healing potion, restoring his health to full. Again. The Rakshasa King attacked again, and Lu Yuan made another attempt. Flash of the Sword, failed parry. Flash of the Sword, failed parry. Within the dojo, the Rakshasa King resembled a strict master, while Lu Yuan was the unrelenting student, practicing over and over. From outside the dojo, Guan Xian was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined that Lu Yuan, a mere level 17, would be using the Rakshasa King as training for mastering perfect parries. Clang! Finally, after drinking his 3rd healing potion, Lu Yuan succeeded in a perfect parry, deflecting the Rakshasa King's sword. Seizing the opportunity, he deactivated attribute conversion and summoned Scarlet Dawn to pierce the Rakshasa King's chest. A streak of red light tore through the Rakshasa King, its health bar dropping to 0 as it dropped to its knees. Did we win? Guan Xian's face lit up with joy as she saw Lu Yuan strike the Rakshasa King successfully. Just as she was about to congratulate him, the boss erupted with overwhelming pressure, forcing Lu Yuan back. Skill, Undying Will. Skill, King's Intimidation. The dojo began to tremble violently as the Rakshasa King roared, rising to its feet once more. Its armor shattered, revealing a scarred, muscular upper body. It raised its arm, and the massive sword lying in the distance flew back into its grip, its blade igniting with searing flames. 3 phases more. Guan Xian's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the situation. She hastily shouted to Lu Yuan, if you can't handle it, just use the return scroll. The challenge attempts are unlimited, there's no need to throw your life away here. Lu Yuan, however, did not respond. His eyes were fixed on the ones beneath the Rakshasa King's mask. He understood in his heart that this was the final stage of the legendary trial. Strength, skill, and the courage to face death. With the death-immune passive ability of the Scarlet Dawn sword, Lu Yuan had no fear. Come on. He smiled, no longer using the attribute conversion but instead recalling all his flying swords. After countless practices, he had already mastered the attack trajectory of the Rakshasa King. Even though the movements were too fast to see clearly, Lu Yuan could still rely on his experience to perfectly parry them. At that moment, the Rakshasa King assumed a stance and transformed into a streak of red light, charging straight toward Lu Yuan with his sword slashing downward. 9 iron swords flew out, striking precisely at the Rakshasa King's weak points. The swords were deflected. Scarlet Dawn. A streak of red light pierced through the Rakshasa King's heart. Successfully killed the Rakshasa King, EXP plus 100,000. Obtained equipment, Rakshasa King's mask. Obtained Rakshasa King's heart *1. Completed the legendary trial, gained skill, intuitive parry. Ding. Achievement, first legendary trial unlocked. Reward, advanced talent awakening. Congratulations. Advanced talent awakened, I am legend. At the same time, a hidden dungeon treasure chest appeared in the center of the dojo. We passed. Guan Xian stared blankly at the notification flashing across her panel. Although this legendary trial was completed solely by Lu Yuan, they were in a party, so Guan Xian also gained the EXP and the god tier skill, intuitive parry. As the party leader, the equipment and materials dropped by the boss were automatically sent to her storage space. Guan Xian slapped her cheeks to calm herself down and quickly checked the obtained loot. Rakshasa King's mask, Epic summons the Rakshasa King to fight alongside you. Upon death, the Rakshasa King regenerates within the mask. Rakshasa King's heart, epic material. An epic piece of equipment and an epic material. Guan Xian exclaimed in shock. Epic equipment was incomparably rare, and epic-grade materials were essential for crafting legendary equipment, extremely scarce. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was also checking his newly acquired skills and talents. Intuitive parry, passive. The first parry is guaranteed to be a perfect parry. I am legend. If a dungeon contains a legendary trial, completing it guarantees the drop of the trial activating item. This meant Lu Yuan could perfectly block a physical attack the first time and even counterattack his enemy. Furthermore, with this top-tier talent, he would never miss any future legendary trials. A massive haul. Lu Yuan grinned widely at the gains. Guan Xian approached him and handed over the Rakshasa King's mask and heart. Lu Yuan, take these. This battle was all thanks to you. These 2 epic items should belong to you. Lu Yuan glanced at them briefly and only accepted the Rakshasa King's mask. I told you before, we agreed to split things evenly, and we should stick to that, not divide based on contribution. Guan Xian was surprised. Do you have any idea how much epic items are worth? That heart alone is worth at least tens of millions. Lu Yuan shook his head firmly. Even if it were worth 100 million, it should still be yours. It's a matter of principle, not money. Besides, without the key and intel you provided, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the Rakshasa King. I underestimated you. Guan Xian looked at Lu Yuan, her eyes subtly changing. Before, she thought Lu Yuan's insistence on splitting gold-tier equipment evenly was just about money. But now, seeing him willing to divide even epic-grade items, she re-evaluated her opinion of him. Even close friends or couples might stab each other in the back over epic equipment. Thinking of this, Guan Xian chuckled, putting the Rakshasa King's heart back into her storage. Alright then, I won't be polite about it. I have to admit, while you're a bit rigid, you're pretty reliable. Thanks for the compliment. Lu Yuan stowed the Rakshasa King's mask and walked toward the treasure chest in the center of the dojo. The equipment and materials dropped by defeating the boss were distributed directly to the party leader, but the rewards from the dungeon's first clear treasure chest were unique to each individual. Guan Xian had already cleared this dungeon before, so this treasure chest belonged to Lu Yuan. He opened the chest and obtained Godstone *1. Basic Skill Scroll *5. As Lu Yuan claimed his rewards, the treasure chest disappeared, and the dungeon's teleportation exit appeared, sending the 2 of them out. Outside the dungeon, Guan Xian let out a sigh of relief and then transferred 3 million credits to Lu Yuan's account. Pleasure working with you. Let's add each other as friends, maybe we can team up again in the future. We'll see. Lu Yuan did not agree, leaving the party and walking away without looking back. Hey! Taking the money and running, this is how you treat women. Guan Xian fumed, intending to chase after him, but stopped short, watching him leave. You'll definitely apply to Kyoto University, won't you? Heh, you won't escape my grasp. Guan Xian chuckled, twirling her dagger, and whistled as she left. Back home, Lu Yuan was already level 18. It had only been 3 days since he changed classes, and leveling up was no longer his top priority. He had been out for several days. While the rapid leveling hadn't made him tired, the continuous battles and lack of a proper bath had left him feeling grimy. Since his grandmother and aunt weren't home, he took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and sat on the sofa. He pulled out the Wheel of Fate and 15 skill scrolls. I didn't expect to get another Godstone so soon. At this rate, I might just max out my exclusive weapon before the college entrance exams. Lu Yuan muttered to himself but didn't rush to draw from the Wheel of Fate. Instead, he first used the skill scrolls. After using all 15 scrolls, duplicate skill obtained, skill proficiency increased. Poison resistance, level 10 gain 100% poison immunity. This. Lu Yuan was stunned. All 15 basic skill scrolls had maxed out his poison resistance. His mouth twitched, he couldn't understand why he seemed so afraid of poison. Well, awakening the same skill repeatedly is lucky in its own way. He smiled slightly and picked up the Wheel of Fate again, placing the newly obtained Godstone into it. Though he had drawn from the Wheel of Fate many times before, this was his first time using his own Wheel of Fate, and he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. A refined level 4 Scarlet Dawn, it's practically a divine weapon, right? He placed the Godstone into the Wheel of Fate. The wheel began to spin, glowing with magical light as several cards rotated within. Finally, a red card flew out. Come forth, my Scarlet Dawn. Lu Yuan proclaimed dramatically. Suddenly, a brilliant blue sword emerged from the card. A surge of water vapor filled the room, accompanied by the faint sound of ocean waves. Divine Sword Zhanlu. Divine Sword Zhanlu, exclusive, level 1 attack power plus 1000, damage plus 100%, autoguard, wielder is immune to water-based attacks, no equipment level restriction. Note, one of the 10 great swords, purging evil and cleansing the world. Huh. Lu Yuan stared at his new exclusive weapon, dumbfounded. So, exclusive weapons weren't limited to just one. He noticed that the new weapons note also mentioned the 10 great swords, and a terrifying thought crossed his mind. His exclusive weapons might total 10. Other professions have only one exclusive weapon. I've never heard of anyone having multiple exclusive weapons, yet I might have 10. If I fully refine all 10 exclusive weapons in the future, wouldn't that mean 10 divine weapons? This possibility made Lu Yuan's heart race. Divine weapons possessed earth-shattering power. Even among those who had reached God-tier professions, the number of people owning divine weapons could be counted on one hand. This hidden class combined with absolute luck has unimaginable potential. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Lu Yuan quickly stored Zhanlu in his sword formation space and opened the door to see Xia Chaoyang smiling warmly. I remember you. You were the captain of the guards back then, Lu Yuan said, immediately recognizing Xia Chaoyang. He continued, sorry, but I've decided to apply to Kyoto University. Relax, I'm not here to stop you. Xia Chaoyang smiled. After I returned that day, I reported your situation to the highest command. The commanders took it very seriously and held 3 days of meetings. They've decided to make an exception and let you join the Qianlong unit as an auxiliary member. This way, you can still take the university entrance exam. The Qianlong unit? A secret special forces unit of our nation. Only the best of the best can join. What benefits are there to joining the Qianlong unit? With the Qianlong unit, the military becomes your strongest backing, no one would dare mess with you. Additionally, you'll gain access to military resources. While enjoying Kyoto University's resources, you'll also have access to exclusive military dungeons, equipment, and intelligence. You'll be the first person to enjoy both university and military resources simultaneously. Lu Yuan asked, and what will I have to do in return? There was no such thing as a free lunch. Since the military was offering such benefits, he knew there would be responsibilities attached. After all, the Great Xia National Defense Force wasn't a private organization, its duty was to protect the nation. Xia Chaoyang replied, I'll be honest with you. After joining the Qianlong unit, you'll need to undertake military tasks. However, as a newcomer, the military will focus on training you in the early stages. These tasks won't interfere with your role as a Kyoto University student. Even later on, as a special operative, you'll only be assigned critical missions. You'll become the Empire's sharpest blade. Thinking of his grandmother's Medal of Honor, Lu Yuan understood. If it were her, she would definitely wish for him to serve the country. Alright, I agree to join the Qianlong unit. Good lad. I knew you'd say yes. Xia Chaoyang patted Lu Yuan's shoulder excitedly before continuing. By the way, to join the Qianlong unit, in addition to the command's recommendation, you'll need to pass the Qianlong trial. Train hard and reach level 15. Once you're ready, I'll take you to the trial. With your abilities, you'll definitely pass and officially join the unit with the rank of major. I can take the trial now, Lu Yuan said. You're already level 15. Xia Chaoyang was momentarily stunned. Weren't you level 12 just 2 days ago? Xia Chaoyang cast a detection spell on Lu Yuan, revealing his current level. Lu Yuan, Sword Array Master, level 18. EI. 18. Xia Chaoyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How did you manage that? Even Kyoto University, ranked number 1 in Great Xia, only required students to reach level 19 within a month. Yet Lu Yuan had reached level 18 in just 3 days, an unprecedented feat. Lu Yuan said calmly, I cleared an abyss dungeon and gained quite a bit of experience. Then, I completed the Nightmare Difficulty Rakshasa River dungeon, which got me to level 18. You were the one who cleared the Shadow Forest Abyss dungeon? Xia Chaoyang asked, his eyes widening in disbelief as though he had just heard something extraordinary. I heard that the level 70 Abyss boss Otis appeared in that dungeon and was driven back. Was that your doing as well? Lu Yuan looked surprised. I already reported this to the Adventurers Association. You didn't know? The Adventurers Association and the National Defense Forces are 2 separate entities, Xia Chaoyang explained. Not all intelligence gets shared between us. After his explanation, Xia Chaoyang suddenly held his forehead and said, this is too much, I need a moment to process. This news is incredible. He paced back and forth near the door before turning to Lu Yuan and saying, I need to report this to command. Please wait here for a moment. Excuse me. With that, Xia Chaoyang hurriedly left the room. Not long after, Xia Chaoyang came rushing back, his face brimming with excitement. Lu Yuan, great news. The war god himself wants to meet you. Come with me to the military district. The war god. Lu Yuan paused, confused. Who is that? You don't know about war god Wan Chang'an? Xia Chaoyang was briefly stunned but quickly explained, he's a legendary figure in our great Xia Empire, the supreme leader of the National Defense Forces and a god-tier warrior. In all of the empire, there are probably fewer than 10 people who outrank him. He's a true giant among men. Even I have only ever seen him on the national news. He's the idol of every soldier in our ranks. Oh, I see. Let's go then. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, his demeanor calm and collected, showing little emotional fluctuation. As a sword array master, Lu Yuan was confident that he would one day stand at the pinnacle of the world. Seeing Lu Yuan's composed attitude, Xia Chaoyang admired him even more. He quickly led Lu Yuan to the City Defense Forces base in Westlake City. Wan Chang'an had arrived in Westlake City from the imperial capital via a teleportation array and was waiting at the headquarters of the City Defense Forces. The base was on high alert, with layers of security in place. Xia Chaoyang escorted Lu Yuan through numerous checkpoints until they reached the outside of the headquarters building, where 2 soldiers stood guard, their postures upright and imposing. Using his abyssal eye, Lu Yuan scanned the soldiers and discovered that both were level 60 elite class professionals. What an impressive display of force, Lu Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, Xia Chaoyang stepped forward, saluted, and reported loudly, Commander, Lu Yuan is here. Bring him in, came a resonant voice from inside. Xia Chaoyang suppressed the excitement in his heart, leaned closer to Lu Yuan, and whispered, Kid, this is a rare opportunity for you. Make the most of it. Lu Yuan responded calmly. He followed Xia Chaoyang into the headquarters. Inside stood several men in dark green military uniforms. Among them, a middle-aged man radiated an overwhelming and terrifying aura. The moment Lu Yuan saw the man, he instinctively knew this was Wan Chang'an. His strength was no less than that of Baizhenghua. Lu Yuan thought to himself that even the abyss boss Otis would probably be crushed under Wan Chang'an's palm. Wan Chang'an turned around, his piercing gaze so intense that Xia Chaoyang's legs nearly buckled. When he saw Lu Yuan standing firm, Wan Chang'an nodded slightly. Not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. A sharp longsword materialized out of thin air and shot toward Lu Yuan in a blinding flash of gold. The terrifying pressure emanating from the attack filled the room. Red Sky, Lu Yuan uttered softly. His sword, Red Sky, appeared instantly. Skill, instinctive parry. Clang. Wan Chang'an's sword was deflected by Red Sky. The headquarters fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, including Wan Chang'an. No one had anticipated that Lu Yuan, at just level 18, could perfectly block an attack from Wan Chang'an. This was beyond shocking. Lu Yuan, you. Xia Chaoyang's face turned pale, and he stared blankly at Lu Yuan, his mind going blank. Wan Chang'an himself was taken aback. He had intended to test Lu Yuan's composure, whether he could remain unflinching in the face of overwhelming danger. If Lu Yuan passed, Wan Chang'an planned to praise him a little and award him something small to build goodwill. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Lu Yuan to deflect his sword entirely. Though Wan Chang'an realized that Lu Yuan must have used a skill that guaranteed a perfect parry, there was no way he could explain this away in front of his subordinates without looking bad. Ahem. Wan Chang'an cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness and nodded at Lu Yuan. Impressive. You're indeed remarkable. No wonder old Bai speaks so highly of you. I merely used a skill that guarantees a successful parry, Lu Yuan replied modestly, bowing slightly without showing any arrogance or submissiveness. Ah, I see, Xia Chaoyang said, sighing in relief after hearing Lu Yuan's explanation. The others in the room also displayed looks of understanding. Indeed, without such a skill, there was no way Lu Yuan could have blocked Wan Chang'an's sword. Wan Chang'an, pleased that Lu Yuan had tactfully smoothed things over for him, grew even more satisfied with the young man. He immediately retrieved a pair of boots from his storage space and handed them to Lu Yuan. Though you relied on a skill to block my attack, your performance has far exceeded my expectations. These boots have been with me for many years. I'll give them to you now. The surrounding officers looked visibly shocked as they saw the boots being handed over. Commander, those are. This is my decision. No further discussion, Wan Chang'an cut them off firmly. Everyone leave. I want to have a private conversation with this young man. The others exchanged envious glances at Lu Yuan but refrained from arguing. They quietly exited the headquarters. Lu Yuan accepted the boots and inspected their details. Soaring Wind Boots, Legendary Strength plus 1000, Agility plus 1000, Spirit plus 1000, Constitution plus 1000, Wind Attribute Damage Reduction 50%. Grants the skill Ride the Wind. Usable at level 15. Ride the Wind, increases movement speed by 100% upon activation. A legendary item. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at the boots in shock. He looked at Wan Chang'an. This is far too valuable. Wan Chang'an waved dismissively. I acquired these boots in my early days, and they've been with me for over 20 years. I no longer need them. Giving them to you ensures they will shine once more. Take it as a token of my appreciation. Then, thank you, Lu Yuan said. He didn't refuse further and immediately equipped the boots. Instantly, he felt as light as the wind, as though he could leap into the sky with a single bound. Not bad. They suit you, Wan Chang'an said, smiling. Then his expression turned serious. Lu Yuan, do you know why I wanted to meet you in person? Isn't it because of Captain Xiao's report? Lu Yuan asked. That's only part of it, Wan Chang'an said. There's another reason. What other reason? Lu Yuan was puzzled. Wan Chang'an's tone deepened. Your grandmother was my teacher, and your parents were once my subordinates. Lu Yuan's eyes widened slightly. Really? My grandmother never mentioned this to me. Wan Chang'an nodded. After retiring, she stopped discussing military matters. After your parents went missing, she refused to even see me. Among the current military leadership, very few know that she was my teacher. But that's not why I asked to meet you today. There's something else I need to tell you, about your parents. My parents. Lu Yuan's heart stirred. Though he had never met his host's parents since transmigrating, he felt a deep attachment to them due to the host's lingering emotions. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. In this life, he longed for the love of parents. Wan Chang'an nodded. Your parents were elite members of the Hidden Dragon Unit. They went missing during an expedition into an abyss dungeon. We sent forces to search the area for a month but found no trace of them. I know about that, Lu Yuan replied. Wan Chang'an continued, recently, however, we received news about your parents. They've been found? Lu Yuan asked eagerly, his emotions surging with anticipation. Wan Chang'an nodded. Yes, but, it appears they've become abyss bosses. My parents became abyss bosses? Lu Yuan's excitement turned to shock. Wan Chang'an's face grew somber. I haven't told your grandmother about this yet, but I felt it was important to inform you. The abyss is becoming increasingly volatile, and your parents turning into abyss bosses is no ordinary matter. It might even involve you. Lu Yuan fell silent, lost in thought. A moment later, he looked at Wan Chang'an and said, Commander, may I ask a favor? If there's any news about my parents, please inform me immediately. Wan Chang'an nodded. That was my intention. But for now, I hope you won't tell your grandmother. If she finds out, she might rush to the abyss front herself. That place is too dangerous for her now. I understand, Lu Yuan said. Alright, now that we've discussed personal matters, let's get to business. Wan Chang'an retrieved a set of custom dark green military attire from his storage space and handed it to Lu Yuan. I was planning to personally test whether you're qualified to join the Hidden Dragon unit. But now, it seems unnecessary. This is the Hidden Dragon unit uniform. Try it on. Alright. Lu Yuan quickly changed into the uniform. Already tall and upright, he appeared even more imposing and heroic in the military attire. Excellent. Wan Chang'an said approvingly. Then, his tone became formal as he called out, Major Lu Yuan. Present. Lu Yuan straightened his posture and responded with strength and clarity. Looking at Lu Yuan, Wan Chang'an seemed to see the shadows of his two most outstanding former subordinates. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said warmly, Welcome to the Hidden Dragon unit. After conferring Lu Yuan's rank, Wan Chang'an departed with his personal guards via teleportation. As the Supreme Commander of Great Xia's National Defense Forces, his schedule was packed, and taking the time to meet Lu Yuan in person was already a rare occurrence. After Wan Chang'an left, Xia Chaoyang took Lu Yuan to the military cafeteria for a meal and introduced him to the military environment as well as the benefits provided to the soldiers. When Xia Chaoyang mentioned the skill training hall, Lu Yuan appeared particularly curious and asked, What is the skill training hall? The skill training hall is a place where our soldiers can level up their skills. The efficiency of skill training here is greatly enhanced, Xia Chaoyang explained. This is a facility unique to our military, you won't find it elsewhere. Leveling up skills. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He was currently at level 18, but both his sword array and sword control skills were only at level 3. He had no idea when he could advance to the next level. If the skill training hall could help improve his skill levels, his combat power would see a significant leap. Can I use the skill training hall? He asked eagerly. Of course you can. It's part of your benefits, Xia Chaoyang replied with a smile. However, we only have a basic skill training hall here, which can only quickly raise your skill levels up to level 5. If you want to access a more advanced skill training hall, you'll have to go to the Qianlong unit in the capital. Getting to level 5 is already fantastic, Lu Yuan said excitedly. My skills are only level 3 right now. Going up to level 5 would be a huge boost. Alright, after we finish eating, I'll take you there, Xia Chaoyang said. Deal. Lu Yuan quickly cleared his food tray and then followed Xia Chaoyang to a standalone cubic building. Turning to Lu Yuan, Xia Chaoyang said, Once you enter, the skill training hall will transport you to a separate sealed room. You won't be able to come out until your training is complete or you choose to give up, so you'd better be mentally prepared for that. However, you don't need to worry about food or other necessities. The training hall is fully equipped, and you'll receive daily prepared nutritional meals. Thank you for letting me know, Lu Yuan said gratefully, his anticipation growing as he walked into the skill training hall. Watching Lu Yuan step inside, one of the soldiers standing nearby smiled and asked Xia Chaoyang, Captain Xia, how long do you think that kid can last in the training hall? I bet 5 days, Xia Chaoyang answered confidently. The soldier was surprised. He's still just a student, right? Staying in there for 5 days, won't that drive him crazy? Xia Chaoyang smiled faintly. He's the future hope of our empire. He can handle it. If you don't believe me, how about we make a wager? You're on. While Xia Chaoyang and the soldiers were placing their bets, Lu Yuan had already been transported to a small room about 50 square meters in size, just enough space for training. Welcome to the basic skill training hall. Would you like a personalized training regimen? As soon as Lu Yuan entered, he heard the synthesized voice of an AI assistant. A personalized training regimen? Lu Yuan was surprised, the novelty of the situation prompting him to answer, yes. Immediately, he felt a peculiar wave of light scanning his body. Scan complete. The skills eligible for upgrading are Sword Array, Level 3, Sword Control, Level 3, and Attribute Conversion, Level 1. Training will involve 16 hours per day, with an estimated upgrade time of 20 days. Would you like to begin training? That long? Lu Yuan's heart tightened at the timeline, finally understanding why Xia Chaoyang had mentioned the hall's arrangements for food and other necessities. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Yuan calculated that there were still 27 days left until the National College entrance exams. He was already at level 18. Even if he spent 20 days training in the hall, he would still have 1 week left to level up by soloing the Rakshasa River dungeon to reach level 19. As for training 16 hours a day, with his mental strength of over 3,000, he believed he could endure it. With that in mind, Lu Yuan took out his communicator and sent messages to his grandmother and aunt, informing them that he would be away for 20 days to avoid causing them unnecessary worry. After notifying his family, Lu Yuan chose to begin training. The next moment, a wooden training dummy rose from the center of the room. Training begins. First, use the sword array skill, followed by the sword control skill to attack the training dummy. Repeat 100 times. Following the AI's instructions, Lu Yuan activated his sword array, summoning 10 iron swords from the array and launching attacks at the dummy in the room. For some reason, Lu Yuan felt that using the sword control skill in this room was more intuitive than outside. Before long, he completed the 100 repetitions. When he tried manipulating the iron swords again, he found the process much smoother. It really does feel more efficient than training in the field, Lu Yuan thought with delight, throwing himself wholeheartedly into rigorous skill practice. The first day of training left Lu Yuan completely exhausted. He was so tired he didn't even have the energy to wash up, he simply collapsed and fell asleep. Though the training intensity was grueling, the results were equally rewarding. By the end of the first day, his sword control skill had already advanced to level 4. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan was rudely awakened from his dreams by a bucket of cold water. Startled, he saw a robotic arm holding the bucket retracting into the ceiling. Day 2 of training begins. Use the sword control skill to attack the dummy 1000 times. Listening to the AI's emotionless voice, Lu Yuan looked at the dummy in the center of the room and muttered, "Is this a training hall or a prison?" The AI voice sounded again, "Please begin training within 10 seconds, or it will be considered forfeiture. The training hall will then close and no longer be available to you. Who would give up? I'm going to max out my skills here." Lu Yuan's competitive spirit flared as he immediately summoned his flying swords and began the high-intensity training. For the next 20 days, Lu Yuan ate, drank, and lived entirely within the training hall. He ate when he was hungry, slept when he was tired, and resumed his mechanical routine of skill practice as soon as he woke up, relentlessly increasing his skill proficiency. As his skill levels steadily climbed, Lu Yuan came to realize that nothing could be achieved overnight. Even with powerful classes and skills, true strength could only be attained through persistent training. Gradually, Lu Yuan found himself addicted to improving his skills. Before he knew it, 20 days had passed. Inside the room, Lu Yuan dashed forward and came to a sudden halt in the center, pressing a button. Congratulations on completing the training regimen. This skill training hall can no longer enhance your skill levels further. To continue upgrading, please visit an advanced skill training hall. As the AI's voice concluded, Lu Yuan checked his skill information. Skill, Sword Array, Level 5, deploys a sword array, continuously consuming mental energy while increasing critical damage by 140%. Skill, Sword Control, Level 5, manipulates flying swords to attack from midair. Power depends on sword quality, mental energy, and skill level. Skill, Attribute Conversion, Level 5, within the sword array, converts mental energy into strength, agility, and constitution attributes with a 5x amplification. Phew, finally done. Seeing that all 3 skills had reached level 5, Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief and smiled. In reality, it had only taken him 3 days to raise sword array and sword control to level 5. The remaining time was spent focusing on the attribute conversion skill. To practice this skill, he even engaged in an enhanced version of triathlon training within the hall. Before entering, his abs were barely visible, but now, he had a well-defined six-pack. It was a testament to the extreme intensity of his training. When Lu Yuan exited the training hall, he found a crowd of soldiers gathered outside, all looking at him with admiration in their eyes. Seeing this, Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. He turned to Xia Chaoyang, who was also waiting outside, and asked, "What's going on? Why is everyone here?" Xia Chaoyang couldn't help but give Lu Yuan a thumbs up. "Kid, you're incredible. You actually lasted 20 days in the training hall." Lu Yuan was puzzled. "What's the big deal? It was just a system-designed training regimen." Xia Chaoyang looked at him as if he were a monster. "Do you know that before you, the longest anyone had ever lasted in that training hall was 7 days? You're a legend, you know that." Hearing this, Lu Yuan finally realized he might have achieved something extraordinary. But since he had already endured it, there was no point dwelling on it further. Changing back into his regular clothes, Lu Yuan bid farewell to Xia Chaoyang and headed straight for the Rakshasa River dungeon on the east side of the city. With only 1 week left before the college entrance exams, he had to reach level 19 before then, otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify to apply for Kyoto University. When he arrived at the entrance of the Rakshasa River dungeon, Lu Yuan saw Li Xuer waiting there. He immediately approached and greeted her. "Xuer, are you here to grind the Rakshasa River dungeon too?" "Idiot! I've finally found you." The moment Li Xuer saw Lu Yuan, she balled her fists and lightly punched him. "Where have you been these past few days? I couldn't get in touch with you, and even when I went to your house, you were nowhere to be found. I only managed to hear that you'd shown up at the Rakshasa River dungeon. I was training to level up my skills, Lu Yuan explained, avoiding any mention of joining the Qianlong unit. Instead, he asked, what did you need me for? Li Shuer glared at him with a hint of complaint in her eyes. Can't I look for you even if there's nothing urgent? It's been so many days, and you haven't even called me once. I thought you were focusing on leveling up, so I didn't want to disturb you, Lu Yuan casually made up an excuse. Forget it. A blockhead like you couldn't come up with a good excuse anyway. Rolling her eyes, Li Shuer dropped the topic and asked instead, how's your leveling been these days? Do you think you have a shot at getting into Kyoto University? Hearing her words, Lu Yuan used his abyssal eye to check her stats. Li Shuer, Elf Saintess, level 16. Lu Yuan couldn't help but comment, compared to me, shouldn't you be more worried about yourself? There are only 7 days left until the college entrance exam, and you're still just level 16. I worked hard for every level I earned. My level isn't bad, okay? I want to see what level you're at. Li Shuer glared at Lu Yuan and cast a probing spell on him. Level 18. Li Shuer looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. I've worked so hard just to reach level 16. How on earth did you manage that? It's simple, Lu Yuan replied. Just solo a few nightmare dungeons, and you're good to go. You. Li Shuer was left speechless, then sighed. I should have known competing with you in leveling is just asking for humiliation. Lu Yuan chuckled. So, you waited for me at the dungeon entrance just to check my level? Of course not. I'm not that free, Li Shuer shook her head. I came to find you because I want to take you to a secret realm dungeon. A secret realm dungeon? Lu Yuan asked with surprise. What's that? Li Shuer explained, unlike naturally occurring outdoor dungeons, secret realm dungeons are artificially created. All the monsters inside are man-made. Our college entrance exam is actually held in a massive secret realm dungeon. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. So you're taking me to a secret realm dungeon to simulate the exam? That's one of the reasons, Li Shuer patiently explained. But there's a more important reason. A few days ago, the military announced a new policy. Students of our cohort can apply to join the military's special forces while taking the university entrance exam. If accepted, they'll receive exclusive resources from the military for development. You have to understand, the military has resources even Kyoto University can't access. If you're trained by the military, your future prospects will be limitless. This specific secret realm dungeon is actually an assessment by the military to select outstanding students. Rumor has it that the best performing students might join the legendary Hidden Dragon unit. The major families are fighting tooth and nail for just one spot. I had to pull a lot of strings to secure a spot for you. Hearing her explanation, Lu Yuan's lips twitched. So this secret realm dungeon is the Hidden Dragon unit's assessment. Li Shuer patted his shoulder. Don't be too stressed. It's hard to get into the Hidden Dragon unit, but I believe you have a chance. Looking into her encouraging eyes, Lu Yuan didn't want to let her down. He sighed and said, the military's new policy is great, but we should focus on leveling up to 19 first. Otherwise, Kyoto University will just be a pipe dream for you. Don't worry, Li Shuer said with confidence. The monsters in the secret realm dungeon give experience, and the rewards are generous. She added, punching Lu Yuan's arm playfully, you blockhead, when did you become so naggy? Even if we fail the exam, the experience from the secret realm dungeon is better than grinding in the wild. Lu Yuan started, actually. But before he could finish, Li Shuer cut him off. Decision made. The secret realm dungeon is about to begin. We're going now, and we'll treat it as leveling. Before Lu Yuan could react, she grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the car parked by the roadside. Butler Sue, let's go. Yes, young miss, Butler Sue replied with a smile, glancing at the lively pair in the back seat through the rearview mirror. He quickly started the car and headed toward the secret realm dungeon's location. The dungeon was situated in Yunhai Manor, north of Shihu City in Yunhai Mountain. When they arrived, the parking lot outside was already packed with luxury cars. Nearly all the prominent students from Shihu City taking the exam this year were here. Scanning the parking lot, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask, isn't the military's policy nationwide? Why are all the cars here from Shihu City? Li Shuer explained, the secret realm dungeon has multiple independent spaces. This is Shihu City's branch venue. Other cities have their own entrances. In simple terms, when we enter, we'll be in separate spaces, but the challenges are the same. Just focus on clearing it. Lu Yuan nodded. I see. Thanks for explaining. Li Shuer puffed out her chest proudly. Humph, this young lady knows a lot. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Butler Sue interjected, young miss, the secret realm dungeon is about to open. Don't be late. Oh no. Hurry up, or we'll be out of time. Li Shuer quickly dragged Lu Yuan out of the car, completed identity verification at the manor gate, and entered the spacious courtyard. In the center of the courtyard was a blue vortex, similar to the entrances of outdoor dungeons. A number of students were already waiting outside the vortex. Using his abyssal eye, Lu Yuan observed that most of them were level 16 or higher, with a few already at level 19, clearly elites. Soon, a familiar figure caught Lu Yuan's eye, and his expression immediately grew cold. Not far away, Wang Hu also noticed Lu Yuan. He stared in surprise, as if he hadn't expected Lu Yuan to still be alive. However, Wang Hu's surprise quickly turned into provocation. With a grin, he made a throat-slitting gesture toward Lu Yuan. Wang Hu. Lu Yuan saw Wang Hu's provocation and mentally marked him for death. He had been too busy leveling and training to deal with Wang Hu before, but Wang Hu's taunt reignited his killing intent. However, with so many people around and Wang Hu's family likely present, it wasn't the right time to act. Lu Yuan skillfully suppressed his murderous intent and returned to calm. His sword array's range covered 500 meters. There would be plenty of chances to deal with Wang Hu without anyone noticing in the future. Lu Yuan, look. The secret realm dungeon is opening. Li Shuer tugged on Lu Yuan's hand, drawing his attention to the glowing portal at the center of the courtyard. A majestic voice echoed, "This secret realm dungeon is a team dungeon. Participants will be randomly divided into 4-person teams, consisting of a damage dealer, tank, healer, and support. Please note, while equipment can be used in the dungeon, potions and other consumables are prohibited. Your performance in the dungeon will be evaluated, and those who achieve an S grade or higher may join the Hidden Dragon unit. You may exit the dungeon at any time. Stay safe, and good luck." As the voice faded, the glowing portal expanded, enveloping the entire courtyard. In the next moment, Lu Yuan found himself standing at the entrance of an underground palace. Beside him were Li Shuer, a tall woman dressed as a knight, and Wang Hu holding a staff. "Blockhead, we're on the same team," Li Shuer exclaimed with delight, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. "This might be our first time teaming up. Looks like I'm support." Lu Yuan assessed the team's setup and understood his assigned role. After all, he had a hidden class. Others wouldn't know his true capabilities. The title of Sword Array Master could easily be mistaken for a formation-based support class, so it was natural for others to assume he was a support. The knightly woman stepped forward, slightly shy as she introduced herself. "My name is Miao Shulan, level 17, Holy Shield Knight. Lu Yuan, level 18, Sword Array Master. I'm Li Shuer, level 16, class, Elf Saintess." After the three introduced themselves, Wang Hu suddenly interjected, "TCH. Just my luck. A level 19 fire mage like me gets stuck with a useless support. This trial is doomed." Wang Hu's words dripped with provocation, clearly dismissing Lu Yuan as irrelevant. Li Shuer's face darkened immediately upon hearing Wang Hu's voice. "Wang Hu, don't think I don't know. Your level was boosted by high-level professionals. You're the real deadweight here." Wang Hu sneered, "Family background is a form of power too. Besides, didn't you hear the rules? A team only needs one damage dealer. Without me, you won't even be able to kill monsters. Why don't you let Lu Yuan, this worthless support, try fighting? Bet he can't even handle the basics of defense. You're full of crap." Li Shuer snapped angrily. Sensing the rising tension, Miao Shulan quickly stepped in to mediate. "Everyone, calm down. This secret realm dungeon requires teamwork. Both the damage dealer and support are indispensable. I suggest we put aside personal grievances and work together to clear the dungeon." She turned to Wang Hu, attempting to reassure him. "Mage, please stay calm. We'll need your damage output for this dungeon." But Wang Hu remained dismissive. "Let me be clear. My level is already high enough to get into Kyoto University. I couldn't care less about this trial. If my dad hadn't forced me, I wouldn't even be here. I'm putting it out there, either Lu Yuan leaves, or I leave, and we all fail together." Lu Yuan's voice turned cold. "If that's the case, then just leave. You're telling me to leave?" Wang Hu stared at Lu Yuan in disbelief. "Do you not understand the situation? This team can't function without me, but you, as a support, are completely expendable." Li Shuer immediately sided with Lu Yuan. "I also suggest you leave right now. Without you, we'll probably progress faster." "Ha! I've changed my mind." Wang Hu sneered as he turned to Miao Shulan. "Miao Shulan, stick with me, and I'll carry you through this dungeon." Seeing this, Miao Shulan's face fell, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. But she quickly suppressed her frustration and addressed Wang Hu calmly. "Mage, even if you're a powerful damage dealer, the monsters in this secret realm dungeon are very strong. Without support, it'll be hard to make progress." Unmoved, Wang Hu scoffed. "I'm strong enough. All I need is a healer and a tank, and I'll clear it with ease. Lu Yuan interjected, in that case, just leave. You dare tell me to leave? Wang Hu was utterly stunned. Do you not understand the situation? I'm the indispensable damage dealer. Li Shuer didn't back down. I suggest you leave as well. Without you, we'll probably move even faster. Wang Hu sneered coldly in anger and turned to Miao Shulan. Miao Shulan, if you want me to take you along, you'll have to let me lead. I'm a level 19 mage. Miao Shulan's expression darkened. Unable to tolerate him any longer, she struck Wang Hu down. You're such an idiot. Stop wasting time here. Lu Yuan and Li Shuer were both stunned by her sudden outburst. You dare hit me? Wang Hu stared at her in shock. Do you even know who my father is? I don't care who your father is. You're just a piece of trash. Miao Shulan snapped, drawing her knight's greatsword. I absolutely despise spoiled brats who rely on their family background. If you don't leave, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Seeing her draw her weapon, Wang Hu stumbled back in fear and shouted furiously, Lu Yuan, Miao Shulan, just you wait. I'll deal with you both once I get out of here. With those harsh words, Wang Hu left the secret realm dungeon. Ugh! What rotten luck to run into such a cowardly and brainless idiot. Miao Shulan spat on the ground, then turned to Lu Yuan and Li Shuer, speaking with shared frustration. You guys have had it tough dealing with him. If it were me, I'd have taken care of him long ago. Li Shuer nodded. Exactly. If my father hadn't stopped me, I'd have already found someone to teach him a lesson. Miao Shulan sighed. I made a promise to control my temper before I left home, but I lost my cool as soon as I got here. Wang Hu, huh? He's made an enemy of me now. Before we leave, I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. We've already wasted too much time on him. Let's move on. Miao Shulan was taken aback. Move on? To where? Li Shuer grinned. To clear the dungeon, of course. Just the three of us. Miao Shulan hesitated. We don't have enough damage output. I am the damage output. Lu Yuan walked straight into the underground palace's passageway, and Li Shuer followed without hesitation. Seeing this, Miao Shulan thought to herself, well, since I'm already here, I might as well give it a shot. With me around, at least no one will get hurt. Wait for me. Let me take the lead. Miao Shulan hurried after them. The three of them entered the underground palace and advanced slowly through the narrow tunnels. Miao Shulan, holding her large shield, walked in front and said to Lu Yuan and Li Shuer, I heard the monsters here are all level 20 with high attack power. Stay behind me, and you'll be safe. Li Shuer, holding her elven staff, smiled and said, Sister Miao, don't worry. I'll heal you properly and make sure you don't drop below half health. I'll count on you then. Miao Shulan nodded, then turned to Lu Yuan. If we encounter monsters, you can buff me. I have 2 attack skills, so if you can increase my attack power, I should be able to kill them. Lu Yuan shook his head. I don't have any buff skills. You don't? Miao Shulan froze, then immediately asked, can you debuff the monster's defense? Lu Yuan replied, I don't have that either. What about crowd control? None. Miao Shulan was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Lu Yuan incredulously. Then what kind of support skills do you have? Lu Yuan sighed helplessly. Didn't I say? I'm the damage output. That's impossible. This dungeon only allows 1 damage dealer per team, and that fire mage already left. Maybe because I'm a hidden class, the examiner made an exception. There's such a thing. Miao Shulan's eyes lit up with excitement. Even without support, at least we can fight. Li Shuer quickly chimed in, it's fine. I count as half a support anyway and can provide backup. Just then, a headless suit of armor over 2 meters tall charged out of the shadows, swinging a massive sword at them. Watch out! Miao Shulan's eyes gleamed as she immediately used her taunt skill on the monster. Bang! The monster's sword struck Miao Shulan's shield, but she didn't budge an inch. Li Shuer quickly prepared to cast a healing spell, but Miao Shulan said swiftly, no need to heal now. Save your energy. Lu Yuan activated his abyssal eye to analyze the monster's stats. Headless Knight, Elite. Level, 20. Strength, 1800. Agility, 1200. Spirit, 800. Constitution, 1000. Skills, Charge, Heavy Slash. Facing a level 20 elite monster, Miao Shulan's ability to withstand the attack without injury was a testament to her incredible defense. Inspired, Lu Yuan summoned an iron sword from his sword formation and sent it flying toward the Headless Knight. Minus 38,963. A shocking damage number appeared, and the Headless Knight instantly collapsed, dead. Successfully killed Headless Knight. Experience plus 2000. Obtained, Armor Fragment X1. Miao Shulan, who had been busy buffing herself, was startled when she saw the kill notification. What just happened? Li Shuer, equally stunned, turned to Lu Yuan. You dummy, since when were you this strong? She knew Lu Yuan was powerful, but this was the first time she had witnessed his terrifying damage output firsthand. This is just basic stuff. Let's keep moving. Lu Yuan smiled. His spirit stat had already reached 3,160, and both his sword formation and sword mastery skills were at level 5, making his damage output extraordinary. If he equipped the Tier 3 Qishao sword and a Tier 1 Zhanlu sword, his damage could even reach 20 million. However, since this was a trial and the rating depended on their performance, Lu Yuan had to hold back. If he unleashed his full power, he could easily clear the entire palace, leaving Li Shuer and Miao Shulan without any opportunity to shine, which would lower their scores significantly. Seeing Lu Yuan's immense power, Miao Shulan's earlier disappointment turned into excitement. This is great. Lu Yuan, your damage is more than enough, and Shuer's healing is on point. With just the three of us, we can clear this dungeon. Lu Yuan chuckled. Let's pick up the pace and make up for the time we lost earlier. Got it, the two women responded in unison, quickening their steps. Miao Shulan led the way, shield raised, while Li Shuer stayed in the middle to cast buffs, and Lu Yuan followed at the rear to finish off monsters. Together, the three of them bulldozed through the underground palace. Elite knights, gargoyles, elemental mages, no matter the type of monster, they were all easily taken down. Lu Yuan deliberately allowed the monsters to get close so that Miao Shulan and Li Shuer could demonstrate their importance. Without this strategy, the two wouldn't even get a glimpse of the enemies. Li Shuer, who had struggled to clear dungeons on her own due to the immense pressure of healing, now found it incredibly easy. Before, she was always worried about party members getting one shot, but now, she only had to heal occasionally to keep Miao Shulan's health in the safe zone. Miao Shulan felt the same. She had never encountered someone as formidable as Lu Yuan. Before long, the three of them reached the deepest part of the underground palace, just outside the boss room. Along the way, Li Shuer had leveled up to 17, Miao Shulan to 18, and Lu Yuan was less than 10% away from reaching level 19. This is amazing. Miao Shulan cheered, her excitement evident. So this is what it feels like to be carried by a pro. It's incredible. Li Shuer added, dummy. If I'd known you were this strong, I wouldn't have worked so hard to level up. You could have just carried me. Lu Yuan smiled wryly. Don't forget, this dungeon is a trial. I've been holding back, but if this continues, your scores won't be high. Hearing this, Miao Shulan snapped back to reality. Oh, right. This is an exam, not just grinding. What should we do? Lu Yuan suggested, I have an idea. The boss room is just ahead. I won't attack. You two can hold off the boss for half an hour to rack up some data, and then I'll take care of it. Good idea. Miao Shulan's eyes lit up, giving him a thumbs up. You're so smart to think of that. Li Shuer also perked up. Alright, dummy, just watch us. We're not just pretty faces. With that, Li Shuer and Miao Shulan pushed open the massive doors and entered the boss room. In the center of the room stood a colossal knight statue over 10 meters tall, wielding an enormous stone sword. The moment they stepped inside, the statue's eyes lit up with a red glow, and it began to move. Lu Yuan activated his abyssal eye. Night King statue, boss. Level, 21. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 1,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skills, Stomp, Earthquake, Regeneration. The massive statue and its terrifying stats immediately created immense pressure on Li Shuer and Miao Shulan as it charged toward them. I'll hold it off. Shuer, buff me. Miao Shulan shouted, raising her shield without hesitation. Got it. Li Shuer began chanting, casting a series of buffs that increased Miao Shulan's constitution by 50%. Miao Shulan immediately used her taunt skill. Boom! The Night King statue swung its colossal stone sword down onto Miao Shulan's shield. The ground beneath her feet cracked, but she stood firm as a rock. Li Shuer cast a healing spell, instantly restoring Miao Shulan's health. Well done, Shuer. Miao Shulan praised her, then charged at the statue with her holy impact skill. Surrounded by golden light, she rammed into the Night King statue like a raging bull, knocking it to the ground. Crash! The massive statue fell with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire boss room. These two rare-class players are incredible, Lu Yuan thought as he observed from the sidelines. Miao Shulan's shield seems extraordinary. With their teamwork, they could probably hold their own against a level 30 boss. This boss can't harm them. Satisfied with their performance, Lu Yuan relaxed and watched the fight unfold. Meanwhile, in a special room within the Secret Realm dungeon, several middle-aged examiners with stern expressions and commanding presences were watching the feed. Each wore the uniform of the Qianlong squad instructors, their levels exceeding 70. They were the officials overseeing this trial. Come take a look. There's an interesting team from the West Lake City branch, one instructor said, enlarging the display of Lu Yuan's team fighting the boss. The other instructors gathered around. Huh. Why does this team only have 3 members? I checked the logs. Their mage left the team early, and these 3 pushed their way to the boss room on their own. Interesting. A team without a damage dealer advancing so quickly. What are their classes? The Elven Saintess, the Holy Shield Knight, and... One instructor raised an eyebrow in surprise. A Sword Array Master. That seems like a new class. Why does it sound familiar? The Sword Array Master was the class of the student recruited by the warlord recently, the only hidden class. I didn't expect this kid to participate in the trial. I heard he solo cleared 2 abyss dungeons before. This will be a good chance to test his strength. The instructors discussed amongst themselves, their gazes focused on Lu Yuan. However, even after more than 10 minutes, Lu Yuan still hadn't made a move, leaving everyone puzzled. What's the deal with this kid not taking action? Slacking off shouldn't be this blatant. At the very least, he could buff his teammates. Those 2 girls have impressive combat awareness, they're holding up well against the boss's attacks and managing their stamina excellently. With proper training, they could become strong. Agreed. They're worth considering for recruitment into the Hidden Dragon squad. But Lu Yuan hasn't shown anything yet, so his strength is hard to gauge. Let's wait a bit longer. After all, the warlord had his eye on him. Maybe he's holding back a big move. The instructors had intended to observe Lu Yuan's performance but were instead captivated by the exceptional teamwork of Li Shuer and Miao Shulan, offering them unanimous praise. More than 10 minutes passed, and Lu Yuan still hadn't made any moves. I think I've figured it out. This kid isn't holding back a big move at all. He's probably just tagging along because of those 2 girls. The story about him solo clearing abyss dungeons might have been exaggerated. Even the warlord might have misjudged. Recruiting someone who's all talk and no substance. After the trial ends, we'll report Lu Yuan's situation to command. The Hidden Dragon squad can't afford to take in dead weight like this. But those 2 girls are really promising. Their teamwork's getting more seamless by the second. They have great potential and should definitely be recruited. The instructor's disappointment in Lu Yuan deepened, and they couldn't help but feel it was a pity for the 2 girls. It's truly unfortunate. Without sufficient damage output, they managed to push the boss back to the boss room, but with its self-healing skills, they'll never kill it with their current output. 2 rare classes stuck with such a bizarre teammate. Unlucky doesn't even begin to describe it. After the trial, they deserve some proper compensation. At that moment, Lu Yuan estimated the timing and decided it was about right. He turned to Miao Shulan and Li Shuer, who were fighting with all their might, and said, "The timing is perfect now. Leave the rest to me." Got it. The 2 girls immediately responded, swiftly retreating to either side. The Night King statue's aggro instantly shifted to Lu Yuan, and it charged at him. Lu Yuan activated the sword array. Qi Xiao materialized beside him, transforming into a red streak of light and piercing through the head of the Night King statue. Successfully killed Night King statue. XP plus 30,000. Boom. The Night King statue collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissolving into black smoke. In the special observation room, the instructors exchanged stunned glances, speechless for a long moment. What just happened? An instructor broke the silence, and everyone turned their eyes to a formation master among them. Earlier, Lu Yuan had clearly used a formation skill, so perhaps the formation master could identify what had occurred. But even the formation master wore a wry smile. I didn't see him use any specific formation. It seemed like, just a basic attack. A basic attack to one-shot the boss. Are you telling me this kid was slacking off for over 20 minutes? One instructor exclaimed. His formation was deployed in an instant. That much, I could tell. Good grief, this kid is insanely strong. One-shotting a level 21 boss at level 18. Looks like we really underestimated him. If he could kill the boss that easily, why didn't he just do it earlier? Why make us watch the boss hammer those 2 girls for half an hour? The formation master pondered for a moment before offering a wry guess. I think, he didn't want to outshine his teammates. He probably held back on purpose to give them a chance to showcase their abilities. The room fell into a heavy silence. Upon reflection, it did make sense. If Lu Yuan had instantly killed the boss, they wouldn't have been able to observe Li Shuer and Miao Shulan's brilliance. At that moment, Wan Chang'an entered the room, and all the instructors immediately stood and saluted. Good day, Commander. Wan Chang'an smiled and said, I heard that Lu Yuan is here as well, so I came to check on their trial performance. The instructors began recounting the events that had just transpired, deliberately giving his teammates an opportunity to shine, then one-shotting the boss. Won Chang'an watched the trio on the screen as they divided up the boss loot. After a brief pause, he made a decision: adjust the dungeon parameters. Spawn a level 30 boss for them. Level 30. The instructors' faces turned pale. One instructor voiced concern: Commander, isn't a level 30 boss too dangerous for them? This dungeon is already set to nightmare difficulty. A level 30 nightmare boss typically requires a 5-person team with an average level of 35 to defeat. Lu Yuan's party currently only consisted of 3 people, the highest level being Lu Yuan at 18. Even as a hidden class sword array master, he wouldn't have an absolute advantage against a level 30 boss. Won Chang'an, however, smiled and said, "Don't worry. Lu Yuan not only forced back the Abyss boss Otis but even blocked one of my strikes. I'd say a level 30 boss is a bit too low." "He blocked your strike, Commander." The instructors were shocked. Even they couldn't withstand a single attack from Won Chang'an. How strong was Lu Yuan? "Do as I said. Spawn a level 30 boss and give them a challenge," Won Chang'an ordered. "Understood." Deploying a level 30 boss for Lu Yuan's team immediately. As Lu Yuan's team was dividing the loot, a glowing portal suddenly appeared in the boss room. A boss identical to the Night King statue stepped out. "Warning, a powerful enemy has appeared. Do not take it lightly." The warning flashed in front of the trio. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. "Another boss?" Miao Shulan immediately raised her large shield and positioned herself in front of the group. "Doesn't matter how many bosses there are. With Lu Yuan here, we'll kill every single one of them." Her words had barely left her mouth when she used a taunt skill on the new boss, drawing its aggro. The boss swung its stone sword at Miao Shulan's shield with a deafening crash. The impact sent a terrifying shockwave rippling outward. Miao Shulan was pushed back several steps, her health dropping to half in an instant. This thing's strength isn't normal. Miao Shulan's heart tightened as she glanced at her red health bar. Before she could react further, a green glow enveloped her, restoring her health to full. She turned to see Li Shuer wielding her staff and gave her teammate a thumbs up. "Nice one, Shuer." Li Shuer smiled. "Don't worry, Sister Miao. My healing's got you covered." But at that moment, the new boss shifted its aggro toward Li Shuer and swung its sword in her direction. "Not on my watch." Miao Shulan roared, activating her holy charge skill. She raised her shield, deflecting the boss's attack, and taunted it once again. Boom! The boss's sword clashed against Miao Shulan's shield once more. This time, she activated her unyielding body skill to withstand the blow. "Shuer, don't panic. I've got this. Just keep healing me." Li Shuer quickly cast healing spells and buffs to enhance Miao Shulan's defense and resilience. "This boss isn't right." Lu Yuan frowned, watching his companion struggle. Activating his abyssal eye, he scanned the new boss. Night King statue, boss. Level, 30. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 2,000. Stamina, 12,000. Skills, Stomp, Earthquake, Regeneration. A level 30 boss. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed as he realized the boss's stats were on nightmare difficulty. His mind quickly connected the dots to an abyss invasion. "You two, step aside." Lu Yuan shouted, activating Qi Shao and launching it at the Night King statue. A streak of red light pierced through the boss's chest. Successfully killed Night King statue. XP plus 70,000. Golden light flashed around Lu Yuan as he leveled up to 19. One shot again. Another one-shot kill. The instructors were utterly flabbergasted, their jaws practically hitting the floor as they watched Lu Yuan's basic attack annihilate a level 30 nightmare difficulty boss. This level of power seemed unattainable even for legendary classes. Was Lu Yuan using a class-specific weapon? That attack power is absurdly broken. Even with a class-specific weapon, he shouldn't be able to one-shot a level 30 boss. Could he have awakened some unique talent? The instructors' opinions of Lu Yuan completely flipped, and they turned to Won Chang'an. "Commander, should we increase the difficulty further?" Won Chang'an shook his head. "No need. Any higher, and those two girls could be in real danger. If we want to test Lu Yuan's full capabilities, we'll wait until he joins the Hidden Dragon squad. The trial is over. Give all 3 an S-rank evaluation, and promote Lu Yuan to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel." With that, Won Chang'an vanished into thin air, leaving the dungeon. At the same time, Lu Yuan's team was teleported back to Cloud Sea Manor. All other trial participants, regardless of whether they had defeated their bosses, were also transported back. Was I overthinking things? Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief upon seeing his team safely return. Encountering 2 abyss dungeons in succession had made him a bit uneasy. Outside the trial grounds, Wang Hu approached the trio with a mocking grin. So, how was it? Without my damage output, you must have struggled to kill anything. That's what you get for siding with Lu Yuan. Miao Shulan clenched her fist and raised it. You want to get smacked again, huh? Wang Hu's expression shifted as he quickly backed away. My bodyguards are watching outside. Try touching me, I dare you. Li Shuer rolled her eyes, pulling Miao Shulan back. Sister Miao, don't waste your energy on an idiot like him. It's not worth it. Frustrated, Wang Hu turned his attention to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. It's all your fault they treat me like this. If it weren't for you, I would have led them to clear the dungeon ages ago. I won't let this go. Huh, do I hear a dog barking? Lu Yuan casually cleaned his ear, ignoring Wang Hu. He turned to his teammates and said, there seems to be a rabid dog nearby. Let's go somewhere else. The 2 girls burst into laughter. Alright. No need to stoop to a dog's level. The trio left together, leaving Wang Hu red-faced and stomping his feet in anger. Damn it! Damn it! He glared after Lu Yuan's retreating figure, seething with rage. Why? Why do both of them treat you like that? You just wait. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed through the air, the trial is over. Announcing the Westlake City Division rankings. Lu Yuan, S rank, 1st place. Miao Shulan, S rank, 2nd place. Li Shuer, S rank, 3rd place. Sui Yu, A rank, 4th place. Wang Hu, rated F class, unqualified. As the ratings of everyone present were announced, Wang Hu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Impossible. How can they get an S class? There must be some mistake. They must have cheated. I demand a thorough investigation. Wang Hu shouted in the courtyard, his voice echoing loudly. The other trial participants looked at Wang Hu as if he were a fool. This secret realm dungeon trial was organized by the military, with instructors over level 70 monitoring the entire process. Who would dare to cheat under such scrutiny? Wang Hu's public outburst was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the military. If the military took offense, both Wang Hu and his family, the Wang clan, would face severe consequences. At this moment, someone sneered, oh, I remember now. Isn't this idiot Wang Hu in the same team as the top 3? He dropped out of the dungeon from the very beginning, didn't he? Couldn't latch onto their coattails, absolutely hilarious. What? Really? Why did he quit? I came out early and heard this idiot shouting. He thought he was hot stuff as a fire mage and called the support class useless. Turns out, the real clown was him. They managed to score S-class without any damage dealers. Ha ha ha. Is that so? What a joke. If it were me, I'd have stuck with the team no matter what. Even if I couldn't get S-class, I'd at least land an A-class reward. The trial participants, either possessing rare classes or supported by powerful families, weren't intimidated by Wang Hu. They were teenagers, brimming with youthful arrogance. Seeing a clown like Wang Hu, they didn't bother to hold back their ridicule. In an instant, Wang Hu became the center of everyone's mockery, his surroundings filled with countless derisive gazes. Damn it! Wang Hu wished he could dig a hole and disappear. In the end, he could only glare furiously at Lu Yuan before fleeing the manor in disgrace, drawing a round of laughter from the crowd. Lu Yuan noticed Wang Hu's parting glare, filled with veiled threats, and felt a surge of anger. Leaving Wang Hu unchecked could lead to greater retaliation in the future, potentially endangering his grandmother and aunt. With this in mind, Lu Yuan turned to Li Shuer and said, I need to use the restroom. Make it quick. The rewards are about to be distributed after the results. Won't take long. Lu Yuan quickly ran to the restroom. Seeing no one around, he pulled out the Rakshasa King's mask. Let's hope you're worth it. Lu Yuan activated the mask, which glowed with a crimson light as the Rakshasa King emerged, kneeling before Lu Yuan. The summoned Rakshasa King had a humanoid form, making it nearly indistinguishable from a human without detection skills. Lu Yuan took a moment to examine the Rakshasa King's attributes. Rakshasa King, Summon. Level, 30. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skills, Flash of the Blade, King's Aura, Indomitable Will. Attributes are fully intact. This is indeed an epic-grade artifact. Lu Yuan had thought the summoned Rakshasa King would be significantly weaker, but its strength exceeded his expectations. This changes everything. Lu Yuan immediately issued an order, follow Wang Hu, but don't let him notice you. The Rakshasa King nodded before disappearing in a blur of speed, vanishing from the restroom in an instant. So fast. Lu Yuan marveled, then looked at the mask in his hand. After the Rakshasa King departed, Lu Yuan could establish a special connection with it, allowing him to view its perspective and even control its actions. Soon, through the Rakshasa king's vision, Lu Yuan saw Wang Hu, still seething with anger, getting into a luxury car and driving down the mountain. Didn't expect this mask to be so useful. I can send the Rakshasa king to scout dangerous areas in the future. Lu Yuan put the mask away and let the Rakshasa king act autonomously before returning to the courtyard. By now, a level 70 instructor stood at the Secret Realm dungeon's entrance, and trial participants with ratings below A-class had already left. The once bustling courtyard was now much quieter, with only 7 or 8 people chatting amongst themselves. Lu Yuan, over here. Li Shuer waved at Lu Yuan the moment she saw him. The instructor is about to distribute the rewards. Lu Yuan casually walked over to her and Miao Shulan. Already? Li Shuer was brimming with excitement. This time, the rewards are amazing. Even A-class participants get an upgrade pill. Upgrade pill? Lu Yuan was taken aback. What's that? Li Shuer explained, a rare and precious pill that allows a professional below level 20 to instantly gain 1 level. I'm almost level 18, so taking the pill will push me to level 19, securing my spot at Jingdu University. Such a thing exists. Lu Yuan was stunned. Li Shuer continued, the upgrade pills are crafted by the military's grand alchemists and are exclusive to the military. There are rumors of even more advanced versions, but those are strategic level resources that ordinary people never get to see. Even these upgrade pills being handed out today are worth 5 million on the black market. They're incredibly expensive but still in high demand. 5 million? Lu Yuan was shocked but quickly grasped the pill's value. In wartime, when the military suffered heavy losses, the upgrade pill could rapidly boost combat effectiveness. Such treasures would undoubtedly be coveted by enemy spies. After distributing the upgrade pills to the A-class participants, the instructor issued a stern warning, each upgrade pill has a unique code. Use it as soon as possible. If anyone else gets their hands on it, for whatever reason, you will face a military tribunal, with severe consequences. The instructor's warning sent the crowd into a buzz. A level 16 student quickly swallowed his pill, and a beam of golden light shot out from his body, instantly advancing him to level 17. The instructor chuckled. No need to rush. The pills are most cost-effective at level 19 and are safe in storage spaces. I reminded you only to discourage trading them. The student immediately regretted his impulsiveness, while the others were relieved they hadn't acted rashly, promptly storing their pills. Those who received their rewards may now leave. After dismissing the A-class participants, the instructor approached Lu Yuan and his group. Li Shuer and Miao Shulan immediately straightened up, standing at attention. The instructor smiled. Congratulations on your S-class ratings. You are now eligible to join the Qianlong squadron. Before we distribute your special rewards, I must ask, are you willing to join? Miao Shulan answered without hesitation, I'm willing. Li Shuer nodded as well. Me too. The instructor nodded in approval. Good. My name is Ning Wuwei, and I will be your instructor from now on. Li Shuer noticed that Ning Wuwei hadn't waited for Lu Yuan's answer and asked, Instructor Ning, Lu Yuan hasn't responded yet. Ning Wuwei turned to Lu Yuan with a knowing smile. The military established this external recruitment program because of him. He's already part of the Qianlong squadron. What? He's already joined? Li Shuer looked at Lu Yuan in shock. You dummy, why didn't you tell me? Lu Yuan gave a wry smile. When you encouraged me back then, I didn't want to crush your spirit. Recalling her earlier words of encouragement, Li Shuer blushed slightly and lightly punched Lu Yuan. You big dummy. Ning Wuwei interrupted their banter. Alright, kids, it's time to distribute your rewards. Li Shuer immediately stopped teasing and looked at Ning Wuwei with anticipation. Instructor, what's our reward? You won't be disappointed. Ning Wuwei smiled faintly and retrieved 3 upgrade pills and 3 gilded black cards from his storage space. Li Shuer gasped. Sky Tower entry passes. Ning Wuwei nodded. That's right. These cards grant you a one-time challenge in the Sky Tower. Lu Yuan and Miao Shulan asked in unison, what's the Sky Tower? Li Shuer quickly explained, it's the most prestigious dungeon in the Xia Empire. Only 1,000 people can enter each year, and the entry slots are incredibly rare. Smart girl, Ning Wuwei said approvingly. Inside the Sky Tower, you'll find priceless treasures, possibly even artifacts. The first challenge also comes with bonus rewards, so make the most of your opportunity. Understood. After receiving the rewards, Lu Yuan didn't immediately use the upgrade pill. Instead, he stored both prizes, added Miao Shulan as a friend, and declined Li Shuer's invitation to celebrate, leaving Yunhai Mountain alone. Attribute conversion, ride the wind. Lu Yuan converted his spirit attribute to agility at a 5-fold ratio and activated the skill from his Windwalker boots, doubling his speed. Now as fast as the wind, Lu Yuan quickly caught up to the Rakshasa king, who was tailing Wang Hu. After leaving the Yunhai Manor in disgrace, Wang Hu didn't return to the city. Instead, he went to the wilderness to vent his anger, attacking low-level monsters. Lu Yuan. I'm going to kill your entire family. Wang Hu screamed as he hurled fireballs, incinerating wild cats and rabbits alike. Nearby, a middle-aged man in formal attire stood stiffly. Lu Yuan used Abyssal Eye on the man. Jiang Yecheng, Water Archmage, level 48. Seeing Jiang Yecheng's level, Lu Yuan was startled. He hadn't expected Wang Hu's bodyguard to be so powerful. The situation was tricky, but Jiang Yecheng's water element put him at a disadvantage since Lu Yuan had the artifact Shanlu. He could fight if needed. Jiang Yecheng tried to console Wang Hu. Young master, it's not worth ruining your health over a commoner. Uncle Jiang, I'm furious. Wang Hu roared, his voice trembling with rage. I sent assassins after Lu Yuan, so why is he still alive? How did that bastard earn an S-class rating? And why does Li Shuer still favor that lowlife? Uncle Jiang, I want him dead, his entire family dead. Jiang Yecheng frowned. Young master, now that Lu Yuan has earned an S-class rating, it's likely he'll join the Qianlong squadron. Taking action against him will be much harder. Can't we handle it quietly? Wang Hu was unwilling to give up. He's just trash at level 10. Hire a high-level assassin to eliminate him quietly. Lu Yuan hasn't officially joined the Qianlong squadron yet. The military won't investigate our Wang clan over a mere student. Uncle Jiang, why don't you take action? You have the sulfuric acid skill, you could dissolve Lu Yuan directly, leaving no evidence behind. Even the military wouldn't be able to trace it back to us. By the way, I know where Lu Yuan lives. Let's go to his house first and kill his grandmother and aunt. Only by wiping out his entire family can I truly ease the hatred in my heart. Jiang Yecheng saw the murderous intent growing in Wang Hu's eyes. After some deep thought, he nodded. Leave Lu Yuan and his family to me. I'll leave it to you, Uncle Jiang. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Yuan overheard their conversation. A cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Rakshasa King, go. At Lu Yuan's command, the Rakshasa King transformed into a blur of motion, charging forward. Skill, Blade Flash. Young master, be careful. Jiang Yecheng's eyes turned sharp as his magical tome flew into the air. A water shield instantly materialized, protecting Wang Hu. The Rakshasa King's blade struck the water shield, sinking deeply into it. Wang Hu, seeing the sword flying toward him, fell to the ground in terror, his face pale. A wild boss? Jiang Yecheng sensed the Rakshasa King's terrifying aura and was momentarily shaken. No, it's a summoned creature. Who's ambushing us? Your summoned creature has initiated an attack. Jiang Yecheng and Wang Hu have been marked as enemies. Seeing the system notification, Lu Yuan activated attribute conversion, converting his spirit attribute into agility, drawing the surrounding monsters toward the area. Jiang Yecheng was a level 48 water mage, and Lu Yuan didn't believe the Rakshasa King could kill Wang Hu under his protection. Moreover, Jiang Yecheng's water shield had a disarming effect. If the Rakshasa King's attacks were neutralized by the shield, they would pose no threat to them. Thus, Lu Yuan needed to find an absolute opportunity for a decisive strike. As Lu Yuan lured nearby monsters, Jiang Yecheng's magical tome flipped rapidly. Water Dragon Projectile. A water dragon surged forth from the tome, crashing into the Rakshasa King and sending him flying. Water Prison. Immediately after the water dragon struck, Jiang Yecheng cast another spell. A massive amount of water elements encircled the Rakshasa King, forming an enormous watery cage that trapped him. The Rakshasa King was immobilized. Sulfuric Acid Arrow. A jet of sulfuric acid shot out from Jiang Yecheng's magical tome, piercing through the Rakshasa King's chest in an instant. The water prison morphed into a pool of acid, corroding the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King's health dropped rapidly. Still not going to show yourself, summoner? Jiang Yecheng's icy gaze swept the surroundings as he shouted, his voice laced with a terrifying pressure that echoed throughout the area. As expected of a level 48 water mage, easily suppressing my summoned creature. At that moment, Lu Yuan stepped out of the shadows, retrieving the Rakshasa King's mask and recalling him. Lu Yuan. Jiang Yecheng's eyes flickered with surprise. Wang Hu, seeing Lu Yuan emerge, had his fear instantly replaced by hatred. Sneering viciously, he shouted, well, Lu Yuan. I haven't even come looking for you, and here you are delivering yourself to me. Uncle Jiang. Kill him. At Wang Hu's command, Jiang Yecheng didn't hesitate, launching several sulfuric acid projectiles toward Lu Yuan. Suddenly, Zhanlu materialized, forming a blue barrier that blocked Jiang Yecheng's attacks. Signature weapon. Jiang Yecheng was visibly shocked, his mind reeling. He had heard rumors about Lu Yuan drawing a fully maxed-out destiny weapon during a school lottery event, but he hadn't expected Lu Yuan to obtain a signature weapon so soon afterward. What kind of heaven-defying luck was this? Could it be that Lu Yuan had a god-tier talent that increased his draw rates? Jiang Yeqing's heart sank, and his killing intent grew stronger. This kid could not be allowed to live, otherwise, the Wang family would be doomed. Water prison. Jiang Yeqing quickly cast water prison on Lu Yuan. However, as the water elements approached, they were absorbed by Zhanlu. Water attribute immunity. Jiang Yeqing was stunned but refused to give up. He unleashed several water-based skills at Lu Yuan, only for them to be absorbed as well. So it was true, water attribute immunity. Lu Yuan was the natural counter to his class. Had enough? Lu Yuan smirked slightly, deploying a sword formation. He opened a dimensional rift in front of Wang Hu, and an iron sword shot out. However, just as the iron sword was about to pierce Wang Hu, a water shield materialized once more, enveloping the iron sword and neutralizing Lu Yuan's attack. As expected, the water shield has a disarming effect that counters my basic attacks. Seeing the water shield block the iron sword, Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief. If he had tried to ambush them earlier using Qi Xiao, his signature weapon might have been taken by Jiang Yeqing. High-level combatants truly weren't easy foes. Jiang Yeqing was inwardly startled by Lu Yuan's elusive attack methods. If he had been even slightly distracted earlier, Wang Hu might have already been dead. Could this level of combat capability really come from a mere level 19 student? Wang Hu, utterly terrified by Lu Yuan, shouted angrily at Jiang Yeqing, "Uncle Jiang. Why is it so hard for you to kill a low-level support class? Hurry up and kill him. Young master, this guy is no ordinary support class. His signature weapon makes him immune to water-based attacks. My skills can't harm him." Jiang Yeqing was far more composed than Wang Hu, quickly realizing that he lacked the means to kill Lu Yuan. Without hesitation, he cast another water shield to protect Wang Hu and then levitated him. "Young master, we're retreating. We'll find someone else to deal with him. You want to leave now?" Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with amusement. "Don't you think it's a bit too late for that?" Jiang Yeqing felt an ominous chill run down his spine as he sensed the threat emanating from Lu Yuan. He involuntarily shivered but quickly forced himself to remain calm. "Lu Yuan, I admit your class is powerful and your signature weapon counters mine, but my water shield has a disarming effect. You can't harm us." Lu Yuan chuckled. "Oh really? Then take a look around." "Around?" Jiang Yeqing hesitated, glancing around. To his shock, he saw that hundreds of low-level monsters had unknowingly gathered in the area. Seeing the sheer number of monsters, Jiang Yeqing sneered instead. "These low-level monsters, are you planning to use them to kill us?" This time, Lu Yuan didn't respond. Instead, he expanded the sword formation to its maximum range, covering a radius of 500 meters, and activated his skill. Psychic Storm. Constellation 4, within the sword formation, every attack on an enemy deals 10% splash damage to others in the formation. Constellation 5, within the sword formation, all attacks are guaranteed critical hits. Critical rate converts to critical damage at double the rate, with an additional 100% boost. Constellation 6, within the sword formation, all enemy defenses are ignored. Qi Xiao, attack plus 3000, critical rate plus 70%, critical damage plus 400%. Zhanlu, attack plus 1000, damage plus 100%. As Lu Yuan activated Psychic Storm, all constellations, and equipped both Qi Xiao and Zhanlu, the pendants on his chest emitted a brilliant glow. Jiang Yeqing's heart filled with dread. This is bad. Without hesitation, he activated his water shield. Boom! Psychic Storm swept through the area. Every monster within 500 meters, along with Jiang Yeqing and Wang Hu, was annihilated in an instant. The level 48 Jiang Yeqing's water shield offered no protection, his soul was obliterated in a flash. You have successfully killed Jiang Yeqing. You have successfully killed Wang Hu. You have successfully killed a wild rabbit. EXP +1. Obtained equipment, Water Mage Tome, Blazing Staff. A cascade of notifications filled Lu Yuan's interface. The area around him had turned into a desolate graveyard. Jiang Yeqing and Wang Hu collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from their orifices, their expressions twisted in agony. You brought this upon yourselves, Lu Yuan said coldly, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the lifeless bodies. Without hesitation, he converted his spirit attribute back to agility and used windborne steps to leave the scene as quickly as possible. This location was close to Westlake City's urban area, and the commotion just now was bound to attract other combatants. Lu Yuan had no intention of sticking around to deal with the aftermath. Shortly after he left, a group of novice combatants arrived at the scene and discovered the corpses. There's been a murder. After leaving the area, Lu Yuan didn't return to the city immediately. Instead, he headed to the Rakshasa River dungeon to grind levels alongside other combatants. Wang Hu was the youngest son of the Wang family, a prominent clan in West Lake City with a massive guild of over 1,000 combat class members. His death would undoubtedly stir up a storm. Although a powerful level 48 combatant had died alongside him, no one would suspect a mere level 19 Lu Yuan. Still, Lu Yuan knew that crafting an alibi was essential. He had planned everything meticulously. The time it would take him to travel from Cloud Sea Mountain to the Rakshasa River dungeon was nearly identical to the time it took to intercept Wang Hu. Moreover, the Wang family had no way of knowing about his attribute conversion or windborne step skills. Even if they were aware of his past conflicts with Wang Hu, Lu Yuan's alibi and the presence of a level 48 bodyguard would make it inconceivable for the Wang family to suspect him directly. Spending the next hour clearing the Rakshasa River dungeon, Lu Yuan returned to West Lake City's trading post to sell off excess gear and materials. As he was finishing his transactions, his attention fell on two pieces of equipment stored in his inventory. Water Mage Tome, Platinum Spirit plus 1000, Water Magic Power plus 30%, usable at level 40. Blazing Staff, Platinum Spirit plus 300, Fire Magic Power plus 30%, usable at level 15. These two platinum tier items, one of which required level 40, could easily fetch millions on the market. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yuan decided to keep them in his storage. While these items were standard platinum tier gear, their sudden appearance at the trading post so soon after Wang Hu and Jiang Yeqing's deaths would raise too many red flags. Besides, with the 3 million yuan deposit from Guan Xian, Lu Yuan currently had a balance of 3.28 million. He wasn't strapped for cash and saw no need to take unnecessary risks. To think that less than a month after my job transition, my bank account has gone from just over 1,000 yuan to more than 3 million. Combat classes really are money-making machines, Lu Yuan muttered to himself with a wry smile. Feeling a bit flush with cash, he spent 100,000 yuan to purchase 10 mid-grade healing potions for his storage. Though his sword formation had an automatic recovery effect, the instant recovery provided by healing potions could be life-saving against formidable enemies. When it came to his survival, Lu Yuan wasn't one to cut corners. However, he still balked at the price of skill scrolls, which cost around 100,000 yuan each. 3 million yuan would only buy him 30 scrolls, and there was no guarantee he'd unlock a new skill. For now, Lu Yuan decided it was more reliable to grind dungeons and farm gear. After spending several hours at the trading post clearing out his materials, Lu Yuan stopped by the marketplace to purchase gifts for his grandmother and aunt before leisurely heading home. It had been over 20 days since he last saw them, and Lu Yuan found himself missing them dearly. When he arrived home, it was just in time for dinner. His grandmother was busy cooking in the kitchen, while his aunt was practicing her singing in the living room. Wow! Look who finally decided to show up. His aunt teased when she saw him. Mom, the brat's finally back. I'm the kid, what about you? Lu Yuan retorted, pulling the gifts he had bought out from his storage space and piling them up into a small mountain in the living room. Big rabbit brat, I brought you some presents. Whoa! The little brat has hit the jackpot, huh? His aunt's eyes lit up as she dove toward the pile of gifts, tearing open the packaging without any hesitation. His grandmother emerged from the kitchen and frowned at the sight of the living room filled with presents. She couldn't help but chide Lu Yuan, kid, you just started making money, and now you're wasting it on all these useless things. You're still in the early stages, you should be investing in better equipment. Lu Yuan chuckled, Grandma, I made a few million over the past few days. These gifts together only cost a few tens of thousands, barely a dent. It's no big deal. His aunt's eyes gleamed with an almost blinding light. A few million? Combat professions are that lucrative? Scratching his head with a sheepish grin, Lu Yuan replied, yeah, I didn't expect to make so much either. Even random junk equipment can sell for millions. Wow, why didn't I get a combat profession? I hold concerts, sing and dance for hours, and my appearance fee is only a few tens of thousands. His aunt exclaimed indignantly. Unz, I'm so jealous of you. Mom, I want a combat profession too. I don't want to be a singer anymore. His aunt threw a mock tantrum, rolling around on the pile of gifts. Look at you. Grandma shot his aunt a disapproving glare. If you want to ruin yourself, don't drag Unz down with you. Got it, Mom, his aunt murmured, pouting. Over the next week, Westlake City was abuzz with the aftermath of Wang Hu's death. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan acted as though nothing had happened, spending his time leisurely accompanying his aunt and Li Shuai shopping, eating, and gaming. The government failed to find any trace of Otis and eventually reopened all nearby dungeons, retrieving the bodies of Wang Hu and Jiang Yecheng. The case in the Northern District quietly came to an end. Word spread that when Wang Hu's body was returned to his family, the head of the Wang household held him and cried for 2 hours, issuing a 5 billion yuan bounty on Otis to no avail. After the storm had passed, Lu Yuan even attended Wang Hu's funeral. With the college entrance exams approaching, university principals across the region gathered to discuss the upcoming tests. Tomorrow marks the start of the exams. So much has happened this past month, one principal remarked. I'm really anxious about the students' performance. As a principal, I feel even more pressure than the parents, another sighed. My school doesn't have any standout students this year, but old Ning, that Lu Yuan from your school is a real genius. Someone mentioned Lu Yuan, immediately drawing everyone's attention. I've had my eye on him since he first enrolled. I never expected him to excel like this. Ning Qin grinned from ear to ear. Although the matter of Lu Yuan defeating the Abyss boss was classified, his remarkable performance in the beginner Abyss dungeon and his first place S-rank clearance in the Secret Realm dungeon had already spread far and wide. Nearly everyone was aware of him. It was widely accepted that Lu Yuan was the top scorer of Westlake City, with a chance to vie for the title of top scorer in Jiangnan Province. Old Ning, if Lu Yuan becomes the top scorer of Jiangnan Province, will your school change its name to Top Scorer High? I'll be waiting for you to treat us, another principal teased. 10 bottles of Feitian Mao Tai. We're not leaving until we're drunk tonight. Ning Qin's face was flushed with pride, reveling in the compliments about his student. While the principals were enjoying their banquet, Li Shuer had asked Lu Yuan to meet her on the school track. Under the moonlight, the two strolled around the running track. Blockhead, are you confident? Li Shuer asked, looking at Lu Yuan, who had already reached level 19. Don't worry. We'll definitely meet again at Kyoto University, Lu Yuan replied confidently. Pinky promise, okay. Let's reunite in the future. Li Shuer extended her little finger. Linking pinkies with her, Lu Yuan smiled, both of them filled with anticipation. Finally, the college entrance exams officially began. The following day, all combat profession candidates gathered at the Westlake City Government Square, preparing to head to the exam site in East Sea City. Ning Qin looked at the level 19 Lu Yuan and Li Shuer with satisfaction. I never expected both of you to reach level 19. With two geniuses like you, our school is truly making a name for itself. Stay calm and do your best. I believe you'll make it into Kyoto University. Ning Qin encouraged them earnestly. Li Shuer thanked him, then jabbed Lu Yuan playfully. Why are you still level 19? Haven't you used your leveling elixirs? I'm saving them, just in case, Lu Yuan explained. Leveling elixirs are useless after level 20. There's no point in saving them, she said, puzzled. Well, I'll reach level 20 soon anyway. Might as well keep them as souvenirs, Lu Yuan replied with a chuckle. Ning Qin led 34 students into the teleportation array, preparing to distribute their exam admission tokens. The exam is important, but safety comes first. I don't want to hear about any more students getting hurt, he said. As the teleportation array lit up, the students from Westlake High were transported to the East Sea City exam site. The area was vast, even with tens of thousands of candidates gathered, it didn't feel crowded. At the center of the exam site floated a luminous tower, beneath which was a large, blue vortex resembling the entrance to a secret realm dungeon. Half an hour later, students from other schools also arrived. The luminous tower emitted a commanding voice, silence. The exam site immediately fell into a hushed stillness. Now announcing the exam rules, the test comprises a basic exam and an advanced exam. The basic exam assesses fundamental abilities for each profession. Scoring D rank or above qualifies candidates for the advanced exam, the proctor announced. The advanced exam will take place within a dungeon. Candidates will earn points based on their performance. Dungeons vary in difficulty, the higher the difficulty, the more points awarded. The use of potions or enhancement items is prohibited. Cheating will result in disqualification. The candidates listened intently, afraid to miss any details. This exam would determine their futures, no one dared to be careless. Prepare yourselves. The exam will begin shortly. As the commanding voice concluded, the vortex beneath the tower emitted a dazzling light, and all candidates were simultaneously teleported into the secret realm dungeon. Atop the luminous tower, a group of professors observed. How many exceptional students will Jiangnan Province produce this year? I heard East Sea High's Jiang Yun drew a rare profession and reached level 20 in just a month. Quite impressive, one professor remarked. And there's the Berserker from Southern City, also level 19, capable of soloing hard mode dungeons, another added. Don't forget the female knight from a small county. She's doing pretty well too, someone else chimed in. I think Westlake City's students are worth special attention this year, a proctor said, pulling up Lu Yuan's profile. Lu Yuan, Sword Array Master, Level 19. The proctors all took note of him, intrigued to see how this young man, favored by Chairman Bai, would perform. Lu Yuan found himself in a Colosseum dungeon. A task prompt appeared: attack the testing dummy with full force. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan activated his sword array, equipped the weapons Qi Xiao and Zhanlu, and charged at the dummy. Boom! A flash of red light erupted as the dummy shattered into pieces. It exploded. The proctors were stunned. This dummy can withstand 1,000,000 damage points, right? How could it shatter with a single strike? Must be a bug, some proctors speculated, thinking the dungeon had malfunctioned. Spawn another dummy. Within the Colosseum, a new testing dummy appeared. Is this to test multiple strikes and stability? So it's not just about raw power. Makes sense for a college entrance exam, Lu Yuan thought as he launched another attack. Boom! Once again, the dummy was obliterated. The proctors were left speechless, watching in disbelief. Spawn another dummy and set its health to 10 million, lead proctor Chen Yun ordered. No sooner had the new dummy appeared than it was obliterated by Lu Yuan's attack. The proctors' faces turned pale. What now? Even a 10 million health dummy can't withstand him. Professor Chen, we've never encountered anything like this before. Increase the dummy's defense. Set damage reduction to 50%, one proctor suggested. But all candidates' dummies have zero defense. Wouldn't giving Lu Yuan a special dummy compromise fairness? Another questioned. It's fine, Chen Yun said firmly. Record the footage. If Lu Yuan's rating ends up below S due to this anomaly, we'll manually adjust it to S and grant him additional rewards afterward. That seems to be the only solution, the proctors agreed. They all knew Lu Yuan's abilities far exceeded the requirements for an S-rank evaluation, but the dungeon system was rigid. If Lu Yuan kept breaking the dummies, the system might rate him below D or even accuse him of cheating. As the fourth testing dummy appeared in the Colosseum, Lu Yuan frowned. Is this exam just about endlessly hitting dummies? How boring. Despite his complaints, he continued the test, directing Qi Xiao to strike. Boom! Once again, the fortified dummy was obliterated. In the luminous tower, the proctors fell into a stunned silence. A few, with weaker hearts, discreetly took out emergency heart medication. What kind of skill is this? A 10 million health dummy with 50% damage reduction, and it still exploded? One proctor exclaimed. I don't think it's a skill. It looks like a regular attack. Haven't you noticed there's no skill cooldown? Another added. No wonder he can solo clear the Abyss dungeon. If it were me in this situation, I'd probably be crying for my mother. All the examiners were utterly stunned by Lu Yuan's capabilities. The first round of testing was about to end. If this continued and Lu Yuan got eliminated, this year's college entrance exams would undoubtedly stir up major chaos. Chen Yun paced back and forth, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. I've got an idea. With that, Chen Yun personally operated the dungeon's back end and refreshed a new wooden dummy. Exam task: candidates, please do not attack the wooden dummy with full strength. Don't attack with full strength? What kind of exam is this? Lu Yuan read the new task and began to doubt the professionalism of the college entrance exams. Nonetheless, since the task clearly stated so, Lu Yuan had no choice but to set aside his Qi Xiao and Zhanlu swords, opting to use an iron sword instead. Dash. Evaluation grade, S. A string of numbers appeared on the testing dummy, with an evaluation grade of S. The examiners in the light tower erupted into deafening cheers. Several professors were so overjoyed they shed tears, as if witnessing the national football team winning the World Cup. Chen Yun let out a long sigh of relief and remarked, "Phew, finally, we can wrap up the first round of exams." At that moment, a dignified voice resonated through the dungeon: the first foundational exam has concluded. Now announcing results, 2,326 candidates achieved a grade of D or above. The remaining candidates are eliminated. Out of more than 10,000 candidates, nearly 80% were eliminated in just the foundational exam. The elimination rate was nothing short of terrifying. Each candidate saw their results displayed before them, while massive screens appeared in the skies of the secret realm and outside the light tower, showing the top 100 candidates. Even among S-grade candidates, there were distinctions. First place, Lu Yuan, grade S. Second place, Jiang Yun, grade S. Third place, Miao Shulan, grade S. 10th place, Li Shuer, grade S. Lu Yuan ranked first, while Miao Shulan and Li Shuer placed 3rd and 10th respectively. All three of them had entered the provincial top 10 in the first exam, achieving outstanding results. Outside the dungeon, Ning Qin, upon seeing Lu Yuan take first place and Li Shuer secure 10th, was so overjoyed he waved his arms around wildly. He turned to the other principals nearby and exclaimed, "Did you see that? First and 10th place are both from our Shihu number 1 high school. 2 of our students made it into the top 10. Ning Qin's words drew envious glances from many principals. At this moment, a cold chuckle came from the side. Heh, too bad this is just the foundational exam. For all S-grade candidates, the converted points for the final ranking are the same. The points from the advanced exams are what really matter." An older man with a receding hairline approached, sneering. "Old classmate, after teaching in the countryside for so many years, have you fallen so far that you're celebrating over such minor achievements?" Ning Qin squinted slightly, recognizing the man as Feng Gaoyuan, principal of Donghai No. 1 High School, the top-ranked high school in Jiangnan Province. "You think I'm jealous of you?" Feng Gaoyuan sneered coldly. "Our school's Jiang Yun will undoubtedly be the provincial champion. Do you dare to make a bet with me?" "A bet?" Ning Qin raised an eyebrow slightly. "Name your terms." "It doesn't matter, I will win regardless." Feng Gaoyuan was brimming with confidence. "Is that so?" Ning Qin chuckled. "Then I bet that Lu Yuan from my school will be the provincial champion. If I win, you resign as the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School and come teach at Shihu No. 1. How about that? That's a hefty gamble." Feng Gaoyuan's mouth twitched slightly. "What? Weren't you boasting just a moment ago? Are you scared?" Ning Qin's lips curled into a provocative smile. "Don't use reverse psychology on me." Feng Gaoyuan's face darkened. "Do you really think I'm scared of you?" "A bet it is. If Jiang Yun becomes the provincial champion, you come teach at our school. Deal?" Seeing Feng Gaoyuan take the bait, Ning Qin raised his voice deliberately so that the other principals and teachers around could hear. "Everyone here is a witness. I've made a bet with Feng Gaoyuan, whoever loses has to teach at the other school. And anyone who reneges on the bet is no better than an old dog." Feng Gaoyuan, spurred on by Ning Qin's words, declared, "Ning Qin, you might as well start packing your things. After the summer break, you'll be calling me boss." Ning Qin chuckled dismissively. "You're dreaming." As the two principals made their wager, the candidates within the Secret Realm dungeon began the second round of exams, the Advanced Individual Trials. The so-called individual dungeon trials did not require candidates to solo a dungeon. Instead, the Secret Realm dungeon would provide each candidate with 4 NPCs whose levels and attributes matched the candidates. The NPCs would be assigned roles such as DPS, tank, healer, or support. Candidates could choose the difficulty level of the dungeon and decide how many NPC teammates to bring along. The difficulty levels were categorized as normal, hard, and nightmare, with point multipliers of 1x, 2x, and 5x respectively. For each NPC teammate not brought along, the point multiplier would increase by 1x. For example, selecting nightmare difficulty and bringing 3 NPC teammates would result in a 6x points multiplier. If a candidate selected normal difficulty and brought all 4 teammates, defeating one monster would earn 1 point. On the other hand, selecting nightmare difficulty with 3 teammates would earn 6 points per monster defeated. This advanced exam not only tested the candidates' combat abilities but also their strategic decision-making. If a candidate recklessly chose nightmare difficulty with fewer teammates, the increased point multiplier might be offset by the difficulty in progressing through the dungeon. Ultimately, their total score might fall short compared to a candidate who chose normal difficulty with all 4 teammates. There was also a special rule for the advanced exam. If a candidate selected nightmare difficulty and brought no teammates at all, the point multiplier would increase by an additional 1x, reaching a maximum multiplier of 10x. Of course, in the history of the college entrance exams, almost no one had been crazy enough to attempt this, as it was practically suicidal. One year, a candidate with a legendary profession, overconfident in his abilities, chose nightmare difficulty with no teammates. He ended up dying in the dungeon. Jiang Yun from Donghai No. 1 High School has entered the dungeon. He chose nightmare difficulty and brought only 1 healer. An 8x points multiplier, he's clearly aiming for the provincial championship. Miao Shulan from Saiha County No. 2 High School also chose nightmare difficulty and brought 1 DPS teammate. I've reviewed her skills, she's a strong contender for the provincial championship. Li Shuer chose nightmare difficulty, bringing 1 DPS and 1 tank. A 7x points multiplier, she should comfortably make it into the provincial top 10. I reckon this year's provincial champion will be decided among Jiang Yun, Miao Shulan, and Lu Yuan. By the way, what did Lu Yuan choose? The examiners in the Light Tower discussed the key candidates and the difficulty levels they had selected. What do you think Lu Yuan will choose? With his output capabilities, clearing a nightmare difficulty dungeon should be easy. He'll likely choose nightmare difficulty and bring a tank, one examiner speculated. I agree. His damage output is high, but he probably has low durability, so he'll need a frontliner for protection. Nightmare difficulty with one teammate, an 8x points multiplier, he has the best shot at becoming the provincial champion. However, his skills seem to focus on single-target physical attacks. His clearing speed isn't as fast as magic-based professions, so his completion time might hurt his chances. Otherwise, he'd even have a shot at the national championship. Look, Lu Yuan is making his selection. Inside the dungeon, Lu Yuan read through the advanced exam rules and, without hesitation, chose nightmare difficulty with no teammates. To him, teammates were nothing but dead weight. No teammates? Is he insane? The examiners gasped in shock as they watched Lu Yuan enter the nightmare difficulty dungeon alone. Professor Chen, should we intervene and make him bring at least one teammate into the dungeon? One examiner asked nervously. Chen Yun frowned, deliberating for a moment before responding, don't interfere with Lu Yuan's decision. If he encounters danger in the dungeon, we'll forcibly eject him from the instance and let him take the adult college entrance exams next year instead. Wouldn't that waste an entire year of his time? Another examiner questioned. Chen Yun replied earnestly, with his talent, even if he enters university a year later, he can catch up quickly. Teaching him to act within his limits and value his life over 1 year will benefit him far more in the long run. Since Professor Chen has said so, let's proceed. Everyone, keep a close watch to ensure this genius doesn't come to harm. The examiners nodded in agreement. Unaware that he had become the center of the examiner's attention, Lu Yuan entered the dungeon, finding it to be similar to the military's secret realm dungeons, a sprawling underground labyrinth. As he ventured deeper into the dungeon, he encountered a half-orc warrior wielding a longsword and clad in heavy armor. Abyssal Eye. Orc Warrior, Elite. Level, 15. Strength, 1000. Agility, 300. Intelligence, 100. Constitution, 2000. Skills, War Cry. No wonder Principal Ning said the minimum requirement for admission to Kyoto University is level 19. A nightmare-level dungeon at level 15 is only manageable for level 19 candidates, Lu Yuan quickly deduced from Ning Qin's words. However, he found the dungeon's difficulty somewhat disappointing, far too lacking in challenge. But Lu Yuan soon understood. After all, this was the college entrance exam, meant to screen talent. If the difficulty were too high, it would defeat the purpose of the exam and unnecessarily endanger candidates. What kind of expression is that? Why does he look so disappointed? Does he find our dungeon unsatisfactory? Is the difficulty too high? He's being reckless. His profession leans more toward a stationary ranged damage dealer. Without a frontliner for protection, he probably can't withstand a single blow from the orc and won't clear the dungeon. The examiners watched Lu Yuan's disappointed expression and began debating. How boring. Let's get this over with, Lu Yuan thought to himself. He activated his sword formation, instantly covering a massive range of 500 meters, enveloping the entire secret realm dungeon. Then, his crimson sword, Qi Shao, pierced straight through the head of a half-orc in front of him. The next second, all the monsters in the dungeon, including the level 15 boss, dropped dead instantly. Dungeon cleared successfully. Time taken, 36 seconds. Calculating points. Kill points, plus 5,000. Clearance points, plus 5,000. Time points, plus 5,000. New dungeon clearance record set. Bonus points, plus 10,000. Total points, 25,000. Current ranking, 1. Lu Yuan glanced at his high school examination points display and yawned. This dungeon was so small and weak, it was just way too boring. Meanwhile, in the observation tower, all the examiners were plunged into a deathly silence. In the very next instant, they erupted into a deafening uproar. What just happened? Where are the monsters? The boss? The dungeon? What kind of ability does this kid have? Did he just wipe out the entire dungeon in one go? Is he cheating? Did he bring some large-scale destruction artifact? Do you think the system would allow cheating? Using any illegal item would trigger an alarm. Unbelievable. This guy couldn't be any more outrageous. While other candidates are still struggling to kill the first mob in the beginner dungeons, he's already cleared a nightmare-level dungeon. No wonder he looked so disappointed earlier, he must really think the difficulty is too low. Cleared in 36 seconds. Who would believe that? The fastest record in history was 1 hour and 2 minutes. If you deduct the time he spent standing around, did he actually clear the dungeon in under 1 second? What kind of class is he? This is ridiculously unbalanced. The usually knowledgeable examiners were completely flustered. They wanted nothing more than to storm into the dungeon, grab Lu Yuan, and force him to reveal his stats and skills. They were desperate to figure out how he had managed to pull it off. At the same time, on the massive screen outside the observation tower, the first candidate's results appeared. Name, Lu Yuan. Points, 25,000. Rank, 1. Outside the tower, teachers from various schools were discussing the possible scenarios for this year's dungeons when the sudden appearance of the ranking caught everyone's attention. What's going on? The test just started, and someone's already cleared it. That's impossible. But, it's real. And it's that Lu Yuan again. His points, how much? 25,000. All the teachers stared wide-eyed at the screen, their faces filled with disbelief. In the advanced dungeon, the number of monsters was fixed at 450, plus a single boss. Theoretically, the maximum score one could achieve solo in this dungeon was 15,000 points. But Lu Yuan's score had shot up to 25,000, and he had even set a new clearance record. It was utterly incomprehensible. He solo killed all the monsters in the Nightmare Dungeon and broke the clearance record. How is that even possible? Could he have cheated? This is the Grand Xia Empire's national examination. The imperial authorities are watching. Who would dare cheat? But the dungeon was just opened. How could he have finished already? The teachers outside started discussing wildly, and all eyes turned to focus on Lu Yuan. Ning Qin, seeing Lu Yuan's results, couldn't stop smiling as he kept patting Feng Gaoyuan on the shoulder. Old Feng. Did you see that? This is a student from our school. You might as well prepare to resign and come teach at our school. Feng Gaoyuan remained silent, staring blankly at the rankings on the screen. Lu Yuan was simply too monstrous. It seemed inevitable that Jiang Yun would lose to him. No, he couldn't afford to lose morale. Feng Gaoyuan shook his head vigorously and gritted his teeth. Ning Qin, don't get too full of yourself. I still have hope. He was well aware of Jiang Yun's class characteristics. Even if Jiang Yun lost in the advanced test, there was still a chance for a comeback in the final additional trials. Shortly after Lu Yuan's results were published, Jiang Yun's score appeared in second place. Name, Jiang Yun. Points, 10704. Rank, 2. 10 minutes later, Miao Shulan's score was displayed as well. Name, Miao Shulan. Points, 9816. Rank, 3. Following that, Li Shuer's score appeared in 5th position. Name, Li Shuer. Points, 9072. Rank, 5. Lu Yuan noticed the scores being revealed one by one. He saw that Jiang Yun and Miao Shulan's scores were closely trailing each other, while Li Shuer's performance also surprised him. Meanwhile, in another dungeon space, Jiang Yun stared at Lu Yuan's ranking in disbelief. Impossible. How did he do it? He solo killed every monster in the Nightmare Dungeon and broke the clearance record. Who is he? Jiang Yun had thought that his unique class characteristics would allow him to easily claim the top spot. But now, the emergence of someone like Lu Yuan had completely shattered his expectations. Lu Yuan's score was simply unfathomable. Miao Shulan and Li Shuer were also stunned as they looked at Lu Yuan's points display. They quickly recalled Lu Yuan's performance in the military secret realm dungeon and couldn't help but think in unison, as expected of him. A dignified voice echoed once more in everyone's ears. The advanced test has concluded, and the results of all candidates have been announced. A total of 2,326 candidates participated in this year's advanced test, and 321 of them scored above 500 points. Candidates with more than 500 points are eligible to attempt the additional trial. Please consider carefully. The voice carried a sense of gravity. Most candidates did not hesitate and chose to forego the trial. After all, the additional trial carried risks, and they were already assured of admission to decent schools. It wasn't worth the gamble. Even though the additional trial offered a significant number of points, candidates without sufficient strength risked not only failing to gain points but also facing real danger. Nevertheless, some confident candidates chose to proceed. In the end, only 98 candidates decided to participate in the additional trial. Once all the candidates had made their decisions, those still in the dungeons were teleported to the observation tower. The 98 candidates appeared in the same space, greeted by the examiners responsible for the Jiangnan province's national exams. Congratulations to all of you who have made it this far. You are the elite of the Grand Xia Empire. I hope you all live extraordinary lives from here on. Chief Examiner Qin Yun spoke as his gaze swept across Lu Yuan, a faint smile appearing on his lips. The additional trial is unique. You will compete against elite candidates from other provinces across the nation, Qin Yun continued. The rules are harsh. You will be placed in a simulated abyssal battlefield, where you must fight against simulated abyssal monsters. Each abyssal monster you kill will earn you 100 points, with no upper limit. This means everyone has a chance to turn the tables. Qin Yun's tone was filled with anticipation. The time has come. Candidates, set off. With that, the teleportation arrays beneath the candidates lit up, and elite candidates from across the nation were transported to the final trial space. Lu Yuan found himself on a desolate plain, accompanied by 4 level 19 NPC teammates, a warrior, a mage, a knight, and a priest. After checking their attributes, Lu Yuan discovered that their overall stats were similar to his, but their focuses differed. Considering their base stats and equipment, these NPC teammates were practically a burden to him. Command them to stay put and proceed alone. Lu Yuan made a decisive call, heading toward the abyssal battlefield on his own. Chen Yun and the examiners were not surprised by Lu Yuan's decision, they had already seen his capabilities. This child is destined to be a lone wolf, Chen Yun sighed, looking forward to Lu Yuan's performance in the abyssal battlefield. Before long, Lu Yuan encountered a patrol squad of abyssal monsters on the barren land. Before they could react, his 10 iron swords had already cut them down, and his points instantly soared by 50,000. Even though Chen Yun had been prepared, he couldn't help but exhale in astonishment when he witnessed Lu Yuan's ferocity. This kid doesn't just have high single-target damage, he also has splash damage. On the battlefield, he's practically a one-man army. The Sword Formation Master class is too powerful. It's even better than legendary classes. It might be a new god-tier class. Chen Yun and the examiners were thrilled as they discussed. They had never seen such an outrageous class before. Lu Yuan's points were skyrocketing, breaking historical records right from the start. Lu Yuan expanded his sword formation further, pushing forward relentlessly. Any abyssal monster that entered his formation's range was instantly annihilated. His points surged like bamboo shoots after the rain, quickly surpassing 100,000. At that moment, the examiners present were dumbfounded. They felt as though Lu Yuan was on an entirely different level from the other candidates. While Lu Yuan effortlessly slaughtered enemies, other candidates were still busy organizing their teams to deal with the first abyssal squad they encountered. At this time, Jiang Yun, ranked second in Jiangnan province, had just defeated his first abyssal squad, gaining a mere 500 points. In previous year's exams, Jiang Yun's monster-killing speed would have easily made him the provincial champion and even put him in the running for the national top 3. But now, his brilliance was completely overshadowed by Lu Yuan, leaving him secretly distressed. Chen Yun watched as Lu Yuan bulldozed through his enemies with no skill cooldowns or stamina depletion, and couldn't help but remark to the other examiners, this round of exams has no suspense left, Lu Yuan is undoubtedly the national champion. We should shift our focus to the other candidates. The Grand Xia Empire doesn't need just one genius. The other examiners nodded in agreement. Lu Yuan's side had already entered a garbage time phase, and as examiners, they had a duty to pay attention to every candidate. Meanwhile, above the observation tower at the Jiangnan province test site, 2 clouds of violet mist suddenly appeared, and from them emerged 2 abyssal demons. One was a level 70 abyssal boss, Odysseus, whom Lu Yuan had previously repelled. The other wore a blue robe and carried a blue grimoire. It was also a level 70 abyssal boss, named Isther. Odysseus spoke in a low voice, Isther, there are many human experts in the tower. Do you think this plan will succeed? Isther replied confidently, it will work. Then let's begin. Odysseus took out a black heart, muttered an incantation under his breath, and crushed it. Buzz! A strange sound resonated through the air. The sky above Donghai City darkened instantly. The black heart's blood splattered onto the protective barrier of the observation tower, turning it pitch black. In the next moment, the barrier shattered. Odysseus and Isther exchanged a glance and swiftly entered the tower. Instantly, all the candidate dungeons in Jiangnan province turned red, and the monitoring screens inside the tower went completely dark. The protective barrier has been breached. The examiners were thrown into panic. I can feel the aura of the abyss. Odys has arrived, one examiner shouted. Activate the emergency protocol immediately. Halt the exam, evacuate the candidates to a safe location, and request reinforcements. Ensure their safety at all costs. The dungeons have been forcefully terminated, and all candidates have been transferred to safety. Wait. One dungeon has undergone complete abyssalization. The abyssal conquest mode has initiated and cannot be stopped. Chen Yun's expression darkened. Which candidate is in that dungeon? We're checking. It's Lu Yuan. As expected. Odys came specifically for Lu Yuan. A resolute glint flashed in Chen Yun's eyes. He turned to Professor Li from Donghai University and said, Professor Li, come with me to retrieve the core of Gaius. We must forcibly shut down this abyssal dungeon. Professor Li hesitated. The core of Gaius is one of our university's treasures, and there are fewer than 5 left in the entire country. The principal will never agree. Chen Yun's tone grew firmer. Then we'll take it by force. I will bear the responsibility. You've all seen Lu Yuan's performance. His potential far exceeds the value of the core of Gaius. We cannot allow him to be killed by an abyssal demon before he reaches his full potential. The loss would be catastrophic. Hearing this, Professor Lee gritted his teeth. You're right. To hell with my position. Let's go. Other examiners stood up as well. Professor Chen, you can't take the core of Gaius with just the two of you. We'll join you. Good. Examiners below level 70, stay here to comfort and protect the students being transported back through the light tower. Those above level 70, come with me to Donghai University. We'll retrieve the core of Gaius as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, inside the abyssalized dungeon, Lu Yuan felt the temperature around him plummet. The air was thick with a menacing aura. The dungeon has abyssalized. His heart clenched, and a cloud of purple mist gathered before him. From within, Isther emerged, her snake-like smile sending chills down his spine. So, you're the human boy who repelled Odis. You don't look like much. Abyssal Eye. Target undetectable. Another level 70 abyssal boss. Lu Yuan's face turned grim as he discreetly took out the crystal orb given to him by Baizhengua, preparing to call for help. The last time he managed to repel Odis, it was because Odis specialized in mental magic alone. But now, a new abyssal boss had arrived. As long as this one wielded abilities outside mental and water magic, Lu Yuan was doomed. You look so pitifully weak. A juvenile human is ridiculously fragile, Isther sneered, her voice dripping with disdain. The water in the air began to stir. Boy, I am a level 70 Grand Magister of water magic. Soon, you will drown in agony within my water elements. Grand Magister of water magic. Lu Yuan blinked, then put away the crystal orb with a sudden smile. Why didn't you say so earlier? What do you mean? Isther was baffled, completely unprepared for Lu Yuan's unexpected reaction. You're a Grand Magister of water magic, which means you, like Odis, specialize in only one type of magic. Of course. I was born with an affinity for water elements, and I've dedicated myself to flooding the world with my creations. Isther declared proudly. Lu Yuan chuckled. I must admit, you abyssal demons have awful personalities, but your stubbornness is impressive, only training a single attribute. Before the words even finished, Qishao silently appeared behind Isther, aiming for a precision strike. Isther instantly turned into mist and reformed at a distance, sneering, I know all about your tricks. Even with your defense-piercing skills, your speed is no threat to me. Doesn't matter if I miss, Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, giving up on attacking altogether. He surmised that Isther, like Odis, either had a thick health pool or an invulnerability skill. His goal was now to buy time. This was human territory. Abyssal demons invading the high school exam dungeon would undoubtedly draw human powerhouses soon. You're stalling, waiting for human reinforcements. Isther sneered. Unfortunately for you, I won't give you that chance. Skill, see Dragon's Roar. Isther made her move, flipping through her grimoire at lightning speed. Water elements surged forth, forming a ferocious water dragon that lunged at Lu Yuan. Zhanlu materialized a blue barrier in front of him, blocking the dragon's attack. An ineffective strike. Isther was stunned. How is this possible? Aren't you only immune to mental attacks? Why is my water magic ineffective too? Try again. Maybe it's just not powerful enough. Lu Yuan teased, the mockery in his tone unmistakable as he completely dismissed Isther's efforts. Isther's fury erupted. You insolent human. Even in the abyss, no demon dares to speak to me like this. I'll show you true power. Heavenly Cascade. Great Tsunami. Siren's Wail. Toxic Sea. In mere seconds, Isther unleashed a barrage of high-level spells, flooding the entire dungeon space. Yet Lu Yuan remained unscathed, seemingly untouched by the catastrophic deluge. Isther, what's taking you so long? Why haven't you killed Lu Yuan yet? If human reinforcements arrive, we'll never escape. Odis' anxious voice rang out within the dungeon. To hell with you. Isther roared back, livid. You damn coward, Odis. Lu Yuan is immune to water magic, and you sent me to die for nothing. What? He's immune to water magic. Impossible. Odis exclaimed, tearing through the dungeon's rift to join the fray. He was greeted by the sight of the flooded dungeon and Lu Yuan leisurely swimming in the water. Odis. Is this the backup you brought? What a disappointment. Lu Yuan taunted mercilessly. You. Odis was so enraged he nearly coughed up blood. His eyes burned red with fury as he unleashed Soul Flame, engulfing the dungeon's ocean in scorching fire. Alas, mental attacks were useless against Lu Yuan. He grinned. Your tag team effort isn't bad. This makes for a perfect hot spring. Ugh. Odis spat blood, his rage boiling over. His blood-red eyes locked onto Lu Yuan as he roared, Lu Yuan, I swear I won't rest until I kill you, even if it's the last thing I do. If we can't kill you ourselves, let's see how you handle these. Odis poured vast amounts of mental energy into summoning. The water began to subside, replaced by an army of towering, corrupted beast men. Lu Yuan analyzed one of the abyssal creatures, discovering it was level 20 with stats rivaling a level 30 hidden boss, the Rakshasa King. What's more, the surrounding monsters were multiplying by the second, numbering in the thousands. Lu Yuan, so what if you're immune to mental and water attacks? In this abyssal dungeon, as long as I have mental energy, I can summon endless monsters. Odie's gaze turned icy. Today, you die. The corrupted beastmen roared, hefting massive battle axes as they charged at Lu Yuan. Realizing the danger, Lu Yuan quickly summoned 10 flying swords to shield himself, only for water whips to appear out of nowhere, binding his weapons. You are disarmed and cannot use weapons. Seeing the system notification, Lu Yuan's expression turned grave. A skill like this? Impressive. Boy, just because you're immune to water magic doesn't mean you're immune to control abilities, Isther sneered coldly. It may seem unfair for 2 level 70 demons to gang up on a level 19, but no matter how you look at it, you must die today. At that moment, over a dozen corrupted beastmen closed in, their axes raised high. With no other options, Lu Yuan reluctantly chose to risk exposing himself to the Wang family's detection by activating Mental Storm. Boom! A terrifying storm swept through the area. Not good. His skill is abnormal. Retreat from the blade formation. Both Odis and Isther felt an overwhelming sense of danger, retreating rapidly to escape the storm's 500-meter radius. Every corrupted beastman within that range disintegrated instantaneously. A single move wiped the screen clean. This kid. How monstrous is he? Odis and Isther exchanged shocked glances, their eyes filled with fear. They could faintly sense that with each corrupted beastman slain, Lu Yuan's skill grew roughly 10% stronger. The deaths of thousands of creatures could potentially kill both of them, 2 level 70 abyssal bosses, on the spot. A level 19 human youth nearly obliterating 2 level 70 abyssal bosses in seconds. This boy must not be allowed to grow further, or the abyss will face calamity. At this moment, Odis and Isther reached the same grim conclusion. Corrupted beastman champion defeated. Due to abyssal suppression, no experience gained. The endless notifications of kills flashed across Lu Yuan's interface, but none awarded him experience. As expected, the worst-case scenario. Lu Yuan muttered, his brows furrowed. Killing abyssal creatures without gaining experience meant he couldn't recover his mental energy through leveling up. Using Mental Storm consumed 500 mental energy per activation, and he only had enough for 6 more uses. He hadn't used his level-up elixirs yet, anticipating that Odis might strike during his exams. Even if he used them now, at best, he could fully restore his mental energy and use Mental Storm 12 times. If reinforcements didn't arrive before he ran out of mental energy, his last hope would rest on Baixingua's crystal orb. 500 meters away, Odis summoned more abyssal monsters, but this time, he only sent a few dozen to encircle Lu Yuan. This strategy ensured that even if Lu Yuan used Mental Storm, the mental drain on Odis would be minimal. This boss is smarter than I thought, Lu Yuan noted. Seeing only a small number of monsters approaching, he decided to conserve his mental energy. Instead, he used attribute conversion to channel his mental energy into 5 times his agility, then activated Windborne Steps, doubling his speed and weaving effortlessly through the monster's attacks. Flowing Dragon. Watching Lu Yuan evade so easily, Isther snapped at Odis in frustration. You idiot. Do you think we have all the time in the world? Stop hoarding your mental energy and flood him with monsters already. You're a level 70 mental Grand Magister, and you're afraid of running out of energy against a level 19 kid? Shut your filthy mouth, of course I know. Odis, clearly upset by the reprimand, snapped back. However, he quickly realized there was no time to waste. Without hesitation, he commanded all the abyssal creatures under his control to launch a ferocious assault on Lu Yuan. Thousands of creatures swarmed Lu Yuan, forcing him to cancel his attribute conversion ability and instead unleash a psychic storm. Boom! The storm swept outward, annihilating a large swath of abyssal creatures in an instant. Lu Yuan, I'd like to see how many times you can use that skill. Odis roared, summoning more creatures to relentlessly pressure Lu Yuan, forcing him to repeatedly deploy Psychic Storm. Meanwhile, Istha silently maintained her mental control over Lu Yuan while using her abilities to siphon the experience Lu Yuan gained from slaying the creatures. Her goal was clear, to prevent him from leveling up and recovering his mental energy. After enduring 6 waves of attacks, Lu Yuan's head throbbed in pain. The immense expenditure of mental energy from using Psychic Storm was taking a severe toll on him. At the same time, Odysseus' face had turned pale. He was not a summoner by nature, and the ongoing consumption of his own mental energy to spawn creatures in the dungeon was pushing him to his limits. Istha couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. That brat has finally exhausted his mental energy. But seriously, what kind of monster is he? That kind of forbidden skill, with such short cooldowns and immense power, using it 6 times at level 19. How terrifying will he become when he's at a higher level? Otis nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. I doubt even our king was this strong in his youth. If we can eliminate such a future powerhouse for the Abyss, our efforts here will be well worth it. Relieved, Otis sneered triumphantly at Lu Yuan. Your mental energy is finally depleted, Lu Yuan. But I can still summon 2 more waves of creatures on a large scale. You have no chance left. Victory belongs to the Abyss. Come forth, my minions. Otis spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally as thousands of abyssal creatures emerged from the desolate ground. Istha gave him a disdainful glance and scoffed. How could the Abyss produce such a shameless idiot like you? Draining yourself to the brink of collapse over a mere level 19 ant, and you still have the nerve to pretend you're in control. Istha, you're running low on mental energy too from constantly extracting Lu Yuan's experience, aren't you? What gives you the right to mock me? Otis retorted. Hearing their bickering, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. So, you two are running out of steam as well. In that case, it seems this victory will belong to me. Victory? To you. Otis froze for a moment, then his expression turned to one of sheer terror as he watched Lu Yuan pull out an upgrade pill from his storage space and bring it to his lips. A golden glow erupted from within Lu Yuan's body. He had leveled up to 20. Fully restored and brimming with energy, Lu Yuan smirked at Otis and Istha in the distance, raising his middle finger. Come on, you idiots. Let's have a real fight. An upgrade pill? Where did he get that? Istha exclaimed in shock. This bastard. He had an upgrade pill all along and didn't use it at level 19. What, was he saving it to collect dust? Otis and Istha exchanged horrified glances, their minds reeling. They had never anticipated that Lu Yuan had such a trump card up his sleeve. Now, not only was he fully recovered, but he could also unleash 6 more psychic storms. They had no time to adapt, none at all. Because in this dungeon, they had already squandered far too much time. Otis couldn't help but turn to Istha for help. Istha, didn't you say we would win? What do we do now? Istha gritted her teeth, her anger barely contained. The situation has changed. This brat is too cunning. There's no way we can kill him today. We need to retreat. We'll have to send someone stronger after him next time. If you say so, then I'm out of here. Without hesitation, Otis, already inclined to retreat after seeing Lu Yuan use the upgrade pill, immediately pulled out a teleportation item and vanished without a second thought, leaving Istha behind. Hey! Otis! You despicable coward! Istha shouted, furious. She realized that Otis had clearly planned for her to cover his retreat. With no time to waste on cursing him, she, too, pulled out a teleportation item and fled. Successfully repelled Abyssal Demon Otis. Experience Plus. Successfully repelled Abyssal Demon Istha. Experience Plus. Successfully cleared Abyssal Dungeon. Crimson Sky Artifact Quest Progress, 1/10. Ding! Host has achieved the milestone Unbelievable Taunt. Randomly upgrading 1 talent level. Congratulations, host. I am the Sword Immortal, talent upgraded. I am the Sword Immortal, level 2 all damage increased by 20 times. With a flash of golden light, Lu Yuan leveled up to 21. Outside the secret dungeon, heavily injured examiners hurried back, clutching the core of Gaius. Professor Chen, we've already wasted too much time at East Sea University. Let's use the core of Gaius to forcibly shut down the abyssal dungeon and rescue Lu Yuan. Stay alert, everyone. Otis might still be inside the dungeon, and we could face another fierce battle. Professor Chen Yun held a dark, crystalline prism in his hands, taking a deep breath. Kid, I hope you're still alive. He aimed the core of Gaius at the abyssal dungeon, preparing to activate the item. But suddenly, the red glow of the dungeon turned blue. The abyssal energy seems to have disappeared. Did Lu Yuan clear the dungeon? How is that possible? Otis is a level 70 abyssal boss, and Lu Yuan actually defeated him. The examiners stared at the dungeon in disbelief, exchanging bewildered glances. They couldn't comprehend what they were seeing. At that moment, the dungeon's teleportation portal lit up brightly, and Lu Yuan walked out, making it clear this was no illusion. Seeing Professor Chen approaching with a strange stone in hand, Lu Yuan blinked in confusion. Teacher, what are you doing with that? Are you, alright? Chen Yun asked, stunned to see Lu Yuan unharmed and even leveled up to 21. Aside from using up a lot of mental energy, I'm fine, Lu Yuan replied with a shrug. Then, he asked, by the way, teacher, earlier, 2 abyssal bosses invaded my dungeon and disrupted my college entrance exam. Does my score still count, or do I need to retake the test? You're worried about your exam score at a time like this? Chen Yun's mouth twitched. The situation had escalated far beyond his expectations. But soon, Chen Yun's expression grew serious. Wait, what did you just say? Two abyssal bosses invaded your dungeon. Lu Yuan nodded. That's right. One was a psychic grand magister named Otis, and the other was a water elemental grand archmage named Istha. After enduring their attacks, Lu Yuan decided to share all the information he had about the abyssal bosses with the authorities. He hoped the Xia Empire would deal with them swiftly. Otherwise, Otis and Istha would remain like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, ready to strike at any moment. This time, Otis summoned a water elemental demon. Who knew what attributes the next one would have? Lu Yuan couldn't always rely on his future exclusive weapons to conveniently counter abyssal demons. When Chen Yun and the other examiners heard how Lu Yuan had single-handedly fought off two abyssal bosses and forced them to retreat, their jaws dropped. In that moment, they finally understood why Bai Jinghua, the president of the Adventurers Association, held Lu Yuan in such high regard. This kid was practically a walking cheat code. Defeating two level 70 abyssal bosses at level 19 and actually winning. Not even the most far-fetched novels dared to write such a scenario. Just then, the space around them shimmered slightly, and Bai Jinghua himself stepped out, his expression grave. I received reports of an abyssal invasion and rushed back from the front lines immediately. What's the situation? The examiners quickly saluted him. Elder Bai, the situation has been resolved. Resolved? Bai Jinghua looked momentarily surprised. Spotting Lu Yuan standing there nonchalantly, he couldn't help but chuckle. So, you've sent Otis packing again, haven't you? Chen Yun hastily added, Elder Bai, this time, it wasn't just Otis. Another abyssal demon, Istha, was also involved in the assassination attempt on Lu Yuan. Another abyssal demon? Bai Jinghua's eyes glinted sharply. If only Otis had invaded the Xia Empire, they could have chalked it up to a breach in the defensive line and fixed the issue. But now, with a second abyssal boss sneaking in unnoticed, it was clear there was a traitor at work. Chen Yun, do we have recordings of the dungeon events? Bai Jinghua asked. The dungeon was contaminated by abyssal energy. We'll need to purge the pollution before extracting the footage, Chen Yun replied. Bai Jinghua nodded slightly. You'll handle this personally. Don't let anyone else get involved. Once you secure the recordings, deliver them directly to me. Chen Yun sighed. Elder Bai, I'm afraid you'll need someone else for that task. Bai Jinghua frowned. Why? Chen Yun held up the core of Gaius. To save Lu Yuan earlier, we ended up fighting with East Sea University staff and taking this by force. Now that Lu Yuan's safe, East Sea University might press charges. We examiners could be looking at jail time. I see. Bai Jinghua nodded, then smiled. You did the right thing. I'll negotiate with East Sea University. As long as we return the core of Gaius, they won't pursue the matter. Thank you, Elder Bai. The examiners breathed a collective sigh of relief. Seeing this, Lu Yuan quickly asked, Elder Bai, teachers, now that the situation's resolved, does my college entrance exam score still count? You little rascal. Chen Yun shook his head with a laugh. Don't worry. Even though the abyssal demons disrupted the exam, we've retained a record of the scores before the interruption, including yours. We'll announce that the dungeon was deactivated temporarily for maintenance and can be restarted shortly, he added. Lu Yuan, even though the exam isn't over yet, your points are far ahead of anyone else's. You're guaranteed to be the national top scorer. Look forward to your rewards. Lu Yuan grinned. Thank you, teacher. I can't wait for the rewards. Bai Jinghua suddenly asked, Kid, I have one question. Even though we gave you life-saving items, why didn't you use them against the two abyssal bosses? Weren't you worried? Lu Yuan answered honestly, no special reason. Their abilities just happened to be countered by mine. They weren't a threat to me, so I didn't want to waste the items. That's your reason. Bai Jinghua was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. He had anticipated Lu Yuan would rely on the crystal sphere's power to deal with Otis, but he hadn't expected Lu Yuan's abilities to far exceed all expectations. He coughed lightly and handed another crystal ball to Lu Yuan. The next time you encounter an abyssal demon, remember to crush this immediately. I'll come to your rescue. Honestly, this thing isn't rare, so there's no need to save it. Thank you, Elder Bai, Lu Yuan said with delight as he accepted the crystal ball and stored it in his inventory space. At that moment, an examiner approached. Elder Bai, Professor Chen, all the secret realm dungeons have been debugged. The trial can now be restarted. Good, Chen Yun nodded. Teleport all examinees back to the dungeons. Bai Jinghua patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. Do your best. Although your points have already secured you as the top scorer nationally, try to earn as many more as you can in the upcoming trials. The rewards will be more generous. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Understood. Once the supplementary trial restarted, Lu Yuan gave it his all, relentlessly hunting abyssal creatures in the dungeons. His points soared rapidly. Meanwhile, Qingyun finished purging the abyssal aura and extracted Lu Yuan's secret realm combat footage, handing it to Bai Jingwe. The two began reviewing Lu Yuan's battle recordings. This kid managed to draw a new weapon and is even immune to water-based attacks. No wonder he wasn't afraid of those two abyssal nemesis. He's practically their nemesis. Elder Bai, what's more incredible is his area of effect skill. Its power increases with the number of enemies. Both Otis and Ista were terrified of him, and he managed to unleash it 6 times in a row. This mental type skill, Bai Jingwe's eyes sparkled slightly. Elder Bai, have you discovered something? Nothing, Bai Jingwe shook his head and said to Qingyun, mark this footage as top secret. Delete all recordings from the trial light towers and keep only this one. Understood. While Bai Jingwe was reviewing Lu Yuan's battle with the abyssal demons, the supplementary trial concluded, and Lu Yuan's points skyrocketed past 1 million. The trial is over. All examinees will now be teleported out of the dungeon. Lu Yuan slew the last abyssal creature, and upon seeing the notification on his interface, he couldn't help but sigh. What a pity the dungeon's monster respawn rate is too slow. If only it could summon monsters in bulk like Otis. He put away his sword formation and was teleported to the plaza beneath the light tower. The other examinees who participated in the supplementary trial appeared as well. However, unlike Lu Yuan, they were unaware of the abyssal demon's invasion. They simply thought the light tower had malfunctioned, causing the trial to be interrupted. The examinees were excitedly discussing their points in the secret realm dungeons, completely oblivious to the massive crisis they had just narrowly avoided. Li Shuer and Miao Shulan walked over. Hey, how did you do in the trial, dummy? Not bad, Lu Yuan replied, surprised to see the two girls arm in arm. Since when did you two become so close? Li Shuer smiled. The dungeon malfunctioned, and Sister Shulan and I were teleported to the same room. She taught me a lot of techniques. Now I have over 30,000 points. Impressive, right? Impressive, Lu Yuan nodded, then turned to Miao Shulan. What about you? Not bad. Over 50,000. Killing 400 abyssal creatures in 6 hours, tank classes are really something. It's nothing compared to you, Miao Shulan said modestly. Ever since witnessing Lu Yuan's strength, she had stopped aiming for the top scorer of the province. The National College entrance exam is over. Final scores will now be announced, a majestic voice echoed from the light tower as the giant screen updated with the scores of all examinees. First place, Lu Yuan. Points, 1,100,000. Second place, Jiang Yun. Points. Third place, Miao Shulan. Points. Fourth place, Li Shuer. Points. As the scores were revealed, Lu Yuan's staggering lead caused an uproar among the crowd. Over 1 million points. Li Shuer and Miao Shulan looked at Lu Yuan in shock. How did you do it? They had anticipated Lu Yuan's points to be high, perhaps over 100,000, but never imagined it would exceed 1 million. What does that even mean? Each abyssal creature is worth 100 points. That means he killed over 10,000 abyssal creatures. Not far away, Jiang Yun trembled as he stared at the rankings, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? What did he do to kill so many? I demand to review the exam footage. There must be an error. Jiang Yun raised his hand high, questioning Lu Yuan's score. Many other examinees and teachers shared Jiang Yun's doubts, believing that the system had malfunctioned. After all, the highest score in the history of the exam was only around 100,000, yet Lu Yuan had earned over 1 million, an absurd figure. This year's exam was personally overseen by Bai Jingwe, president of the Adventurers Association. All scores are accurate and valid. The request to review footage is denied. The cold response silenced the crowd, leaving their expressions colorful and varied. Elder Bai himself oversaw the exam. Then there's no way anyone could cheat. That Lu Yuan kid is insane. How did he rack up so many points? If we understood, wouldn't we be geniuses too? Bai Jingwe's reputation in the Great Xia Empire was so revered that no one dared to question Lu Yuan's score anymore, not even Jiang Yun. The results are finalized. This year's national top scorer is Lu Yuan from Jiangnan Province. National top scorer. Feng Gaoyuan, did you see that? My student isn't just the province's top scorer, he's the national top scorer. Jiangnan Province has never had a national top scorer before. Feng Gaoyuan, don't forget our bet. Start packing your bags and report to Westlake First High School this summer. Ning Qin was ecstatic, grinning from ear to ear, as he rubbed it in Feng Gaoyuan's face. Feng Gaoyuan was stunned, never expecting Jiang Yun to lose. Faced with the overwhelming gap in points, he could only grit his teeth and admit defeat. Ning Qin, you win. I never thought you'd get so lucky, finding such a treasure. I will honor our agreement and come teach at your school. Ning Qin laughed triumphantly. Don't look so bitter. With a genius like Lu Yuan, Westlake First High is bound to rise to fame. By then, you might not even get the chance to teach there. Feng Gaoyuan was baffled. I just want to know, how did Lu Yuan manage to score over 1,000,000 points? I can't reveal much, but I can tell you this. On the very first day of the beginner's dungeon, he soloed an abyssal dungeon. What? Feng Gaoyuan was dumbfounded. At this moment, Lu Yuan remained calm, having already anticipated the announcement of his national top scorer status. Dummy. You actually became the national top scorer. That's incredible. Li Shuer's eyes sparkled with admiration as she stared at Lu Yuan. Just lucky, Lu Yuan said coolly. I still have a long way to go. He wasn't complacent, knowing deep down that compared to the abyssal demons, he still had a significant gap to close. Dummy, do you know how frustrating it is when you say things like that? Do I? Forget it. I'm used to it. Li Shuer chuckled. Anyway, we're classmates again. With the exam over, all examinees were sent back to their schools, except Lu Yuan, who was taken by Qin Yun to the Central Trial Tower in the capital. The Central Trial Tower was twice the size of the Light Tower in Donghai City, grand and exquisite, emanating powerful energy. Each year, the national top scorer was brought here to receive rewards based on their scores. Lu Yuan, there's no need to be nervous. I brought you here to claim your reward. Standing beside him, Qin Yun sighed in awe. 1.1 million points, your reward is bound to be extraordinary. Professor Chen, is the top scorer's reward random? Lu Yuan asked curiously. You could say that. Qin Yun nodded. This is the core of the Light Tower, the national treasure of the Great Xia Empire. It contains countless treasures. Every year, the national top scorer gets to claim one treasure from the Central Trial Tower. The more points you have, the more valuable the treasure. Even the weakest equipment here is at least epic grade. That generous? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Of course. You're the national top scorer, how could the reward be lacking? Qin Yun led Lu Yuan to a golden vortex with a 1-meter radius. Reach in. Whatever you grab will be your reward. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded and reached into the golden vortex. Boom. The moment he touched it, the golden vortex turned crimson, crackling with lightning as terrifying energy erupted outward. Sensing something unusual, Lu Yuan quickly grabbed onto the object inside and tried to pull it out. The next moment, the entire Central Trial Tower began to tremble violently, its energy becoming unstable. What is this? Qin Yun's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, Lu Yuan, don't pull it out. But it was too late. Lu Yuan had already drawn out a pitch-black, cracked short blade from the crimson vortex. Boom! The short blade unleashed a terrifying curse, blasting Qin Yun away and piercing Lu Yuan's chest. Endless cursed energy engulfed him. It's over. Qin Yun muttered in despair, watching Lu Yuan consumed by the curse. How could this happen? That child actually drew the Cursed King's Blade, the weapon sealed by the artifact. Cursed King's Blade, broken the wielder is afflicted by a curse, continuously losing stamina and mental energy until death. Forced equip cannot be discarded or destroyed. Artifact Quest, use the Cursed King's Blade to harvest the souls of the weak, 0 / Note, the weapon of the Cursed King, imbued with endless resentment. Only those who endure the wrath of the Cursed King can ascend to the throne. Amidst the overwhelming cursed energy, Lu Yuan stared at the blade lodged in his chest and couldn't help but complain, why does this thing only have negative effects? Where are its attributes and skills? And this artifact quest, does this mean it's a piece of gear above legendary grade? Thanks to Lu Yuan's cursed heart, the negative effects of the Cursed King's Blade were converted into positive ones. Instead of weakening him, he felt his stamina and mental energy continuously recovering, with no pain whatsoever. This equipment is in a broken state. I'll probably have to complete the artifact quest to restore it. But for anyone without a cursed heart, equipping this would be a death sentence. Lu Yuan read through the effects of the Cursed King's Blade and sighed bitterly as he pulled it out. The wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Successfully removed the Cursed King's Blade. Temporarily gained the recognition of the Cursed King. Lu Yuan glanced at the system notification as the short blade in his hand absorbed all the cursed energy it emitted, restoring the Central Trial Tower to tranquility. He then noticed that Qin Yun, Bai Jinghua, Wan Chang'an, and several other powerful figures were surrounding him. He's still alive. He didn't get drained dry by the Cursed King's Blade. Incredible. He actually conquered it. The mighty figures exchanged glances, astonished. Bai Jinghua and Wan Chang'an rushed up to Lu Yuan immediately, concern etched on their faces. Kid, are you alright? Any discomfort? I'm fine, Lu Yuan replied, puzzled as he looked at them. Elder Bai, War God Wan, can someone explain what's going on? I was just drawing a champion reward. Did it really need to turn into such a big deal? Bai Jinghua, after scanning Lu Yuan's body with elemental energy, finally relaxed. There's no trace of any curse on him. What exactly did you do? How did you end up unscathed after holding the Curse King's blade? Wan Chang'an asked, still in shock. Lu Yuan replied, maybe it's because I have the heart of the curse. What's that? Bai Xinghua and Wan Chang'an asked in unison. You don't know. Lu Yuan hesitated, realizing that the heart of the curse he obtained from the Shadow Forest dungeon might not be ordinary. He quickly shut his mouth and glanced at the surrounding powerhouses. Sensing his unease, Bai Xinghua reassured him, don't worry. Everyone here is trustworthy. No one will harm you. Wan Chang'an nodded in agreement. Even if there are traitors within the Great Xia Empire, it's impossible for them to be present here. Speak without concern. With their assurances, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and explained, I gained it during my first battle against Odis in the Abyss dungeon. It allows me to transform any curse placed upon me into a beneficial effect. What a miraculous artifact! Bai Xinghua exclaimed in amazement. He then looked at Lu Yuan meaningfully, it seems destined that you would retrieve the Curse King's blade from the central trial tower. Elder Bai, is there a story behind the Curse King's blade? Lu Yuan asked, intrigued. Bai Xinghua fell into a moment of reminiscence. 30 years ago, a demon king from the abyss led an army to invade the Great Xia Empire. It was only at great cost that we managed to slay the demon king and repel his forces. This Curse King's blade is the divine artifact left behind after the demon king's fall. A divine artifact? Lu Yuan was stunned. He never expected the reward he drew to be something of such magnitude. That's right. And it's not just any divine artifact, it seems to be a token of the abyssal royalty, of immense importance. Ever since we seized it, the abyss has borne a grudge against us, mobilizing their forces to target the Great Xia Empire specifically. Other nations have faced much less pressure as a result. Whether it's Odis or Ishtar, their invasions of us are all due to our suppression of the Curse King's blade. We once attempted to use it against the abyss, but no one could withstand the artifact's curse. In the end, we had no choice but to suppress it beneath the central trial tower. Who would have thought it'd be retrieved by you? Lu Yuan wanted to say something but ultimately held his tongue. Wan Chang'an chuckled, kid, I bet you're wondering why, if we couldn't use the Curse King's blade, we didn't just destroy it or throw it back into the abyss, right? Lu Yuan nodded. According to Elder Bai, this blade is of no use to us and only draws the abyss's full attention to the Great Xia Empire. Keeping it seems to do more harm than good. Wan Chang'an nodded, you're right. Keeping it has been a thankless task. It's attracted the majority of the abyss's firepower, and we've had to invest vast amounts of manpower and resources each year to suppress its curse. Other nations would have returned the Curse King's blade long ago. But we can't do that. Why not? Because the abyss's desire to destroy humanity won't wane. Someone will always have to stand at the forefront. If we retreat and return the Curse King's blade, it might relieve the pressure temporarily. But the abyss will eventually come back, and when they do, it won't just be the Great Xia Empire, it'll be the entire world reduced to ashes. Lu Yuan pondered this, murmuring to himself, indeed. Today, we cede 5 cities, tomorrow, 10. A fleeting peace is bought at the cost of more destruction. To retreat before the abyss is no different from fueling the fire, it will never truly extinguish. Hearing Wan Chang'an's reasoning, Lu Yuan couldn't help but recall the ancient texts he had studied. The situation faced by the 6 states in those writings bore an uncanny resemblance to the current world crisis. Wan Chang'an's eyes lit up. Good lad. I didn't expect you to articulate such a profound argument. You've hit the nail on the head. What you've just said might awaken many of the surrender advocates. You're quite the talent. Bai Xinghua nodded in approval, his face beaming. Excellent, truly excellent. Such insight at such a young age. The Great Xia Empire is blessed to have you. Caught off guard by their praise, Lu Yuan quickly explained, that's not my theory. I just read it in an old text. No need to be modest. I've practically read through the entire Great Xia Imperial Library, and I've never come across those words. What kind of old text could a brat like you have read to find something like that? Wan Chang'an clapped Lu Yuan's shoulder heavily. When the next Imperial Conference takes place, I'll use your words to refute those cowardly surrender advocates and give them a good shake-up. Seeing Wan Chang'an's excitement, Lu Yuan could only offer an awkward smile and choose not to argue further. Instead, he shifted the topic, Commander, Elder Bai, since the Curse King's blade is so important, isn't it risky for me to keep it? Should I return it? Wan Chang'an shook his head. If the Central Trial Tower chose to give you the Curse King's blade, there must be a reason. Just keep it. If you can activate this divine artifact in the future, you'll become one of the Great Xia Empire's strongest assets. Bai Xinghua nodded. Exactly. Since you can suppress the blade's curse, you carrying it will save us from expending further manpower and resources to contain it. The Empire can finally catch a break. However, you must never reveal this artifact to anyone. Even within the Great Xia Empire, there are those who serve the Abyss. If they target you, you'll be in great danger. Lu Yuan nodded. Understood. At this point, Wan Chang'an turned to address the gathered powerhouses, his expression stern. All of you, listen up. Everything that happened here today must remain a secret. If anyone leaks this, don't blame me for being ruthless. The crowd responded gravely, understood. After issuing the gag order, Wan Chang'an turned to Bai Jinghua and said, Old Bai, I'll take my leave with the others now. There's something you need to tell Lu Yuan, isn't there? Bai Jinghua smiled knowingly. I know exactly what you're referring to. Good. I'll leave it to you. With a final nod toward Lu Yuan, Wan Chang'an led the other powerhouses away. Chen Yun, sensing that the matter ahead was beyond her place, bowed slightly to Bai Jinghua. Elder Bai, I'll take my leave as well. Go ahead, Bai Jinghua said with a nod before suddenly calling her back. Wait. Chen Yun paused and turned back. Elder Bai, is there something else? Bai Jinghua instructed, Lu Yuan might be unavailable for a while and won't be able to attend the opening ceremony or freshman training at Kyoto University. Take care of his enrollment procedures for him. Understood. Without further questions, Chen Yun bowed respectfully and departed. Now alone with Bai Jinghua, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously, Elder Bai, why the secrecy? What do you need me to do? Do you know about awakening and job advancement? Bai Jinghua asked. Of course. Every professional can undergo an awakening at level 30 at the Job Advancement Hall, significantly enhancing their class and attributes, Lu Yuan replied. Bai Jinghua nodded. That's correct. Level 30 is a critical threshold. Successfully awakening grants a massive boost in power, while failure leaves one stuck at level 30 until they eventually succeed. Some classes are weak before their first advancement but become overwhelmingly powerful after their second or third. Conversely, some classes strong in the early stages may weaken after awakening. That said, I'm not telling you this to make you worry about your awakening. Given your current class strength, which rivals many second advancements, even a minimal boost will keep you formidable. So what are you trying to say, Elder Bai? Lu Yuan asked. Have you heard of special awakenings? Bai Jinghua asked. Lu Yuan nodded. We were taught in school that most people awaken at the Job Advancement Hall, but there's another method, using special awakening stones. Professionals who use awakening stones gain additional traits based on the stone's properties. However, awakening stones are incredibly rare. Even the lowest grade bronze awakening stones can fetch billions at auction, and higher grade ones are simply unavailable. Bai Jinghua nodded. Exactly. Awakening stones are treasures of unparalleled value. Even I didn't have the privilege of using one when I underwent my first awakening. But you're in luck, Lu Yuan. I happen to know of a dungeon that contains a god-tier first awakening stone. And to this day, no one has claimed it. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. A divine awakening stone. Lu Yuan thought he must have misheard. Elder Bai, you must be joking. How could such a valuable item remain unclaimed? Bai Jinghua smiled faintly. Perhaps I misspoke. It's not that no one has tried to claim it, but rather, no one has been able to, including myself, Wan Chang'an, and even the top experts from all the major families in our nation. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's heart sank. If even you couldn't do it, there's no way I could, right? No, quite the opposite. You might be the only one who can. Why? The dungeon where the Divine Awakening Stone resides was born after the Curse King fell. It is restricted to challengers below level 30, offers no difficulty settings, and only allows a single person to enter. That does sound challenging, Lu Yuan admitted. But the Great Xia Empire is vast. Surely there's someone who can solo this dungeon, right? You're not wrong, Bai Jinghua said with a nod. Powerful legendary class professions and a select few divine class professions can solo dungeons. But this one is different. Anyone who enters will be subjected to a constant curse that cannot be purified. All attributes are reduced by 90%, movement speed is reduced by 90%, skill cooldowns are doubled, and stamina and mental energy will deplete continuously until the challenger succumbs to the curse and dies. Even the sturdiest tank would last less than 10 seconds before their health hits zero, and they'd be forced to retreat. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. It sounds like, this dungeon was tailor-made for me. Bai Jinghua smiled knowingly. Exactly. When you mentioned that your cursed heart could transform curse effects into positive ones, I realized, only you can retrieve that divine awakening stone. Lu Yuan, as of now, the Great Xia Empire has seen professionals use legendary awakening stones, but no one has ever awakened with a divine awakening stone. If you succeed, the power you'd gain would be unimaginable. Lu Yuan's excitement soared. That sounds incredible. I can't wait to challenge this dungeon. I knew you'd be eager. Follow me. Bai Jingwa chuckled kindly, placed a hand on Lu Yuan's shoulder, and the space around them began to distort. Moments later, they dissolved into a burst of light. The cursed dungeon was located on the outskirts of the Abyss battlefield, thousands of kilometers from the capital. Even for Bai Jingwa, a spatial mage, the teleportation required some time. Lu Yuan found himself in a strange, shimmering space, with streaks of light flowing past. The distorted visuals formed a kaleidoscopic tunnel. 10 seconds later, Lu Yuan stepped onto blackened soil. This is your first time experiencing long-distance teleportation, isn't it? How do you feel? It's alright, just a bit nauseating. Haha, that's normal. You'll get used to it. Bai Jingwa chuckled, then pointed ahead. Look over there. That's the cursed dungeon. Following Bai Jingwa's gaze, Lu Yuan spotted a massive skeleton over 100 meters tall lying on the scorched earth under the pale moonlight. At the skull's center was a swirling black vortex about 10 meters in radius, emanating an aura of dread that deterred anyone from approaching. That skeleton, is it the Cursed King? Indeed. Years ago, it took the lives of 1 million soldiers from the Great Xia Empire to bring down the Cursed King. That brutal war left our empire severely weakened, and we've yet to fully recover. That divine awakening stone was formed from the Cursed King's essence and lies deep within the dungeon. Listening to Bai Jingwa's explanation, Lu Yuan activated his abyssal eye to examine the dungeon. The King's Resting Ground, Dungeon. Level, 30. Difficulty, non-selectable. A hidden level 30 dungeon with a fixed difficulty. It was clearly a death trap. Bai Jingwa continued, strictly speaking, we should have waited until you reached level 30 before bringing you here. However, the abyss has been growing increasingly restless. More and more dungeons are succumbing to abyssalization, and we've been forced to retreat on all fronts. In about a month, this location will likely fall under the abyss's control. That's why we had no choice but to bring you here now. Don't worry, Elder Bai. I'm confident I can clear this dungeon, Lu Yuan said resolutely. Bai Jingwa nodded and handed Lu Yuan a forced return scroll. Still, if you find it impossible to proceed, don't push yourself. Use this to exit the dungeon and come back after leveling up. Your life is the top priority. Understood. Lu Yuan approached the dungeon and extended his hand toward the swirling vortex. Confirm entry into the King's Resting Ground. Warning, this dungeon is extremely dangerous. Confirm. The moment Lu Yuan entered, he found himself standing in a vast, black swamp. The air was thick with the stench of rotting vegetation and decayed flesh. In the swamp's depths lay a massive, partially decomposed corpse, emanating an overpowering stench. Suddenly, Lu Yuan felt an eerie, cold energy surge from the corpse and invade his body. You are afflicted by a curse, all attributes reduced by 90%, movement speed reduced by 90%, skill cooldowns increased by 100%, stamina and mental energy deplete continuously until death by curse. Lu Yuan glanced at his status panel and immediately noticed a massive surge in his stats. He quickly checked his four-dimensional attribute panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Class, Sword Array Master. Level, 21, 5%. Strength, 3,277. Agility, 3,287. Spirit, 6,175. Constitution, 3,277. All his attributes had increased by 90%, making him more powerful than most level 30 awakened professionals. He was practically a walking boss. Lu Yuan could only imagine how devastating his attacks would be now. With his newfound strength, the oppressive, gloomy swamp around him seemed almost picturesque. I wonder how tough the monsters here are, he mused, heading toward the swamp's center. Before long, he encountered 3 massive frogs, taller than a person, their bodies covered in hard coral-like armor, with horns on their heads and fangs protruding from their mouths. The moment they saw Lu Yuan, the 3 frogs leapt high into the air, over 10 meters, and came crashing down toward him like living missiles. Activate Abyssal Eye. Cursed Demon Frog, Elite. Level, 30. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skill, Meteor Crash. Even the regular monsters in this dungeon had stats higher than most level 30 hidden bosses. Lu Yuan couldn't help but suck in a breath. With the dungeon's restrictions of level 30, mandatory soloing, and a 90% attribute reduction compounded by stamina and mental energy drain, it was no wonder no one had ever claimed the Divine Awakening Stone. This dungeon isn't designed for humans to beat, Lu Yuan muttered, before cutting down the 3 frogs with a single sword strike. Of course, I'm the exception. Successfully defeated Cursed Demon Frog. Experience plus 50,000. A string of notifications filled his vision, and he felt a surge of golden light within him. In an instant, he leveled up to 22. The experience gain is insane. Lu Yuan exclaimed, realizing it was because he was still in his early 20s, and this was a hidden level 30 dungeon. High-level enemies naturally yielded higher rewards. After clearing the nearby monsters, Lu Yuan took a few steps forward, only for the ground to suddenly give way beneath him. His foot sank into a patch of quicksand like muck. Rakshasa King. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan summoned his Rakshasa King, which swiftly pulled him back to solid ground. That was close. I almost didn't notice this was a trap, Lu Yuan muttered, wiping cold sweat from his brow. If his reaction had been any slower, he wouldn't have even had time to use the forced return scroll. Having narrowly escaped, Lu Yuan proceeded with extreme caution, using the Rakshasa King to scout ahead. Whenever it triggered a trap, Lu Yuan would recall it and reposition before continuing. Carefully, Lu Yuan and the Rakshasa King ventured deeper into the swamp. However, after advancing about 500 meters, the Rakshasa King suddenly stopped, its form distorting as its health plummeted rapidly. An ambush. Lu Yuan reacted instantly, recalling the Rakshasa King into its mask. At the same time, he noticed strange, shifting trails in the air, as if something invisible was slithering toward him. Out of nowhere, a sharp impact struck his crimson sky sword, causing a resounding clang. Lu Yuan's health dropped by a tenth. Invisible monsters. And their attack power is this high. Seeing the significant health reduction, Lu Yuan was alarmed. Despite his 90% attribute boost and damage reduction, the attack had still been so potent. Without his damage immunity talent and the Crimson Sky Sword's protective trait, he would have died on the spot. Just then, another of his swords, Azure Radiance, intercepted an attack from another direction, sparing him from a stun effect. There's more than one. Realizing he was surrounded, Lu Yuan heightened his vigilance. Though his sword arrays and cursed blade allowed him to recover quickly from injuries, being hit by multiple simultaneous attacks could still trigger the Crimson Sky Sword's life-saving passive. Given that he only had a month to clear the dungeon, and the Crimson Sky Sword's passive had a cooldown of 1 month, triggering it now would significantly diminish his chances of success. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan unleashed Mental Storm. Successfully defeated Cursed Demon Serpent. Experience plus 50,000. Successfully defeated Cursed Demon Serpent. Experience plus 50,000. A series of notifications heralded another surge in experience. These creatures, they were invisible. No wonder they were so difficult to detect. This dungeon really is brutal. Lu Yuan hadn't expected the challenges to escalate so quickly. Determined not to back down, he resummoned the Rakshasa King to continue scouting. Outside the dungeon, Bai Zhenghua monitored Lu Yuan's status through a detection talisman. Though the king's resting ground was of such a high tier that the talisman couldn't transmit detailed information about the dungeon, it could still keep track of Lu Yuan's condition. Lu Yuan, though occasionally losing some stamina, was recovering rapidly overall, which allowed Bai Zhenghua to finally relax. As expected, I wasn't wrong about this kid. Only he has a chance of clearing this dungeon. Of course, someone at level 30 would be even more reliable, but there's no time left. Rumble. As Bai Zhenghua sighed, the ground suddenly started shaking, and the distant night sky turned blood red. That's an abyss invasion. Bai Zhenghua's expression shifted. It seems the abyss has realized the Cursed King's crystal core might be taken, so they're launching an early attack. While the frontline forces are sufficient, the abyss might deploy bosses over level 80. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to head to the frontline for reinforcements. Lu Yuan was inside the dungeon, and Bai Zhenghua couldn't do much to aid him from outside. If the abyssal demons broke through the defensive line, the consequences would be disastrous. Kid, the rest is up to you. Standing outside the dungeon, Bai Zhenghua quickly constructed a temporary teleportation array for Lu Yuan and left him a message before flying toward the frontline. Unaware of the shifting battlefield situation, Lu Yuan cautiously used his Rakshasa King to scout ahead, periodically casting Mental Storm to ensure no monsters were within 500 meters. Thanks to the dungeon's curse, he could quickly regenerate his mental power, and his skill cooldowns were halved, allowing him to cast Mental Storm almost without any resource depletion. After carefully advancing for over an hour, Lu Yuan finally reached a massive corpse. It wasn't easy getting here. He sighed deeply. His experience bar had reached 90%, and he was about to level up to 23. Yet, along the way, he hadn't encountered a single true elite monster. Mental Storm. Standing before the massive corpse, Lu Yuan cast Mental Storm to confirm that there were no hidden monsters nearby. Then, he used his abyssal eye to observe the corpse. The remains of a certain king, possibly concealing a monumental secret. The abyssal eye only gave him this single line of information, no further details. What is this? Am I supposed to dissect this corpse? Lu Yuan was momentarily at a loss, so he ordered the Rakshasa king to step forward and cut into the corpse's decayed flesh. A foul stench immediately assaulted his senses. Rakshasa king has been cursed. All attributes increased. Rakshasa king has been cursed. All attributes increased. A flood of messages about the Rakshasa king being cursed appeared. Fortunately, the cursed heart's effect also applied to Lu Yuan's summoned creatures, so the Rakshasa king remained unharmed and even began clearing a path through the corpse at an increasingly rapid pace. Rakshasa king has been afflicted by a supreme curse. All attributes permanently +10. As the Rakshasa king delved deeper into the massive corpse, the system prompt suddenly changed, surprising Lu Yuan. Permanent attribute boosts. There's such a good thing. Tempted, Lu Yuan covered his nose with a tissue, preparing to dive into the corpse himself to receive the blessings of the curses. Rakshasa king has fallen. Just as Lu Yuan was about to enter the massive corpse, a notification about the Rakshasa king's death suddenly appeared, halting him in his tracks. Didn't I already clear the monsters with mental storm? How did the Rakshasa king die? The abrupt death of the Rakshasa king unsettled Lu Yuan, causing him to lose his composure. He had no choice but to wait for its revival. In this dungeon, where cooldown times were halved and stamina and mental power regenerated quickly, the Rakshasa king could be revived in no time. Shortly after, Lu Yuan switched to the Rakshasa king's perspective, manually controlling it to re-enter the corpse and carve out a path by clearing away the decayed flesh. Rakshasa king has been afflicted by a supreme curse. All attributes permanently +10. The special curse notification provided Lu Yuan some comfort as he endured the stench, thinking he could bear it for the rewards. Unexpectedly, a grotesque monster composed of flesh and blood suddenly leaped out from the decayed flesh and latched onto the Rakshasa king's neck, biting down viciously. The Rakshasa king's health plummeted, and Lu Yuan quickly used Abyssal Eye on the flesh monster. King's Flesh, Elite. Level, 30. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Spirit, 0. Constitution, 0. Skills, Crippling Curse, Fatal Drain, Immortality. This level 30 elite monster had all its attributes at 0. It was the first time Lu Yuan had seen such a peculiar creature. What bizarre stats, everything is 0, yet it moves so quickly and can instantly kill the Rakshasa king. The Rakshasa king's permanent attribute boosts must be due to the crippling curse. Its fatal drain skill killed the Rakshasa king, and my mental storm didn't kill it because of its immortality skill. They move so swiftly, there must be a boss controlling these flesh monsters somewhere. Although Lu Yuan gleaned some information from the flesh monster's skills, he still couldn't fully understand its mechanics. Thus, he chose to patiently wait for the Rakshasa king to revive. Moments later, the Rakshasa king reappeared before him. Lu Yuan once again commanded it to re-enter the massive corpse and clear a path. Rakshasa king has been afflicted by a supreme curse. All attributes permanently +10. It's here. Lu Yuan watched the curse notification intently, holding his breath as he scanned the surroundings. This time, he noticed a slight bulge in the flesh to the Rakshasa king's left. Skill, Sword Flash. A flash of sword light split the flesh monster that emerged into two halves. Unexpectedly, the split monster multiplied into two and simultaneously latched onto the Rakshasa king, draining it dry on the spot. Rakshasa king has fallen. The Rakshasa king was defeated once more. Can anyone even clear this dungeon? Lu Yuan muttered helplessly. The Rakshasa king was a hidden level 30 boss with attributes far superior to ordinary level 30 players, yet it had been killed 3 times in a row. Even if other players managed to bypass the earlier elite monsters, they'd meet the same grim fate here. Screw it. No more gambling with these attribute boosts. I'll brute force my way through. Unable to figure out a way to kill the flesh monsters in the short term, Lu Yuan decided to have the Rakshasa king sacrifice itself to carve out a path. The dungeon had no time limit, and the Rakshasa king could be revived indefinitely. Slowly but surely, Lu Yuan believed he could break through. With his plan set, Lu Yuan waited for the Rakshasa king's revival and sent it back into the flesh passage with its greatsword swinging madly. Rakshasa king has been afflicted by a supreme curse. All attributes permanently +10. Rakshasa king has fallen. The Rakshasa king advanced less than 10 meters before being killed by the flesh monsters. Lu Yuan waited once more for its revival, then sent it back to continue clearing the path. Watching the Rakshasa king toil tirelessly, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh, Rakshasa king, though you die, you can revive. You die again, then revive again, wandering the gates of hell countless times, while this king's corpse remains unchanged. Why not just break through? In ancient times, there was the foolish old man moving mountains. Today, we have the Rakshasa digging through corpses. It's the same principle. The revived Rakshasa king seemed indifferent to Lu Yuan's teasing, charging back into the corpse to clear a path. After repeating this process many times, the Rakshasa king finally carved its way to the chest cavity of the king's remains, entering a vast, empty space. Inside the chest cavity, there were no organs, the ceiling was supported by massive ribs, and at the center floated a black stone. Lu Yuan used abyssal eye to observe the stone. First awakening stone, divine. Note, formed from the essence of a certain king. The one who uses this awakening stone will inherit the king's power. This is the divine awakening stone. After hours of excavation, Lu Yuan finally laid eyes on the long-sought-after awakening stone, his heart swelling with joy. But after his initial excitement, he calmed down and refrained from entering the corpse himself. The boss hadn't appeared yet, and the flesh monsters were still unresolved. Sending in the Rakshasa king was the safest option. As the Rakshasa king approached the awakening stone, a swarm of flesh monsters suddenly emerged from the bloodied ground. Their numbers easily reached the hundreds. That's way too many. Seeing the flesh monsters block the Rakshasa king's path, Lu Yuan frowned. The Rakshasa king stood no chance of breaking through such a dense line of defense. It seems this is as far as I can go. To get the awakening stone, I'll need to find the boss controlling these monsters. Allowing the Rakshasa king to be overwhelmed and killed by the flesh monsters, Lu Yuan patiently waited for its revival. This time, instead of sending the Rakshasa king back into the corpse, he had it climb along the surface of the massive body, searching for the boss. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan circled the giant corpse, looking for clues. There is no such thing as an unbeatable dungeon. As long as the dungeon exists, there must be a way to clear it. After circling the corpse, Lu Yuan noticed a rotting wound on its shoulder, where a flesh monster was entangled in water weeds, unable to move. That's it. An idea struck him, and he immediately summoned the Rakshasa king, commanding it to touch the immobilized flesh monster. The Rakshasa king obeyed and placed its hand on the monster. Rakshasa king has been afflicted by a supreme curse. All attributes permanently plus 10. The system prompt indicated the Rakshasa king's attributes had increased permanently, while the immobilized flesh monster remained unable to attack. Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy. Isn't this the perfect spot to farm attributes? He decided to test it himself, reaching out to touch the flesh monster. Afflicted by a supreme curse. All attributes permanently plus 10. The system prompt appeared again, indicating Lu Yuan's 4 primary attributes had increased by 10 points. Just as I thought, touching these monsters triggers the curse. Lu Yuan and the Rakshasa king took turns poking at the flesh monster, repeatedly triggering its curse. Afflicted by a supreme curse. All attributes permanently plus 10. Afflicted by a supreme curse. All attributes permanently plus 10. Every 10 seconds, their attributes increased by 10 points. Lu Yuan forgot his original goal entirely, completely absorbed in the joy of farming attributes. When the Rakshasa king's 4 primary attributes reached 1000, the increases stopped. So the limit is 1000. Otherwise, I could have kept farming. What a pity. Seeing this, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart. Not long after, his own attributes also reached the limit. At this moment, with the enhancement of the dungeon's curse, his mental attribute had reached an astounding 4280 points. Under such circumstances, even using an ordinary iron sword without relying on the attribute boosts of Qi Xiao or Zhanlu, his damage could still break 100,000. I didn't expect farming this dungeon would yield such a discovery. Lu Yuan was highly satisfied with his progress, but his joy was short-lived as he found himself vexed once more. He still hadn't located the boss controlling those grotesque flesh monsters. Without finding the boss, he couldn't deal with the monsters. Without dealing with them, he couldn't obtain the Divine Awakening Stone. The treasure was practically within reach, yet there was no way to grasp it. This left Lu Yuan deeply frustrated. The flesh of the king. What kind of monstrosity is this cursed king? How could his flesh transform into such creatures? As Lu Yuan pondered this, a terrifying realization suddenly struck him. That's right, this guy is the cursed king. Although the abyssal eye had only mentioned that the colossal corpse, larger than a mountain, was the remains of a certain king, Lu Yuan knew with certainty that the bone burial grounds of the king dungeon existed precisely because of the fall of the cursed king. This massive corpse before him very likely belonged to none other than the cursed king himself. And as fate would have it, Lu Yuan held the blade of the cursed king in his possession. Perhaps, this is the key to unraveling the dungeon's mystery. Lu Yuan's heart tensed as he drew the blade of the cursed king and plunged it into one of the immobilized flesh monsters. Sizzle. The cracked blade of the cursed king pierced the grotesque mass with ease. Black smoke hissed out from the wound before the creature dissolved into nothingness. Successfully slain the king's flesh. EXP plus 0. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest Progress, 72/100,000. It worked. Seeing the notification, Lu Yuan was thrilled. He didn't even care why this particular kill had awarded 0 experience points. With the method to eliminate the flesh monsters now uncovered, Lu Yuan decided against letting the Rakshasa King continue fighting solo. Instead, the two of them advanced together through the flesh-ridden corridor carved by the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King served as the bait, drawing the monsters' attention. Lu Yuan would then finish them off with precise strikes from the blade of the Cursed King. In this way, Lu Yuan carved a bloody path into the chest cavity of the Cursed King, systematically using the Rakshasa King to pull enemies while he dispatched them one by one. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest Progress, 1-982/100-000. Finally, when the artifact quest progress reached 1982, Lu Yuan had cleared every last monster within the chest cavity. Phew, it's finally over. He exhaled deeply, though his vigilance remained high. He sent the Rakshasa King to retrieve the Awakening Stone to guard against any potential traps. Dungeon complete, Bone Burial Grounds of the King. Reward obtained, First Class Awakening Stone, Divine Grade, ... The dungeon completion notification appeared. Lu Yuan had acquired the Divine Awakening Stone, and a portal for teleportation had materialized nearby. That's it. It's over. Looking at the Awakening Stone in his hand and the exit portal, Lu Yuan was stunned. The dungeon's difficulty had indeed been high, but Lu Yuan felt it was still manageable. There hadn't even been a real boss fight, just waves of minor enemies. Even with the help of the Cursed Heart and the Blade of the Cursed King, the process of clearing the dungeon had been almost too straightforward. For a dungeon of this difficulty, the reward seemed disproportionately generous. This disparity left Lu Yuan with a sense of unease. Talent, I Am Legend, triggered, Mythical Trial detected within the dungeon. Mythical Trial activation item forcibly dropped. At that moment, a system notification popped up. The location where the Awakening Stone had rested now revealed a normal-sized black heart. Mythical Trial. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly as a storm of emotions surged within him. So this dungeon indeed concealed a significant secret. The Abyssal Eye's earlier hints had been correct. Without delay, Lu Yuan activated the Abyssal Eye to examine the Black Heart. Cursed King's Heart, Divine Grade. Note, the Fallen King shall rise again. The Fallen King shall rise again. Reading this note sent a chill down Lu Yuan's spine. Could it be that the Cursed King was on the verge of resurrection, with the Blade of the Cursed King and the Divine Awakening Stone as the key? If he proceeded to awaken with the Divine Awakening Stone, would he ultimately be possessed by the Cursed King? This Cursed King, what a despicable scheme. He designed this dungeon as a solo instance and used the Divine Awakening Stone as bait to lure in humanity's most talented individuals. Those rare geniuses would then receive the full support of the Great Xia Empire. If the Cursed King were to revive under such circumstances, he'd undoubtedly be more powerful than ever before. A cold sweat broke out across Lu Yuan's back as he pieced it together. Even in death, the Cursed King had orchestrated a grand scheme to undermine the Great Xia Empire. Were it not for Lu Yuan's unique talent, which had forcibly triggered the mythical trial, the plan might have already succeeded. If he had exited the dungeon carelessly without realizing the trap, it would have been over. The abyss might have its fools like Odysseus and Ishtar, but it also has terrifying enemies like the Cursed King. The abyss must never be underestimated. In Lu Yuan's mind, the credibility and danger of the abyss, tarnished by its more comical figures, had been wholly restored, elevated significantly by the Cursed King. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan tightened his hold on the Cursed King's heart. Do you wish to awaken the soul of the Cursed King and initiate the mythical trial? Warning. This trial is extremely dangerous. The red warning text flashed on Lu Yuan's interface, signaling that the upcoming trial might exceed his wildest expectations. There's no turning back now. If I leave, I'll merely become the puppet of the Cursed King. The mythical trial is my only chance to turn the tables. I cannot retreat. Commence the trial. The moment Lu Yuan made his choice, the black heart in his hands emitted thick, swirling black mist. The mist coalesced into a vortex that pulled him in. Panic surged through Lu Yuan as he realized he had been dragged into a perilous situation. He found himself standing on a platform suspended amidst layers of dense fog. The Rakshasa King was nowhere to be seen, his inventory had been sealed, and even his town portal scrolls were unusable. The suffocating sense of having no escape weighed heavily on him. I didn't expect anyone to uncover my scheme and make it this far, a deep, magnetic voice suddenly resonated. A tall, handsome man clad in a black robe adorned with an obsidian brooch appeared out of thin air. His crimson eyes and curved goat horns exuded an otherworldly aura. Lu Yuan stared at the figure, unease rising in his chest. The Cursed King. Lu Yuan instinctively activated the Abyssal Eye, only for the interface to display, target cannot be analyzed. A mere level 22 human trying to analyze me? Admirable courage. The cursed king chuckled mockingly. A sword array master, is it? Fascinating. For you to possess such high base attributes at level 22, it seems your class harbors great potential that poses a threat to the abyss. The cursed king's voice grew menacing, his smile twisting into a sneer. Too bad. Today, you'll die here. 10, 9, 8, the cursed king began to count down ominously, but Lu Yuan felt a strange sense of relief. He quickly realized that he wasn't affected by any curse. This allowed him to relax slightly. Sure enough, Qi Zhao's properties rendered him immune to curses. Your specialized weapon negates my curse. The cursed king's expression darkened as he noticed the anomaly, immediately discerning Lu Yuan's unique advantage. Even so, you won't escape my grasp. On the contrary, you've just shown me the key to defeating you. Lu Yuan's gaze was resolute as he seized upon this opportunity. This mythical trial adheres to certain rules. If you want to kill me, you must abide by them, Lu Yuan calmly deduced. First, you sealed my abilities linked to the cursed heart, intending to use your curse to kill me. When that failed, you resorted to an oppressive aura to subdue me. This shows you're wary of my strength and reliant on your curse. You're not wrong. This mythical trial revolves around curses. If you can withstand my curse, you have a chance of passing the trial, the cursed king admitted, laughing maniacally at Lu Yuan's deduction. But to clear the trial, you must also defeat me. Unfortunately for you, he continued, his voice chilling, my current strength may be less than 1,000th of what it was in my prime, but you still stand no chance against me. Well, I've always had a knack for clashing with abyssal demons, Lu Yuan quipped, his expression unshaken. A faint smile played on his lips. And as luck would have it, my attacks ignore defense. Oh, and they hurt, a lot. As soon as his words fell, Qi Zhao vanished from his hand, and 10 sword array spaces materialized around him. The blades emerged, launching themselves toward the cursed king in a relentless assault. In 2 swift waves of strikes, Lu Yuan, with his 3,280 mental power, 4,000 attack boost, and 1,152% critical damage multiplier, dealt a staggering 60 million damage to the cursed king. The unexpected onslaught left the cursed king reeling. He hastily activated a recovery skill to retreat further. What kind of attack is this? Unbelievable. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly before launching another round of attacks. Qi Zhao and Zhan Lu surged forward, while iron swords scattered outward, encircling the cursed king in an inescapable ring. The cursed king, limited to curse-based abilities and robbed of the overwhelming power he once wielded, found it increasingly difficult to evade Lu Yuan's relentless strikes. If you dare underestimate me again, the consequences will be beyond your reckoning, the cursed king bellowed angrily, pouring his effort into casting enhancement spells to boost his attributes and build his momentum. And do you think that'll be enough to turn the tide? Lu Yuan remained unfazed, his disdain evident. The cursed king smirked coldly as he bolstered himself with layered curses. Your flying swords may be strong, but their speed is pitiful. All I need to do is move faster, and I'll evade them with ease. Lu Yuan realized the root of the problem. His flying swords were undoubtedly perfect for dealing with lower-level enemies, but when faced with swift opponents, they were far from adequate. Kid, out of tricks already. As long as I'm here, don't even think about escaping, the cursed king taunted him mockingly. Lu Yuan fell silent. He was indeed caught in a dilemma. The formidable enemy before him, combined with the seemingly insurmountable situation, left him at a loss for countermeasures. Yet his mind was relentlessly calculating. He would never give up easily. Lu Yuan was determined to find a solution. Even though equipping both Qi Zhao and Zhan Lu allowed him to unleash psychic storms capable of dealing tens of millions in damage to a single target, without the Curse Heart's bonus, he could no longer recover mental energy through curses. Clearly, relying on his own meager abilities alone, defeating the once-fallen Abyss King, the Cursed King, was impossible. So it's still beyond me, huh? Lu Yuan felt a tinge of unwillingness in his heart. Rationality told him how overwhelmingly powerful his opponent was. After all, he was only level 22, while the opponent's reputation remained fearsome even in death. Mythic Trial. Lu Yuan pondered the dangerous tag associated with these trials and couldn't help but laugh aloud. You can still laugh in this kind of hopeless situation. I must say, you're rather optimistic, the Cursed King sneered coldly. This clarity and optimism amidst desperation elicited a trace of scorn from him. If you're willing to serve me, the Cursed King proposed, not only will I let you leave, but I'll also grant you the power of the Abyss, allowing you to ascend directly to level 70. With your talent, at level 70, you'd be able to sweep through all of humanity. Lu Yuan responded with a cold laugh, even if I starve to death here, I won't take a single morsel from your Abyss. Heh heh, then I'll wait for you to starve to death. The Curse King chuckled disdainfully, evidently feeling a hint of helplessness at Lu Yuan's stubbornness. After that, he ceased his attempts to persuade and kept his distance. Time passed. Over the next 5 days, hunger and thirst nearly drained Lu Yuan of all his willpower. He lay on the ground, motionless. "Kid, just 5 days, and you're already at your limit?" The Curse King mocked him, his glowing red eyes almost laughing at Lu Yuan's frailty. "What's the point of such talent if you're just going to starve to death in the end? Humans are such fragile creatures. Your lifespans are short, you die if you don't eat, you die if you don't drink." The Curse King continued to ridicule, clearly trying to break Lu Yuan's spirit. Lu Yuan weakly smiled. Despite his physical limits, he still managed to say, "So what if I die here? The Curse King's blade and the mythic awakening stone are with me. No one will ever enter this dungeon again. Your plans will crumble, and you'll be trapped here forever, keeping company with my corpse." Lu Yuan's resolute stance left the Curse King silent. It was clear that his words had struck a nerve. After days of torment, Lu Yuan's body was utterly weakened, and his consciousness began to blur. At this moment, the Curse King felt a pang of unease. Lu Yuan's sheer perseverance had caught him off guard. While the Curse King could endure solitude, being eternally trapped in this place was an entirely different matter. "Damn it, kid. You win," the Curse King cursed begrudgingly. Unable to tolerate this paradox any longer, he ultimately chose to restore Lu Yuan's curse heart effect. At the same time, he placed instant death curses, hunger curses, and dehydration curses on him, paradoxically restoring Lu Yuan to full strength. Lu Yuan opened his eyes once again. Though he still felt the psychological pangs of hunger and thirst, his body was brimming with vigor. Standing up, he faced the Curse King with a provocative smile. "Looks like I've won in the end. You're not willing to go down with me." The Curse King sneered coldly and retorted, "Aren't you afraid I have other means of resurrection? Then I'll just die again." Lu Yuan shrugged. "What other choice do I have? I've already said, you could join the Abyss. I'd grant you the rank of Duke, making you a prominent figure in the Abyss." Lu Yuan shook his head firmly. "I will never join the Abyss. TSK. You're as stubborn as a rock, even after dying once." The Curse King shook his head, seemingly baffled by Lu Yuan's unyielding will. "Kid, how about we both take a step back?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Go on, let's hear it. I'll admit defeat and let you pass the mythic trial, but on one condition, you must sign a demonic pact with me." Lu Yuan's thoughts raced as this unsettling proposal crossed his mind. He had heard of demonic pacts before, deals where a select few humans gained power at a dire cost. Often, their souls became the price, and some even betrayed their homelands as a result. Noticing Lu Yuan's hesitation, the Curse King added, "Lu Yuan, this is the greatest concession I can make. A demonic pact is actually a fair contract, you gain benefits, but you must also pay a price. Once the pact is signed, both parties are bound to its terms. No one can defy it." After some contemplation, Lu Yuan asked again, "What are the terms of this demonic pact?" The Curse King spread his palm, and a purple flame ignited in his hand. The fire morphed into a parchment of demonic script, which floated toward Lu Yuan. Immediately, Lu Yuan activated his abyssal eye to examine it. Curse King's Pact. Contracting Demon, Aridis. Contractee, Lu Yuan. Terms: the Curse King Aridis will concede defeat in the mythic trial, allowing Lu Yuan to pass. In exchange, Lu Yuan must forfeit 50% of the experience points he earns until he reaches level 70 to Aridis. 50% of my experience? Why don't you just rob me outright? Lu Yuan's eyes widened in frustration, his heart roaring in protest. At his current level, each level up required over 1,000,000 experience points, and the amount would only increase. Losing 50% was an enormous sacrifice. Aridis smirked. "Kid, us abyssal demons pride ourselves on fair exchanges. The rewards you'll gain from completing the mythic trial more than justify giving up 50% of your experience. In fact, I'm asking for less than I could." Lu Yuan calmed himself and asked, "By the time I reach level 70, you'll revive, won't you?" Aridis made no effort to hide his intentions. "You're well aware of our current predicament. My revival is inevitable, otherwise, I couldn't have saved you in the first place." After extensive deliberation, Lu Yuan considered the risks. A revived Curse King might indeed be stronger, but by the time he reached level 70, his specialized weapons and abilities would likely reach their peak. Perhaps he wouldn't lose to Aridis then. "If those are the only terms, I'll sign," Lu Yuan finally agreed. Aridis sneered. Don't lump me in with those petty demons who plant traps in their contracts. I don't bother with such tricks." Though Lu Yuan didn't fully trust his claim, he had no other choice. "Confirm signing the demonic pact with the Curse King, Aridis." Warning: Aridis is a former demon king. Signing this pact may lead to unforeseen consequences. Confirm, Lu Yuan declared, finalizing the contract. The parchment was consumed by flames and turned to ash. Pact established. A notification appeared in his interface. Aridis, now engulfed in flames, grinned at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I look forward to the day you reach level 70. By then, I'll have returned to my prime. Let's see if you can stop me then. Lu Yuan met the Cursed King's gaze and replied firmly, Aridis, I swear I'll stop you. Heh, we'll see, Aridis replied with a sinister laugh as his form turned to ashes in the fire. Successfully defeated the remnants of the Cursed King. Experience plus 10 million, minus 50%. Rewards, Mythic Awakening Stone, Divine, Cursed King's Heart, Divine. Cursed King's Heart, Divine. All curse effects on the user are converted into buffs. All attacks gain curse properties, applying unpurifiable curses to targets, excluding the wielder. No level requirement. Does not occupy equipment slots. Mythic Trial completed. Title earned, Curse King. Curse King title, unique all stats plus 10,000. Grants command over abyssal creatures with psychic attributes. Ding. Achievement unlocked, bargaining with kings. Reward, Divine Grade Talent Awakening. Congratulations. Divine Grade Talent Awakened, Abyssal Sovereign. Abyssal Sovereign, permanently increases all 4 base stats by 1 point for every abyssal creature slain. King's Grave Dungeon cleared. Rewards, Godstone X2, Class-Specific Skill Scroll X1, Basic Skill Scroll X1000. Notifications flooded Lu Yuan's interface, the sheer volume of rewards leaving him breathless. He eagerly opened his status panel to check his attributes. Name, Lu Yuan. Title, Curse King. Class, Sword Array Master, Unique. Level, 24, 22%. Strength, 12,860. Agility, 12,740. Spirit, 14,340. Constitution, 12,740. Class-specific attributes, critical rate, 33%, critical damage, 330%. Talents, absolute luck, LV, 1, I am the sword immortal, LV, 2, abyssal eye, indomitable body, I am legend, abyssal sovereign. Equipment, iron sword box, 10/10, divine sword Qi Shao, divine sword Zhan Lu, imperial medal of distinction, curse necklace, curse ring, curse band, curse king's heart, curse king's blade. Skills, sword array, LV, 5, sword control, LV, 5, sword array domain, attribute conversion, LV, 5, poison resistance, LV, 10, psychic storm, wind control, block intuition. Constellation, 6 stars. Lu Yuan's 4 base stats were staggering, akin to a walking boss monster. His combat power had skyrocketed dramatically. So this is the reward for completing the mythic trial? I didn't expect to even get a title. Lu Yuan marveled. Titles could substitute for talents, making them incredibly valuable. The newly awakened talent, Abyssal Sovereign, left him excited about how terrifyingly his attributes would grow as he hunted abyssal creatures in the future. The strong will always grow stronger. Although Lu Yuan was only at level 24, the gap between him and ordinary professionals was becoming wider and wider. After seeing the main reward, Lu Yuan couldn't wait to use the exclusive skill scroll. Skill acquired, Sword Intent Acceleration, level 1. Sword Intent Acceleration, level 1 increases flying sword speed by 100%. Increase the speed of flying swords. Why didn't this skill come earlier? Lu Yuan couldn't help but curse. If he had this skill earlier, he wouldn't have been tormented by the Cursed King for so long. However, despite his complaints, this skill solved one of his major problems, which was worth celebrating. After using the exclusive skill scroll, Lu Yuan took out the beginner skill scrolls. Professionals could learn up to 5 general skills before reaching level 30, and Lu Yuan now had 1,000 beginner skill scrolls, enough to fill up his skill slots easily. With 1,000 beginner skill scrolls, I should get some useful skills, right? He decided not to leave the trial space, sitting down on the spot to start using the scrolls. As a batch of beginner skill scrolls was opened, flashes of white light filled the space, creating an exciting atmosphere. Skill acquired, Culinary Expertise, level 10. Skill acquired, Poison Mastery, level 10. Skill acquired, Medical Expertise, level 10. Skill acquired, Concealed Weapons Mastery, level 10. However, the 4 general skills Lu Yuan acquired seemed rather unimpressive. After all, when luck isn't on your side, the skills you get can often be less desirable. Wait a minute, this Concealed Weapons Mastery increases flying object damage by 100%. Does my flying sword count as a flying object? He noticed the skill description and had a sudden realization. He immediately took out a test dummy for verification. A single iron sword pierced through the test dummy, minus 389,439. Nearly 400,000 damage. Logically, without equipping Qi Xiao or Zhanlu, this attack should only deal around 370,000 damage. Yet, in less time, the damage reached 390,000, resulting in a 21% bonus damage calculation. It's useful. Lu Yuan was overjoyed. His flying sword could trigger the effects of concealed weapons mastery, which was an amazing discovery. After this round of adjustments, Lu Yuan's excitement soared, especially with the significant gains this time. 2 divine stones and 2 new exclusive weapons. Lu Yuan took out the destiny compass and placed the 2 newly obtained divine stones into it. The 2 consecutive draws began. The 2 divine stones dissolved into light particles and disappeared. Soon, countless cards flipped within the compass, and the magic array flashed red. 2 red cards, each imprinted with an image of a sapphire sword, flew out and transformed into 2 divine swords named Zhanlu. The Zhanlu sword already in the sword array space flew out, merging with the 2 new Zhanlu swords. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted, making Lu Yuan feel as if he were submerged in a vast ocean. Divine Sword Zhanlu, exclusive, Tier 3 attack power plus 3000, damage plus 300%, automatically protects its wielder, immunity to water attribute attacks, damage dealt converts into a temporary shield lasting 1 minute, no equipment level restriction. Artifact Quest, find the Zhanlu Stone, 0 to 1. Note, one of the 10 legendary swords, it protects its wielder, banishes evil, and purifies the world. Hiss. Lu Yuan gasped in shock at Zhanlu's stats. The ability to convert damage dealt into a temporary shield was a god-tier skill for any damage-dealing professional. For him, it was practically cheating. Lu Yuan's damage output was already overwhelming. When Qi Xiao and Zhanlu were both in play, his damage was calculated in the billions. Now, it could essentially translate into a shield worth billions. He was overjoyed, thinking that after a basic attack, no one would be able to defeat him. Exclusive weapons truly live up to their name. Even at Tier 3 refinement, the attributes are already this absurd. How terrifying will it be when it's fully refined? Lu Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with this Tier 3 Zhanlu. As for the Zhanlu stone required for the artifact quest, he had never heard of it and had to put it aside for now. After organizing his spoils, his excitement gradually subsided. Hunger and thirst quickly set in, prompting Lu Yuan to take out food and water from his storage space and devour them ravenously. Once he was full and hydrated, he left the dungeon feeling content. As soon as he stepped out, the pungent smell of blood filled his nostrils. Lu Yuan heard roaring sounds in the distance. The sword array immediately activated, and 10 iron swords materialized, circling around him. Several arrows sliced through the air toward him, which Lu Yuan cut down with his iron swords. Spotting several abyssal creatures charging at him, he used the abyssal eye to examine them. Abyssal Archer, Elite. Level, 35. Strength, 12,000. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 5,000. Skills, Anti-Magic Arrow, Triple Shot. Hellhound. Level, 30. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 500. Constitution, 3,000. Skills, Sprint, Hell Howl. Seeing their attack fail, the abyssal archers knocked their bows again, but before they could release another volley, Lu Yuan's flying swords turned them into sieves. Successfully killed abyssal archer. EXP plus 30,000, minus 50%, dot. Successfully killed hellhound. EXP plus 20,000, minus 50%, dot. Acquired, abyssal archer heart 1, hellhound tooth 2. Quest progress, Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 1990/100,000, dot. Abyssal Sovereign Talent activated, permanent +8 to all attributes. A series of notifications flashed across his vision, but Lu Yuan had no time to review them. He immediately heard screams of agony coming from afar. Someone's under attack. Lu Yuan rushed toward the sound and saw a knight using a large shield to block the attacks of more than a dozen hellhounds. Behind the knight was an archer whose leg had been bitten off, as well as a healer desperately administering treatment. Lu Yuan noticed the bloodied remnants of human clothing and flesh around the hellhounds' mouths. They had clearly just feasted on people. Beasts. Lu Yuan growled coldly. His flying swords darted out, silencing the hellhounds before they could even let out a cry, turning them into his experience points. Quest progress, Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 1996/100,000, dot. Abyssal Sovereign Talent activated, permanent +6 to all attributes. The three besieged individuals looked at Lu Yuan with gratitude after the hellhounds were slain. The knight spoke up, "Thank you. If it weren't for your help, we would have died here today." Lu Yuan asked, "What happened here? Isn't this supposed to be behind the Great Xia Empire's defensive lines?" The knight appeared slightly surprised but quickly explained, "The Abyssal Army has broken through our first line of defense. Currently, the main forces have retreated to the second line of defense." So soon? Lu Yuan's heart sank as he realized the severity of the situation. The Great Xia Empire had three major defensive lines on the Abyssal battlefield. The first line was less than 100 kilometers from the Abyssal entrance, while the second line was 500 kilometers away. The King's Burial Ground dungeon was situated between the first and second lines. If the third line were breached, the Abyssal Army would have unfettered access to invade the Great Xia Empire, leading to unimaginable consequences. Lu Yuan had only been in the King's Burial Ground for 8 days, yet the first line of defense had already fallen. Just how brutal was this war? The knight's eyes revealed a trace of fear as he continued, "This war is far too brutal. An Abyssal Duke has appeared, and even Elder Bai was seriously injured. If it weren't for the god of war arriving in time, Elder Bai might have fallen on the battlefield." Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Even Elder Bai was injured. At this moment, the healer managed to stabilize the archer's condition and informed the knight, "Captain, Brother Li's injuries are severe. He can't hold on much longer. We must abandon the mission and take him back for advanced treatment." The knight clenched his fists in frustration, his voice trembling with unwillingness. "Damn it!" Lu Yuan asked, "What mission are you on?" The knight hesitated. Lu Yuan immediately pulled out his Qianlong insignia and said seriously, "Don't worry. I'm Lu Yuan from the Qianlong squad. I can help you complete the mission." Upon seeing the insignia with 2 bars and 2 stars, the knight instantly saluted. "Reporting to Lieutenant Colonel Lu Yuan, we are a scout team from the 2nd Legion. Our mission is to investigate an abyssal stronghold to the northwest." Pausing, his voice choked, "But we were ambushed by the Abyssal Army. 2 of our comrades have already fallen, and we no longer have the strength to continue the mission." Lu Yuan nodded slightly. "Understood. You should retreat. I'll take over the mission." "Lieutenant Colonel Lu Yuan, I can assist you in completing the mission," the knight said urgently. Lu Yuan shook his head and handed the knight a return scroll from his backpack. "It's too dangerous here. Take this and leave quickly. You've done enough." The knight's eyes reddened as he saw the scroll, his voice trembling. "Thank you. Go on, don't delay," Lu Yuan urged. The knight nodded and immediately used the scroll to teleport his team to safety. Watching them leave, Lu Yuan murmured to himself, "The abyssal stronghold in the northwest. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to strengthen myself." Without rushing, he returned to the King's Burial Ground dungeon. Upon exiting the dungeon, he noticed a teleportation array left by Elder Bai. He hadn't had the chance to investigate it earlier while rescuing others. At the entrance, Lu Yuan found the array and a message left by Elder Bai, "Lu Yuan, the Abyssal Army has launched an early attack, and the situation is dire. I must go to provide support. Once you exit, use the array to return to the capital immediately. Do not linger on the abyssal battlefield." After reading the message, Lu Yuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. He immediately destroyed the array. Since he had taken on the mission, he couldn't return for a while. If the array were discovered by abyssal creatures, the consequences would be disastrous. He still had a return scroll given to him by Guan Xian. After completing the mission, he could return to the second line of defense and use the city's teleportation system to head back to the capital. Resolute, Lu Yuan moved swiftly toward the northwest. On the way, he encountered numerous abyssal creatures, all of which he dealt with easily. In the distance, he spotted an abyssal stronghold and checked his abyssal sovereign talent. Abyssal sovereign, plus 114 to all attributes. To think it's already added 114 attribute points. That's equivalent to leveling up twice. This truly is a god-tier talent. For me, this hellish battlefield is the perfect place to rapidly enhance my combat power. Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the abyssal stronghold ahead. He thought to himself, "Today, I'll hunt to my heart's content." Back at the Watchtower Fortress, the rescued knight squad returned. The healer immediately took the injured archer for treatment, while the knight reported the mission details. "You're saying Lu Yuan saved you and took over your mission?" Qianlong squad instructor Ning Wuwei, upon hearing this, immediately sought out the knight to verify the information. "Yes, sir." The knight's heart tightened. "Sir, are you certain his identity is legitimate?" "No. His identity is not the issue." Ning Wuwei shook his head and sternly instructed, "Immediately inform your companions, under no circumstances should Lu Yuan's situation be revealed." "Yes." The knight dashed toward the medical clinic without delay. Ning Wuwei watched him leave, anxiety written all over his face. That kid, so reckless. Doesn't he realize the abyss craves his life above all else? If he runs into one of the demon archdukes. I can't wait any longer. I have to save him. After quickly briefing Wan Chang'an, Ning Wuwei sprinted in Lu Yuan's direction. On the battlefield, Lu Yuan carefully observed the abyssal outpost from its perimeter. The outpost wasn't large, housing approximately 500 abyssal creatures with an average level of 30. The defenses were tight, leaving no entry point, and there was no clear indication of whether a powerful abyssal boss resided within. With 500 creatures, the sword array can cover the whole outpost. Using Psychic Storm will significantly amplify the skill's power. If I equip the third-tier weapons Qi Xiao and Zhanlu, even if Otis is inside, I can take him down in one strike. Just as Lu Yuan was preparing to unleash Psychic Storm, two terrifying humanoid abyssal demons emerged from the outpost. One of them looked identical to Lu Yuan's father. Dad? Lu Yuan froze in shock, trying to make sense of the situation. The abyssal demon exchanged a few words with the other demon before suddenly teleporting away. Damn it! A chill clawed at Lu Yuan's spine, and he abruptly sensed an icicle-like dread creeping up behind him. Well. A mere level 24 human dares to wander this far. How amusing. A cold, mocking voice sounded from behind. Lu Yuan instinctively activated his parry intuition. Clang! Lu Yuan caught the crimson Qishao sword flying from the sword array and spun around to block the incoming strike from the abyssal demon. Oh! The abyssal demon's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise before it dissolved into black mist, retreating to evade Lu Yuan's counterattack. Seizing this moment, Lu Yuan immediately activated the abyssal eye. Unable to detect target. Unable to detect the target. This could only mean that the opponent was a level 74 plus abyssal boss, stronger than both Otis and Ista. So, he has a guaranteed parry ability. What an intriguing little human, the abyssal demon sneered. But can you block my second strike? Before the voice even faded, the demon teleported directly in front of Lu Yuan, its razor-sharp claws lunging straight for his forehead. Zhanlu materialized just in time, intercepting the attack. Clang! A horrifying shockwave radiated outward. Zhanlu was flung from Lu Yuan's grasp, but the passive death immunity effect of Qi Xiao activated, forcing Lu Yuan's health to drop to a single point instead of killing him outright. Still alive? The abyssal demon's voice betrayed its astonishment. Lu Yuan grabbed the opening and unleashed Psychic Storm in one breath. Sensing the imminent threat, the abyssal demon's expression shifted slightly. With no room to dodge, it quickly wrapped itself tightly in its cloak. Boom! The terrifying Psychic Storm exploded within a 500-meter radius, obliterating the entire outpost in an instant. Successfully killed Abyssal Archer. EXP plus 30,000, minus 50%. Successfully killed Abyssal Warrior. EXP plus 30,000, minus 50%. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest Progress, 2696/100000. Abyssal Monarch, all attributes plus 714. A golden light engulfed Lu Yuan as he leveled up to 25, fully restoring his health and surrounding him with a faint blue glow, an effect of Zhanlu's temporary shield conversion. The abyssal creatures in the area were wiped out. Wasting no time, Lu Yuan pulled out a teleportation scroll, only to find it rendered useless as a black beam of light shot through it and destroyed it. Teleportation failed. Perfect. The battered abyssal demon emerged from the void, its eyes blazing with fury as it locked onto Lu Yuan. You must be the human boy Otis and Ista mentioned. A mere level 24 human, yet you nearly injured me. You truly are the abyss's greatest threat. Panic surged through Lu Yuan's mind as he analyzed the dire situation. This abyssal demon survived and even destroyed my teleportation scroll. Things are looking grim. Even if I summon Bai Lao, who's severely injured, and crush his crystal core to bring him here, it'd just be throwing another life away. What rotten luck, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Lu Yuan cursed inwardly, racking his brain for a way to survive. Just then, a furious roar erupted in the distance. Lu Yuan, get out of the way. Ning Wuwei charged in with a purple-gold spear in hand, unleashing a forbidden technique, Godslayer Spear. A terrifying energy surged from the spear's tip, aimed straight at the abyssal demon. So this is Instructor Ning's true strength? Incredible. Lu Yuan watched in awe, utterly shaken. This move could undoubtedly annihilate Otis in one strike. The abyssal demon turned its attention toward Ning Wuwei's assault, a trace of disdain flashing across its face. A mantis trying to stop a cart. The demon extended a single finger toward the incoming spear. Lu Yuan noticed the demon's expression and realized it might have a way to nullify Ning Wuwei's attack. Without hesitation, he summoned Qi Xiao, Zhanlu, and 8 iron swords, directing them toward the demon's back. Sword intent surged, and 10 streaks of sword light pierced through the air. TCH. The abyssal demon frowned in displeasure at Lu Yuan's simultaneous assault. After a brief moment of calculation, it decided to block Ning Wuwei's attack with a skill and take Lu Yuan's offensive head-on. In the demon's mind, Lu Yuan was merely level 25, and his earlier forbidden technique had already been used. Surely, ordinary attacks wouldn't pose much of a threat. With a nonchalant gesture, the demon's finger lightly touched the spear's tip. Ding! A crisp, melodic sound echoed as ripples of spatial distortion emanated outward. Skill, nullification. Ning Wuwei's attack was instantly stripped of all its power. What? Ning Wuwei's face contorted in shock. At the same time, the 10 flying swords struck the abyssal demon, a damage number, 496017986, flashing in the air. The abyssal demon's expression twisted in panic as the incomprehensible string of damage numbers caused it to recoil instinctively. It dissolved into black mist, retreating from Lu Yuan's range without daring to counterattack. Ning Wuwei seized the opportunity to shield Lu Yuan. Kid, are you alright? Instructor Ning, if you'd been any later, I might not be, Lu Yuan replied, catching his breath. Damn brat. Of all the beings to provoke, you just had to mess with that demon archduke, Disaz. Ning Wuwei glared at the distant Disaz with evident trepidation. He tossed a teleportation scroll to Lu Yuan. I'll hold him off. Find a way to escape the battlefield immediately. Lu Yuan noticed Ning Wuwei's hand trembling slightly as he gripped his spear. Instructor, is he really that strong? Strong doesn't even begin to describe it. Ning Wuwei's voice was taut with tension. Disaz is one of the 7 dukes of the abyss. Bai Lao was gravely injured by him. He's that powerful. Lu Yuan was stunned, finally grasping the overwhelming might of the abyssal demon. Disaz, his wounds gradually healing in the distance, glared at Lu Yuan with icy hatred. Lu Yuan, a level 25 human capable of such devastating damage, you cannot be allowed to live. Boom! Disaz's aura surged with terrifying intensity. Ning Wuwei's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. He's making his move. Lu Yuan, I'll risk my life to buy you time, just run. Instructor, leave me and save yourself. Lu Yuan pleaded. Shut your damn mouth. Ning Wuwei barked. Lu Yuan, you're the hope of Great Xia. You can't selfishly die here. Instructor, Lu Yuan's expression grew conflicted. I'm sorry. I was too arrogant. He had believed that the powers he obtained from the mythic trial would be enough to protect himself. But faced with a top-tier opponent, he felt utterly powerless. This isn't your fault. Just promise me you'll avenge me one day. Ning Wuwei tightened his grip on his spear, keeping his eyes locked on the advancing Disaz. He even took a step forward. Disaz, if you want Lu Yuan, you'll have to go through my corpse first. He had already steeled himself for death. None of you are leaving here alive. Disaz roared, his dark energy coiling around him as the ground trembled violently. But then, Disaz suddenly froze, his eyes wide with fear. His aura began to plummet. No. Impossible. Is this the power of the cursed king? Disaz realized 11 layers of curses had stacked upon him, his composure unraveling. He stared at Lu Yuan with terror, roaring in fury, what did you do to me? Why do you possess the power of the cursed king? The cursed king's power? Lu Yuan blinked in confusion, recalling the equipment he received after clearing the mythic trial. Cursed king's heart, divine converts curses applied to the wearer into buffs. All attacks inflict curse attributes, randomly applying unpurgeable curses to targets, excluding the wearer. No level requirement. Does not occupy an equipment slot. At the time, he hadn't thought much of the item, considering its ability somewhat underwhelming. But judging by Disaz's reaction, he had clearly underestimated the artifact's true strength. As the curses took effect, Disaz's aura continued to weaken, leaving him even more fragile than Otis. What's happening? Ning Wuwei was dumbfounded, sensing that even he could now defeat Disaz. Lu Yuan, I'll remember this. When the abyss returns, I'll tear you to pieces. Overwhelmed by the cursed king's power, Disaz knew he couldn't kill Lu Yuan and quickly chose to teleport away. Ning Wuwei stared at the empty space where Disaz had stood, his expression disbelieving. Disaz, retreated just like that? Lu Yuan, Wuwei. Are you two alright? Wan Chang'an finally arrived. I felt Disaz's presence. Where is he? Commander, Ning Wuwei turned to Wan Chang'an with a complex expression, recounting the entire sequence of events. After hearing the story, Wan Chang'an stood in stunned silence. You two managed to drive Disaz away. Ning Wuwei gave a bitter smile. Commander, don't praise me. I only used one skill, and it was nullified. It was Lu Yuan who forced him to retreat. Wan Chang'an looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief and asked, how did you manage that? Disaz, as one of the 7 dukes of the abyss, was a figure even Wan Chanan himself wasn't confident he could defeat. Yet such a being had been forced to retreat by Lu Yuan, it was beyond comprehension. Perhaps it's because of this artifact, Lu Yuan admitted frankly, pulling out the cursed king's heart. He then recounted the details of his contract with the cursed king, Barides. Wan Chanan listened, dumbfounded. So that's what happened. Lu Yuan continued, the only reason I was able to push back Disaz was because of the cursed king's power. But once I reach level 70, the cursed king will revive. What should we do about this? Wan Chanan fell silent. The cursed king was a demon monarch who should have perished long ago. If news of this spread, it would trigger massive unrest for both the abyss and humanity. Commander, if I may speak freely, Ning Wuwei suddenly interjected, under no circumstances can the Elder Council learn about Lu Yuan's connection to the cursed king. They would never allow him to live. This must be kept secret. Moreover, if Lu Yuan hadn't seen through the cursed king's scheme, the great Xia Empire, armed with the cursed king's blade, would have suffered devastating losses. Lu Yuan saved this nation, he doesn't deserve that kind of ending. Wan Chanan sighed. It was clear he understood the logic, but as the commander of the military, his duty prevented him from turning a blind eye. This matter is too significant. I must consider the safety of the nation and its people. Concealing such a thing is tantamount to treason, he said. But, Commander, Lu Yuan has done nothing wrong. He's only level 25 and was still able to push back Disaz. I believe that by the time he reaches level 70, he'll be capable of opposing the cursed king. We only need to keep this secret for now and deal with the cursed king together when he revives. Nothing will happen to him. Ning Wuwei argued firmly. The abyss is growing stronger by the day. Even a single demon duke leading an army can break through our first line of defense. Great Xia desperately needs more powerful individuals, we cannot afford to lose Lu Yuan. Wan Chanan sighed again. He understood the reasoning, but the weight of his responsibilities made it difficult for him to act freely. At that moment, he didn't know how to make a decision. He turned to Lu Yuan. Child, what are your thoughts? Lu Yuan said, I don't want to die, but I also think keeping this a secret isn't the right choice. The cursed king is the enemy of millions of Great Xia's soldiers. If I fail to oppose him in the future, Great Xia cannot face him again unprepared. Wan Chanan looked at Lu Yuan seriously and said, I understand. Child, you haven't disappointed me, and I will not disappoint you. When Lu Yuan returned to the Watcher's Wall with Wan Chanan and Ning Wuwei, news arrived from the front lines. The abyss had retreated, and the entire city was filled with joyous celebration. Lu Yuan did not join the festivities. Instead, he followed Wan Chanan into a teleportation array, disappearing in a flash of dazzling light. Ning Wuwei watched the now empty teleportation array, sighed, and silently turned to leave the room. Within the Watcher's Wall, no one knew why the abyss had retreated. They only knew that once again, peace had been preserved in Great Xia. Ning Wuwei climbed onto the city wall, gazing out at the desolate land beyond and the jubilant atmosphere within. In his heart, he silently prayed, Lu Yuan, you'll be all right. In the capital city of Jingdu, atop the central trial tower, Lu Yuan sat calmly before a door, awaiting the judgment soon to come. Inside the room behind the door, 5 elders with terrifying presences sat in chairs. Wan Chanan stood before them, reporting on Lu Yuan's situation. The elder in the center, whose aura was the most oppressive, spoke in a faint voice, Wan Chanan, we have been informed of the situation. Lu Yuan's contract with the cursed king is indeed a matter of grave importance. The decision we make next will determine the future of the Great Xia Empire and the fate of its people. Clang! As the elder's words fell, a massive scale floated into the air, and 5 equally weighted soul flames flew out, landing in front of each elder. To the left is, Lu Yuan is innocent. In this case, we will fully support his growth, allow the cursed king's revival, and prepare countermeasures in advance. If Lu Yuan fails to oppose the cursed king, we will use the might of the entire nation to destroy him. To the right is, Lu Yuan is guilty. In this case, we will sentence him to death, preventing Great Xia from falling into another cursed calamity. Elders, cast your votes. As the central elder's voice fell, one of the elders immediately pushed their soul flame to the right side of the scale without hesitation. The cursed king brought catastrophic losses to Great Xia, and we have yet to recover. We cannot endure a second coming of the cursed king. I second that, another elder said, also pushing their flame to the right. Though Lu Yuan is a genius, the safety of Great Xia's people must come first. We cannot risk the lives of millions for the sake of one individual. With 2 soul flames on the right, the scale tipped heavily in that direction. Wan Chanan's heart tightened. He knew that if one more elder sided with the right, Lu Yuan's death would be certain. Humph, you 2 cowards. You want to kill the greatest genius Great Xia has ever seen for the sake of a dead demon scum? A temperamental elder slammed the table and pushed their soul flame to the left side of the scale. The elder in the center added, Wan Chang'an once told me, today we surrender 5 cities, tomorrow 10 cities, all for temporary peace. But yielding to the abyss is like adding fuel to the fire will not extinguish until the fuel is gone. There is more than just the cursed king in the abyss. Only Lu Yuan's talent is worth betting the nation's fortune on. With that, he too pushed his soul flame to the left. Clang! The scale returned to balance, and all eyes turned to the last elder, sitting silently in the corner with a youthful face and snow-white hair. He had not spoken a word since the meeting began. The decisive vote that would determine Lu Yuan's fate rested in his hands. Elderly, it's time to vote, the central elder urged. Elderly opened his eyes slightly, a faint smile on his face. Naturally, I vote to spare Lu Yuan. He pushed his soul flame to the left. Clang! The scale tipped decisively to the left. Wan Chang'an let out a breath of relief. The result is clear, Lu Yuan is innocent. The central elder calmly announced the verdict, then said, next topic, we must discuss how to cultivate Lu Yuan and how to respond if he fails. At that moment, one of the elders who had voted guilty interrupted. Glancing at Elderly, he said, I have no objections to the result, but can you explain your reasoning, Elderly? You've always hated the cursed king. Elderly chuckled. Of course I hate the cursed king. I'd love nothing more than to skin him alive, drink his blood, and march into the abyss to annihilate that demon. Then why did you vote to spare Lu Yuan? Because I recently learned something. Elderly grinned. Lu Yuan might become my grandson-in-law. How could I kill my future grandson-in-law? The other 4 elders, what are you playing at? Feeling the weight of their stares, Elderly laughed heartily. This is a family matter for the Li clan. It has nothing to do with today's meeting. Let's move on to the next topic. How could it have nothing to do with this? Elderly, you need to explain yourself. Today's meeting hasn't decided who will mentor Lu Yuan, why should it be you? Exactly. Your family already has several legendary tier professionals, and now you want to claim Lu Yuan too. This meeting won't continue until you explain yourself. The room descended into a heated argument over this peculiar issue. Watching the scene unfold, Wan Chang'an couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. No matter what the final discussions brought, at least Lu Yuan was safe. After hours of waiting, Lu Yuan finally saw Wan Chang'an step out of the room. He stood up immediately. Commander, what's the verdict? Wan Chang'an smiled. The elders have decided to bet on you. Lu Yuan, the cursed king will be your responsibility from now on. A gleam lit up in Lu Yuan's eyes. Understood. Don't pressure yourself too much. Just focus on steadily growing stronger. Wan Chang'an patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. Come on, the elders still have other matters to discuss. I'll take you to Jingdu University to settle in, and give you your reward. Reward? Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. You played a pivotal role in repelling the Abyss army. However, for special reasons, your achievements can't be publicly acknowledged. So we've decided to reward you in a more practical way. Let's go. With that, Wan Chang'an led Lu Yuan through the Central Trial Tower's teleportation array, arriving at the gates of Jingdu University. As the capital of the Great Xia Empire, Jingdu City was the epitome of prosperity. Jingdu University, nestled in its bustling heart, stood as the most prestigious institution in the empire. Standing before the colossal gates, tens of meters high, Lu Yuan felt dwarfed by the sheer grandeur. So this is the top-ranked academy of Great Xia. What magnificence! Lu Yuan thought in awe. He had heard countless tales of Jingdu University back in high school, but seeing it in person still left him overwhelmed, as if the gates themselves radiated infinite energy. Wan Chang'an explained, half of Great Xia's divine tier experts graduated from Jingdu University. The principal's status is on par with the elders. Lu Yuan, there are many hidden experts here, and opportunities abound. If you want to defeat the cursed king, you'll need the support of Jingdu University. Once you enroll, don't slack off. Lu Yuan nodded. Understood. Wan Chang'an patted his shoulder. Professor Qin Yun has already completed your enrollment paperwork. There's no need to report in person. I've also arranged a private dormitory for you. Any objections? None. Good. Let's head in. Though it was late at night, the campus was far livelier than Lu Yuan had imagined. Students were still hard at work, training diligently. They're practicing even this late. Lu Yuan remarked. Wan Chang'an explained as they walked, the students here are all elites, each with their own pride. None of them are willing to fall behind. But talent alone isn't enough here. Many students enter Jingdu University, only to find themselves going from prodigies to mere mortals. The stark contrast wounds their pride, pushing them to work twice as hard. Even so, many students fail to graduate each year. Hard work alone doesn't guarantee success, but without it, there's no hope of changing your destiny. Truly cruel. Lu Yuan sighed, fully understanding how ruthless this world was. Kyoto University was far larger than he had imagined. He had followed Wan Chang'an for a long time before finally reaching his assigned residence. The area was remote and eerily quiet, with only a single 6-story dormitory building in sight. The building was somewhat dilapidated, and its entrance was locked. A plaque reading, Building 0, hung outside. The entire structure exuded a sinister aura, with peeling walls and pitch-black windows, making Lu Yuan feel uneasy. "Sir, is this place really meant for people to live in?" he asked, frowning slightly. Wan Chang'an chuckled faintly. "Don't underestimate this building. Half of Kyoto University's divine-level powerhouses once lived here. Many students dream of entering but lack the qualifications." Lu Yuan was shocked. "What exactly is in this building?" "That's a secret. Once the building acknowledges you, you'll find out." As the two conversed, an elderly woman with white hair appeared behind the dormitory door. She glanced at Lu Yuan and asked, "Xiao Wan, is this the student you're so insistent on placing in this building?" Wan Chang'an replied respectfully, "Yes, Granny Nyo. I'm entrusting this child to you." Noticing Wan Chang'an's deference to the old woman, Lu Yuan activated his abyssal eye, only to discover he couldn't gauge her strength. He thought to himself, as expected of Kyoto University, even the dorm manager is this formidable. Granny Nyo scrutinized Lu Yuan for a moment before unlocking the dormitory door. She turned to Wan Chang'an and said, "I'm only allowing this child to live in Building 0 because of your insistence. If his performance is lacking, I'll personally throw him out." "Don't worry, Granny Nyo. He won't disappoint you," Wan Chang'an assured her. Turning to Lu Yuan, Wan Chang'an said, "Granny Nyo will take you inside shortly. A lot has been happening recently, so take some time to rest. If you have any questions, just ask her. I'll leave for now. Someone will deliver your ID card tomorrow." "Wait, sir." Lu Yuan called out hastily. "What about my reward?" Wan Chang'an laughed. "Silly child, living in Building 0 is your reward." With that, he disappeared into the night. Granny Nyo said coldly, "Kid, don't just stand there. Come in." Snapping out of his daze, Lu Yuan followed Granny Nyo into Building 0. Upon entering the hallway, he was astonished to see what appeared to be a dungeon portal. "That's a unique secret realm tied to Building 0, Granny Nyo explained. "If you want to stay here long-term, you'll need to enter the dungeon to earn your rent. But since it's your first day, tonight's rent is on the house." "What kind of challenges are in the dungeon?" Lu Yuan asked curiously. "Just bosses. Powerful bosses," she replied nonchalantly. Granny Nyo led Lu Yuan to the second floor. Aside from rooms 203 and 208, the other rooms on this floor are empty. Choose one for yourself. Surveying the corridor, Lu Yuan pointed to room 210 at the farthest corner. "That one." "All right." Granny Nyo pulled a pitch-black key from her waist and handed it to him. "Room 210 is yours now. As long as you can pay the rent, no one can enter, not even the elder of the nation. Any other questions?" "No, that's all." "Good. I like kids who don't ramble. Rest well tonight," Granny Nyo said with a nod before turning and leaving. Using the key, Lu Yuan opened the door to room 210. He was pleasantly surprised to find that, despite the building's worn exterior, the room was clean and cozy. The bed carried a faint scent of sunlight, and there was a private bathroom with 24-hour hot water. "Better than I expected," Lu Yuan remarked with satisfaction. He closed the door, sat down on the bed, and was startled when a system notification popped up. "You have entered a special zone. EXP gain plus 10 per second, minus 50%. Huh. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Gaining experience while idle? Though 10 experience per second wasn't much, he quickly calculated, 600 experience per hour, and 4,800 after 8 hours of sleep. Currently at level 25, Lu Yuan needed 5 million experience points to reach level 26. With a portion allocated to the Cursed King, he estimated that staying here for 34 days would naturally bring him to level 26. No wonder half of Kyoto University's divine-level powerhouses come from Building 0. Even pigs could become gods here if they stayed long enough. Delighted by this unexpected benefit, Lu Yuan began looking forward to his university life. Exhausted from battling the Cursed King and the Demon Duke, he soon succumbed to sleep after letting out a yawn. The next morning, a knock on the door woke him. Groggy, Lu Yuan opened the door to find Granny Nyo holding a stack of clothes and an ID card. "Here's your uniform and ID card. Keep them safe," Granny Nyo said. "Remember, Kyoto University's ID card serves as your lifelong identification. All your records and information are stored on it, so don't lose it. Also, cash isn't used on campus. You'll need points for all transactions. The school has gifted you 100 points to start with. Lu Yuan accepted the uniform and ID card, then asked, how do I earn points? You can earn them by completing courses, clearing on-campus dungeons, or taking on school missions. Of course, if you're skilled enough, you can also steal points from others. Steal points. Does the school allow that? Lu Yuan asked, surprised. Granny Nyo replied flatly, the school encourages competition. However, there are limits, points drop below 100 can't be stolen. Absorbing this information, Lu Yuan nodded. Got it. Thank you, Granny Nyo. This is basic knowledge covered during the opening ceremony and freshman training. Since Xiao Wan said you missed those, I thought I'd fill you in. However, points are merely the campus currency. They can't be used to pay rent for Building 0. To live here, you'll need to collect starstones from the Secret Realm dungeon. The rent for a second-floor room is 1 starstone per day. Many other facilities here also require starstones. We'll discuss those once you're capable of staying here long-term. With that, Granny Nyo turned and disappeared down the hallway. Points and starstones. My first task as a college student is to make money, Lu Yuan mused with a wry smile. He headed downstairs to the dungeon portal and noticed a blonde-haired boy in red armor standing there. The boy exuded a cold demeanor. The blonde boy glanced briefly at Lu Yuan before entering the dungeon without a word. Is he also a resident of this building? He seems strong, Lu Yuan muttered to himself as he approached the dungeon portal and activated his abyssal eye. Starry Secret Realm. Level, none. Difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. Note, the number of starstones earned depends on the difficulty. Nightmare difficulty, Lu Yuan said without hesitation, stepping into the portal. From the shadows, Granny Nyo emerged, seemingly unfazed. Shaking her head, she muttered, every new resident chooses nightmare difficulty on their first try. This isn't just any ordinary dungeon. Time to temper these geniuses' arrogance. Inside the dungeon, Lu Yuan found himself standing on an endless grassland under a starry sky. The scenery was breathtakingly serene. What a beautiful dungeon, Lu Yuan marveled. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed 3 humanoid creatures clad in armor not far away. Starry Knight, Boss. Level, 25. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Stamina. Skills, Starry Charge, Starry Shield, Oath of Stars. For nightmare difficulty, this is a bit much, Lu Yuan commented, shaking his head. Could anyone actually clear this? Setting aside his doubts, he drew his blade, Qi Shao, and swiftly dispatched the 3 Starry Knights. Starry Knight defeated. EXP plus, reduced by 50%. Starstones acquired, 30. Already enough for a month's rent? Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected starstones to drop so generously. You have completed the level 25 nightmare difficulty. Would you like to increase the difficulty? Continue. The Starry Secret Realm has been upgraded to level 35. 6 Starry Knights at level 35 appeared, and Lu Yuan effortlessly dispatched them with Qi Shao. Starry Knight defeated. EXP plus, reduced by 50%. Starstones acquired, 300. You have completed the level 35 nightmare difficulty. Would you like to increase the difficulty? Continue. The Starry Secret Realm has been upgraded to level 45. 12 Starry Knights at level 45 materialized. Lu Yuan, wielding both Qi Shao and Zhanlu, made quick work of them. Starry Knight defeated. EXP plus, reduced by 50%. Starstones acquired, 3,000. A burst of golden light enveloped Lu Yuan as he leveled up to 26. You have completed the level 45 nightmare difficulty. Would you like to increase the difficulty? Continue. With each choice, the number of enemies doubled, and their levels increased by 10. To most, the escalating difficulty would be insurmountable. But for Lu Yuan, the dungeons were a goldmine of experience and starstones. The Starry Knights lacked any true endurance mechanisms, relying solely on stats, and Lu Yuan's stats were overwhelming. The larger the enemy horde, the more devastating his skills became, as his damage was calculated in true values. If this keeps scaling, I can't imagine how high I'll level up, he thought excitedly. You have completed the level 55 nightmare difficulty. Would you like to increase the difficulty? System alert, Challenger has consecutively increased difficulty 5 times, triggering a hidden mechanism. Would you like to challenge the hidden boss? A hidden boss? Lu Yuan hadn't expected to trigger a hidden boss, and excitement sparkled in his eyes. Although a level 65 hidden boss usually required a team to challenge, his stats and skill mechanics were exceptional. Plus, with Zhanlu's damage transfer mechanism, soloing a level 65 hidden boss wasn't entirely out of the question. If things went south, he could always exit the dungeon directly, which meant there was no real risk to trying. Continue the challenge. Lu Yuan made his decision without hesitation. As he confirmed his choice, specks of starlight descended in the dungeon. A tall, blue-skinned woman wielding a staff, her flowing robes swaying, emerged from the light. Saintess of the Stars, boss. Level, 65. Strength, 100,000. Agility, 300,000. Spirit, 800,000. Endurance, 500,000. Skills, Eternal Starlight, Starfire, Starfall. The attributes of the level 65 hidden boss, the Saintess of the Stars, were far beyond what Lu Yuan should be facing at this stage. A rough estimate suggested her health points exceeded 55 million. Why not give Qishao a shot? Lu Yuan calmly assessed the situation and then used Qishao to strike the Saintess of the Stars. Qishao pierced through her chest, and the Saintess dropped to her knees on the spot. Lu Yuan gained a temporary shield worth 60 million points, signifying that this attack had dealt 60 million damage to her. Is this a healthlock mechanic? Lu Yuan muttered as he noticed there was no kill notification. He looked at the Saintess of the Stars, who was now glowing with starlight, initiating her skill. Skill, Starfall. Countless stars rained down from the sky, blanketing the entire dungeon. Each star that struck Lu Yuan reduced his temporary shield by 100,000 points. Without his 90% damage reduction and Zhanlu's shield conversion, he would have been instantly killed by the relentless assault of Starfall. The skill lasted for a full minute. By the time it ended, Lu Yuan's temporary shield was nearly gone. This level 65 boss is truly formidable. If I weren't using special mechanics, there's no chance I'd win this fight, he muttered to himself. Before the Saintess could initiate her next attack, Lu Yuan followed up with another strike. The moment she stood up, she was brought down again. This time, she ascended into the air, the starlight around her growing even brighter as she unleashed Starfall once more. However, this time, the stars fell more densely, doubling the damage. They now reduced Lu Yuan's shield by 200,000 points with each hit. If I keep taking hits at this rate, my shield won't hold. I need to change my approach. Lu Yuan thought quickly. He converted his 15,000 spirit points into 5 times the agility and activated the skill, Windborne, from his gale boots. Instantly, he became as fast as lightning, dodging through the storm of falling stars. Now it's my turn again. Lu Yuan deactivated his stat conversion and summoned both Qishao and Zhanlu. Using a pincer attack, he launched an assault on the Saintess of the Stars. Sword Intent Boost. The two divine swords transformed into red and blue streaks of light, aiming directly at the Saintess's vital points. However, unlike before, the Saintess didn't just stand still. She waved her staff, and the surrounding starlight formed a protective shield. Qishao and Zhanlu were repelled by the starlight shield, unable to deal any damage. A physical immunity barrier? Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. The Saintess began casting again, and blue fireballs rapidly shot toward Lu Yuan. With no shield left, he couldn't afford to take the hits directly. He swiftly converted his stats again and dodged backward, narrowly avoiding the attacks. Boom! The entire grassland was engulfed in blue flames, causing Lu Yuan's stamina to decrease at a rate of 1% per second. However, thanks to his sword formation and the lifesteal effect of the Cursed King's Blade, he quickly recovered the lost health. Taking advantage of the casting delay after the Saintess's skill, Lu Yuan unleashed Mental Storm. The storm surged toward the Saintess of the Stars, shattering her shield and dealing true damage. This time, the Mental Storm inflicted 44 million damage but still failed to kill her. This boss is ridiculously tanky. Lu Yuan muttered with a wry smile. He knew that for a level 65 hidden boss, being this resilient was only natural. It would be absurd if he could instantly kill her given their level difference. As stars rained down again, Lu Yuan continued to dodge using his stat conversion. Shortly after, the Mental Storm skill cooled down, and Lu Yuan unleashed it once more. Boom! The Saintess of the Stars was blown away by the Mental Storm, letting out a final scream before dissipating into starlight. Successfully defeated the Saintess of the Stars. EXP plus 8 million, minus 50%. Acquired, Star Crystal X1. Star Crystal, a crystal condensed from the power of the Star God, obtainable only by those recognized by the Star God. Extremely rare. Finally done, Lu Yuan exhaled in relief. Despite having fought bosses above level 70 in the past, this was his first time defeating a high-level boss solo. As he reflected on the fight, the dungeon was suddenly illuminated by starlight again, catching his attention. Due to your exceptional performance, the Star God casts a glance upon you. Will you accept the Star God's blessing? Note, you can only receive the blessing of one deity at a time. A divine blessing? Lu Yuan was stunned and found it hard to believe. He had never heard of such a thing happening before. However, the thought of a divine blessing was too tempting to pass up. and he chose to accept without hesitation. As he made his choice, the star crystal in his inventory flew out on its own, absorbing the light within the dungeon. At the same time, the skies above the great Xia Empire turned from day to night. Countless stars shimmered in the sky, casting starlight across the land. Those bathed in the starlight saw their experience points begin to rise. At that moment, the entire nation's adventurers were awestruck by the phenomenon. In Dormitory Building 0, Granny Nyo, who was guarding the entrance to the secret realm, suddenly stood up, her face filled with shock. The star god descends. Could it be Wang Haoren or Lu Yuan? Currently, only those two were in the star's secret realm, so the one receiving the star god's blessing had to be one of them. Granny Nyo's hands trembled with excitement. After so many years, the star god has finally bestowed their blessing once more. While she was still overwhelmed with emotion, the dungeon flashed with light again, and a blonde-haired youth clad in red armor emerged. "Kid, come with me." Granny Nyo didn't wait for the youth to speak, grabbing his hand and dragging him upstairs impatiently. "What a strange old lady." Lu Yuan muttered helplessly as he watched her excited demeanor. Shrugging it off, he left the dormitory and contacted Chen Yun. "Teacher Chen, I've arrived at Kyoto University." "Good. The war god informed me yesterday. Head to the academic affairs office now. I'll be waiting for you there." "All right." Lu Yuan disconnected the communicator and made his way to the academic affairs office. Since he hadn't attended the freshman training, he didn't even know which department he belonged to. He needed to clarify these details with Chen Yun. The office door was open, and inside, Chen Yun was busy with a pile of documents. Lu Yuan knocked on the door. "Teacher Chen." "Ah, Lu Yuan, you're just in time. I've just completed your enrollment procedures. Once you choose your department, you'll officially become a student of Kyoto University," Chen Yun said. Lu Yuan asked, "What are my options?" Chen Yun replied, "Normally, during freshman training, students are assigned to one of over a dozen departments based on their traits and performance. Exceptionally talented students may even be recommended to hidden departments, though that's beyond the jurisdiction of the Academic Affairs Office. Since you didn't participate in the training, but your performance in the college entrance exams was outstanding, I can recommend you directly to one of the hidden departments." Lu Yuan asked, "Which is the strongest hidden department?" If he could choose, it was only natural to aim for the best. "As expected, you're sharp," Chen Yun chuckled, looking at Lu Yuan. "Actually, the hidden departments don't have an absolute ranking. Their training methods vary, and every genius is unique. You might thrive better in one department than another. Let me recommend 3 to you. The first is the Xianlong department, headed by our university's vice principal. It boasts the most resources in the entire school, and all the instructors are above level 75. This department has the largest number of students, but the competition is fierce. If you can outperform others, you'll gain access to a wealth of resources. The second is the Bright Mirror department, led by a divine level healer. It has fewer resources but is very small in scale, with only 20 students per cohort. Each student receives the dean's personal attention. The third is the Sword Heart department. This one's a bit unusual, it currently has only one student. Only one student? Lu Yuan was intrigued. Why? Chen Yun explained, the Sword Heart department's dean, Yi Qingsong, is the strongest on campus. However, he's eccentric and selects students based purely on his personal judgment, disregarding talent. Honestly, I don't quite recommend you choose the Sword Heart department. Why not? The Sword Heart Academy has only one teacher, Yi Qingsong, who hardly ever teaches. He holds less than 10% of the classes in a year. The sole student attending the academy for a year now has barely seen Yi Qingsong a handful of times, learning most skills through self-study. Sounds like quite an interesting academy, Lu Yuan remarked, becoming even more intrigued rather than deterred. The reputation of Kyoto University's strongest was captivating enough, but Yi Qingsong's laid-back and carefree personality added a unique allure, resembling the traits of a protagonist. Chen Yun sighed bitterly, I knew you'd choose Sword Heart Academy. Fine, go and give it a try. If you can't get along with Yi Qingsong, come back and I'll recommend Xianlong Academy or Mingjing Academy to you. Sword Heart Academy is located in the bamboo forest to the northwest of the school. Just head straight there. If you meet Yi Qingsong, that means he's interested in you. Whether or not you can join will depend on yourself. Thank you, teacher. After thanking Chen Yun, Lu Yuan left the academic affairs office and headed northwest. It didn't take long for him to arrive at a serene bamboo forest. According to teacher Chen, this should be Sword Heart Academy, he murmured while walking among the bamboo. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, creating a rustling sound, yet there was no one in sight. Sing when there's wine, hick life is but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a drunken voice echoed, and the wind seemed to grow stronger. Lu Yuan immediately raised his voice, may I ask if the senior here is teacher Yi Qingsong? I am student Lu Yuan, seeking to join Sword Heart Academy. A human who made a pact with a demon, hick I don't like that. Leave, the voice said lazily. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. The fact that Yi Qingsong could instantly discern his contract with the Cursed King, a secret even Wan Chang'an hadn't discovered, meant that Yi Qingsong was stronger than Wan Chang'an. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's resolve to join Sword Heart Academy became firmer as he responded, Senior, your discerning gaze is unparalleled. Why not take a few more looks? Hick, no matter how much I look, it won't change. The stench of that demon on you is too strong. Staying near you would ruin my enjoyment of wine. Leave. Senior, forgive my offense. Lu Yuan's expression sharpened as he activated his sword formation. 10 flying swords emerged from the formation and began cutting down the surrounding bamboo. From the depths of the bamboo forest, an angry voice roared, the bamboo didn't offend you. Stop destroying the environment. A burst of sword energy shot toward him. Lu Yuan swiftly controlled one of his flying swords to deflect the oncoming energy. Perfect block. A guaranteed perfect block skill, huh? Kid, relying too much on skills isn't a good habit, Yi Qingsong commented as 3 more bursts of sword energy followed. Not daring to be careless, Lu Yuan shifted all his mental energy into strength and agility, grabbed an iron sword barehanded, and deflected the sword energy with his own eyes tracking them. That was just barely passable, Yi Qingsong remarked casually before sending out 6 more bursts of sword energy. So fast. Lu Yuan's eyes could no longer keep up with the speed of the sword energy, and he barely managed to deflect them. Interesting now, kid. Turn off that attribute conversion skill of yours and try blocking with your sword controlling skills instead. As Yi Qingsong spoke, another burst of sword energy streaked toward him. Lu Yuan deactivated his attribute conversion and controlled 10 flying swords to intercept the attack. Clang! The 9th flying sword perfectly deflected the sword energy. Again. 3 more bursts of sword energy flew out. Lu Yuan focused all his attention and controlled his flying swords to block them. Clang! 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 With 3 crisp sounds, Lu Yuan managed to deflect all 3 bursts using just 6 flying swords. Last round. From the depths of the bamboo forest, 6 bursts of even faster sword energy shot out. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly controlled his flying swords to block them. This time, however, he only managed to intercept 3. The remaining 3 bursts hit him but dissipated into a harmless breeze. The bamboo forest suddenly fell silent. Senior. Lu Yuan called out, but there was no response. Did I fail? He muttered, feeling a little disappointed. But he quickly came to terms with it. Failing to block the sword energy meant he lacked the necessary strength. There was no one else to blame. He simply needed to work harder in the future. Adjusting his mood, Lu Yuan prepared to leave. However, he suddenly heard snoring coming from the depths of the bamboo forest. What the? He froze for a moment and followed the sound, only to find a middle-aged man in plain robes lying on a large rock, snoring loudly. Beside him lay a wine gourd and a broken piece of bamboo. He's asleep. Lu Yuan looked at the snoozing Yi Qingsong and chuckled helplessly. In the end, he upright the overturned wine gourd and turned to leave. Kid. Yi Qingsong suddenly mumbled in his sleep, within 3 days, bring me an Ice Emperor's heart and ask Wang Haran to attend class with you in the western outskirts of Kyoto. Lu Yuan froze, turning back in surprise to look at Yi Qingsong. Senior, what is the Ice Emperor's heart? And who is Wang Haran? Snore. Yi Qingsong's thunderous snoring resumed. It seemed he truly had fallen asleep. Feeling disappointed but unwilling to wake him, Lu Yuan decided to return to the academic affairs office and ask Qin Yun for clarification. You said Yi Qingsong asked you to get an Ice Emperor's heart within 3 days. Qin Yun stared at Lu Yuan in disbelief. How much did he drink to give you such an absurd task? Teacher, is the Ice Emperor's heart hard to acquire? Lu Yuan asked. Hard? It's beyond hard. Qin Yun sighed. The Ice Emperor's heart is a material dropped by the boss of the Polar Icefield dungeon. That dungeon requires a level 25, 50-person raid team. You're only level 21, right? At this, Qin Yun used a detection spell to check Lu Yuan's level. Lu Yuan, Sword Array Master, level 28. What? Qin Yun rubbed his eyes to ensure he hadn't misread, then stared at Lu Yuan in shock. Level 28 already? What on earth have you been doing these past few days? Nothing much, really. I just killed a few bosses, and my level went up, Lu Yuan replied casually. The bosses you killed must have been pretty high level. Qin Yun gave Lu Yuan a deep look but chose not to pry further. Since your level is sufficient, I won't stop you. The Polar Icefield dungeon is located in the school's central dungeon hall. It's shared by all academies, but you'll need 500 points to enter. Do you have enough points? Lu Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. I only have 100 points right now. Should I just go rob someone? The school does encourage point snatching, doesn't it? You're new here, no need to do something that'll make others hate you. I'll sponsor you 1,000 points. Thank you, teacher. Don't mention it. Go on. After bidding farewell to Chen Yun, Lu Yuan headed to the central dungeon hall. The moment he entered, he was greeted by a lively cacophony. Recruiting for the level 20 Black Knight Swamp Dungeon, hard mode. One more person and we're good to go. Offering paid carries for the level 25 Orc Outpost Dungeon. Fair prices, any difficulty. Bosses, come quickly. Level 30 Nether Tower, Nightmare difficulty. Need a healer with a purification skill. Looking around at the many students holding up signs and even using megaphones, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This Kyoto University dungeon hall felt no different from a wild dungeon, it resembled a bustling marketplace. Each dungeon entrance had an identity verification station. By placing one's ID card on it and paying the required points, students could enter the dungeon. As expected of Kyoto University. There are so many public dungeons, Lu Yuan muttered, scanning the area. From level 20 to 60, there were at least 3 dungeons for every level range. Even students from ordinary academies could easily train to over level 60 within the university without ever venturing into the dangerous wilderness. Lu Yuan approached the entrance to the Polar Icefield Dungeon and checked its details. Polar Icefield Dungeon. Level 25. Party size 50. Note, challengers must be level 25 or above but not exceed level 30. Each attempt requires 500 points. Below the dungeon information was a record of past completions. Xianlong Academy, Team Leader, Zhao Bin, Party size 50, Completion time 4 hours, 28 minutes, 56 seconds. Xianlong Academy. That's the hidden academy with the most resources, according to Teacher Chen. Even their team took over 4 hours to clear this dungeon. Its difficulty must be considerable, Lu Yuan murmured. At that moment, a bespectacled senior approached him, speaking softly, "Hey there, are you planning to challenge the Polar Icefield Dungeon?" Lu Yuan turned to her. "What do you need?" "We're forming a team for the dungeon. We already have 36 members and are preparing to set off once we're full. Want to join us?" "Sorry, I'm in a hurry," Lu Yuan declined, swiping his card to enter the dungeon. He went in. The senior froze. "That guy's crazy." A knight in heavy armor, Wang Fei, walked over and asked, "Who was that student just now?" Sun Qin pointed toward the Polar Icefield entrance. "He went in." Wang Fei was stunned. "He went in alone." "Yeah, didn't he realize what kind of dungeon this is?" "I think he realized perfectly well." "Forget it. That fool would have been a burden to our team anyway. Let's keep recruiting. We're well prepared this time and will definitely clear the dungeon." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had already entered the ice field, where icy winds howled. "So this is a large-scale raid dungeon. Even finding one's bearings is difficult," he muttered. Instead of wandering aimlessly, he activated his sword formation to illuminate his surroundings within a 500-meter radius. Not long after, he found a path, summoned the Rakshasa King to scout ahead, and followed closely behind. Rakshasa King is under attack. Barely into the dungeon, Lu Yuan received an alert. He spotted a figure in a bearskin cloak, a Snowfield elf assassin, ambushing the Rakshasa King and landing a critical strike to its back, taking out a third of its health. Lu Yuan immediately activated Abyssal Eye to inspect the enemy. Snowfield Elf Assassin, Elite. Level, 25, Strength, 15,000, Agility, 20,000. Spirit, 10,000, Constitution, 5,000. Skills, Backstab, Invisibility. Such high stats. This regular mob has better attributes than the level 30 Rakshasa King. This really is a 50-person dungeon. Lu Yuan marveled before swiftly dispatching the assassin with his flying swords. Successfully killed Snowfield Elf Assassin. Experience plus 100,000, minus 50%. Obtained, Elf Blood X1. Even the level 25 mobs here give 100,000 experience. Large-scale raid dungeons are no joke, Lu Yuan muttered, deciding to pick up his pace. With the Cursed King's Blade providing infinite mental energy regeneration, Lu Yuan unleashed Mental Storm repeatedly, clearing the surrounding monsters with ease. His experience points climbed rapidly as he advanced. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan's path was finally blocked by an enormous iceberg. At the base of the iceberg was a cave, and standing guard at its entrance was a dual-blade elf. Snowfield Elf Blade Master, Enhanced Boss. Level, 25 Strength, 30,000 Agility, 30,000. Spirit, 15,000 Vitality, 30,000. Skills, Frost Blade Aura, Blizzard Rush, Dual Blade Slash. Upon seeing the boss's attributes, Lu Yuan immediately understood why this dungeon required a 50-person team. The Snowfield Elf Blade Master suddenly launched an attack, stirring up a snowstorm as it charged toward the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King tried to block the attack but was rendered nearly incapacitated due to its insufficient stats. Return. Lu Yuan swiftly recalled the Rakshasa King, causing the Snowfield Elf Blade Master's aggro to shift toward him. Faced with the Blizzard Rush attack, Lu Yuan didn't strike back immediately but instead attempted a perfect block. In his confrontation with the Snowfield Elf Blade Master, Lu Yuan came to realize the importance of technique. The monsters he had encountered earlier were either too weak and could be instantly killed, or immensely strong, like Ardis and Tisith. Now nearing level 29, Lu Yuan recognized that the ones who truly provided him with training were the Rakshasa King and the Saintess of the Stars. This Snowfield Elf Blade Master, however, was a perfect sparring partner for him. Clang! Lu Yuan first used his blocking instinct to stagger the Snowfield Elf Blade Master, then retreated to allow it to recover. When the Blade Master came at him again, Lu Yuan had no time to block and took 2 slashes, losing less than 5% of his health. Thanks to the dual healing effects of his sword array and the Cursed King's Blade, Lu Yuan quickly returned to full health. As I thought, its attacks pose no real threat to me. Relieved, Lu Yuan controlled his flying swords to push the Blade Master back, allowing it to continue its assault. After half an hour of practice, Lu Yuan finally became adept at keeping up with the Blade Master's speed and perfectly blocking its dual blade slash. Thanks for the sparring session. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Yuan sent out the Crimson Sky Sword, delivering a fatal blow to the Snowfield Elf Blade Master. Successfully killed Snowfield Elf Blade Master. Experience plus 300,000, minus 50%. Obtained equipment, Elf Longblade. Elf Longblade, Platinum Attack plus 300, Blade Skills Power plus 30%, Skill Cooldown Time minus 25%. Usable at level 25. With a flash of golden light, Lu Yuan leveled up to 29. After defeating the Snowfield Elf Blade Master, he resummoned the Rakshasa King and followed it into the cave. The cave system was incredibly intricate, with interwoven passages and countless dead ends, making navigation a headache. To make matters worse, the cave was teeming with hidden elf assassins capable of turning invisible, ready to ambush at any moment. For a full team, the advantage of numbers would be severely diminished here, making it easy to suffer a total wipeout. However, as a solo player, Lu Yuan wasn't threatened by the elf assassins in the slightest. The only thing standing in his way was the maze-like structure of the cave itself. After wandering through the cave for nearly an hour and defeating numerous elf monsters, Lu Yuan finally arrived at a cavernous chamber resembling a grand palace. At its center stood an enormous block of ice, seemingly encasing a female elf. The moment Lu Yuan stepped inside, the entire cave began to quake violently. Cracks appeared on the surface of the ice, which then shattered with a resounding explosion. Emerging from the ice was an astonishingly beautiful elf. Ice Elf Queen, world-class boss. Level, 30 Strength, 30,000 Agility, 20,000. Spirit, 80,000 Vitality, 100,000. Skills, Frostmourne, Ice Burst, Frozen Wasteland. Upon seeing the Ice Elf Queen's attributes, Lu Yuan understood why this was classified as a large-scale team dungeon. Facing her would be impossible without top-tier gear, expert-level leadership, and flawless teamwork. You're indeed beautiful, but as a caster-type boss, you're not suitable for practicing my blocking. You'll have to die. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan activated Sword Intent Acceleration, sending both Crimson Sky and Zhanlu flying toward the boss. The Ice Elf Queen let out a piercing scream as she was encased entirely in ice, causing the entire cavern to begin freezing over. Phase 2, This development didn't surprise Lu Yuan. There was no way a boss like the Ice Elf Queen wouldn't have a second phase. As she became enveloped in ice, a hauntingly beautiful yet chilling melody began to echo through the cavern. The Ice Elf Queen has activated Frostmourne. All party members are cursed, with all stats reduced by 50%. So her Frostmourne is actually a curse-based skill. Lu Yuan smirked as he noticed his stats rising instead, then continued his assault on the ice-encased queen with his flying swords. The Crimson Sky Sword shattered the ice, and Zhanlu pierced her chest, depleting her health bar entirely. Cursed King's Heart effect triggered. The Ice Elf Queen is subjected to enslavement curse. Do you wish to enslave the Ice Elf Queen? Lu Yuan was stunned. Enslavement curse. Out of curiosity, he selected enslave. The Ice Elf Queen, who was on the brink of death, let out a pained scream. Black mist began to emanate from the wound on her chest, enveloping her completely. She struggled to resist, but the curse's corruption was unstoppable. Her expression gradually became blank, her eyes lifeless. Successfully enslaved Ice Elf Queen. She can now be summoned from the pet space. Obtained Ice Emperor's Heart X1. Lu Yuan collected the materials dropped by the boss but received no experience points. Is it because I enslaved the boss? He glanced at the Ice Elf Queen in the distance and realized that a unique master-servant bond had formed between them. With just a single thought, he could control her to do anything. A curse that can enslave even a world-class boss. Does this mean that, in future boss battles, as long as I can trigger the enslavement, I can turn the boss into my pet? The Cursed King's heart is seriously overpowered. As Lu Yuan marveled at his newfound ability, a melodic bell rang out within the dungeon hall. Someone broke a dungeon record. Quick, check which dungeon it is. Look, over there. The record for the Polar Icefield dungeon has been updated. Immediately, large crowds of players surged into the hall, gathering around the entrance to the Polar Icefield dungeon. I remember the last time this record was broken was 3 years ago, wasn't it? Back when I was just a freshman. I'm about to graduate now. Recently, I haven't heard of any guilds attempting this dungeon. Who could have done it? I heard someone was forming a team to tackle the Polar Icefield dungeon today. Could it have been them? As everyone speculated, the information on the screen updated. No guild affiliation. Team leader, Lu Yuan. Team size, 1, completion time, 2 hours, 12 minutes, 6 seconds. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The previously noisy hall fell into an eerie silence. After a long pause, someone finally broke the quiet. No way. A single player solo cleared a large-scale team dungeon in just over 2 hours. Even a full team of 50 level, 30 players might struggle to clear it. Who's Lu Yuan? I've never heard of this guy before. Isn't the national exam's top scorer this year named Lu Yuan? Could it be him? Don't be ridiculous. A freshman would only be around level 21 at most. If this Lu Yuan really solo cleared it, I'll eat my hat while standing on my head. As the crowd erupted into a heated discussion, the once sacred dungeon hall now resembled a chaotic marketplace. At that moment, Wang Fei and Sun Qing, who had been assembling a team, teleported into the dungeon hall. Seeing the commotion around the Polar Icefield dungeon, they frowned. What's going on? Wang Fei asked, confused. Having stepped out of the hall earlier, he was unaware of the record-breaking news. Sun Qing stood on her toes to get a better view. It looks like someone broke the Polar Icefield dungeon record. I didn't hear of any other teams attempting that dungeon today besides us. Who could it be? Wang Fei muttered. Then, as if recalling something, Sun Qing's expression changed slightly. Wait. There was someone else. Who? Earlier, there was someone who went into the Polar Icefield dungeon alone. You mean that lunatic who wanted to solo a large-scale team dungeon? No way it's him. Wang Fei chuckled dismissively, brushing off the notion as absurd. He pushed through the crowd, saying, let's stop guessing and take a look. As Wang Fei reached the front of the crowd, he saw Lu Yuan walking out of the dungeon. Both he and Sun Qing froze in place. He's out. Boss, add me as a friend. Take me through the dungeon, I'll pay whatever you ask. Boss, I've been here for 2 years and still haven't cleared the Polar Icefield dungeon. Please help me. The moment Lu Yuan emerged, he was immediately swarmed by the crowd. Wang Fei and Sun Qing were shoved aside in the chaos. Lu Yuan glanced at the enthusiastic players around him and twitched the corner of his mouth. Without a word, he quickly swiped his identity card on the dungeon's terminal and teleported back into the dungeon. He went back in. Is he planning to solo it again? Does he treat large-scale team dungeons as grinding zones? Now that I think about it, if someone can solo a large-scale team dungeon, it is an efficient way to grind. After all, they'd get all the experience meant for 50 people. As the crowd continued their excited chatter, Wang Fei and Sun Qing exchanged bewildered looks, still struggling to process what they had just witnessed. He really solo cleared it. Sun Qing, did you use your detection skill on him earlier? What's his class? I did. His class is something I've never seen before, it's called Sword Array Master. It seems to be a support class. A hidden class, huh? Judging by its power, it's at least on par with legendary classes. We absolutely need to befriend him. Let's wait for him outside. Should we stop recruiting other players, then? What's the point? Once Lu Yuan joins the team, numbers won't matter anymore. True enough. While the crowd outside grew increasingly lively, Lu Yuan had already re-entered the Polar Icefield dungeon. Although Lu Yuan had already acquired the Ice Emperor's heart, the dungeon was rich in experience points. He could easily level up to 30 here and proceed with his job advancement. Furthermore, Lu Yuan had 2 additional reasons for revisiting this dungeon. First, he wanted to see if the Ice Spirit Queen he had enslaved was still within the dungeon. Second, when he broke the dungeon's record, He had received a reward of 10,000 points and 10 academic credits from the university. Academic credits were extremely important at Kyoto University. Graduation required 300 credits, yet completing an entire course in a single semester might only yield 1 credit, or even just 0.5 credits. Over 4 years of university, the maximum credits one could earn through coursework was 100. The remaining credits had to be earned through other means, such as breaking dungeon records or completing school-assigned tasks and commissions. Lu Yuan was curious, would breaking the dungeon record again reward him with additional academic credits? If so, he could max out the required credits within a month and wouldn't even need to attend most of his classes. Relying on his experience from the first time he conquered the dungeon, Lu Yuan advanced swiftly and effortlessly. In less than an hour, he once again reached the boss's lair, the Ice Spirit Queen's domain. The cavern still contained a massive block of ice, but the Ice Spirit Queen was no longer encased within it. No boss. Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He couldn't believe it, the dungeon's boss had truly been taken away by him. Every dungeon's resources are incredibly valuable. 2/3 of the world's wars are fought over access to dungeon resources, and the remaining third are indirectly related to dungeons. The importance of dungeons is akin to that of oil, especially large-scale team dungeons. By enslaving this dungeon's boss, I've effectively destroyed a vital resource for a nation. If the school finds out, who knows how many people will lose their minds over this. However, the Ice Spirit Queen was Lu Yuan's hard-earned trophy. He wasn't about to return her so easily. Forget it. I'll take my chances. The school isn't going to demand my life as compensation. Deciding not to dwell on it, Lu Yuan stepped into the boss's lair without hesitation. Rumble. The cavern began to quake. Cracks spread rapidly across the surface of the massive ice block, and moments later, it shattered with a deafening crash. At the same time, Lu Yuan's communicator buzzed with a notification. Dungeon cleared, Polar Ice Field. Congratulations on breaking the dungeon record. Reward, 10,000 points. Lu Yuan had cleared the dungeon again, but this time, he didn't receive any academic credits, only 10,000 points. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at Kyoto University's Dungeon Management Center. Professor Zhu. Something's gone wrong with one of the dungeons. In the office, a young instructor hurriedly approached Zhu Yongfu, a mustachioed professor leisurely sipping tea. Calm down, young man, Zhu Yongfu said dismissively, blowing on his tea to cool it. Dungeon issues are normal. Nothing to panic about. Which dungeon is it? The Polar Ice Field. The Polar Ice Field? That's an old 50-person dungeon. A minor issue, there is nothing unusual. Zhu Yongfu remained calm, taking a sip of his tea. What exactly happened? The boss was stolen. You're joking, right? That's not funny. Professor Zhu, I'm serious. The boss was taken. Crash. The teacup fell to the ground, shattering. Zhu Yongfu jumped to his feet and rushed to the dungeon control console, his voice sharp with disbelief. How could the boss have been stolen? The young instructor, seeing Zhu's reaction, quickly tried to calm him. Professor, please stay calm. Calm? How can I stay calm? Pull up the dungeon logs immediately. Zhu Yongfu was sweating profusely, fully aware of the severity of the situation. The loss of a large-scale dungeon was no trivial matter. If the Polar Icefield dungeon was rendered unusable, his job could be at risk. The logs show that a freshman soloed the dungeon, defeated the Ice Spirit Queen, and turned her into a pet. He turned the boss into a pet. Zhu Yongfu was stunned. How on earth did he manage that? The young instructor shook his head. I don't know. Forget it. Shut down the dungeon for now. I'll head to the student records office and find out more about this freshman. What's his name? Lu Yuan. Got it. Zhu Yongfu stormed off to the records office. Meanwhile, the dungeon hub was buzzing with excitement. Whoa. Someone cleared the Polar Icefield in an hour. Did that big shot cheat or something? Did he just one-shot everything, including the boss? I thought my 2-hour run was decent, but now no one's going to break this new record. Wait, Lu Yuan hasn't even officially enrolled yet. He's a freshman this year. This year's freshmen are insane. First, there was that one guy who could summon mechs, and now Lu Yuan. He's on a whole other level. Compared to them, I feel like a total failure. And I'm about to graduate, or worse, get held back. As the crowd speculated, the dungeon portal lit up, and Lu Yuan emerged. The big shot's out. Big shot, you're amazing. Can I be your follower? Take me along for leveling. I'll even warm your bed if you want. Surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd, Lu Yuan felt a little overwhelmed. He quickly apologized, sorry, and activated his wind riding skill to escape the mob at high speed. So fast. His agility must be in the tens of thousands. Absolute legend. Even his silhouette is mesmerizing. By tomorrow, Lu Yuan's name will be all over campus. Leaving the dungeon hub, Lu Yuan headed straight for the records office to find Professor Qin Yun. He knew it would be impossible to keep the Ice Spirit Queen incident under wraps, so he needed to report it as soon as possible to avoid jeopardizing his student status. Professor Chen, I'm back. There's been a slight issue. Seeing Lu Yuan rush in, Qin Yun smiled and said, back so soon. Don't lose heart, after all, that's a large-scale team dungeon. Soloing it would obviously be tough. Assuming Lu Yuan had failed, Qin Yun continued to reassure him, form a proper team next time. With your skills, you'll definitely clear it. Lu Yuan cut straight to the point. Professor Chen, I captured the Polar Icefield's dungeon boss. You did what? You captured the boss? Qin Yun froze, his face full of shock. Chen. At that moment, Zhu Yongfu barged into the office, shouting, give me Lu Yuan's file. He enslaved the Ice Spirit Queen and broke the dungeon. I need to deal with him immediately. The moment Zhu entered, he saw Lu Yuan and Qin Yun staring at each other, leaving the room in an awkward silence. Qin Yun quickly intervened, trying to calm Zhu down. Now, Professor Zhu, let's not jump to conclusions. This might just be a misunderstanding. Lu Yuan surely didn't do it on purpose. Do you get to decide that? Zhu Yongfu was livid. Hand over Lu Yuan's information now, or I'll lose my job. Turning to Lu Yuan, he barked, you, get out of here while I speak to Professor Chen. Caught in an awkward position, Lu Yuan hesitated before saying, Professor, I am Lu Yuan. Zhu Yongfu froze, then immediately cast a detection spell on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, Sword Array Master, level 29. So it's you. Zhu Yongfu exploded. Level 29. What did you do in the Polar Icefield dungeon? Lu Yuan, feigning innocence, replied, I just cleared it normally. I don't know how, but I ended up taming the Ice Spirit Queen as a pet. He knew he couldn't mention the covenant he'd formed with the Cursed King after the National Summit, so he played dumb. I really don't know how it happened. Zhu Yongfu twitched in frustration. Can you return the Ice Spirit Queen to the dungeon? Lu Yuan shook his head, looking genuinely helpless. I don't think so. You can't return her. Zhu Yongfu's temples throbbed, and veins bulged on his forehead. Do you understand what losing a large-scale dungeon boss means for the university? Qin Yun jumped in to mediate. Professor Zhu, please stay calm. Losing one boss isn't the end of the world. We can capture another one from the wild and place it in the dungeon. The Polar Icefield won't be ruined. Zhu Yongfu retorted, easier said than done. A boss comparable to the Ice Spirit Queen is world-class and level 30. Where can we find one? A level 30 world boss would immediately attract competition from major guilds, making it nearly impossible to capture alive. Qin Yun continued to reassure him, there's always a solution. Right now, the situation is what it is. You can't expel Lu Yuan over this. He was just following normal dungeon progression, and the incident was unintentional. Zhu Yongfu shot him a look. Chen, you're clearly biased toward this kid. What did he do to win you over? Qin Yun chuckled. Lu Yuan is only level 29, yet he soloed a 50-person dungeon. That kind of talent is more valuable than the dungeon itself. The purpose of our university's dungeons is to nurture students. Lu Yuan's ability to capture the Ice Spirit Queen proves his aptitude. As educators, we can't stifle his growth. Zhu Yongfu sighed in resignation. You have a point, but how am I supposed to explain this to the headmaster? If the dungeon is unusable without a boss, I'll have to take responsibility. Qin Yun patted his shoulder. The headmaster appreciates talent. If you report the situation truthfully, he'll understand. He might even commend you, since you're supporting Lu Yuan. As for the dungeon issue, if we can't capture a level 30 world boss, we'll substitute a regular boss, adjust the difficulty of the other monsters, and reopen the dungeon. Zhu Yongfu nodded reluctantly. That's probably our best option. Standing on the sidelines, Lu Yuan felt slightly embarrassed. Professors, is there any way I can help capture a wild boss? If I encounter a level 30 boss in the wild, I could assist. Qin Yun shook his head. Don't worry about that. Your primary focus should be leveling up and strengthening yourself. If you come across a world boss, just defeat it for the rewards. It's not worth risking your progress for the school. Understood. Lu Yuan didn't press further. I'll remember your kindness, professors. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait, kid. Zhu Yongfu suddenly stopped him, an idea forming in his mind. Do you have any experience with real combat? Lu Yuan, I think so. After all, he had once instantly defeated a few opponents in real battles. Zhu Yongfu's eyes lit up. Perfect. The campus competitive tournament is about to start. You can join our school's training team and represent us in the competition. Old Zhu, this is nonsense. Chen Yun's face turned serious. The participants are all third-year students at level 35. Lu Yuan just enrolled, how could he handle such high-intensity matches? Why not? Zhu Yongfu curled his lips. This kid soloed a level 25 large dungeon boss. His strength is more than enough. Even if he just summons the Ice Spirit Queen, he could catch the students from other schools completely off guard. This is a chance to bring glory to our school. Besides, if Lu Yuan wins the championship, it'll benefit him too. Chen Yun sighed helplessly and turned to Lu Yuan. What's your opinion? Lu Yuan asked curiously, what's the National Campus Competitive Tournament? Zhu Yongfu explained, it's a professional competition hosted by the Ministry of Education of Xia, with universities across the nation participating. Each school sends a 5-person team to compete. The number of participating universities reaches into the thousands, and in the end, champions are decided for individual matches, 3-person teams, and 5-person teams. The rewards for each category's champion are quite rich. My expectations for you aren't high, just win one championship in any category. Lu Yuan asked, doesn't Kyoto University already have enough geniuses? Why are you looking for me? Zhu Yongfu replied, recently, some other universities have produced exceptionally strong talents. While our school's training team is decent, winning the championship has become very challenging. If Kyoto University doesn't win even a single championship this year, it'll be a national joke. Kyoto University ranked first in the nation, and nearly all top scorers from the college entrance exams chose to enroll there. However, many universities had affiliated high schools that directly trained and recommended students for their institutions. These students received professional training from a young age. If they were assigned combat professions, they wouldn't be inferior to ordinary professional combatants. Thus, even with Kyoto University's strong lineup, securing championships wasn't guaranteed. Lu Yuan nodded. I see. I can participate. Chen Yun cautioned, you can join, but make sure not to push yourself too hard, Lu Yuan. It's just a competition. Zhu Yongfu, on the other hand, was more enthusiastic. Old Chen, why are you so pessimistic? Lu Yuan's abilities are recognized by everyone. If he competes, he'll definitely perform outstandingly. This is a great opportunity to bring glory to the school. Chen Yun retorted with annoyance, you're bold, aren't you? Are you just trying to boost your own reputation? As the team coach, aren't you afraid of being criticized if you don't achieve results? Zhu Yongfu laughed. No need to be so blunt. If I lead the team to a championship, it'll be a great achievement, and the principal wouldn't have any reason to blame me. Awkwardly chuckling, Zhu Yongfu turned to Lu Yuan. Don't be too nervous. There's still a month before the competition. First, level up to 30. It'd be even better if you can awaken into an advanced class. If you can successfully change professions, that'd be ideal. No problem, teacher, Lu Yuan replied. When Lu Yuan left the academic affairs office, the sky had already darkened. He spent 2 points in the cafeteria for a hearty dinner, sent a message to Li Shuer to let her know he was back on campus, and then hurried back to his dormitory. Today, he had cleared several dungeons in a row and even sparred with some strong individuals at Kyoto University. Both his body and mind were utterly drained. At this moment, all he wanted was to collapse onto his soft bed and have a good night's sleep. As he reached the entrance of Dormitory 0, he saw Granny Nyo standing there, looking fierce and intimidating, her eyes sharp like daggers. Granny Nyo. Lu Yuan's heart tightened, and he immediately felt uneasy. He quickly retrieved a star stone from his storage space and said, I came to pay the rent. Forget about the rent for now. Granny Nyo locked her gaze on him. First, explain to me why you lied to me this morning. Lu Yuan froze. Lied about what? Still playing dumb. I asked if you received the star god's blessing, and you said no. Granny Nyo pressed him aggressively. I really didn't receive it. Lu Yuan protested. Impossible. She was resolute. At that time, you and one other person were in the star's secret realm. That person didn't receive the blessing, which leaves only you. Hearing this, Granny Nyo's tone softened slightly. Lu Yuan, is it because you don't trust me that you decided to hide it? You don't have to worry, I won't harm you. Realizing why she was upset, Lu Yuan smiled wryly. Granny Nyo, you misunderstood. The star god did try to bless me, but for some reason, the blessing failed. Failed? Granny Nyo's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? A divine blessing failing only happens if you already carry the power of another god. Did you receive another god's blessing before? Lu Yuan shook his head. It wasn't a blessing. The specific reason isn't something I can disclose. Granny Nyo seemed to understand and didn't press further. She sighed regretfully. That's such a pity. I thought you'd be able to unlock the treasure vault. Treasure vault? Lu Yuan's eyes brightened. Granny Nyo, Though I didn't get the blessing, the star god did give me an item afterward. As he spoke, he revealed the appearance of the star god's robe. The star god's robe? Granny Nyo's eyes went wide with shock. How is this possible? Why would the star god give you this item? What's special about the star god's robe? Lu Yuan asked curiously. Give me a moment to collect myself. Granny Nyo took a few deep breaths to calm herself before saying, the star god's robe is the star god's token of recognition. For him to entrust it to you means he fully acknowledges you and is willing to share his power with you. This is incredibly significant, it could even influence the strategic direction of the Xia Empire. Lu Yuan was stunned. Is this equipment really that important? Granny Nyo looked at him seriously. Lu Yuan, I underestimated you. You've brought such a major surprise to Dormitory Zero on your first day here. I can't imagine how lively Dormitory Zero will become in the future. With that, Granny Nyo turned around. Follow me. Where are we going? Lu Yuan asked curiously. To unveil a new chapter for Dormitory Zero, Granny Nyo replied cryptically. Despite her mysterious tone, Lu Yuan obediently followed. Ascending the stairs with Granny Nyo, Lu Yuan noticed that apart from the second floor, the entrances to the other floors were shrouded in dense mist, obscuring the view inside. Granny Nyo explained as they walked, in Dormitory 0, floors 2 to 5 are the residential areas. Each floor offers special boosting effects, which become more powerful the higher you go. The 6th floor is the public area, accessible to all residents of Dormitory 0. It contains unique dungeons and facilities. If you have star stones, you can rapidly enhance your strength. That's where we're headed now. Even just running on the 6th floor can permanently increase your stats. Granny Nyo added. How do I access the higher floors? Lu Yuan asked. You need to reach a sufficient level and pass Dormitory 0's trials to progress to higher floors. For instance, to live on the 3rd floor, you must reach level 41st, Granny Nyo replied. Got it, Lu Yuan nodded. By the time Granny Nyo finished explaining, they had reached the 6th floor. It was a vast platform filled with training equipment and several dungeons emitting a faint starlight. Among the residents, Lu Yuan noticed a blonde-haired boy he had encountered earlier in the star's secret realm. The boy was running on a treadmill inscribed with magical runes. That's Wang Haoren, a resident of room 208. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He looks like a 13 or 14-year-old boy, but he's actually your senior and has lived in Dormitory 0 for a year, Granny Nyo introduced. That's Wang Haoren. Lu Yuan was surprised. He thought to himself that now he wouldn't have to search the entire campus to find him. When he's lost in his own world, he won't notice others. If you want to introduce yourself, wait until he finishes his training. For now, come with me, Granny Nyo continued. She led Lu Yuan to a dungeon. Try entering this one. Lu Yuan hesitated. Granny Nyo, I've already cleared several dungeons today. Can't I come back tomorrow? Don't worry, this dungeon doesn't have any monsters. If you can enter, you'll gain unexpected benefits, she replied. A dungeon without monsters. Lu Yuan was stunned. He noticed the dungeon's entrance bore the mark of the Abyssal Eye. Divine Treasure Vault. Level. Only those chosen by the gods may enter. The Abyssal Eye's prompt made Lu Yuan realize this dungeon was extraordinary. He immediately grew interested and asked eagerly, what should I do? Granny Nyo nodded. Just place your hand inside. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan placed his hand into the swirling vortex. Instantly, he felt a peculiar energy enveloping him. The next moment, the dungeon emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire 6th floor. Even Wang Haoren, who had been focused on his training, turned his head to look at the glowing dungeon. As the light faded, Lu Yuan had disappeared. He actually went in. Granny Nyo exclaimed in excitement. It's been so many years, and finally, someone has activated the Divine Treasure Vault. Lu Yuan found himself in a hall constructed entirely of starlight. Suspended in the air were countless treasures emitting an overwhelming aura, equipments, materials, and artifacts aplenty. Congratulations on entering the Divine Treasury. As the first chosen one in 30 years to activate the treasury, you are eligible to draw one treasure from it. The notification flashed on a panel, and before Lu Yuan's eyes appeared a radiant, multicolored array resembling a starry fate formation. Moments later, a divine stone radiating a peculiar aura slowly condensed before him. A divine stone for drawing cards. Lu Yuan was stunned, clutching the special divine stone as his heartbeat quickened. If this counted as a card draw, would his luck-based talent come into play? This thought made Lu Yuan even more excited. He glanced at the treasures in the treasure pool, secretly thinking how amazing it would be to pull the best item from the divine treasury. I can't hold back anymore. Unable to contain his excitement, he placed the special divine stone into the multicolored array. The divine stone dissolved into light, and the array began churning with countless cards. Unlike ordinary formations, nearly all the cards here were golden, with a rare few in red. This divine treasury is incredible. Lu Yuan exclaimed just as a multicolored card flew out of the array, revealing an image of a brilliant, colorful stone. First tier awakening stone, divine level. Note, condensed from the power of a deity. Using this awakening stone will grant the user divine power. A second divine level awakening stone. Lu Yuan was thrilled. With such a stone, if he could combine it with another, it was entirely possible to ascend in a single leap. In history, who had ever used two divine level awakening stones simultaneously? Lu Yuan had just begun, and he was already on the verge of making history. Rest in the dorm tonight, level up to 30 tomorrow, and then use the two divine level awakening stones. I can't even imagine how powerful I'll be. The thought of tomorrow filled him with endless anticipation. After finishing the draw, he was immediately teleported out of the instance. Waiting for him outside were Granny Nyo and Wang Haoran, both anxiously watching him. Lu Yuan, what did you get from the treasury? Granny Nyo asked eagerly. Lu Yuan responded openly, I got a divine level first tier awakening stone. Your first draw and you hit the jackpot. Granny Nyo was so shocked her eyes nearly popped out. A divine level first tier awakening stone, it's a treasure countless professionals dream of obtaining. It's just luck, Lu Yuan said modestly with a smile. This is more than luck. The odds of hitting the jackpot in the divine treasury are less than 1 in 10,000, Granny Nyo muttered, her face tinged with envy. Sensing her emotions, Lu Yuan changed the subject. By the way, this special divine stone I used for the draw, it's different from the usual ones we see. How can we get more of these special divine stones? That's called a star divine stone. It's a treasure condensed from the power of the star god. You couldn't obtain one before activating the divine treasury. Now, there are two ways, either pass the trial of Dormitory 0 or exchange 10 regular divine stones for 1 star divine stone, Granny Nyo explained. Trials are limited, so I recommend saving up your divine stones and exchanging them for star divine stones. A 10 draw with regular divine stones might give you nothing but junk, but a single star divine stone guarantees at least a platinum level reward, with a much higher chance of pulling something epic or better. Lu Yuan pondered her words. 10 regular divine stones for 1 star divine stone. For others, this might be a solid deal, but for him, it was like trading a specialized weapon for a star divine stone, a huge loss. Thus, he decided he'd have to rely on the trial of Dormitory 0 to acquire more star divine stones. However, he didn't mention this and instead said, Granny Nyo, I'm feeling a bit tired and want to rest. Is there anything else? Nothing else. Go rest now. Granny Nyo waved him off. Oh, and don't worry about rent anymore. Save your star stones to improve yourself instead. Thank you, Granny Nyo, Lu Yuan said sincerely before hurrying downstairs to his dormitory. As Lu Yuan left, Wang Haoran couldn't help but ask Granny Nyo, can I also draw from the divine treasury? Of course. Thanks to Lu Yuan, the divine treasury is now active. All residents of Dormitory 0 can enter. Granny Nyo replied with a smile. That's fantastic. Wang Haoran pulled out 10 divine stones. These are my savings from the past 6 months. How do I exchange them for a star divine stone? Just enter the treasury directly, Granny Nyo said. Got it. Wang Haoran, brimming with anticipation, headed toward the divine treasury. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had returned to his dorm room. He collapsed onto his bed and activated his auto-farming experience mode. Entering special zone, experience plus 10 per second, minus 50%. The next morning, a golden beam of light burst from Lu Yuan's body as he reached level 30. UV reached level 30. You can now undergo a class awakening. Would you like to proceed? Lu Yuan opened his eyes and saw the prompt on his panel. He could hardly contain his excitement. Awaken. Awakening ceremony initiated. Please use a first-tier awakening stone. As he confirmed the awakening, the 2 divine level first-tier awakening stones in his inventory began glowing brilliantly. They flew out on their own, emitting black and blue light respectively. The next moment, both beams of light surged into Lu Yuan's body. He felt a surge of unparalleled power coursing through him. Awakening successful. Sword Array Master has advanced to Sword Master. First divine level awakening stone attribute applied, Sword Master advanced to Shadow Sword Master. Second divine level awakening stone attribute applied, Shadow Sword Master advanced to Ghost Sword Master. Lu Yuan realized that this wasn't just a class upgrade, it was a complete transformation. He eagerly opened his status panel, and what he saw left him astounded. Name, Lu Yuan. Title, King of Curses. Class, Ghost Sword Master, First Tier. Level, 30, 0%. Strength, 25,010, plus 714. Agility, 19,010, plus 714. Spirit, 50,001, plus 714. Constitution, 19,010, plus 714. Class Special Attributes, Critical Rate, 39%, Critical Damage, 390%. Hiss, this much of a boost. Lu Yuan gasped. Compared to before his awakening, his stats had multiplied 40-fold. The difference was astronomical. Beyond the massive stat increase, he noticed that many of his skills had undergone significant changes. The descriptions were practically unrecognizable. Ghost Sword Array, LV-5 deploy a sword array, continuously consuming spirit. Within a 100-meter radius, critical damage plus 180%, enemy speed minus 50%, enemy damage taken plus 50%, ally, including self, speed plus 50%, ally damage dealt plus 50%. Ghost Sword Control, LV-5 command flying swords for aerial attacks, capable of instantly killing targets with less than 25% health. Ghost Sword Speed, LV-1 sword flight speed plus 1000%. Not only that, but Lu Yuan also discovered that his 6-star signs had been upgraded, dramatically enhancing his combat prowess to levels he could never have imagined. Sword King, Sign 1 sword array radius increased by 20x. Sword Intent, Sign 2 activating sword array and Ghost Sword Control no longer consume spirit. Enemies within the array continuously lose spirit, allies continuously recover spirit. Sword Bone, Sign 3 enemies within the array continuously lose constitution, allies continuously recover constitution. Sword Embryo, Sign 4 attacking one enemy causes 50% splash damage to others within the array. Sword Heart, Sign 5 within the array, all ally attacks are guaranteed critical hits. Critical rate converts to additional critical damage, and critical damage is further increased by 200%. Sword Immortal, Sign 6 within the array, self-ignores all enemy defense, allies ignore 50% of enemy defense. Lu Yuan stood frozen, overwhelmed. This is too much of an upgrade. This isn't just a class advancement, it's the reforging of an entirely new, more powerful class. At this point, he felt nearly omnipotent, capable of excelling in any role. After composing himself, Lu Yuan tidied his clothes and knocked on the door of room 208. However, there was no response. Curious, he wondered if Wang Haoren had already left. Just as he was about to ask Granny Miao about Wang Haoren's whereabouts, the door to room 208 finally opened. A disheveled Wang Haoren, with messy hair and bloodshot eyes, stood before him, leaving Lu Yuan momentarily stunned. "Oh, it's you. What's up?" Wang Haoren's voice was weak and listless. Lu Yuan's heart tightened. "What happened to you?" 10 divine stones. Wang Haoren's expression turned agitated. "Do you know what I got after spending the 10 divine stones I saved up over 6 months in the divine treasury?" "What did you get?" Lu Yuan asked curiously. "An epic tier armor." Wang Haoren practically roared. "That's not bad, is it?" "Pulling an epic tier item with 10 divine stones isn't easy," Lu Yuan said. "But it's useless to me." Wang Haoren wailed. "I already have my own exclusive armor. I would have been better off gambling those 10 stones in a 10 pull to refine my gear by 1 tier. I was so upset I couldn't sleep all night." Lu Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. He knew he had pulled a divine-level awakening stone from the treasury, making it hard to console Wang Haoren. Instead, he quickly changed the topic. "Teacher Yi asked me to find you. He said we're going to the western outskirts of the capital for a class together." "Teacher Yi is holding a class?" Wang Haoren's demeanor shifted instantly, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. "Really? He told me himself, so it should be true," Lu Yuan said firmly. Wang Haoren hesitated. Was he drinking when he said this? Lu Yuan thought for a moment. He was. "Ah." Wang Haoren let out a long sigh. "Then we probably don't need to go. He's likely already forgotten about it." "That can't be," Lu Yuan said, uncertain. "He is, after all, a powerhouse of Capital University. He wouldn't forget something he said himself." "You don't understand Teacher Ye's personality at all," Wang Haoren sighed again. "Forget it. Wait here for a moment. Later, we'll head to the bamboo forest and see if we can find him." After saying this, Wang Haoren went inside to freshen up quickly. Moments later, he emerged, once again exuding the cold and composed demeanor he had shown the day before. "Let's go." Lu Yuan stared at him in astonishment. "Your change is so drastic. In just a few minutes, it's like you're an entirely different person." Wang Haoren smiled faintly and replied politely, "I must apologize for my earlier loss of composure. What you're seeing now is the real me. You've got it backward, don't you?" Lu Yuan thought to himself, but he chose not to expose him. The two set off together toward the depths of the bamboo forest in the northwest. After walking for a while, they finally spotted Yiqingsong sprawled out on a rock, snoring loudly. The area around him was a complete mess, with wine gourds scattered all over the ground and the air thick with the stench of alcohol. It's still morning. How much did he drink? Lu Yuan couldn't help but mock as he observed the scene. Wang Haoren chuckled awkwardly. Teacher is practically addicted to alcohol. Honestly, this is considered light drinking for him. Teacher, Lu Yuan has already obtained the Ice Emperor's heart. Shouldn't we start the lesson now? Wang Haoren nudged Yiqingsong. Lu Yuan. Yiqingsong muttered, still deep in his dreams. Who's Lu Yuan? And why did he bring the Ice Emperor's heart here? Hearing this, Lu Yuan's heart sank, his hand clenching into a fist as he prepared to wake Yiqingsong. However, after muttering his dream talk, Yiqingsong fell into an even deeper sleep. No matter how much Wang Haoren tried to wake him, it was futile. Wang Haoren turned to Lu Yuan with an embarrassed smile. Teacher is like this. Once he's drunk, he stops caring about anything. So, what do we do now? Lu Yuan asked. After a moment of thought, Wang Haoren suggested, at times like this, I usually find something to do on my own. Oh, I've heard there's a world boss in the western outskirts of Kyoto that no one has managed to defeat yet. Teacher said he'd take us there for a lesson, it must be related to that boss. Why don't we go check it out ourselves? Good idea, Lu Yuan nodded. It was a perfect opportunity to see a world boss in the wild. Wang Haoren smiled. The school has a teleportation array to the western city gate. I'll take you there. As soon as they left the bamboo forest, Yiqingsong groggily opened his eyes, muttering to himself, talent has passed the test. Next, we'll see about temperament and intelligence. He then pulled out a wine gourd from his storage space and took a long drink. The bamboo forest swayed gently in the breeze as if echoing his presence. Then, like the wind itself, he vanished. The western city gate of Kyoto was fortified like an impenetrable iron wall, reinforced with barriers crafted by divine-level array masters. Hidden cannon-like weapons studded the walls, ready to obliterate enemies at the first sign of war. At the gate, Wang Haoren presented his Kyoto University ID card, and the guards allowed them to pass through without issue. Unlike the wilds outside West Lake City, the outskirts of Kyoto were lined with smooth, well-paved roads, and there wasn't a single wild creature in sight. Wang Haoren explained, the city defense army regularly clears out monsters within 10 kilometers of Kyoto. You won't find a single one within that range. 10 kilometers out, there's an abandoned town that's been deserted for 30 years. The monsters there are all level 35 or above. I've heard rumors of someone encountering a world boss there. Lu Yuan was curious. There's an abandoned town outside the city. Wang Haoren nodded. It said that 30 years ago, an abyssal army stationed there. After the battle, the area was tainted by the abyssal aura, making it uninhabitable. Even now, the abyssal influence lingers, so the monsters there are far stronger than usual. You're only level 30. You might not be able to withstand the monsters' attacks. I'll protect you, Wang Haoren said. Lu Yuan activated his abyssal eye to inspect Wang Haoren's attributes. Wang Haoren, Dragon Swordsman, level 35. You're only level 35 yourself. Who's protecting whom is still up for debate. You don't get it, Wang Haoren replied confidently. Even though I'm level 35, my profession is a legendary class, 0 life, complete form. My abilities far surpass those of ordinary professions. Just watch me show off. How enviable. My profession is just a constellation warrior, practically starting at -2 lives, Lu Yuan lamented. Wang Haoren patted Lu Yuan's shoulder sympathetically. I get it, brother. Some professions are like that, 0 life lacks mechanics and can only grow stronger by obtaining constellations. The world can be cruel. Many hidden professions are weaker than ordinary ones until they get their constellations. Yeah, Lu Yuan sighed. Good thing I'm fully maxed out. Wang Haoren. Why aren't you saying anything? Lu Yuan asked. Get lost. Wang Haoren snapped. The two bantered as they walked the 10-kilometer stretch of smooth road, finally arriving at the abandoned town. As soon as they stepped into the town, the temperature dropped considerably. Before them lay dilapidated buildings covered in moss. Even after 30 years, a faint abyssal aura lingered in the air, a testament to the lasting impact of the abyss on this land. Wang Haoren took a deep breath and warned Lu Yuan, we're in a danger zone now. Monsters like to hide inside the buildings. Stay alert. Got it, Lu Yuan nodded and began setting up a sword array. What the? Wang Haoren exclaimed, noticing his augmented stats. He stared at Lu Yuan in shock. Aren't you a DPS? Why are all these effects support boosts? The buffs from Lu Yuan's array catapulted Wang Haoren's strength from 0 life to the equivalent of 6 lives, and even beyond. Lu Yuan shrugged. I'm a formation-based DPS class. Isn't it normal to have some support capabilities? Some isn't the right word. Wang Haoren's mouth twitched. It dawned on him that before meeting Lu Yuan, he had thought his profession was extraordinary. Now, he realized he had been living like a caveman. Life simply wasn't fair. Just as Wang Haoren was cursing the heavens for their injustice, Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened. Someone's coming. 6 figures emerged from the depths of the town, all clad in uniform gear and wielding finely crafted weapons. They blocked the duo's path. One of them, a mage, spoke coldly. "We of the Flying Dragon Guild are hunting the world boss in this area. Outsiders, leave immediately." Wang Haoren's temper flared. "This is a public area. The world boss doesn't belong to you. How can you be so overbearing?" The mage glanced at them dismissively before commanding the others, "Kill them." 2 archers immediately drew their bows and fired arrows straight at Wang Haoren and Lu Yuan's faces. Before Lu Yuan could react, Wang Haoren had already moved. With an angry shout, he swung a dark red sword, cutting both arrows mid-air. He roared, "You dare to attack us?" The mage was visibly surprised by Wang Haoren's strength and ordered, "Everyone, attack together." At the command, an onslaught of attacks descended upon them like a tidal wave. Fury ignited in Wang Haoren's eyes. His skin began to shimmer with dragon scales as he took a bold step forward, letting out a deafening roar. The ground beneath him shattered. Skill, Dragon Roar. Boom! A massive shockwave obliterated the incoming attacks, leaving the members of the Flying Dragon Guild gravely injured. The mage's face turned pale with fear. "This guy's damage is ridiculous. Retreat and inform the guild leader." But before they could escape, 6 flying swords appeared out of nowhere, swiftly claiming their lives. The 6 bodies collapsed to the ground, and silence fell over the abandoned town. Wang Haoren stood frozen, staring at Lu Yuan in disbelief. "You killed them?" Lu Yuan's expression remained calm as he asked, "Brother Wang, have you never killed anyone before?" Killing. For Wang Haoren, the concept was entirely foreign. From childhood, he had been a model student, leveling up in dungeons after his career change. Once he entered Kyoto University, he spent most of his time on campus. Even when conflicts arose with other professionals, the fights were nothing more than minor scuffles. Wang Haoren's life had always been confined to the ivory tower of academia, untouched by the harsh realities of the outside world. Seeing Wang Haoren's expression, Lu Yuan quickly understood that this was his first encounter with such an event. He offered reassurance, "It's all right. Everyone has a first time." Wang Haoren swallowed hard, still struggling to process. "But, they weren't monsters. They were living people, and now they're dead. They wanted to kill us," Lu Yuan explained. "If we let them go, more people would come after us, and even more would die then. Brother Wang, human nature is inherently dark. In this world, where everyone possesses extraordinary power, killing is as easy as breathing. As long as greed exists, so will the intent to kill. Do you think you can stay within the safety of the campus forever?" Wang Haoren fell silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "Lu Yuan, I'm not blaming you. I understand the logic, but I need some time to process it." "That's fine," Lu Yuan nodded. "Want to rest here for a bit? I can handle the world boss alone." Wang Haoren shook his head. "No need. I'll work through this quickly. Let's keep moving." "Alright, just give me a moment." Lu Yuan dragged the bodies into a nearby patch of grass and stripped 2 of the uniforms off the corpses. He handed one set to Wang Haoren. "There are more Flying Dragon Guild members in the town. To avoid trouble, let's disguise ourselves." "Understood." Wang Haoren didn't hesitate. Together, the 2 donned the Flying Dragon Guild uniforms and ventured deeper into the abandoned town. The town was almost entirely occupied by members of the Flying Dragon Guild, and wild monsters were a rare sight. Clearly, they had all been cleared out by the guild. "From the looks of it, they haven't found the world boss yet. That means we still have a chance," Lu Yuan remarked, noticing the Flying Dragon Guild members scouring the town. He turned to Wang Haoren and asked, "Brother Wang, do you know what kind of organization the Flying Dragon Guild is?" Wang Haoren replied, "They're one of the top 30 mega-guilds in the country. Their guild leader is a high-level player, a level 75 advanced class, with immense power." Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "That mage earlier mentioned going to notify the guild leader, which means the leader is also here in this town. This world boss must be extraordinary." Wang Haoren's face showed concern. "A boss that requires the Flying Dragon Guild's leader to personally intervene has to be at least level 65. That's way beyond what the 2 of us can handle. Even if we managed to sneak into their team and snatch the boss at the last moment, they wouldn't let us leave alive." Lu Yuan chuckled. "Brother Wang, are you scared?" "A little," Wang Haoren admitted without pretense. He knew it was pointless to put on a brave face. After all, the 2 of them, a level 35 and a level 30, were no match for the Flying Dragon Guild, let alone their level 75 leader. Yet Lu Yuan's smile remained unfazed. Relax. As long as I make my move, the world boss will be ours. The Flying Dragon Guild won't even catch a whiff of it. Wang Haoren wanted to ask where Lu Yuan's confidence came from, but then he recalled the buffs Lu Yuan had cast on him before. Those buffs could turn just about anyone into a war god, and their effects on Lu Yuan himself were undoubtedly even more formidable. Perhaps Lu Yuan really could snatch the boss from amidst thousands of enemies and get away unscathed. With that thought, Wang Haoren dropped the matter and instead asked, "Alright then, what's the plan? What do we do next?" Lu Yuan scanned the Flying Dragon Guild members bustling around and smirked. "Since we've got free labor, let's make good use of it. Just wait, the Flying Dragon Guild will find the world boss sooner or later." Found it. The world boss is here. Everyone, come quick. A loud, excited shout echoed from the distance, and the Flying Dragon Guild members all rushed toward the source of the voice. "See? They've found it. Let's go take a look." Lu Yuan grinned and immediately blended into the crowd with Wang Haoren, heading toward the world boss. When they arrived at the scene, the Flying Dragon Guild had already begun forming ranks to tackle the boss. Knights held the front line, warriors, archers, and mages stood in the middle for offense, and the rear was reserved for supports and healers, who alternated between buffing allies, healing wounds, and debuffing the boss. The guild's coordination was impressive, with thousands of members surrounding a towering boss, a 3 to 4 meter tall monster with the body of a satyr, a head wreathed in flames, and hooves like a horse's. Lu Yuan activated his Abyssal Eye to assess the boss's stats. Hellfire Demon Ram, World Boss. Level, 70. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Endurance. Skills, Demon Roar, Hellfire, Death Curse, Earthquake, Physical Fortification. The level 70 world boss's strength had already exceeded 1,000,000, and its endurance reached 20 million. Combined with its physical fortification skill, Lu Yuan couldn't even begin to estimate how much health this boss had. The pressure from this thing is overwhelming. I can't see any of its detailed stats at all. Hiding in a nearby abandoned building, Wang Haoren and Lu Yuan watched as the Hellfire Demon Ram emerged unscathed despite being attacked by thousands of guild members. Wang Haoren couldn't help but ask, "What do we do now?" Lu Yuan's tone grew serious. "I might not be able to take this boss down in one hit. Let's let the Flying Dragon Guild wear it down for a while." "You were actually thinking of one-shotting this boss earlier?" Wang Haoren's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Was that even a human thought? Lu Yuan ignored his astonishment and instead focused his gaze on the guild's formation, his eyes finally locking onto a thin man with a small braid and a floating green tome by his side. Mei Wanfeng, Voodoo Warlock, level 75. So that's the Flying Dragon Guild's leader. A poison specialist, huh? Just as Lu Yuan finished analyzing Mei Wanfeng's information, the Warlock's green grimoire began flipping rapidly through its pages. Several beams of green light shot toward the Hellfire Demon Ram. The boss let out a pained roar, its movement slowing as green toxins spread across its body, causing its health to drop steadily. Lu Yuan checked the boss's stats again and was shocked to see that more than half its attributes had already been reduced, and they were still declining. What a vicious skill.